Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 1 Meet of the beginning outskirts of Gray City. There is my restaurant on a small hill. Location overlooking the city. Although it is a restaurant with a nice view, it actually has more drawbacks. Because it is quite far from commercial or residential districts, not many customers come to the top of the hill. That's both a disadvantage and an advantage. This is not a world with cars. Of course, there are no bicycles, motorcycles, or airplanes, magic and sword, and monsters. There are dungeons and hunters all mixed up. A fantasy world where empires and kingdoms exist. It has already been 15 years since I was summoned to this continent. I am already in my early 30s. I am a wizard. He is a retired wizard. He is called the Archmage who broke through the barrier of the 9th class, the strongest class. But now he is the owner of the restaurant. Life until then was far from peace. Always a battlefield. 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 Befitting his position as an Archmage, he had to be called to numerous battlefields. War against monsters. Fighting with a dragon. The price of fighting with one's life was not that great. They just praise him for being a hero. Tired of fighting, I decided to retire. We've been fighting for 15 years, so I think that's enough. I was summoned as a childish high school student, and my life has been nothing but fighting. If I had been in Korea, my military service would have lasted just 2 years. Here, the real battlefield lasted for 15 years. So, I left everything and settled in Gray, a provincial city in the Rurin Empire. I accumulated 9 classes of mana, but I still haven't found a way to return to modern times. So we have to live in this world. Remaining a wizard was far from peace. Obviously, something is going to go wrong all around. Since I was young, still in modern times, I wanted to be the owner of a small restaurant. After retirement. After working as a famous chef, he opened a small restaurant. My dream was to become a chef and attend culinary school throughout middle and high school. Planning for retirement has become a reality in a different world. Although retirement after living the life of a famous wizard rather than a chef is different from the life plan I originally dreamed of. But anyway, what do you think? It has been a little over a month since the restaurant opened here. It is still completely unknown. There are a few regular customers. The menu depends on your mood that day. No, we can even make it if the customer wants it. I like free restaurants. It's self-satisfaction anyway. I don't need money. A treasure found in the lair of a dragon that ate a dragon heart. With that treasure, it is not difficult to make a living. So, it is self-satisfaction. A 2-story house built by selling treasure. The first floor is a restaurant and the second floor is my home. The first floor restaurant consists of a kitchen and 4 tables. In the kitchen, there was a small desk-sized iron plate and various pots for grilling meat. Dwarven cooking utensils made with a modern touch. It is handmade by direct request. When I wake up in the morning, I start my day by wiping down the table and kitchen utensils. After cleaning, we head to the market. After everything is done, it's lunchtime. It's just the beginning of business. As expected, only flies are flying today. Howdy! As I was zoning out, a customer came in waving his hand above his head. He's a familiar man, the butcher who provides meat for our restaurant. Since that day when we first met, he has been coming to visit me like this from time to time. Of course, we meet every day on the market floor, so it's not new. What kind of wind was blowing that brought you here? There was no word from the market this morning, because high-quality meat comes in. Now it's the same Yuva belly fat as that day. Mr. Knoll threw the meat into the kitchen. Bright pink meat. Just by looking at it, I could tell it was fresh. I am also a business person, but sometimes when such high-quality meat comes in, I want to eat it. Ha, is that so? Didn't you say that there was no Yuba meat in the morning? It was different from the morning. Then Mr. Knoll gently scratched his cheek. It really wasn't there. Then, really, yes. Some meat that wasn't there before fell from the sky at lunchtime? Yes, that's it. Are you crazy? It was so absurd that I asked him a sincere question. Mr. Knoll scratched his head, took out a chair at the bar table with a view of the kitchen, sat down, and opened his mouth. Yes, yes, surrender, surrender. It was airlifted in a hurry, because I feel like I want to drink it. In any case, there is no need to refuse if the customer wants it. At first glance, it was only about 1 pound. Looking at the sheep, it really feels like it was obtained in a hurry. I wondered what it was like to want to eat meat so much. That's the butcher who sells meat. At that time, after eating the food you cooked, I thought about what I wanted to drink. Haha, so give it to me quickly. It's a topic that only flies bugs anyway. I am sorry for blowing away those bugs. I shrugged and started preparing the meat. The first time I met Mr. Knoll was before the restaurant opened. At that time, I ran into trouble while trying to find a butcher who would transport me meat. Because it was such a small city, it was quite difficult to obtain various monster meats. The last thing I stopped by was Mr. Knoll's store, which was a source of light for me. Can I get it? Last stop was the butcher shop. The man with massive muscles said as if it was obvious. Ho-Ho has friends he knew from working as a mercenary when he was young, so he can get a variety of monster meat. Is that so? It was good news to hear. But I don't sell my meat to just anyone. This is an iron rule. I can't stand it when the meat I worked so hard to receive is cooked carelessly. Can you satisfy me? Oh, you damn burn. Is it starting again? Please come to your senses. If this continues, I will starve to death. I am starving to death. This isn't enough. It's my pride, a couple raising their voices. The wife had a beauty that would have made a man cry when she was young. Even now, she looks like she's in her 40s, so you can still say she's pretty. Mom, it's okay. I am confident. I spoke confidently. We are planning to open a restaurant on that hill, so let me show you my cooking. I was confident. When I was traveling the world as a wizard, my colleagues always praised my cooking. Oh, you mean so? Good. If I feel like it, I will get the customer the meat they want no matter what happens. But if you don't like it, you can never sell it. Yes, then can you give me some Yuva meat? Yuva belly fat. What? Yes. The wife who was tearing out her husband's hair and Mr. Knoll also made faces that asked what they were saying. Belly fat? Cooking with belly fat? Yes. Why do you have to eat that fatty part? It's okay. I would like you to evaluate it later. Anyway, if you want to show off your skills, you have to sell it at least once. The couple looked at each other. Mr. Knoll made a bewildered expression and entered the store. And soon I lost 2 pounds of belly fat. Well, see what kind of dish it is. Since it's not Belalan meat or Yucca meat, it's Yubara. Just take that. It's for smoking, so I'll just throw it away. Mr. Knoll said that and went into the store. I tried to pay for the sighing lady, but she wouldn't accept it. Are you okay? Even though he looks like that, he is a person with a craftsmanship, so I think that's why I married him. Ho ho. She told the husband that she was his wife and berated her, but she refused to take the money as if she respected her husband's wishes. Does your husband like alcohol? How does it look? You look like a drunkard. It is as you see. The wife smiled and nodded. I returned home with Yuva meat. Yuva meat refers to pork. Here, pigs were called Yuba. Yucca refers to a cow. And Velarin is a wolf-type monster. It is the most popular among monster meats. This meat has no unpleasant odor and has a chewy texture. Monster meat with this unique taste was more popular than pigs or cows in this world. There are also many professional hunters. However, it was difficult to obtain it due to lack of air transport to these rural areas. Therefore, it is very important to do business with this butcher. As soon as I returned to the store, I prepared the food. The couple will come soon. Yuva's belly refers to pork belly. This is food that contains my soul. It is full of memories of my hometown. The Yuva meat here had twice as much fat as modern pigs. Maybe that's why it's not more popular. However, if you remove all the oil, the taste actually deteriorates. The pork belly Mr. Knoll gave me was very bright pink and boasted a certain level of freshness. Probably the fish caught today. Remove any chunks of fat from the outside and slice as thinly as possible. Inside the kitchen, there was a storage room carved out of a stone block. The storage is frozen every morning using ice-type magic. Rather than a storage room, it was a refrigerator using magic. The water, fire, and ice used here all use magic. I guess that's my policy. Sprinkle pepper and salt on the trimmed meat. Of course, salt exists in this world too. Pepper doesn't exist. The variety of modern seasonings and spices is out of this world. This is an application of summoning magic. I have perfected a great magic spell that summons modern objects. Because in order to return to Earth, I studied the magic of dimensional movement hard, and as a result, I discovered a strange summoning magic, not a transfer magic. There are still many areas for improvement. I think that if I improve, I might be able to move on as well. The biggest problem currently is that the size of summoned objects is limited. It's about as much weight as I can lift. Moreover, the maximum number of summons was once per day. A huge amount of mana is used to summon across dimensions, so much so that recovery is slow. And another problem. The problem was that if you summoned an unprocessed item, it came strangely damaged. Processed products also have an expiration date, so this is not a question of expiration date, but it was still quite convenient. Of course, you don't get it for free. Leave behind and bring back treasures of greater value. Should we call it an equivalent exchange? Anyway, that's why it's pepper. Meat sprinkled with pepper and salt. I use my secret weapon again on the seasoned meat. Thermal blade. A special magic that can split a monster's body into over 100 million pieces with just one attack. If you adjust your mana and apply magic with your fine senses, thousands of cuts will appear on the meat, and only on the front. The point is to accurately break the spell. If magic goes all the way to the back, it will just turn into thousands of tattered pieces of meat. Are we here? I think so. As I was preparing to cook, a couple appeared side by side. Welcome. Please sit down here. He gestured to a couple looking around the empty restaurant. A couple walked to the bar table adjacent to the kitchen and sat down on chairs. The store is very pretty. How pretty is it? What kind of business are you planning to do by opening a restaurant in a place like this? Honey. Oh, sorry. Don't pay attention to this guy. He's always been foul-mouthed. The wife apologizes on his behalf. I just passed it by. There are people with that kind of personality sometimes. Then ill-serve the food right away. No one has ever said that pork belly is not delicious, even in this world. So, I confidently told him to show off his belly fat. I mounted the fireball under the dwarven iron plate in front of the bar table. The iron plate begins to heat up. Grill pork belly sprinkled with pepper and salt. Chee! Pork belly sizzling and making a delicious sound. This sound is the treasure that stimulates the appetite. The reason there are thousands of knife marks on the front is because only that part loses fat, making the outside crispy and the back soft. Oh, you mean to bake it like that? Mr. Knoll and his wife also looked at me with curious eyes. After watching it being grilled on an iron plate, there was no further complaint. It's showtime here. I used a fireball to cover the griddle once to give the sizzling pork belly a stronger fire flavor. Pow, and if you immediately cut off the mana and destroy the fireball, the grilled pork belly is complete. The accompanying food is salad. I didn't want to take a risk because I had mixed feelings about Sam. Also, they served an oil sauce mixed with sesame oil and salt and pepper, which is essential for pork belly. It's delicious to make a sauce by maturing onions and mixing it with soy sauce, but today we'll go with the most basic combination. Are you a wizard? The wife asked with wide eyes as if she was surprised to see the fireball. I nodded. HMPH, fireball is a basic magic. Taste is important, but this is a restaurant, not a battlefield, right? Okay, let's dip it in oil and eat it. Mr. Knoll, who was just about to put the meat in his mouth, soaked the meat in the oil. As he spoke, Mr. Knoll's hand movements were very fast, perhaps because the smell of grilled meat stimulated the texture. True to her nature, the wife carefully takes the meat to her mouth. Crunch, crunch, meat chews in the mouths of two people. This is the only moment I feel nervous. Huh, Mr. Knoll's frown brightened. He had a very surprised face. This is Yuva's belly fat? Is that correct? As I said this with a smile, Mr. Knoll started looking around at the meat. How can it be so crunchy yet soft and fatty, yet satisfying and refreshing at the same time? It tastes bad, even if it's because of magic. He muttered that and started eating meat indiscriminately. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Tusk, 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 tusk. Just repeat eating. The pork belly was disappearing in the blink of an eye. This is ridiculous. It's so delicious. Only after emptying his plate did Mr. Knoll look at me and start making a fuss. Hey, give me more. The meat I gave you must have been more than this, right? Don't you have something to say before that? Tusk. Yes, I passed. Pass, just say any meat. I'll save everything except what I can't save. Ha 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 ha, give me more meat. Mr. Knoll started shouting loudly and urging for pork belly. Saliva drips from the mouth. The eyes staring at me were like those of a wild animal looking for meat. Yeah, here we go. I answered with a smile and put all the remaining meat on the iron plate. Chapter 2, it was only after I was recognized for cooking soju with my friends that I was able to receive various meats from Mr. Knoll's butcher shop. He was kind enough to save me things I didn't have. In particular, being able to get the meat you want by cut is a huge benefit. Sometimes, internal parts that are not commonly used in this world are used in cooking, but today's journey was clearly strange. Also, the person who always went with his wife came alone. Even if they bicker all the time, it's just an appearance. Additionally, This person has a strong craftsmanship and is not the type of person to leave the store easily. So, considering the time zone, it was clear that it was an unexpected visit. Anyway, Yuva's belly fat has been trimmed. I put cooking oil in the frying pan. All the basic things needed for cooking, such as cooking oil, pepper, salt, sugar, and soy sauce, are summoned in modern times. Summon it and place it in a container in this world. If you leave it like this, no one will feel uncomfortable. I'm just curious about the materials used. There is no electricity anyway, so summoning electronics is useless. Lightning magic is a destructive magic, so it is impossible to supply electricity. I don't have that kind of knowledge. In order to lessen the sense of heterogeneity in the restaurant itself, kitchen utensils did not rely on summons. All of the restaurant's household items and kitchen utensils are made using metals such as iron produced here. Various pots and large iron plates are also made in fantasy. Of course, these are not common items in this world. The difference is that it is an item made by a dwarven craftsman, making it difficult for ordinary people to obtain. But at least it was made with materials from this world and people from this world, so there is no sense of heterogeneity, because it would be so strange for modern culture to be located in a restaurant. Anyway, while I was grilling Yuva belly in the same way as before, Mr. Knoll knocked on the table. What did you say? Please give me that clear drink. You mean soju? This was again unexpected. This man judged soju the day it was first released as not palatable. But other than that, I always looked for soju every time I came. This is a man who says that beer is the best alcohol. Of course, beer exists in this world too. It is the national mainstream. Beer, distilled spirits, and fruit wine are all available. Of course, distilled spirits and fruit drinks are expensive in this world too. And one more surprising thing. Unless it is something special, it is rare to find someone in this world who drinks soju in broad daylight. So, as I felt earlier, there is something strange about Mr. Knoll today, but it is very strange. But since the customers are different, is there any other way to give it to them? I handed Mr. Knoll the soju in a transparent glass bottle. Mr. Knoll picked up the bottle of soju and started drinking it. This means that the more you eat it, the sweeter it tastes, and it feels like it helps you forget about something you don't like. It was strange at first, but it's not bad. Or rather, the more you eat, the better you get. Heh, it's the same as my wife. The longer we live, the more lovely my wife becomes. If you're so lovely, why don't you treat me well on a regular basis and suddenly start drinking soju for lunch? Noisy. Mr. Knoll waved his hand and drank soju again. Are you sure you didn't put anything else in this? How can I feel this pleasant sweetness? That's the charm of that drink. Joy. In fact, it is true that diluted soju contains aspartame, a compound that causes a sweet taste. Distilled soju is difficult to make and expensive. The only thing used in large quantities in stores was diluted soju. In fact, it is sold at a low price and there is no burden on the person who buys it. Of course, diluted soju is a modern product. Mr. Knoll snorted but continued to drink soju. When I place the cooked pork belly in front of me, he takes a fork. After taking a bite, I look for soju again. Wow. Yes, I tried the other drinks you gave me, but this meat and this soju go really well together. I like it. It's already called the Union of Souls. I know. Shit. So I need to get drunk? Anyway, one dish is the best. Mr. Knoll, unusually, praised me while drinking and drinking meat in succession. Mr. Knoll, are you sure something is wrong? No matter how I looked at it, it wasn't normal, so when I asked for the first time, Mr. Knoll just kept his mouth shut. What's going on? No matter what he says, this man is a man who always satisfies both the quality of the meat and my needs. The word craftsmanship is a perfect fit. One of the essential people for a restaurant to run properly. A person like that has been like this since lunch. But Mr. Knoll remains silent. Just keep pouring soju as it is. Only after drinking 2 bottles and becoming completely drunk did he begin to mutter words. Rurin is strange. It's strange. What's strange about you saying you love me and all that? I feel like I am cheating. Yes. I couldn't help but tilt my head at the absurd statement. Miss Lane was like a model of a good mother and good wife who treated Miss Knoll well, but respected her and only thought about her husband. A person like that is the wind. That won't be it. What on earth are you looking at? Did you even see the scene in person? I didn't know until now, but every month. I used to go out one day every month. I thought I would meet a friend once a month, but I recently found out. It seems like they decorate it even more on the days they go out, so I followed them and did it. I did it. You damn woman. I was meeting an old colleague of mine. I wanted to stab myself on the spot, but I love Lane. I can't do it without her. Give me more alcohol. Oh my gosh, Mr. Knoll, my head hurts. If it's a former colleague, he's probably talking about when he worked as a mercenary. I don't know, but when I love you so much. So, I heard that if you don't want to lose, there are times when you lose your cool and lose your sense of self-interest. Although it is possible because we are human. Noel would never have believed it if he had heard it from someone else, but seeing the scene with his own eyes felt like a big deal. However, when a third party looks at it calmly, Mr. Lane is not that type of person. When is that? Last month. And he said he was going out again today, so I am sure he's cheating on me again. Damn it. I've been struggling for a month, but I can't do it anymore. It was exactly a month ago, after I fed Mr. Knoll pork belly and got him accepted. But now was the time to stop. Are you saying you're going to drink and go and kill everyone? I have to kill him. Kill me and I will die too. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Phew, how about we find out the situation first? I will find Mr. Lane and find out the details, so don't get excited and just stay still. Really? You? Mr. Knoll grunted and began to look up at me. What kind of person is that man? You damn bastard. When I was working as a mercenary, I was an indispensable comrade in arms. This is the guy who risked his life to fight. But after I quit my job, he never came to visit me. Not once. I thought it was because he was busy, but he couldn't come because he was stuck with Lane. Shit. Even though, no matter what, anyway, please come in. I don't think Mr. Lane is that kind of person. So, I'll do some research and then you can do whatever you want. Are you sure? Mr. Knoll blinked. Although he thought that he had cheated on her because of his special love for Mr. Lane, he seemed to be unable to answer right away and was just burning inside. Although he was usually a manly man, this was my first time seeing him like this. Anyway, I consider Mr. Rurin and Mr. Knoll as colleagues, and I don't want anything to go wrong. He's also a regular. If the situation continues like this, there will be no place to find meat. So, I have to prove it first. There are many ways. After asking where he had seen his wife last month, I sent Mr. Knoll home. And then we headed to the second floor. There are 2 rooms on the second floor. One is my sanctuary, my room. Of course, there is no business in my room. I violently opened the door to the inner room. Quang. Even though there was a loud sound, the giant monster sleeping in the bed did not move. Goralong, Goralong. He is sleeping while making strange noises. I pulled up the blanket. I am fucking naked. Rurin. It would be better to wake up when you have something good to say. Gorong, Gorong, wake up you job monster. Galong, what is this? When does the sun rise? You insectivore. What? What is it? Why are you waking me up? I am sleeping well. I rub my eyes, yawn, and stretch. I sighed and picked up the clothes lying on the floor of the bed and started putting them on. She rubs her eyes while being served by me as if it were a given. Whoa. Stop waking up. Didn't the dragon race not sleep after sleeping for hundreds of years? You insectivorous dragon. Work. Are you taunting our dragons now? On a human subject, he seems like a reckless bastard. If you tease me, you will die. I don't like that. Then you were ridiculed? I don't like that either. Why are you doing this from earlier? He waves his black hair and raises his black eyebrows. It's a black wave that lets you know right away that her species is a black dragon. In this world, black hair is rather rare. Therefore, it is a hair color that makes you feel familiar with your hometown. That's why I really like her hair color. If you become a polymorph, you have no choice but to live with the same life rhythm as humans. So of course you have to sleep. Whoam, shut up and wake up. I yawned and pulled Mr. Black Dragon's lower body as he crawled under the blanket. It's disgusting how things are being dragged along. Why are you doing this today? Aren't you the one who told me to go to sleep and not run wild? I woke you up because I had something to do. Work. Only then did I wake up, rubbing my eyes again. Black Dragon Rurin. He is a kid from the Black Dragon clan who makes the Eastern continent their home. When converted to human years, it is nonsense to say that he is a child, but when compared to dragon years, he is no different from a child. In this world, a dragon is an absolute entity that is well known as the king of monsters and an object of fear to humans. But it was different for me. The powerful mana that arose after obtaining the dragon heart 10 years ago made it possible for me not to be afraid of even dragons. Of course, the heart that the Dragon Lord gave me under conditions made me stronger. Thanks to that heart, I was able to use magic that could tear the dragon apart. As a result, he got caught up in the dragon war, and that's when he met Lulin. It is also a homeless dragon whose dragon rare was lost in the war. Rurin first appeared in the human world. Dragons are born with advanced magical knowledge. However, the dragon that is commonly thought of as knowing everything is a dragon that has experienced thousands of years of entertainment. Having spent thousands of years in the human world, they naturally have much more experience and knowledge than humans. However, because Rurin had never experienced the human world, for some reason she stayed only in rare after she was born until she came out with me. That's what a lack of common sense is like. If there is another human like you, it would be a disaster for the dragon clan. Disaster. How can you survive even after eating dragon hearts? I know. That was fascinating to me too. Even the dragon lord was surprised. For your information, my heart is tasteless. I am not going to eat. If I eat one more, my body will really explode. Oh, is that something like that? Lulin's eyes suddenly shine. When I want to commit suicide, I take out a heart and feed it to you as I die. So, are we going to die together? Shut up. Chapter 3, my friend and Soju. After ordering Rurin to give a shout-out, I dressed her up. Open your arms. I get it. At my words, Rurin raises her arms and stops without any discomfort. Once you put the top on and the bottom on, they can move only then. It's so natural that there's nothing much to say now. After getting dressed, I comb my hair with a comb. If you don't tidy up your hair that grows out in all directions, it looks like a lion's mane. If you carefully touch the black hair, it will quietly surrender itself to you. At first, they said it was a great being, a dragon, and didn't even let it come near me. Even in its dragon form, it seems to be a beautiful dragon that would surprise other dragons, and its human form is also beautiful. Of course, I feel calm now, because we've been together for quite some time. You, why again? Can't you be a little gentler? My hair is delicate. Oh, that's right. As requested, the combing was resumed very delicately. And again delicately. Every time that happens, my black hair comes to life. It's amazing hair. I guess it's because it's dragon fur. After combing everything, start organizing it with a hair tie. When I tie her hair up nicely, Rurin leans on my back and opens her mouth. But what is work? Would it be okay to at least give this city a breath of fresh air? Destruction is good. Hi. Lulin emphasizes the dragon's destructive instinct. Of course I shook my head. Don't be funny and come down. Hey. I came down to the first floor, leading the dragon that was making ridiculous noises. My feelings about Rurin. Of course there is affection. Because of that affection, I brought Rurin, who lives near the Black Dragon's sacred site in the center of the continent. But I don't know what kind of affection it is. Anyway, as soon as our dragon went down to the kitchen, he quickly opened the stone refrigerator and took out a can of beer. He then picks up the beer and drinks it down in one go. Kaya, this is what it tastes like. After all, beer is the best when you wake up. After wiping the corner of Lurin's mouth, which was foaming at the mouth as she drank beer, I took her hand and placed it in front of me and asked, okay, let's go do our work. I have something to help you with. Then I'll just drink one more can of beer and then I'll be gone. That's it. Beer, wow. I dragged Rurin with me, closed the store, and went down the hill. You tend to go a little too far sometimes. A sea demanding improvement. But they still haven't told me what's going on. It must be a great thing to be able to borrow the power of Lord Rurin. A black-haired beauty with shining eyes and her hands around her waist. I took her past the fruit farms at the bottom of the hill and headed to the market. The market is still crowded. According to Mr. Knoll's information, Mr. Lane said that he met the other person at a restaurant called Delant last month. The Darren was located near the central square where the commercial and residential districts meet. Not only Deland, but most of the city's restaurants are concentrated in this area. You could call it a street of restaurants. Rurin shouts as she looks at the crowded customers inside the Darrent. Wow, this restaurant is extremely crowded. Isn't the difference between heaven and earth compared to our restaurant? I know. Why are you feeling uncharacteristically depressed? Should we move this restaurant to another place? I'm not trying to make you do something so ridiculous, so please be quiet. I looked around. Still Mr. Knoll's wife. So Mr. Lane is not visible. Then what are you doing? After shushing the noisy dragon, I ordered him a beer. Only then does it become a little quiet. It's like a beer dragon. After watching the entrance for a while, Mr. Lane finally came in. As Mr. Knoll said, he was indeed with a man. He is a man in his 40s with a sturdy physique similar to Mr. Knoll. I shouldn't say this, but he looks much neater and cleaner than Mr. Knoll. Should I say that there is no comparison with Mr. Knoll, who has a beard? Hey, Rurin. Gulp, gulp. Ka, I pulled the ear of the dragon that was drowning in beer. Then he droops his eyebrows and grumbles. Why are you doing that? Whenever you give it to me to eat, I look up with a grumpy face and the world has collapsed. Damn cute. No matter how dragon you are, you cannot polymorph and take on a human appearance. Starting with the skin of the dragon's body, its color, and its appearance as a dragon are also applied to the human state. Therefore, Lulin's current appearance is also the appearance she has had since she was born. So from laughter to crying, it's all natural, so cuteness is also natural. That's not the problem, it's finally work. Oh, is that so? Only then did Lulin put down his beer glass and his eyes lit up again. Instead of trying to get up, sit back down and drink the entire beer in your glass. Only then did he stand up and come in front of me. What can I do? Will it all break down, you destructive dragon, who says it's not black, do not destroy? Do you see that couple that just came in? Men and women, yes, see, I want you to overhear what they are saying. And, is that sweet, you? Are you telling me to ask Rurin to do something so absurd? Please do something. For dinner, your favorite hamburger steak. Really? Oh, where are those two humans? Lulin immediately sold the dragon's self-esteem for a hamburger steak and began looking for the target. At some point, the dragon got used to my cooking and really enjoys eating it. With eyes full of anticipation for her favorite dish, she opens her mouth and points to the man who came with Mr. Riani. It's nothing more than eavesdropping. Speaking of dragon hearing, it had an incredible ability to adjust the hearing range to its liking. It's not particularly magic. It's an innate dragon ability. This ability is mainly used by dragons with their own rares to sense their surroundings, and its range extends to the entire mountain. Therefore, in a restaurant like this, it was possible to control one's hearing and eavesdrop on sounds. The structure of hearing is different from that of humans. With Rurin at the forefront, I carefully watched the two people. The two were sitting facing each other, and Mr. Lane rummaged through his arms, took out a bundle of money, and handed it to the man. Handing over money? This is a slightly unexpected situation. As expected, it was a noisy restaurant, so I couldn't hear their conversation at all, so I looked at the dragon. Rurin opened her mouth and began to recite the conversation between the two. I finally paid it all off today. 10 years of debt. Thank you so much. If it weren't for Mr. Ment, neither I nor my husband would have been able to make a comeback. He says all kinds of things. I owe that guy my life. It was a natural thing to do. Still. My husband is still cursing me, saying that Mr. Ment betrayed me because I couldn't even tell him how much I helped him. I had no choice. You know he's not the one to take my money, right? Thanks to Lulin translating the conversation as is, I was able to fully understand the situation. From overhearing the conversation, it didn't seem like he was cheating. But soon the conversation stopped. That's because we started eating right away. This is something I was asked to do. Since there was no smell of adultery or any other crime at all, I got up to clearly assess the situation. Where are you going? Of course, Lulin jumps up and follows me. Hello, Mr. Lane? Oh my, Elle? Yes, my name here is Elle. The name is Elysian. I introduced it to others as Elle for short, and that's how I am called. I know this is a little rude, but can you excuse me for a moment? I have something I want to tell you. Yes. Mr. Lane stared at the man in front of him. The man called Ment looked a little puzzled, but quickly nodded. So, as expected, I was rude, but I pulled out a chair and sat in front. Actually, it is. Mr. Knoll misunderstands that you two are having an affair. Yes. 4. The two people reacted violently and widened their eyes. Lulin stood next to me and looked down at the two people with arrogant eyes. She doesn't even want to talk to humans except me. It's like the eyes that see bugs. Lulin is not human. Of course, it is true that to her as a dragon, ordinary humans are like very insignificant insects. What is that? I saw you two meeting last month, and it seems like you've been building up misunderstandings on your own. What happened? At first glance, it seems like it has something to do with debt. Mr. Lane made a troubled face at my words and shook his head. Because it's a family problem, I am sorry, but I am here as Mr. Knoll's representative. There is nothing good to be gained from accumulating unnecessary misunderstandings. There is such a thing, right? Things that happen because of a misunderstanding and lead to an irreversible situation. I heard that this is especially common in relationships between men and women. It is said that 3 people who can endure will avoid murder. However, there are many people who commit murder and regret it because they cannot bear it. Perhaps the origin of that proverb in my hometown is that while I was watching my wife flirting with someone, I tried to go in with a knife. but after holding back 3 times, I realized that the person I was flirting with under the blanket was my sister-in-law, and I was relieved. Anyway, in order to avoid a catastrophe caused by such a misunderstanding, we must clearly understand the current situation. And Mr. Lane, actually, this is a secret. After a brief pause, I opened my mouth to Rurin, who was still hesitating. Mr. Knoll thought that Mr. Rurin had cheated on him, but he said he couldn't possibly break up with her and didn't know what to do, so he left in tears. Oh my God, is it him? Mr. Lane widened his eyes as if he was very surprised. Mr. Knoll actually seemed like a person who was not good at expressing love in front of Mr. Lane. Then Mr. Ment joined in. Of course. Mr. Lane, even when I worked with that Knoll guy, we only talked about Sun Rain. That Mr. Lane lowered his head as if he was embarrassed. Then he opened his mouth as if he had decided on something. Actually, there are circumstances. Yes, unless you are cheating, there are circumstances. It's a scene where I can't understand the idea of money being exchanged without any circumstances. It's not even a pillar room. Chapter 4 Friends and Soju. Actually, Mr. Ment provided me with the money needed to open a store. What does that mean, that Mr. Knoll was trying to open a store without any money? No, that's not it. He and I both had no idea about business, so we were frustrated after being scammed by con artists. I lost all the money I had saved while working as a mercenary. Looking back, I wonder what I was thinking when I decided to start a store. I was so naive. Sajira. It was a rage no matter which city I went to. Even when I opened a restaurant, there were several scammers who tried to get in touch with me. Of course, I gave all the con artists who tried to scam me a taste of hell. My husband is a person with strong pride. I said I would give up my dream after being scammed. He said he wanted to live a peaceful life just for the two of us, so he quit his mercenary job, which required long periods of time away from each other, and tried to take over his father's butcher job, but when that failed due to a strange scam, he stopped smiling. I lost and acted like I had lost hope in life, so I had no choice but to get help from Mr. Ment. It has to be that way. Mr. Lane said that and looked at Mr. Ment. It was clearly not affection in those eyes. What it contains is gratitude and respect. Apparently that's it. I understand roughly what's going on. That was the reason. Then we need to clear up the misunderstanding. Would you both like to come to our restaurant until dinner? You've already reached a point where you can't deceive anymore, right? So, I will call Mr. Knoll too. We will help you resolve the matter amicably. Efforts to avoid butcher shops from closing and to save regular customers. It's time to show off your cooking skills for that purpose. I dragged Rurin, who was yawning, and went to see Mr. Knoll. After telling Mr. Knoll, who was still sober, to come to the restaurant without fail, I returned to the store and prepared the setting for the reconciliation event. Of course, I plan to seat them at a table for 4 rather than a bar table. The dish I am about to serve is shabu shabu, which you can eat together. Put the broth in a pot. And Mr. Knoll is proud of the Bellerin meat. The time has finally come to use the Bellerin meat. The meat quality of the monster Bellerin was very suitable for shabu shabu. This is because it has the property of ripening quickly. Red meat with a characteristic soft texture. The broth, as well as anchovies and kelp. And then they dropped the montan mushrooms. These mushrooms are a valuable ingredient that adds flavor to the soup. Since anchovies and kelp are foreign to people in this world, it was necessary to add familiarity with montan mushrooms. Scoop out the broth and taste it. Even though it is a basic broth, it has a deep flavor. Would you say that you can taste the taste of MSG even without any seasoning? This is the greatness of montan mushrooms. Here is Bellerin meat, which has a deeper flavor than beef. I sliced the Bellerin meat very thinly that I received from Mr. Knoll. Thinly sliced Bellerin meat has a color similar to that of beef brisket. What about hamburger steak? I'll do it later. Can you please sweep the outside of the restaurant? You can't do such a trivial thing, please. So you're trying to tell me to go back? I don't like clans. They always make fun of me and call me an ugly person, and I also hate humans. So, help with the work? I am sleepy. I took out the broom and handed it over. Rurin had no choice but to take the broom and trudge out the door and start sweeping the floor. A cleaning dragon. Very unique. However, after sweeping the floor twice, Mr. Dragon leaned against the railing of the store and began to doze off. Oh my, what do you want from a dragon? I gave up and focused on using Bellerin meat. Anyway, the meat at Mr. Knoll's store is really fresh. This world is an era of free work. There is only a distinction between nobles and commoners. There is no such thing as nobility between professions. So, if it were a butcher shop of this size, it would be possible to grow it with a larger distribution network. As I was cutting meat, while thinking about such useless things, Mr. Lane and Mr. Ment arrived at the restaurant first. Do you run a restaurant in a place like this? Mr. Ment, even though I've tried it, it's so delicious that it can't be compared to that restaurant from before. In fact, if my husband wasn't a regular, I would have brought him here. It's definitely something my husband could misunderstand. I think it's really difficult to keep it a secret. I can't believe I missed the right time to speak and ended up here. Isn't it because it would be difficult to go on a rampage and close the store midway? Don't be too hard on yourself. Yes, that is correct. Now sit here. I led the two people to the table. While I was doing that, Mr. Knoll arrived. You said you would find out about Lane, but you came to the restaurant anyway. What on earth is going on? As soon as he arrived, Mr. Knoll, who was still sober and staggering, made eye contact with Mr. Rain. And with Mr. Ment. Mr. Knoll seemed to have suddenly gained strength and rushed towards Mr. Ment. Hey, you bastard! You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on Rain? Wait, Mr. Knoll. Wait a minute. This bastard said he was looking into the details, but then he connected the two people together like this. Honey, that's not it. No, why not? Why did you call me? Are you asking me to break up with you? I love it because it's amazing. I will kill them all. I will kill them all. Mr. Knoll, who was already under the influence of alcohol, could not hold back his anger and tried to cause a ruckus. Mr. Ment lent us money when we opened our business, and we only met every month to repay the money. So calm down, honey. What? Mr. Knoll blinked and looked at the two people in turn. I know your personality. Would you have opened a store if you knew that Mr. Ment lent you most of his life savings? Even if he died, he wouldn't have tried to take that money, so that means there was nothing I could do. Mr. Rain finally burst into tears. What? Mr. Knoll looked at Mr. Mant in confusion. Wait a minute, didn't Rain say that the money was returned after the Lord's castle caught the culprit? You obviously did that, right? You were so mentally exhausted that you believed what he said, and honestly, getting it back is impossible. That can't be possible. When Mr. Ment nodded, Mr. Knoll sat down on the ground helplessly. You saved my life. I thought it was natural that I should help such a friend as he tries to find happiness. Even if I don't see you often because of it, even if I can't drink with you anymore. I am sorry I deceived you. However, I had no choice but to lie because I agreed that there was no way I would receive anything if I told you the truth. Even as time passed, I was stung by having lied once, so I was unable to tell the truth. You, Mr. Rain added while crying. You were so self-destructive that you acted as if you were going to commit suicide, so I was scared and had no choice but to get help. At first, Mr. Ment said he didn't even have to repay the money, but that's nonsense, right? So I just met regularly to pay back even a small amount of money. How could you misunderstand that? Mr. Knoll couldn't say anything. I slowly stepped in and helped Mr. Knoll sit down at the table. Then Mr. Knoll opened his mouth with difficulty and muttered, "Ha, I'm not cheating. Did you lend me your life savings? To a guy like me? How can that be? I would appreciate it if you just visit often. How can you watch something go wrong? I still can't forget the day you pushed me and struck me with a sword at the Battle of Perrin. So, if it weren't for your pride, we wouldn't have been able to meet properly for 10 years. I had no intention of getting married anyway and was planning to continue working as a mercenary, so I didn't need the money. This does not mean that they even lent the living funds to live alone, so I still think it was a good decision." Mr. Knoll couldn't say anything. It didn't look like they were going to return the money and close the store anymore. Besides, I paid off all the money in 10 years, so it's no use talking like that now rather than giving the money back. So don't say anything about closing the store, honey. Quang. Mr. Knoll closed his mouth and slammed the desk in response to Mr. Rain's plea. Mr. Lane was startled and shook his head. For someone like me to doubt you guys like that, damn you. But fortunately, it wasn't just an expression of anger. Should I say I am angry at myself? So I intervened. You three, let's calm down first and taste this dish before talking about it, shall we? I put the boiling pot on the table, and I put in 3 pieces of Baluran meat from Mr. Knoll's store. The Baluran meat cooked quickly in the bubbling broth. I took it out and placed it on the plate in front of the 3 people. Pick it up and try the sauce in front of it. The 3 people looked confused, but they couldn't resist and took the meat to their mouths, probably because they thought it was a dish prepared with great care. Oh, it's delicious. It is delicious. Elsie, yes. I held my breath for a moment and opened my mouth. This is made from the meat Mr. Knoll provided. Eat and relax. After leaving the meat with Mr. Rain, I left there. The water was boiling in the pot. The three people said nothing for a moment. Do you still have a good eye for meat? The taste of this meat is excellent. Is it? No one can match my skills. Thanks to Mr. Ment, a conversation began at the table where there was silence. At the same time, Mr. Knoll began to gulp down the steaming broth. The atmosphere was gradually calming down. Hey dude, bring me some alcohol. Isn't this a situation where alcohol is clearly needed? That soju. Bring some soju. I have to show my friend the taste of soju. Mr. Knoll turned his head and shouted at me. Yes, this is a perfect place for drinking. I couldn't help but smile and delivered the soju. After drinking soju, Mr. Knoll's eyes immediately become moist. For some reason, I felt that way. You bastard, thank you, thank you, thank you, haha, but why is the smoke so hot? Hey, L, try acting. I'm crying all over my eyes. Why is it the pot's fault? The others are fine. Noisy, Mr. Knoll ate the soup again and drank soju. And then he clashes the bottle with Mr. Ment's soju bottle. It was only after seeing that Rain ate the soup. It seemed like the misunderstanding had been resolved well. The restaurant is crowded for the first time in a long time. This is a good phenomenon. With this, it seems unlikely that my favorite butcher shop will close. So that's good. Chapter 5, Chicken and Palanque. When you come to the market, first buy vegetables and head to the butcher shop. This route usually changes very little. However, today I felt a little different. I will soon be a butcher, but when I think about yesterday, I burst out laughing. That was Mr. Knoll's embarrassed face. So, as soon as I arrived at the butcher shop and came face to face with Mr. Knoll, I smiled and made fun of my mouth. Hello, Mr. Knoll is crying. What's wrong, you bastard? Are you embarrassed? Don't be ridiculous, I've never cried. 8, close the business, fold something. Mr. Rain pulled Mr. Knoll's hair. Elsie, are you here? Yes. No, I want sell to that guy. Oh, my hair, head. Mr. Knoll's head is pulled harder as he yells at me. Miss Lane laughed as she ripped her husband's hair without mercy. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Despite this, I am grateful. When did I? Haha, then please give me some Yuba sirloin. Yuba sirloin? I'll take care of it right away. Ho ho. Mr. Lane smiled and went inside. I asked Mr. Knoll a question out of curiosity. Is there any palanque? Palanque and palanque's eggs. So you need the chicken and the egg, especially since eggs are such a useful item. Palanque? Do you need palanque? I think it would be good in many ways, especially the one who was caught alive. To obtain eggs, a palanque caught alive is perfect. Alive? It can't be there, right? Are you crazy? If I could catch a quick monster like palanque alive and distribute it, I would have already become rich. So you're saying there are slaughtered palanques? No, that's Mr. Knoll. Is this a different story? What dude? What did you say when you first came here? What if I could cook something worthy of my own meat? Can I get any meat? Hum hum Rain, what? Mr. Knoll closed his mouth and went inside, looking for Mr. Lane, even without calling. Well, it's true that it's crazy to look for palanque at a butcher shop. Phelan Q is rare because it is difficult to catch. I heard that people who have tasted it call it legendary, so there is no need to openly market it. Of course, this doesn't mean there are no chickens or eggs in this world. Phelan Q is most similar to chicken, and there are many birds that are used as food ingredients. The most outstanding among them is palanque. LC, Yuba sirloin, is this right? Yes. As expected, Yuba is bright pink. I nodded and paid. Thank you, we are more grateful. Mr. Lane bows his head. I bought everything and was about to leave when Mr. Knoll came out in a hurry. So I stopped walking, because it seemed like I had some business to do. That palanque, I heard there was a story about a sighting in Lemon Forest on the outskirts of the city. In Lemon Forest? Are you sure? This is information obtained from mercenaries. Okay, are you sure? Yes, if you have any more information, let me know. Mr. Knoll said that and scratched his head. Oh, how blunt. Mr. Lane shakes his head. I'll do anything for you no matter what. Not a bad person. Would you say I have a shy personality? I said my goodbyes and walked back up the hill to the restaurant. Thanks to Mr. Lane's recommendation, customers come here occasionally, but mostly in the evening. I don't remember ever having a good lunch business. And today, as expected, the restaurant is empty. Since it's like this, I guess I should go to Lemon Forest to find palanque and eggs. Once you have decided, you must act immediately. I ran up to the second floor. Gororalong, gororalong. The sun was high in the sky and I jumped onto the dragon's bed, which didn't seem to want to get up. What the hell? Wake up. What happens when you wake up in the morning? I feel anxious. So, after confirming that her eyes were open, I gently lifted Rurin into my princess arms. Then he shakes his feet and struggles. Isn't it because you didn't sleep last night? Too much. Don't say anything that will misunderstand if someone hears it, and just wash your face. Who was the one who slept like that during the day and then made a fuss at night saying he couldn't sleep and asked to play? I picked up the black dragon and sat it on the floor. Then, after wrapping me in a towel, I washed my face with water from a bowl. Now blow your nose. Hung. After wiping his white face, blowing his nose, and rinsing him with a towel, he picked up the dragon with a dazed look on his face again and sat him on the bed. If you leave him to wash by himself, it will take him all day. I can't help it because it's urgent. And put clothes on top of your pajamas. Brush quickly. I completed a series of actions that would normally take quite some time in an instant, and Rurin looked at me with a puzzled expression. What is this? Whatever this is or that is not important. Phelan Q is flying now. Don't you want to eat something different? Unusual cuisine? A dish that goes well with beer. Oh, is there such a thing? I want to eat. I was half asleep and had a dazed look on my face, but as soon as I heard that it was a dish that goes well with beer, stars came into my eyes. If you want to eat, get up right now. I said this while fixing my hair, and the dragon looked up at me and spread his arms. Hug me. What? If you hug me, I will wake up. Why are you pampered? I haven't made a fuss these days. During the old war, they often told me to cheer up. Yeah, I understand. Okay. I gently hugged Lulin and then pulled away. Then he raises his black eyebrows and shouts, "Lack," with a look that says it's too dry. So as I wanted, I hugged Lulin's body very vigorously. Very tight. A soft body comes to me. I feel something cozy. Hi, I feel like I'm waking up a bit. Are you satisfied? What are you talking about? You have to do it all day long to be completely satisfied. If you do it for a year, you will be completely satisfied. 1 year? Nod. Lulin nods strongly. Stop being funny and come out. I'm going to Reich Forest. I'm not satisfied yet. Whether I was satisfied or not, I got away from Rulin's body and went down to the first floor. I hear the sound of chasing behind me. Lemon Forest is a forest on the outskirts of the hill where I live. Specifically, when you go over the hill, there is a stream, and beyond the stream you can see a bamboo forest. That bamboo forest is called Lemon Forest. Since you usually have to pass through the Lemon Forest to get to the northern city, it is presumed that one of the mercenaries who regularly pass through this place may have spotted Palank. Why did you come here? Rurin tilted her head as she looked around the forest. There doesn't seem to be much inspiration for bamboo. I came to get the ingredients for the dish I mentioned earlier. Who? It was only after I told him about cooking that the dragon, which was faithful to its instincts, started drooling. We have to catch a monster called Palank. Palank? Lulin tilted his head again. It seems like this is my first time hearing it. I don't know. There is no way I would know about such insignificant monsters. Among dragons, I am yes, I understand. All right, I covered my mouth with my hand and dragged myself deeper inside. Duke. Then, a scene of several palanks flying in the sky above the bamboo forest comes into view. That's it. When I released my hand and shouted, Rurin also found palank and opened his mouth. Oh, that one? After all, it is a chicken. Flying chicken. The reason it is called a monster is probably because its attack power is far superior to that of chickens. And it was so fast. Of course, I knew this information in advance, so I brought Lulin. I am a combat wizard. And thanks to the Dragon Lord's heart, that magic was maximized. The concept of wizards here each has their own specialty. Magic for battle. This is what I learned. And magic for research. It is a discipline that studies various special magics, starting with alchemy. In my case, I am a practical person who learned magic for combat. Therefore, it is very easy to burn all of this forest. However, if you want to catch small monsters like that one at a time, and if you want to catch them alive, Lulin is the best choice. There is no need for palank, which has been reduced to ashes. Please drop that flying palank. Can I just kill them all? No, just one. I've never tried it before, so you can taste it and decide. That's easy. Rurin glared very strongly at one palank. Palan Q, who was flying wildly, glanced at Rurin as if he felt the deadly force. Q-woo! It made a strange cry and immediately fell to the ground. Then his body trembled and he fainted, foaming at the mouth. This is the dragon's fear. A powerful ability that can stun or kill you just by looking at it. There is nothing like dragon fear to obtain ingredients without harm. Absolute power that is usually hidden by disguising itself as a human being. A dragon is a dragon, and I would be like that if I didn't eat the dragon heart. How do you feel? Good job, good job. He ran over and grabbed the trembling Palink by the neck and immediately broke it. It's the same as chicken. The care method will be the same. I guess I was in a good mood, so I pushed Lurin's back and returned to the restaurant. Lurin went straight to the refrigerator, took out a beer, and sat down in front of Palink like a puppy wagging its tail. Now you're saying that if I eat beer and this guy, it's delicious? It's not. I have to cook. Wait, is that so? But first, just one can. Lurin opened a can of beer and started gulping it down. It expresses its deliciousness by shaking its body. I've done enough work today, so let's see. After leaving the dragon unattended, I began cutting the chicken into pieces. Usually, wild chicken is so tough that your teeth will break out, but it is difficult to eat, but Palink looked different. What I was worried about was the toughness of the chicken, but it is easier to cut with a knife than the chicken sold in modern supermarkets. After easily cutting the Palin Q into pieces, I cut it here and there with a knife and mixed it with pepper and salt. Fried Palink. In other words, this is the most basic task in making chicken. Then spread the minced garlic evenly and mix well. It is no exaggeration to say that the combination of garlic and chicken is fantastic. Then pour in milk and leave to marinate. This is to remove unpleasant odors. Usually, modern chicken restaurants use a mixture of dry powder mix, seasoning, MSG, etc., but I use my own method. Prepare flour and frying powder here. This is a modern summon. After mixing the frying powder, mix in the corn flour. The ratio is just my impression, but I think a good ratio is around 3:1:0:5. Usually powder is added, but I use powdered Montan mushrooms. These Montan mushrooms are the magic powder of this era. Preparations are almost complete. For the rest, I just hope the chicken itself is delicious. After drinking a beer, I covered the blanket to the sleeping dragon, who was drowsily snoring again, and then I took a rest. Dragons sleep too much. Well, it's not that I don't understand, since dragons usually have periods of sleeping periodically for hundreds of years. Anyway, it was a peaceful time. Apart from the customers who don't come, so it was evening. As the sun begins to set, a beautiful sunset appears towards the restaurant. It was because of this view that a restaurant was built here. Business doesn't have to be good. I just want a restaurant where 1 or 2 regulars come and share a friendly relationship. That's why I don't like the crowded market. While I was looking at the red sky and thinking about frying some marinated chicken, or rather Palink, a customer appeared. A face I saw only yesterday. It was clearly Mr. Ment, a mercenary. Aren't you Mr. Ment? You're right. The alcohol I drank at that time hit my taste buds, so I came back again. Haha. Chapter 6, Chicken and Palink. Did you come alone? No, I brought this guy today. Hello, it's called Miltine. The man who appeared behind Mr. Ment was a young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. While Mr. Ment is a handsome middle-aged man, Miltane is a handsome man with a refreshing look. I am a junior mercenary, but I am still a rookie who can't do anything on my own. Punk. Hey, senior, that's not it. I now have enough for one person. What? It's far. Hey, by the way, can I eat now? I'd like to show this guy a taste of alcohol, too. Mr. Ment asked a question while squeezing Miltane. He is truly a person full of humanity. The same goes for helping Mr. Knoll. What if you come to a restaurant and ask if you can eat? Please come in. That's true too. Haha. As I lead the way to our seats, Mr. Ment and Miltane follow us in. Since the dragon was sleeping at the bar table, the two were led to a table for 4. While looking at the 2 people, a good idea suddenly occurred to me. Since it's like this, it wouldn't be a bad idea to ask a local to sample Palink. Because I want to know whether chicken tastes delicious to the tastes of people here. Since we are asking you to evaluate the taste, the more people there are, the better. Actually, I am cooking with Palink right now. Would you like to taste it? Palink? If it's Palink, are you sure you're talking about a monster that flies at invisible speeds? When I put Palin Q in my mouth, Mr. Ment asked me back with a very surprised face. Yes, that Phelan Q is correct. I captured it after hearing that it was haunting the Lemon Forest. Huh, you mean that Palink that is so fast that even hunters who specialize in catching monsters that are used as food can't catch it? How can we prepare such a rare dish, no? I figured out how to catch it, but I'm still not sure about the taste. That's why we need someone to taste it. I need to do you a favor. When I lowered my head, Mr. Ment, surprised, jumped up and lowered his head as well. Then he scratched the back of his head and answered. Then, shamelessly let me taste it. Senior, what on earth is Phelan Q? Phelan Q is one of the flying monsters and has been said to have great taste since ancient times. You mean you can try something like that? Actually, I've never eaten it either. It's not a food ingredient that people like us can easily access. Mr. Ment began to explain various things about the legend of Palenque to Miltine. Since I achieved my goal, I left those two people behind and returned to the kitchen. All preparations have already been made. Now all you have to do is fry it. Since I didn't have a fryer ready, I poured cooking oil into a deep pot and started heating it. Then, a dome-shaped shield is placed on the top of the pot. Magic that anyone who studies magic can do. Even countries that focus on attack magic don't mean they can't use basic defensive magic. This protective film is effective in preventing oil from splashing in all directions. After putting up a shield and measuring the temperature with a thermometer, I carefully dropped the pieces of pre-fried palenque into the pot. Cheek! Every time a chicken enters the pot, an appetizing sound resonates. Sizzling, boiling oil, and the surface of the chicken being cooked to a golden brown color. Chicken fried even more crispy thanks to the cornmeal. The smell of chicken began to surround the restaurant, a savory yet strong, unique chicken smell. Mr. Ment and Miltane also continue to look this way, as if they were intrigued by the smell and sound. I caught the fried chicken with an oil net. I shook off the oil and brought a piece of shoulder meat to my mouth. Is palenque meat really similar to chicken? Does it only look like a chicken? Because you need to make sure it's not tough. Crispy. Of course, that was just a concern. Crispy. The peel of the palenque begins to dance in your mouth. It's good. First of all, I gave the skin high marks and immediately took the flesh to my mouth. It is chewy and smells of garlic, but the unique flavor of chicken combined with corn and montan mushrooms fills your mouth. Eat the fried skin again. After that, they eat the flesh. The crispy skin and chewy flesh mixed together and started dancing in my mouth. Moreover, palenque had a deeper flavor than chicken. Should I say that palenque itself has a rich flavor even though it is only seasoned with salt and pepper? A natural taste that resembles the saltiness of oyster sauce but is completely different. It wasn't called legendary meat for nothing. It's tastier than chicken. Is palenque good? I wiped the oil from my mouth and secretly clenched my fist. This is a sufficient success. Of course, it is not time to cheer yet. The taste of chicken may seem strange to people in this world, so it's up to you to try it first and judge for yourself. First of all, I took out a piece of chicken leg, chicken wing, and chicken breast to give to our dragon. The size of a palenque is about twice the size of a chicken. It looks exactly like a chicken and is comparable in size to a turkey. So, even excluding Rurin's portion, there was enough food for 2 guests. I neatly placed the chicken on a plate and placed it on Mr. Ment's table. Then add a glass full of beer. You said you came to drink soju, but beer goes better with this palenque dish. Give it a try. Ah, it's better to eat with your hands rather than a fork. Who is that so? As I stepped away and gave him a cotton cloth to wipe my hands with, Mr. Ment began to stare intently at the chicken. The same goes for Miltane. Wow, it looks kind of crunchy. This is my first time seeing a dish like this. Sir, this is my first time seeing you too. I can't stand it. Come and try it. Isn't that what I will eat? The smell of chicken must have stimulated Miltane's appetite, and as Miltane urged him to continue swallowing, Mr. Ment nodded. Let's eat together. Mr. Ment picked up the chicken first, then Miltane picks it up too, and I took it to my mouth. Miltane, who ate the flesh along with the skin, soon began to cheer. Oh, senior, this is it. Unbelievable. This is my first time eating such delicious meat. What kind of skin is so delicious? Aye, the beer is also great. Seniors. Although Miltane was in charge and making a fuss, the situation was actually similar to Mr. Ment, only he did not express it verbally. With a very surprised face, he just took the beer and the chicken alternately to his mouth like a mute who was just fed up with honey. He was ready to chew the chicken bones. Rurin, probably awakened by the loud noise, stretched and stood up. He glances at the 2 people sitting at the table, then looks back at me with a blank look on his face. You're telling me to wake up and you're not going to sleep at night, right? It's not, I'm going to sleep. No, that's bullshit. What is a fucking thing? It's a mess. Okay, try this. He wiped away the drool that had spilled and presented the chicken he had left for her. Then the dragon tilts its head. What is this? It looks strange. What is that palenque dish from earlier? This. Rurin glares at Yori again. Then he put the whole bone in his mouth. Hey, you have to remove the bones. When you become a human, your teeth are the same as those of a normal person. It can't break bones, but Lulin shook his head. The chicken leg bone touches the cheek and becomes convex. The cheek on this side became convex, and the cheek on the other side also became convex. Convex. After stroking it a few times, he took out a chicken leg bone with his fingers. It was a very clean bone. And then he snorts. Oh, this is delicious. The crispy exterior and chewy interior are perfect. This definitely goes well with beer. I can't believe I deboned the chicken leg I was eating for the first time so cleanly. After all, is this dragon a divinity of the food spirit world? As I open my mouth in surprise, Rurin motions for more. Hee, it's delicious. The beer is delicious and this too. But the amount is small. I gave it to the customer. What? Dragon holding out his hand. Don't worry. Why not go back tomorrow and catch a bunch more? Because I knew it was delicious. Is it? In that case, I'll just have to endure it for a day, because I am good. Good, what's wrong with our dragon? I became generous because in my dream you knelt down and begged me to hug you. Hi. Lulin spoke patronizingly and took another sip of his beer. Are you dreaming something like that without permission? When I kneel, I can kneel. But you got down on your knees and begged for a hug? Among dog dreams, there is no dog dream like that. As I was clicking my tongue at the dragon's dream, Mr. Ment and Miltane woke up, leaving only the bones on the plate. I left the dragon alone for now and approached the table. I enjoyed this luxury that I never expected. Haha, I'm glad you liked it. It's a joy to be able to eat all the food you put out, I answered with satisfaction. This dish and beer go so well together. I think I'll want to eat it again, but that's a big deal. It's such a rare ingredient that I don't think I'll get the chance, but I know the taste. Ah, how much more than that? Well, like I said, it's a tasting. I'll just charge you for the beer. Yes. Mr. Ment opened his eyes and shook his head. It's an expression that says that can't be done. How can you eat such delicious food and put such a strain on yourself when I served this? I clearly said it was a tasting. It's funnier to get paid. But still, where on earth is there a store that lets you fill your stomach with samples? It's delicious too. Mr. Ment answered with a troubled face. Then I start thinking about something. Then he clapped his hands and spoke to Miltane next to him. Then how about having the Eve party here? Miltane wiped the corners of his mouth that were shiny with oil and raised his hand. If it's what you say, I agree. Plus, I like this restaurant too. When have you seen me go against what my senior said? Ha, how is this guy? Mr. Ment, who had grabbed Miltane, looked at me again and opened his mouth. Actually, there is a mercenary company dinner in 3 days. I was in charge of protecting the top that moved the logistics, but it was such a big deal that the entire mercenary group was mobilized. It's the only way for us to find good business partners. So we talked about whether it would be a good idea to hold a party on the eve of the event to wish them success and do their best. If it's okay with you, could you make those arrangements? Is that so? Mr. Ment, were you by any chance the leader of a mercenary group? No. When I asked the question again in surprise, Mr. Ment immediately threw up his hand. Our mercenary group is just made up of like-minded people, so there is no particular leader or anything like that. However, since I am one of the more experienced people, should I say that they will follow what I say? General manager is a personality that does not suit such a grand title. Ha. Well, I see. It's the Eve. How many people are there? Actually, it doesn't matter to me at all whether Mr. Ment is the leader or not. There was a time when I couldn't even raise my head as the head of a huge mercenary group in the capital. But now I am just a chef at a fly-by-night restaurant. So what is important is the number of people. Number of people to serve the dish. If there are too many, it is difficult. It's a small mercenary group, so there aren't that many. There are 14 people including me. 14 people are the exact limit that can be accommodated in the store. I think 14 people will be enough. The largest number of people welcomed after the restaurant opens. This makes me feel a little nervous. It would be easier if I had to fight with 14 people. I feel like I am reliving the feeling of the day I first went to the battlefield. I can't believe I am feeling that trembling feeling again. Of course, this is a bit of an exaggeration. The day I first went to the battlefield, I was a child who was so nervous that I couldn't do anything. Chapter 7, Chicken and Palunk, so you accepted it. I take it as confirmed. Mr. Ment began to smile brightly. It's a face I like very much. No one spits on a smiling face. I gave him some rice cake in return. Then, let's officially present this Palunk dish. Yes, what about the dish you just ate? Is that possible? He asks with a very surprised expression. This is a natural reaction since Palunqueran cuisine is known to be very rare. Of course, you can still catch Phelan Q. I plan to make it that way. So, would you say it seems like a perfect food for the eve? I discovered an easy way to catch Palunk. Is this some kind of food revolution? So don't worry, it won't be that expensive. You can think of it as roughly the price of yucca meat. What do you think? Yucca meat. That is beef. In fact, beef is not a good price in any world. In this world as well as in modern times, high-quality beef always comes at a high price. So it was necessary to ask whether the price range was right. Just because I want to use Phelan Q doesn't mean I can exceed the other person's budget. Oh, I think that's enough to pay for it. I think it will be a good eve. I am just grateful that you attract customers. No, I am truly grateful. Mr. Ment shook his head and calculated the price of the beer. Suddenly, I ended up accepting group guests, 14 people after 3 days. It was a good opportunity because I wanted to fill the restaurant with a large number of people at least once. When I returned after seeing the 2 people off, Dragon was pouring me a beer as if he had nothing to do with it. When I return to the kitchen, it is mushy and sticks together quickly. However, this does not happen when there are guests. No, this is something they don't do often even when there are no customers. This is a dragon that usually asks to be held, but is not held like this first. The dragon suddenly jumped onto my back in some kind of mental state, placed its chin on the top of my head, wrapped its legs around my upper body, and started laughing. Heh, what are you doing? Let's eat. Moreover, the way he spoke was like that of a complete drunkard. Drunk? I automatically frowned and asked the dragon, "Are you really drunk?" In response to my question filled with discomfort, the tone of voice immediately returned. That can't be possible. There is something missing. I turned away and counted the cans of beer she had consumed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and soju. Beer cans don't matter. The problem is soju. This damn dragon mixed beer with soju while I wasn't looking. I can't live. An atrocity committed the moment I let my guard down while talking to Mr. Ment. As a human being, Lulin does not get drunk on beer. However, I was secretly weak against soju. However, I really like wheat, but I get drunk. So it's been a long time since it was banned, but in the meanwhile, hey dude, want it fall? Sita, sigh it won't fall, you will not fall until you die, and I don't want to die. Don't die, it's so exquisitely stuck that it's difficult to drop it. No, I am telling you not to die. Thank you, but is that something you would say while drunk? I have no plans to die for the time being. Excuse me. Moreover, at that moment, Mr. Mentz Jr. So Miltine stuck his head into the store. Timing kills once. He had a face that looked like he had something to say, but as soon as he saw me stuck with Rurin, he started to look at me with a look on his face asking what kind of situation this was, so I had to make an excuse. Oh, I am an employee, but I was drunk and passed out, so you don't have to worry about me. Ha ha ha, alcohol is always a problem. Alcohol, sick. The damn dragon bit the back of his head. You can't scream in front of guests. Now it looks like I am going to eat it. Oh yeah, is this the lady? Yes, no. Is the dragon your wife? How can such a conclusion be reached in this situation? Is that so? More than that. I came back with a favor to ask. Please, yes. He rummaged around in his arms, took out a bundle of money, and handed it to me. It was approximately 10 runes. Converted into modern money, it is worth approximately 101. The reason I was able to become a mercenary is because I received great help from Senior Ment, but I have not been able to repay you once. Are you just looking for an opportunity? Then, not long ago, I completed my first quest on my own and received a success reward. So that's it. I just had a brilliant idea, so as soon as I said goodbye to my senior, I ran like crazy. As soon as I heard that, I started to get a feel for it. If an amazing idea comes to mind when you see me, it's probably related to cooking. So he must have pushed the money. Are you going to ask me to cook for you? Yes, that's it. His eyes widen and he opens his mouth with an expression that asks, "How did you know? Can you prepare a very spicy food for my senior at the eve?" By the way, my senior likes spicy food, so he always enjoys eating that type of food whenever I go out to a distant city for work. It's not the first time I've heard people complain that there is no spicy food in this city. The Palin Q dish from earlier was also very delicious, but I thought it would be nice if I could buy you the spicy dish you enjoy the most with the money I earned. So if you can make a very spicy dish, please do so. There is no reason to refuse. Anyway, the principle I bet on is to satisfy customers without a set menu. Let's give it a try. It seems possible. Thank you. Thank you, then well wait 3 days. Haha. "Oh, but over there." He smiled happily, then suddenly pointed at my head with a troubled look on his face. "It looks like you're sleeping with drool on your head. Are you okay? Your wife is so beautiful, but you're drunk, right? Ha ha ha, spit. This damn dragon." Somehow something felt cold. I said, trying hard to feign composure. "It's okay. Then I'll see you in 3 days. Ah yes. I won't disturb you, so let's go." Haha, what is interference? Because it's not your wife. This is a man who doesn't listen to people. I shouted with resentment, leaving Miltane behind as he hurriedly disappeared. Hey Lulin. Goralong gororalong. But all I can hear is snoring. I had no choice but to go up to the second floor carrying Rurin, who was stuck, and laid it down on the bed. After watching it for a while, I went downstairs to clean it up, but it got stuck again while I was sleeping. "You don't go. I don't want to go. I wish you would stay by my side." "Spread it, I'm not going. I'll come back after cleaning up the kitchen, so please sleep peacefully." I barely got rid of the drunken dragon and went downstairs. Then, staggering like a sleepwalker, he walks over and hugs me again. Once you get drunk, you can't come to your senses like this. That's why I kept a close eye on him so he couldn't drink soju. "I told you not to go. To you." He grabs me from the front and holds my clothes tightly. "Because you are my friend, only when he comes into my arms does he become calm again." A quiet growling sound is heard. If you separate it again, it will stick together in the same way. Cannot help it. It's my fault for making you drunk. I picked up the dragon and went back up to the second floor, with the intention of staying with you until you fall completely asleep. QQ in the Lemon Forest, the cries of Palanque have been clearly heard for the past few days. People who realized that it was Phelan Q tried to catch it, but it is a very quick monster. The speed at which it runs away is so great that human vision cannot chase it, and not a single person has succeeded in catching it. It's not called legendary meat for nothing, but I am different. Not only did they catch fish, but they also turned this forest of lemon into a chicken coop. A chicken coop made in the forest. Isn't it okay? QQ, of course, just because it's made out of a chicken coop doesn't mean it's visible. All I can still hear is crying. These palinks were fluttering about when they sat on top of the bamboo for a while. Only then can you capture it. Palink is a monster that roams around, changing habitats. It has only now appeared in Lemon Forest, but at some point it will move its habitat to another place. In other words, appearing in Lemon Forest now is, in a way, a gift brought by chance. Of course, I have no intention of just throwing that coincidence away. So, I fixed the habitat of the Palink group as this Lemon Forest. They made the Lemon Forest their only habitat. In this way, they can come to catch you at any time, and you can get Palink's eggs, that is, eggs with peace of mind. Monsters don't need mercy anyway. To humans, monsters are like pests. No matter how legendary a fish is, the damage it causes to rice paddies and fields as it changes habitat is beyond imagination. It's not called a monster for nothing. The Lemon Forest was infested with numerous bugs, so Palink had plenty of food. Limiting the habitat to the Lemon Forest does not limit freedom. It's just that you can't run out of the Lemon Forest. Lemon Forest is a lot bigger than I thought. A place that has everything a chicken coop needs. Of course, the reason this was possible was purely because of the dragon. I ordered Rurin to seal the entire Lemon Forest. This is one of the ways dragons protect rares, so you can fly freely in the sky. But I couldn't go out of the Lemon Forest, because an invisible wall has appeared around Lemon Forest. Plus, it only limits monsters. It is a type of specialty that dragons have. Realizing that they could not go anywhere else, the Palinks struggled for a moment, but soon submitted to their fate and began laying eggs here and there in the bamboo forest. They make a nest by connecting bamboo together with soil, and it laid an egg in that nest. It was a height beyond the reach of human hands, but it didn't really matter to me. What is especially convenient is that chickens usually lay eggs without mating. That is an unfertilized egg. What is produced through mating is a fertilized egg. Phelan Q was a chicken that evolved into a fighting type, but almost everything was similar. The fertilized egg hatches and grows into a paleotype again. In other words, the Lemon Forest is constantly supplied with Palink. In the case of eggs, I plan to get only as much as I needed. As long as you do not dry the seeds, you can continuously obtain small amounts of Palink and eggs. So it's a chicken coop. QQ, I checked the direction where they were gathered through the crying Palink and whispered to Rurin. Let's just catch 11. You mean 11 of them? Okay. If you catch one Palink at most, it will serve 3 people. Even if you are a little small, the size is enough for 2 people. Therefore, 10 were enough to give to the mercenaries. Rather than that, yours and mine, how about 2? Rurin must have misunderstood and said something strange. Cute guy, 1 for you, and the rest are for guests, so hurry and drop it to the floor. It's work. Oh, is that something like that? It took a considerable amount of time to make Rurin understand the concept of a restaurant, because dragons have no concept of a restaurant. To Rurin, who first came into the world, everything was just a wonder. Because I understand the restaurant industry, I accept it as a job. The dragon. Even now, I was concentrating and glaring at Phelan Q-Hood. And soon, Palinks fall in a heap due to the dragon's pier, without a single wound. It's so comfortable. Chapter 8, Chicken and Palink. Whoa, what is it? I looked at them one by one and my eyes hurt. Even Palinkuri, which is so fast that humans can't catch it, can't escape the dragon's sight. But it seems there are side effects. Rurin began rubbing her eyes vigorously with both hands as if she were in pain. Is it because I used too much dragon power in a human body? Okay, good job. Come here and I'll treat you well. There is nothing good about rubbing it together. He stopped by holding Lulin's hand and slightly blew air on it. Then the reaction was fierce. Kai ha ha ha, tickle. Why are you showing your face more when you say it tickles? It tickled, but I didn't say I didn't like it. Blow more. Okay, ho ho okay. I am busy, so let's go back quickly. You are always lazy in finishing things. The girl who was your former colleague said. A man who is quick to finish things should not be interacted with. I told him to be careful because a man like that would definitely end up being sloppy when mating. What? What on earth did she say to the dragon? Your lips are twitching now. I know that's what you do when you're stabbed. No, okay. I told her that it was okay to have a weak ending. Hi, what are you doing? I ignored the dragon who was talking nonsense and returned to the restaurant. Because there is no sting at all. Today is a very busy day, so I just ignore it. Cooking for 14 people is not as easy as it sounds. After entering the kitchen with 11 palinks, Rurin naturally headed to the magic refrigerator. After work, it's always beer. Come to think of it, isn't beer usually what dwarves like? Well, the problem started with me, who tamed the dragon by offering it beer. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you don't get drunk like you did 3 days ago. All you have to do is stop drinking soju. I promised not to disturb her while she was working, so Rurin started playing with beer and I started grooming Palink. That alone took a long time. I was planning to fry 5 of them with the bones in like I did last time, and I was planning to remove the bones of the rest and make them into boneless chicken. Anyway, the method is the same. The only difference is that the bones are separated. It is the same as marinating and making batter by mixing corn flour, Montan mushroom powder, frying powder, and wheat flour. Because it was a large amount, it took quite some time. When I came to my senses, the morning was instantly erased and it was lunchtime. Palink is not the only thing to prepare. A spicy dish requested by Miltine. Peppers exist in this world too. Under the name chiri, it is not much different from modern peppers. However, since Miltine intentionally asked for it, I wanted to serve a dish that had an impact beyond just being spicy. As I was thinking about what spicy food would go well with chicken dishes, one thing came to mind. One of my hobbies is summoning and eating modern ramen. Compared to when I moved here, it seems like there are quite a lot of different types of ramen in modern times. Among the ramen summoned at random, the one that shocked me the most was the Buldikbaki O ramen. Ramen with an unrivaled spiciness among ramen. To be honest, it's hard for me too. I remember having a hard time calming down my mouth after eating it once. Still, if you like spicy food, this is a ramen that will appeal to you, because it has an addictive taste that makes you want to keep eating something spicy. Once you serve it, if it seems too spicy, just neutralize the taste. When mixed with other ramen, such as stir-fried cheese o or black bean ramen, the spiciness was significantly neutralized. Of course, I have no intention of selling ramen in restaurants, because it is already processed food. Considering Miltine's feelings, I plan to offer it as a food sold only once. After coming to a conclusion, I went to the food warehouse and brought out some Buldikbaki O noodles that had not passed their expiration date. It's been a while since I thought of boiling it. Inspection is essential before putting it out. Even I had only tried it once, so I needed to taste it one more time to be sure. For that reason, I boiled the water first and threw in the noodles. I glanced outside the kitchen to see Lulin lying on his stomach on the table, holding a beer can in his hand. Feeling relieved that there was no interruption, I continued cooking the ramen. Take out the boiling noodles, add the sauce again, and stir-fry. Thanks to this, the smell began to irritate the inside of the restaurant. Rurin, who must have woken up to the smell, jumps up with her black hair flying and blinks as she looks into the kitchen. Delicious smell, he stumbles and walks into the kitchen, as if drunk by the smell. In front of me was a bowl of spicy chicken noodles. Rurin glared at the spicy chicken noodle. Is this lunch today? No, wait, this is not it. What is it? Does it smell good? You're not good at eating spicy food. Black Dragon, who became human, was not very good at eating spicy food. However, perhaps because he was lured by the smell, he showed great curiosity about fried noodles today. Are you trying to eat delicious food alone? It's impossible. With his eyes shining, he picked up a fork, picked up a piece of red noodles, and brought it to his mouth. Tusk, 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 the sound of chewing noodles. Is this okay? Place the noodles in your mouth and mumble. And 5 seconds. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. A violent reaction occurred before the count was up. Spicy, it's spicy. His face turned red and he started running around, eventually running out. I grabbed the milk and chased after her. It's spicy, it's spicy. Breath comes out, I'm going to explode everything. Swallow your breath and drink this. It will get better. Suddenly. Although milk doesn't neutralize the spiciness, I think it at least calms my burning mouth. That's how I feel. The sound of a dragon drinking milk is heard. He drank the whole pack and collapsed on the ground, panting as if it was too spicy. You idiot, look. I told you not to eat it. It is a sin of not trusting. Still, it looked delicious. I still feel tingly. I feel like I swallowed the red dragon's breath. That feels amazing. After calming Rurin, who was almost in tears, and giving her a proper lunch, we entered the battlefield again. Time always flows steadily. The banquet time quickly arrived. The first to appear was Miltain. He comes into the restaurant and suddenly lunges at me, with both eyes shining. I guess it was a gift that was requested from me. In other words, it seems that expectations for spicy dishes are very high. It came so close that I felt uncomfortable, so I had to take a step back. I have no intention of bumping into a man's face. It was almost that distance when Miltain approached. The seniors are coming up from behind. Is the dish you asked for ready at that time? I was curious about that, so I took the first step. Can I really satisfy my senior? Even though it may seem like this, it's all thanks to you that I was able to work with determination. Don't worry about that. If you're asked to cook, you have to do it to be professional. That's reassuring. Hahaha. Miltain smiled with a relieved face and came closer to me again. Why did you feel so burdened from earlier? As I was making a troubled expression, I heard a gruff voice coming from behind me. Hey, I came. Are you saying there's a beer party going on here? I can't fall into that kind of situation. The main character of the voice was Mr. Knoll. What does Mr. Knoll have to do with the mercenary company dinner? Thanks to Mr. Knoll's approach, Miltain slowly moves away. And this time Mr. Knoll came close. What dude? The mercenaries coming today are the ones I worked with. Is there any reason why I shouldn't come? Also, you said you saved Palink. If you saved it, say you saved it. Honey, can you only say that? Anyway, it's a big deal. Fortunately, Mr. Rain joined the conversation, grabbing Mr. Knoll by the back. She smiled softly, pushed Mr. Knoll aside, and opened her mouth to me. Never mind. This is just what Lee says. Last time you said you needed Palink, right? I asked everywhere and made a fuss, saying that I really wanted to save him because I had already received help, but he was only doing this because he was upset because I heard that he had already been saved. What, this damn woman's wife? Did you just say yes to this guy's female side? When did you hear that? Mr. Knoll begins to perform a skit. I nodded. Of course, I have to take Lane's side here. Did you hear that? What dude? My wife said she wants to starve tomorrow, so I understand. I've never done anything like that. Mr. Knoll is embarrassed. It can be said that self-employed people feel sorry for themselves. It's okay. It was actually a mistake that I couldn't tell you even after saving Palink. No, you're so busy. Oh, and the reason we came here was because we were invited by Mr. Ment. We made a reservation for 14 people, but 2 of them couldn't come due to unforeseen circumstances, so I think they invited us instead. Oh, so that was the reason? Even if it's not like that, you 2 are always welcome. Especially Mr. Lane. Oh my, you speak so well. Miss Lane patted her husband on the back and started laughing. Anyway, welcome back. In fact, I was lucky enough to get the fish because a former colleague discovered the magic that can catch Palink. Still, when I think about it, I feel somewhat sorry that it wasn't through a butcher. Oh no, no. We don't handle Palin Q, and it's not a meat that's distributed enough to be handled before, so you worked hard to get it and use it in the restaurant. Why are you feeling sorry for us? LC2, ha ha ha. I felt embarrassed and scratched the back of my head. Then Mr. Knoll, who was frowning, sat down at the bar table and shouted, Joy, surely that doesn't matter. But the problem is that if you wanted something like that, you should have tasted it first. Isn't that right? There are less people, there are less people. I am in a bad mood, so bring me some soju. He throws harsh words and looks for soju. Mr. Knoll has already become a soju lover. Mr. Lane began to scold me, telling me to speak politely. Let's get some soju. Hello. After serving soju to Mr. Knoll, Mr. Ment, the main character, finally entered the store leading the mercenaries. Miltine, who is standing in the back unable to join in on the conversation, runs to Mr. Ment, a restaurant where 14 people gathered. Thanks to this, the restaurant was full for the first time since opening. Since people are gathered, we have to serve food. I started cooking palunk right away. Rurin, can you get some beer for the guys? A situation where hands are not empty. I wanted to borrow the dragon's hand, so I called out to the dragon, who was crouching in front of the refrigerator and drinking beer. It's nice that she naturally steps aside when a customer comes to the restaurant, but she's never done anything like serving. Are you asking Rurin-sama to serve a human now? Didn't you work during the day earlier? I think I have done enough to make a living, as you say. Is this really a restaurant job? You said you understood that we should run a restaurant together. Did you hate it? Do I do it alone? You're in my restaurant? Okay. Hee, my thoughts have changed. Sometimes it would be good to try to empathize with human feelings. Actually, I think I heard from an elder that that's what entertainment is. I am glad that the changes in feelings are so varied. After answering Rurin, I unfolded the protective shield and started frying the chicken, or palunk, that I had prepared. I can hear the mercenaries' conversation through my ears. I glanced at him and saw that the beard-covered mercenary sitting next to Mr. Ment was the first to speak. His beard is so thick that even Mr. Knoll can't keep up with him. Chapter 9, Chicken and Palunk, how delicious is it? The bald mercenary next to me also said something. I can't believe your taste. I always eat strange, spicy food. Miltine then waved his hand and strongly denied it. No. I've tried it too. Do you think y'all be satisfied? I can't believe it. It is also rewarding to be recognized for making such customers satisfied. I carefully threw the marinated chicken into the boiling oil. Fondant. Chi-egg? A feast of sizzling fried batter and oil. The sound was so loud that all mercenaries' eyes turned towards me. After pouring commercial beer into a beer glass instead of the canned beer she enjoyed drinking, Rurin finished serving with an expressionless face, soon returned and looked at the chicken. These eyes are aiming at the chicken, a situation that needs to be stopped. Your portion is separate, so don't even think about touching it and serve this first. Got it? We are one body now, so do it with all your heart. Okay. I get it because we are one body. Okay, so hurry up and move. Chicken with bones and chicken without bones. Half and half. Perhaps Lulin was possessed by something or was overwhelmed by my momentum, but for some reason, he calmly and sincerely began serving the chicken plate to the table. The mercenaries stared at the golden brown chicken in front of them with very curious expressions. When Mr. Ment bites a chicken leg with his bare hands, the white flesh is exposed. The flesh with steam rising from the inside, and crispy batter and skin. All of the mercenaries who heard the crunching sound held the chicken in their hands and brought it to their mouths, just like Mr. Ment. Ooh, the reaction was immediate. It's natural. Chicken and beer are a soulful combination. In particular, there is no way the garlic-flavored chicken, combined with various secret recipes, Munton mushroom chicken powder, etc., would not be delicious. Ment, what's wrong with you? A guy called a taste destroyer finds all these places. What did I say? You guys, just eat quietly. When his colleagues were satisfied, Mr. Ment began to laugh out loud. Mr. Knoll and Mr. Riani at the bar table also looked impressed. Mr. Knoll was especially amazed at the boneless chicken, so he stuffed it all in his mouth, chewed it, and drank beer. As they continued to fry and serve all the chicken, a beer and chicken party broke out inside the restaurant. As the atmosphere grew, Miltine sneakily approached me and winked. The meaning of that glance was obvious. This probably means showing me the dish I requested. I nodded, and I took out the spicy chicken noodle. Boil the water and cook the noodles. Drain the water again and place the noodles in the pot, and mixed with sauce. Just in case, I also boiled some stir-fried cheese that I had in the warehouse. If you say it's too spicy, it'll mix it up. The purpose is not to make trouble, so if you don't eat it properly, you need to neutralize it. It is my job to convey Milteen's feelings to Mr. Ment, because I got paid. If you do your best, you will naturally become a regular customer. Mr. Ment, would you like to come to the bar table over here? I pointed to the seat next to Mr. Knoll and spoke to Mr. Ment. Yes. Actually, my junior asked me a favor. Since he wanted to repay Mr. Ment, he asked him to prepare a separate dish. You like spicy food? This guy. Mr. Ment looked surprised and turned his gaze to Milteen. No, there's no need to explain it in such detail. Milteen immediately twisted his body in shame. I can't help but watch this scene where a cool-looking guy is embarrassed. Anyway, that's it, so try it. Ha ha ha, hey dude, are you just a senior in comments? I know, this bastard. I'm sure I did a good job too, right? The other mercenaries who couldn't stand the warmth got angry. Would you say they are like mercenaries? I placed the steaming hot chicken noodles in front of Mr. Ment, who was sitting next to Mr. Knoll. Mr. Ment looks at the spicy chicken noodles with a slightly embarrassed expression. It's very spicy. Do you mind? That is exactly my wish. I guess he heard me complaining sometimes. Mr. Ment nodded and held his fork. Oh, this is not food served in stores. It's literally a specially prepared dish. Huh, is that so? Even if you ask me to do it again, I won't be able to do it, so you have to take that into consideration, right? Mr. Ment nodded and brought the spicy chicken noodle to his mouth. I'm not good at eating spicy food, but that looks delicious. The smell is strong. The other mercenaries looked curiously at the dish while pretending to strangle Milteen. Next to me, the dragon frowned, almost to the point of trembling with fear. Humans are foolish creatures. I can't believe I eat food like that. Ugh, looking at that, I feel a little playful. So I shoved the remaining pieces of spicy chicken noodle in the pot towards Rurin. Then Lulin got scared and took a step back. Clean it up. That's a weapon that hurts more than breath. Are you trying to kill me? No way. After seeing the dish, do you think y'all try it again? Don't be funny. Lurin screamed and ran away to the second floor. A dragon running away scared from fried chicken noodles. The world's strongest race. Dried on fire dakbaki o noodles. It's like the headline of a newspaper article. Whoosh. At the same time as Lurin ran away, Mr. Ment inhaled the fried chicken noodles into his mouth and started chewing. This is sweat spreads on Mr. Ment's forehead, but it seemed bearable. It's amazing, LC. This is by far the best spiciness I've ever had, and it has a subtle palink flavor, huh? As I said that, I groaned and glared at the dish, as if the spiciness had gotten stronger. But the fork did not rest. Continue to inhale the noodles. The slurping sound seemed to have stimulated the appetites of others, especially Mr. Knoll, who was next to him, who joined in. It's so delicious that Yurei so moved that Yurei crying. I recklessly pick up the noodles with a fork, and I put it in my mouth. The reaction is immediate. What is this? Arg, I am dying. Do you eat this? You crazy guy. Mr. Knoll reacted the same way as any other dragon, ran around and went outside. Mr. Lane looks at that scene and shakes his head. Huh, it's a bit painful, but it's so addictive that I keep going for a fork. My mouth feels like it's burning. Ha, Mr. Ment was calm. The other mercenaries watched with disgusted expressions and then turned their attention to the chicken. Yes, that is the true appearance of a taste breaker. If the comment is too spicy, it is already death. Don't worry, everyone. Anyway, isn't this boneless chicken convenient, delicious, and killer? Here's some more beer. In the end, there was only one victim, Mr. Knoll. Mr. Ment finished a plate of spicy chicken noodle in no time, and the chicken party continued after that. There is a small story behind this incident related to Palin Q. The story started from word of mouth among mercenaries. After treating the mercenaries, more and more people came to eat Palink cuisine. Thanks to this, the restaurant became a thriving business. But I couldn't like it all that much, because they are just the customers that the name Palink attracts. So, we put a limit on the sales number of Palin Q. There are two reactions. Some people leave after eating a different dish and others leave grumbling. In the case of the former, I was confident of making him a regular. However, there were more cases of the latter. Anyway, thanks to that, the crowded store finally regained stability. I was very happy with the stability. All you have to do is visit the person who wants to come. As I said from the beginning, money is not important. One-on-one with customers at all costs. I feel rewarded when I see them satisfied. I liked it. If there are too many people, this becomes impossible. However, there are not enough customers to operate on a reservation system. Now there is only an uproar because of Palink's reputation. So I decided to let go of the annoying Palink for the time being. The current bustle is not because people come looking for my food because they like it. I have already thought of the best way to let Palink go. It's a good way for a sister and a good brother-in-law. There is no reason to kick something that makes money, no matter how unnecessary it may be. That's why, after finishing my lunch business, I went to Mr. Knoll's shop and invited the two of them to Lemon Forest. Mr. Knoll and Mr. Rain. Despite the good words, the two people's store is not prospering. Mr. Knoll was known for his craftsmanship and did not bring meat into the store unless it was of truly high quality. Even so, it doesn't make much profit. Moreover, the seller is likely to reject it if Mr. Knoll himself is not satisfied. Moreover, the last time you came to my store, I overheard something like this. "Honey, because of what happened last time, I want to come visit you often, but this month is tight, so I can't do it anymore." I thought it would be my last drink of soju and drank it. The food in the restaurant is cheap, but there is a crucial difference. I have hoarded treasures and they do not. The difference was so big. Regular customers come over the hill to my restaurant. In particular, I am receiving a lot of help from Mr. Knoll and Mr. Lane. The meat purchased from Mr. Knoll's store was enough to satisfy the dragon, the strongest carnivore monster. But that doesn't mean you can't pay for the food. These are not people who will receive help for no reason. So what I thought was to kill 2 rabbits. They put Palin Q on the market and took off the label of Palin Q Restaurant. Since the Palin Q distributed in the market comes only from my hands, it is not a loss-making business. At the same time, it is a way to help Mr. and Mrs. Knoll. A strange place called Lemon Forest. The couple who couldn't refuse my earnest request to come asked me what the hell was going on. "LC, is there something wrong with you suddenly calling me here?" "That's right, dude. Are you really trying to run away because the restaurant is going out of business? Do you want to say goodbye?" Especially when I saw Mr. Knoll's eyebrows keep twitching, it seemed like he wasn't being sarcastic, but was genuinely worried. Well, every time Mr. Knoll came, he would only throw bugs at me. Moreover, Lemon Forest is like a passageway out of Gray City. Did they misunderstand that I was trying to run away? That's not it. In fact, there are so many people who come to Palink that it's rather annoying. Oh my goodness. Really? Congratulations. Mr. Rain smiled with a truly happy face. There didn't seem to be an iota of jealousy. He is a person who is very suitable for a beautiful smile. It's sad to see people like this suffering so much because of Mr. Knoll that their hands are getting more and more wrinkled. It's not just good. Isn't it an inconvenient situation because I am looking for Palink so much that I can't cook my own food? It can't be, I know. Are you feeling full after barely settling down? If you continue to prosper, won't we be able to sell more meat to you? Prospering unconditionally is not a good thing. I am the same as Mr. Knoll. I want to sell my food to people who love my restaurant. There is no need for anyone looking for Palink Bay. However, it would be a waste to completely eliminate Palin Q, so we will distribute it in the market. Palink? The couple's eyes widened. A face that asks if that is possible. This is just the main point. Chapter 10, Chicken and Palink, whether or not that is possible, lies right here in the Lemon Forest. Here. When Mr. Knoll responded, I pointed upward. Palink, tired from flying, was seen sitting on a bamboo. The news that Phelan Q appeared here before was quite helpful. There really are Palinks. It was actually a lie when I said last time that I got Palin Q through someone else. Sorry. Well, no matter how many Phelan Qs there are in this forest, they are the ones you can't chase after with the naked eye. You're going to let those guys into the market? It's possible. Well, it may not be something you can get anywhere like yucca meat or yupa meat, but at least we can make it sell in this area. By what means? It moves the huge mana that circulates throughout the body. They also know that I am a wizard. Of course, you probably know it at a trivial level. I use the high-class magic Tempest Blaze to make high-temperature flames dance around me. As I adjusted my mana, a huge flame exploded according to my will. The final destination of the fireworks is the top of the bamboo forest. The palinks around them turned into ashes and rain trees fell down. The flames that appeared around were huge, and manipulating them like limbs consumed a lot of mana. There was no way a mercenary wouldn't know that. This, LC? The couple was scared and shouted at the same time. I have placed a sealing spell on the entire Lemon Forest that monsters cannot escape. Once eggs are laid and hatched, the palink's ecology continues to cycle. Moreover, Phelan Q is a wild monster. Even if you don't raise it, it grows on its own. After that, when they are fully grown, they are caught and sold. Something like that. If we increase the range of habitat just a little more within a manageable range, the population will increase and will develop to a certain number that can be distributed. Mr. Knoll couldn't close his mouth. He looks more surprised by the magic than by my words. Were you a high-class wizard? As far as I know that kind of magic. Honey, surprised, Mr. Lane grabbed Mr. Knoll's arm. They looked at me like what would happen if I spoke so carelessly. Riani, it's okay. It makes me uncomfortable if you care that much. But a high-class wizard is no different from any other noble Mr. Riani. Yes. Mr. Knoll retired from being a mercenary for Mr. Riani, right? Yes, yes. It was like that. I retired as a wizard because I wanted to live a normal life. An ordinary life selling food at a restaurant. That's why I am happier now than when I was called a wizard. I am happier now than when I was complaining. Do you know what it was like to fight as a wizard? I just endured it with persistence. Even when my comrades died, I held on, trying hard to convince myself that there was nothing I could do because that's what battlefields are, but all that remained was futility. It was even worse when classes were weak. The same applies even if it gets higher. They just want to use it from all directions. Such people usually shout for the safety of their people, but in the end, all they have in mind is using the magician's power to increase their own power. That kind of life is tiring. If you don't like those people, you should destroy the world, because there is no end. But since I couldn't do that, I chose a normal life. If you were Mr. Knoll, who worked as a mercenary, wouldn't you understand my feelings? This is sincere. If he wanted to, he could destroy any empire or kingdom. But that only adds to the headaches. You won't be able to find small happiness like now. Did you have a past like that? Fortunately, Mr. Knoll returned to his normal attitude. No, rather, he crossed his arms and nodded, as if he understood everything. So I hope y'all just treat me as the owner of the restaurant over the hill. Especially Lane. Why are you so stiff all of a sudden? Aren't Riani and Knoll people who came to Grace City in search of small happiness like me. It makes me so upset when people in the same situation do it. Mr. Knoll and Mr. Rain looked at each other. It was Mr. Lane who opened his mouth first. Are you happy now? Yes. Did you see the guy in the restaurant? Well, I am happy. Ah, Mr. Lane nodded. I guess I felt like we were in the same situation. That's why he apologized with a look of regret on his face. Sorry, then I'll forget everything I just saw. Yes, understand. L. Riani just froze up for a moment because she was bullied by some noble bastards. Honey, Mr. Riani glared at Mr. Knoll. Mr. Knoll scratches the back of his head and hastily corrects himself. Oh, I guess I didn't say anything just now. A story from the past that I don't want to make clear. I also have a past. These are stories that are of no benefit to delve into, so I nodded. Well, forgetting the past is good. Rather, the reason I showed you magic was not for the sake of a sudden surprise show. I plan to capture palinks from Lemon Forest with magic and distribute them through Mr. Knoll's store. That's why I brought you two here. Could you sell Palin Q? I plan to split the profits in half. Yes, what? The couple shouted at the same time, a voice so loud that it makes your eardrums ring. Anyway, in times like this, they are a perfect couple. That can't be possible. Why do we get half of the profits you capture and sell with your magic? If you want to sell it, I will sell it to you. But it makes no sense to say that the fee is half. Mr. Knoll spoke firmly, so I also answered firmly. My restaurant is not a place to sell raw ingredients, so I have no intention of selling Palink meat itself in restaurants. Plus, it won't sell. But Mr. Knoll's store is different. It's a butcher shop. This is a place that sells meat. So there is a distribution network. I think it's fair to say that the cost of using it is half of the profit. You have to take care of all the storage and management of the meat. As it is now, restaurants are getting very strange. Because I was thinking wrong. Palin Q here and Palin Q there. So, at least in Gray City, I want to make it possible to save Phelan Q if you decide to save it. And to do that, I need Mr. Knoll's help. I think it's a fair amount. But we can't distribute it in large quantities anyway, so the numbers are limited and it's not a huge money maker. Rather, please use that money to buy better meat. That way, I can cook better food. Isn't it? Am I wrong? This is the path for everyone to progress. If there was a lot of profit left, they would give you the meat at the cost price. Haha. Mr. Knoll and Mr. Riani looked at each other again. Mr. Riani nodded while pulling Mr. Knoll's arm. If a lot of other meats are sold thanks to Palink, then at least buy Lane some more clothes. How could you do such a mean thing to such a beautiful person? What the hell? That's not your problem. Well, if that's what you think, I'll sell Palin Q. I'll sell it to you. It's a benefit to me too, so aren't you really grateful? I didn't say thank you. What are you talking about, you guy? Thank you is written all over your face right now. Why are your eyes watering? Riani, let's go back, I'm going to be busy. Oh, honey, there's really something around your eyes. I thought it was going to rain. Wow, honey. Elsie, let's talk more about it later. He's so. Miss Lane shook her head and followed her husband. The deal appears to have been concluded. Of course, one truth was not revealed: how to catch Palink. Honestly, I can't catch Phelan Q with my magic. It was impossible. Fire magic turns it into ashes, and ice magic completely freezes it. If you freeze it with ice magic, thawing it is several times more difficult than normal. Moreover, even if every single skin tissue cell were frozen and thawed, it already has no value as food. This is different from regular refrigeration. In the end, the dragon has to work hard to preserve the taste. However, the dragon's identity could not be revealed, so I'll just use my magic. Whatever it is, now there will be no more people looking for Palin Q, and you will make money with Palink on the market. Is this literally pocket money? I returned to the store humming a song that came out of my own accord and sat down on the bed of the still sleeping dragon. Today, her black hair reminds me of my hometown. The black hair that resembles that of Koreans is particularly relatable. Gororan Gororung Puha Lurin always makes the same sound. As I gently brushed her sleeping head, her eyes suddenly opened. Then he wakes up shakily. Is it you? Where have you been all day? I think he knew I was gone even while he was sleeping. I've known for several months that if I leave without waking him up, he'll go to the market, so I often ignore him and go to sleep. But today he came back later than usual, and he seemed to be bothered. If he gets on your nerves, he gets up on his own and comes to you. Ugh, I earned some pocket money. Let's take care of some annoying things. Earning pocket money? Yes, it's money you don't need, so if I save up more, I'll gift it to you later when you rebuild the rare. Change it into treasure. Treasure? Is that really true? The eyes that had been drooping with a disheveled expression begin to shine. It seems that the dragon cannot overcome its nature of liking treasure. I nodded while combing my messy hair. The dragon pressed his back closer to my chest and began to stomp his feet and ask questions. But if we rebuild lair, will you come too? No, I am going to live here. What? Then there is no need. Shouldn't we go back there someday? When Lulin's private part was touched, Lulin's expression suddenly darkened. He turns his body, droops his eyebrows, and looks directly at me. I don't like that. No way, you. Are you going to betray me? That can't be possible. Still, it would be annoying if I didn't listen to my clan's orders, right? If you betray me, I will gladly take out my heart and kill myself with you. You said that, right? If I eat more dragon hearts, my body will explode. Dragon's eyes. Those black eyes were shaking wildly. What kind of betrayal is this? I heard I fought that clan for you. After holding her finger, I started to run through the black hair I had combed. This damn dragon brings down the mood. Ah. Sick, I just did it. It's okay if you don't betray, so give me food. Bab and wash your hair again, because you are the one who broke it up. Of course. Zero car. Because Lulin's dragon fear has to keep working hard to distribute Palink. Haha. Chapter 11, Hamburger and Boy, is this the restaurant? I don't know what the restaurant is talking about, but it is a restaurant. A teenage boy came in looking around. Since he is wearing nice clothes, he appears to be the son of a rich family. The fact that he speaks informally also proves my reasoning. It is an attitude that shows that he is the son of an aristocrat. Of course, the identity of the guest is not important. Being a noble doesn't really change one's attitude. To me, you are just a guest. I overheard the maids saying something interesting. I heard they sell fried Palink here, right? Is it Phelan Q again? These rumors are similar to pots. It boils quickly, but it settles and cools down quickly. True to my wish, after I started distributing Palin Q to Mr. Knoll's store, this type of customer disappeared, but for the first time in a long time, a customer appears again who visits Palin Q. I am sorry, sir. If you want to eat Palink cuisine, go to the Knoll butcher shop in the market and find it. Is that why you came all the way here? He had declared that he would not serve Palink cuisine for the time being, so of course he refused, but the boy had a troubled look on his face and his eyes were watering. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a child of a noble family. However, it is a bit questionable that a noble child wanders around alone. What on earth is this boy? Due to circumstances, Palink cuisine cannot be sold for the time being. Why? As expected, the boy continues to have a sad face. Then he took out the currency, Rurin, from his pocket. If it's money, it's here. I want to eat that palink dish, how could I not? The food our chef serves is so boring. I heard it was a unique dish and I really wanted to try it. Of course, now that I am out, there are a lot of things I want to eat and do, but I've decided on this for now. There are more unique dishes than palink. Would you be okay with that? If it's not Phelan Q, I'll prepare it right away. Okay? Now that we're here, shall we at least try some of that? It must be a truly unique taste, right? The boy sat down at the bar table, sighing in relief. I nodded and prepared the food. What kids like? Something that will whet your appetite. The pinnacle of such dishes is hamburgers. It's not a hamburger steak, it's a hamburger called fast food. Of course, what I make is much higher quality than fast food. I placed the bright red yucca meat that I brought in from Mr. Knoll's store today on the cutting board. I prefer vivid bright red to dark red. Korean beef has this beautiful color. The good thing about Knoll's store is that they sell yucca meat, which is exactly what I like. Grilled tenderloin steak cut into appropriate sizes on an iron plate. Yucca relieved. In other words, the beef tenderloin is sizzling on the iron plate, giving off steam. Grind onions, grind garlic, add pepper, and pour modern demi-glace sauce to make the sauce. And red wine is added to add flavor. Is this a too luxurious hamburger? Heh. The red wine is a high-quality wine called Chambertin. I can't believe they put such high-quality wine in the sauce. It doesn't really matter since you have that much treasure. Therefore, the food in the restaurant is very cheap, but the quality is very high. Anyway, top-quality tenderloin steak with top-quality sauce. And soft-boiled fries made with palink eggs, which are difficult to find in this world. The reason all these ingredients were prepared was because this top-quality hamburger was prepared for Lulin. 1 or 2 or 3, because that's what it is. I cut freshly baked bread and put the juicy meat on it. Place half-boiled fries on top and pop them. When the yolk begins to flow over the meat, add fresh vegetables. Onions, lettuce, and tomatoes. Each dish has its own unique name, but you can skip it for now and finish with a ladleful of the secret sauce. Oh, there's one thing missing. I took out the Munton mushroom powder stored under the kitchen. This powder should not be missing from meat dishes. Natural MSG, the magic powder of this era, Munton mushroom powder. You have to add umami with this to make it truly complete. No, it's a mistake. It's complete when you put the remaining bread on top. What on earth is that person doing? Just as he was about to finish the dish, the boy pointed to a monster with black hair hanging on the store table and expressed his doubts. However, if you are not on the same level as Lulin, the way to live long is not to worry about it. I am a pathetic employee who is sleeping while working. You can just ignore it. Sleeping while working? It's something we can't even imagine in our house. Do you have many employees at your house? I don't call them employees. People like maids and butlers. Iced coffee. Okay. As expected, he is the son of a nobleman. I don't know which noble family the child is from, but it's still suspicious that a boy from such a noble family would go around without an escort. Anyway, the dish was finished. Even if there are doubts, the dish is served. It is a truth that does not change no matter what happens. The food has been served. The boy's eyes widen when he sees the hamburger set on the plate. Hamburgers are a dish that is out of this world. The idea of combining bread and meat, which we always eat, is a revolution here. The boy blinked and picked up the hamburger with a bright expression. Amazing. It's a dish that the cook at home wouldn't even think of. Young master. The boy's eyes lit up as he said that, but he failed to bite into the hamburger. This is because several men broke into the restaurant. I frowned and the boy shook his head with a despairing expression. Young master, I searched for a while. What on earth are you doing in a place like this? Iced coffee, that's what it is. The boy's eyes are shaking, with a very desperate expression. I barely escaped, but they've already found me. The boy's hands move quickly as if he is determined to get a taste. But men acted faster. He grabbed the boy's shoulder. Then the boy struggled, was pushed by the force, and bounced onto the table next to him without being able to control his body. Of course, it was a table with Rurin hanging out. If they find out that you ate food at a place like this, they will give you a bad opinion. You must be more careful now that your lord is in a hospital bed. Please go quickly. The little madam told me to bring her right away. Okay. The boy slumped his shoulders and followed the men without even making a sound. As I left, I kept looking at the warm hamburger, eyes full of regret. But in the end, he lowered his head as if he had given up. I thought he was going to be dragged out, but at the last moment, he put the rune he was holding on the table, and then disappears out of the restaurant. Rurin, who woke up thanks to the commotion, looked at me with a slightly annoyed expression and narrowed her eyebrows. What are those? Who grew up telling you to wipe the table with those things? Yes, I didn't sleep. You didn't sleep. Is this what came out of this mouth? Or this mouth? I pulled the dragon's mouth. Lips that drag. Lulin frowned, pouting his lips. I didn't sleep, so I don't know. Anyway, it smells delicious. Rurin pretended nothing was possible and rushed to the table where the boy was sitting. And then you see me. There is a lot of saliva. It's like a puppy waiting for a command with food in front of it. Can I eat this? It looks like this letter is engraved in my eyes. I couldn't put out words as if something was pricking me. It was just an eye attack. Okay, eat. It's my food. Hi. Lulin held a large hamburger in his hand and began to eat it. If you like the meat you swallowed, the speed becomes faster. No, I put the whole hamburger in my mouth and mumble. The size I made is similar to the size of a hamburger you can buy at a famous fast food restaurant. In other words, it is impossible to put it in one mouth. Putting something like that in one mouth? How many people can put that in their mouth? Oh well, it's not a person. It's a dragon. It's a dragon. While I was alone in my understanding, Rurin shouted, with a lot of sauce flowing down her mouth. Hey Maida, isn't it true that Dakoham and Yuzuyup of Gogi have come together to form harmony in Oya, and the softness of Asaha Ya and Gogi are the best? I mumbled with my mouth full of food. The interpretation is, this is delicious. Isn't the rich sweetness and the meat's juicy overflowing, creating harmony in your mouth, and the crunchy vegetables and tenderness of the meat are the best? Well, that's what it means. I am sure it's delicious, thank you, but why does my head hurt? I resisted the urge to tell him to eat calmly, because there's no way I can hear you say it. I turned my gaze away from the headache-inducing dragon and picked up the rune that the boy had left behind. From the conversation, it was clear that the boy was the Lord's son. In other words, he is the next Lord. The Lord of Grey City is the Earl of Grey. If he is the next Earl, he has not yet inherited his father's earldom, so the boy himself will probably have the title of Baron. When a boy officially inherits the family's earldom, he becomes a count. Before that, he was a baron. Of course, it doesn't mean much whether you're a baron, a count, or a king. However, I would like to give high marks to the fact that they left their money behind even though they were almost forcefully dragged there. I'm just saying it doesn't seem like he's immature, although it would be funny to judge based on this alone. The important thing here is that I have already received the money. If you hadn't left the money behind, the story would have already ended. But since you get money, you have to let them eat food. It doesn't matter if you don't eat my food because it doesn't taste good or you don't like it. But the look the boy gave the hamburger was desperate. In other words, it's a situation where you want to eat but you can't eat and you just pay. I can't tolerate something like that. Since I paid money, I have to let them eat to relieve my anger. Hey dragon, why are you doing this? Let's eat all of that and then get to work. I started making burgers again. Once the sauce is made, all you have to do is grill the meat. After making the hamburger, it was wrapped in layers. There is only one way to deliver it before it gets cold. Day, do you remember the smell of the people who came earlier? Well, that kid remembers. You know it well while you're sleeping. You woke me up. I tried to swallow it up, but I held back. Don't be silly, let's go to where the boy was. What? What does that mean? I wiped the sauce from the corner of the dragon's mouth with a tissue. When I am wiping them, they remain calm and then raise an opposing opinion as I wipe everything. Are you telling me to teleport just by scent? Even if it's me, that's impossible. What is impossible? Come here. I dragged Rurin out of the restaurant. He then pointed to Yeonju Castle. Just go to that castle and teleport to the place where the smell is strongest. That much is possible, right? Having to clean and serve all the time adds extra work. When are you going to rest? That's funny. If you just tell me to work, who is going to be sleeping somewhere? I don't think so. That is a certain fact. It's you, let's go loud and fast. Food gets cold. Aren't you going to listen to me? Teleportation required complete contact with the user. If you make a mistake and become lost in space and time, there is no answer. So I hugged Lulin tightly from behind, holding a wrapped hamburger in one hand. Chapter 12, Hamburger and Boy. As soon as they were back hugging, Rurin suddenly stuttered. Someone like this is hugging me from behind. Didn't you come into my room and hug me while I slept yesterday? It was cold. It's because it's cold. You are just a stove. The dragon was cold. The dragon? Why don't you just say the sun rises in the west? Ong, if you're always at a disadvantage, the last one is Ong. Ong, hi, but you can hug me a little tighter. I like the front better. Didn't you just do something about humans? You dare say that you prefer to hug from the front? Good, then let's try teleporting. Lulin chewed his words and began to use magic. A black hole in space and time attacks me. The dizziness that occurs at this time is quite annoying. As convenient as it is, it comes with some inconvenience. Anyway, in an instant, we arrived in front of Yeonju Castle. From there, Lulin sniffed again and used teleportation again while still hugging me. As a result of the two-stage teleportation, my head spins even more. And when we arrived, we found ourselves in a clean room. Bed, wardrobe, and gorgeous carpet. It was clean, but had everything there was, especially the sofa in the center, which was very luxurious. There is no one in that room. How do you feel? I think it's probably here. If you are, then yes. The story is that they didn't come back because they saw that no one was there. Well, given the distance, that's natural. Let's wait a moment. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I get it. Lulin nodded and began to look around. And then he hits the sofa. But just then the only door began to squeak open. I hugged Rurin and quietly hid behind the sofa. And the identity of the person who came in was confirmed. Lurin's teleportation was accurate. It was the boy who came in. When I got up and appeared, the boy was startled and pointed at us. I saw you at the restaurant earlier. He tilted his head in surprise, but even as he did so, he quickly closed the door. He had a nervous face, wondering if someone had seen him outside. I can't believe I am being watched so much because I am the Lord's son. Normally, I've never seen a nobleman's son be this kind to his subordinates. So the curiosity is amplified. Did you come to see me? But how did you come to my room? Didn't you leave money at the restaurant earlier? Money? Right. I couldn't eat it, but the food was still served, so I couldn't inconvenience it, right? So I left the money behind. That's it. Since you receive money, you should eat at least one bite to feel comfortable, because that's my iron rule. Is that so? Then did you bring that dish too? I really wanted to eat that dish. Of course. That's amazing, amazing. But I asked you earlier, but you didn't answer. How on earth did you get here? I am curious about that too. I am not arguing. There was just curiosity in the boy's eyes. Are you saying that you figured out how to get here and use it to sneak around the city? It looks like he ran away earlier and came all the way to my restaurant. However, it is a method that cannot be taught and cannot be used by humans. I shrugged and unwrapped the hamburger and held it out. The method is simple, because I am a wizard. Wizard? Why is a wizard running a restaurant? I am retired. Is that really that important? A life of doing what you want to do is a happy life. If you want to eat this delicious hamburger, would you please keep the fact that I am a wizard a secret? Is that so? I see, because there is something I want to do too. I get it. The boy ran towards me. Anyway, what if I came here to harm you? Aren't you so defenseless from earlier? The boy who ran up to me and tried to take the hamburger in my hand tilted his head. And speak confidently. If you were planning on killing me, I don't think you would have asked me to cooperate with the secret. Haha, it might be troublesome to explain, right? But your face looks kind. It's not scary at all. You look kind. That's my first time hearing it. I don't know why you speak so kindly to me, but to your attendants you act like that. Do you seem kind? That's right. I just came purely to deliver the food. I cannot admit it. You are kind. They make me work all the time. If you are kind, you should pinch me more often. There is one dissatisfied monster. Of course I ignored it. Now, it cools down. Let's eat it first. I guess so. It looks delicious just by looking at it. The smell is amazing. After all, you are a good person. The boy bit into the hamburger with a face full of anticipation. The sauce flows. It's good. This is really delicious. The boy looks at me as he takes a small bite. Of course, there is no one who can take it in one mouthful like Lulin, although it is natural. What kind of dish did you say this is? It's a hamburger. This is my first time hearing it, but it's really unique. Delicious. It's really delicious. Just because you're young doesn't mean you're not a customer. Compliments are always appreciated because it can satisfy everyone's tastes. Yes, that is delicious. I just ate too. Hi. Then the dragon agrees. I wondered what was going on, but her eyes were only focused on the hamburger. Usually, when I am talking or doing business with a human being, I promise not to interrupt. But for some reason, there was a lot of talk today. Probably because of the burgers, so I grabbed his arm. Why are you doing that? Why are you yelling? Because it hurts. Oh my, this hurts? Yes, what is that? You've come up with a cruel plan to take that away, right? That can't be possible. Rurin turns her head away with an annoyed look on her face. The answer was already there in that action. Foot. Then, out of nowhere, the boy bursts into laughter, spilling a lot of sauce. It's nice to see you guys are free. I want to give orders to my subordinates as freely as you two. Isn't that easy? The Lord's son, Baron Great? How did you know who I was? That's right, I am Baron Grey and the next lord. The boy nodded, but the expression is not good. A nobleman cannot control his subordinates as he pleases. Now that I think about it, even when I was dragged out of the restaurant, I couldn't say anything to my subordinates. It was an act full of discomfort, but he seemed to be aware of it. Young master, I heard something. Are you okay? At that moment, perhaps because Rurin had shouted, a knocking sound was heard from outside. Huh. From that moment on, the boy began to panic. You spoke comfortably in front of me, but why can't you treat your employees? From what I saw earlier, it seemed like the subordinates were very easygoing, but the Baron is a nobleman and the next lord who will lead this city in the future. Then shouldn't we act to prevent our subordinates from behaving carelessly? The current lord of Grey City has been bedridden for a long time. The day when this boy becomes a lord is not that far away. However, if things continue to look like this, the future of Grace City is clear. It must be a mess, but they are pushy. They don't let me do anything because it's my uncle's order. Whatever you do, it's your uncle's command. This is my uncle's name. They don't want to listen to me. That's it. Your little mother doesn't have any children, right? Mimi, I am my father's only son. They are trying to control the Lord from behind by putting pressure on him from a young age and making him a person who cannot make any decisions. Do you want to become the Scarecrow Lord? No way. My uncle is not that type of person. I'm just timid. But I want to become a good lord, a lord who is praised by the people. It's absolutely impossible like this, right? But you don't listen to me. The boy slumped his shoulders. Have you ever said anything strongly? Strongly? Don't just mumble helplessly. I don't think there is one. I am scared because you always make a bad face. Baron, the Baron is a nobleman. Even if you die soon, you shouldn't be scared by those below you. You were so confident when I suddenly appeared earlier, but why? I didn't think anything of it because he seemed like a good person, because the smiling face looked kind. A smiling face can hide something scarier behind it. On the contrary, those who try to make harsh threats openly are a disaster. Anyway, the important thing is that you will get eaten like this. If you don't want to become a lord who can't do anything, shout. Strongly. First of all, let's get those guys outside the door to leave. I pointed out the door. Young master, I will open it and go in. There are still harsh sounds coming from outside. The uncle's mother is the lord's second wife. I know that his first wife died young, leaving behind this boy. Everything that puts pressure on the next lord probably stems from the little lady's greed. If you want to be a good lord, act confidently. After all, they are the type of people who can't do anything other than glare at the Baron, who is a nobleman. If you go out strong, they will come out on the other side. Good lord, free like you. The boy repeated the good lord several times. I hear the sound of the door being forced open. Then Rurin, who was rolling around on the sofa, said something. What a frustrating human being. Then he imitated the boy's voice and spoke loudly. It's okay. It's nothing, so go away. If you don't listen to this body, I will eat it all. Pathetic people. The boy was rather taken aback by the very same voice. Master Tao. A panicked voice is heard outside. That's because Rurin's back lines are a bit messed up. However, since the water had already spilled, I took advantage of this opportunity to urge the boy. You can do it like that. Try it. Can you hear their panicked voices now? Is it okay if I go out strong? The boy walked to the door, and as if he had decided on something, he shouted out exactly what Rurin said. It's okay. It's nothing, so go away. Yes. Even outside, people seemed quite surprised. A dazed voice is heard. I stretched out my fingers and urged him to shout one more time. Go away quickly. Then the boy opened his mouth again with a red face. Oh, I understand. People who eventually leave. In fact, it has to be that way. No matter how innocent he is, how dare he come into the master's room when nothing is happening? From the second wife's perspective, it makes no sense to kill this boy if she does not have an heir. If that happens, the Lord will change. It will change from the center to another noble's territory, because there is no successor. In that case, everyone, whether they are small wives or colluders, ends up on the streets. You wouldn't be a fool to not know that. All that needs to be done is for the boy to step forward and regain his legitimate rights. Look, you went away, right? Amazing. This is the first time they listened to me. It must have been because I was just muttering timidly until now. If you want to become a good lord, you must regain your dignity step by step. Anything of your own will. If people around you ask you to do something, you should hang up. Even if you become a tyrant, you must become a tyrant of your own will. What a tyrant! I will be a good lord. It's better to speak while clenching your fists and looking straight into the other person's eyes. I'm telling you to do to them as you would to me. Is it? But there's something different about you. Even though I've only just met you, you speak well. Let me give you a gift from that strange man. Chapter 13, Hamburger and Boy. I summoned a flame spirit that feeds on my mana. Little lights twinkle around me. The boy looked at it with very curious eyes. What is this? It's just sparkling. I will protect you in case your life is in danger, so you can always make a loud noise. You don't have to be afraid. Really? Really? It may look small, but if the Baron is in danger, it will turn into flames and eat everything. Nana, I think I read about spirits in a book. Amazing, but it's not free. Isn't it free? Even if you become a lord, you must come to the restaurant often. However, not with the sensibility of a dignified lord, but with the sensibility of a boy like today. If you come to a restaurant and show off, we'll kick you out. Don't worry about that. He is a good lord, so he has no dignity. Yes. No, it has to be there when there is dignity. You must know how to react according to the situation. It's all up to the Baron. I see. Leaving the boy to make up his mind alone, I called Lulin. Rurin, let's stop rolling around and go back. Rurin, who had been rolling around on the sofa, fluttering as if she liked it, opened her arms wide when I said that. It seems to mean come and hug me. This dragon, this is so soft. Can't we take it home? I'll buy it for you later, so don't be greedy for someone else's. You must keep that promise. Well, if you want to go back, give me a hug. This time from the front. Rurin opens her arms wider again. There is no choice if you want to go comfortably. See you later. I cried out and clung to Rurin. The boy raises his arms in confusion. Are you going already? Next time, don't sneak away and visit me, but come find me on your own. At that very moment, Rurin used teleportation. The black hole's spiral struck my vision again. The moment the boy comes out strong, the little woman will probably be quite embarrassed. Still, I won't give up. From there, the boy's fight begins. There's no way there's just a small group of women around. Now I am in that state because I am seen as a child with very little will. There was some interest, but it was a problem the boy would have to deal with in the future. If you become a regular, I'll take care of you more. If you become a regular. At least if you have that spirit, your life won't be in danger. The flame spirit was a service for leaving 100 runes on the table. You don't want to give back the money you once received, right? No matter how rich I am. A few days later, the boy came back to the store. I was alone again. Did you run away again? When I ask, Mr. Youngju next shakes his head and pointed outside. I came to speak confidently. There is an escort outside. Oh, is that so? He gently patted the boy's head. And then I surprised myself. I'm glad there's no one watching. If it were my status, even the emperor would tremble. That's why a count like him can't say anything even if you pat him on the head or even hit him, but the problem here is that he's a retired commoner. A commoner patting a nobleman's head. But the boy looks up at me with shining eyes, as if nothing is wrong. I did as you said, little by little, loudly. How dare I ask the Grey family's eldest son and next lord to glare at me, and he couldn't even squeak. Why have you been timidly begging until now when you can do that? Because I was scared. But I gained a little courage because I thought that this flame was on my side as well. Your words really touched me. And since he clearly came out strong, didn't you confirm at that time that he was stepping down? Well done. If you do this, the Baron's hidden allies will appear one after another. But the more we do this, the more we need to develop eyes that can filter out people. Okay? I'll keep that in mind. It is the eye that sees people. If you can do that, you will be able to become a good lord. Nana, I'm going to work hard. I will be a good lord. Of course, that guard posted outside right now is probably a surveillance station assigned by the little lady. Since it comes out so strong, you can't keep it locked up, so it's probably an inevitable choice. The Lord wouldn't have the guts to imprison his son when he wasn't even dead yet. Let's do our best at that. Okay. Anyway, I can eat and eat comfortably today, so let's try another unique dish. At that very moment, a boy about the same age as Gray came into the store, holding the hand of a girl who appeared to be in her early teens. I and Grake both looked at the boy at the same time. Excuse me. Welcome. I greeted my siblings with a smile. The customer's age is meaningless to me. There are many things in this world that are more important than age. Do you want to eat? A meal is a meal. Can you prepare this for me? The boy and girl quickly ran to me and took out the runes from their arms. About 500 runes. I want to prepare a dish for my mother, a dish with a lot of meat, those 3 servings. There was no confidence on the boy's face, not even the grime on his claws. The girl, who is shorter than the boy, is trembling, wondering why she is so nervous. Is it because I was rejected by all the other restaurants? So it must have come up to the top of this hill. Well, 3 meat dishes for 500 runes. This is something that would never be accepted in a normal restaurant. 500 runes is not enough to even make 1 serving of meat dish. It may be possible to have a very cheap meal, but it would be difficult if meat was included. If you've never been to a restaurant before, you probably don't know the prices. If I had known the market price, I wouldn't have gone out recklessly and sold my money with the money I barely saved. Cooking for your mother? Brother. When I asked, the girl's trembling body began to tremble even more, and she looked up at the boy anxiously. The boy motioned quietly to his younger brother and then opened his mouth towards me. Well, today is my mother's birthday. My mother has been working for 10 years since losing her father. He raised the 2 of us for 10 years by working from field to field. This is the money I have saved little by helping with the work since last year. Still, I went out thinking I would be able to prepare a certain amount of food, but the reality was wherever I go, I get rejected. I really want to treat my mom to a memorable meal. I don't seem to have any energy these days, so I made sure to eat some meat to cheer me up. Absolutely. How could it not? It doesn't matter if it's for 1 person. That's right. I don't want to eat it, the girl added. Although he speaks confidently, the trembling of his body and the anxiety on his face are pitiful. At our restaurant's market price, it's possible to easily prepare 1 serving for 500 runes, but will your mother really like it? I think it would be counterproductive for the 2 of them to just watch without being able to eat. That is. Opa, I guess it's not working here either. Although I use the highest quality ingredients in my restaurant, I still have a set minimum price. Not paying even the set price is something that should not happen. That is true for both the eater and the seller. It is understandable that the customer does not know that the ingredients of the dish are of the highest quality and that the price of the dish is charged at the general market price. If they don't even charge the standard price, everyone will try to eat like that, and then it becomes a soup kitchen rather than a restaurant. At the very least, you must pay what you owe and receive what you are owed. Even if it is a business where you do whatever you want, it is a line that must be followed. Of course, as a result, the 2 people slumped their shoulders. Then Gray came up to me in the kitchen and quietly whispered, "I will pay. So serve a hearty meal to those children and their mother. I feel so sorry that I can't see you." I shook my head at Grake's suggestion, and he asked for understanding from the boy and girl. "Would you like to stay for a moment?" "Yes, yes." After hearing the boy shout, he dragged the gray boy away from a distance and spoke to him in a whisper. "That can't be said." "Why? I feel sorry for you and want to help you. Isn't that the first step to becoming a good lord? So you are going to help everyone who is having trouble. Do you cook for all the single mother families, farmers, poor people, and beggars in Gray City? I need help. That's a good lord. Listen carefully, Baron. That's just the Baron's self-satisfaction. What difference does it make if you help me like that just once? And is that your money, Baron? It's family money, right? That. If you become a lord and manage the territory, it will be your property. But not now. The boy couldn't say anything. If you really want to be a good lord, give help for a reason, not the self-satisfaction of throwing money away for no reason. Policies or jobs that allow single-parent families to receive assistance. It is the role of a lord to come up with fundamental measures and enable the people to stand up for themselves. Throwing money is something anyone can do, and it's also something that can't change anything. But when people encounter unexpected good fortune, they always feel the need for help. I don't have the ability to take action to solve something on my own. Are you going to take responsibility for them for the rest of your life? Of course, what I say is not the correct answer. But at the very least, enemy lines for no reason can easily ruin boys and girls. I think so. How old are you too? I'm 18. If you're that age, you'd be helping in the fields, right? Yes. If you really want to give a gift, it doesn't mean you don't have the opportunity. Of course, even this opportunity itself is very fortunate. The world is not that easy, I know that. I don't know how many times I've been kicked out already. Brother. Well then, let's do it like this. I will create an opportunity for you. So do you want to work? If you complete it, I will prepare the best dinner for your whole family. Is that true? Please tell me anything. I don't mind breaking my body as long as I can serve delicious food to my mother. The boy nodded his head at me. I want to do it too. And the girl, holding her brother's hand tightly, also opened her mouth. I guess you're too young to work. I am already 12 years old now. The girl looked at me with earnest eyes. It seemed like I couldn't refuse that earnestness, so I opened my mouth again. Well, if it's just a matter of helping your brother, then do it yourself. Then another boy. I felt Gray's gaze staring at me. I will try that too, Nana. I want to learn something. I wanted to make money with my own hands. Thanks to you, it's good to experience anything. That thought itself was amazing. There is no need to refuse. Great. I walked to the lemon forest, leading the growing sprouts. And he pointed to the entire forest. If you look closely, there are eggs like this here and there in this forest. So you just have to search through the grass or bamboo and search again to collect as many as possible. And if I find one that looks like this, I dig it up. In addition to eggs, they showed bamboo shoots that are difficult to find and dig up one by one. If you're doing it for your mother, try hard. Thank you, I will work hard. The boy ran into the forest without any hesitation. Brother, let's go together. The girl goes in together. Grake also entered the forest with determination in his eyes. The guards just looked at Gray in silence. Chapter 14 Hamburger, and the boy picked up the egg. His forehead was full of sweat. Even though he sat down and stood up repeatedly, he did not show any signs of difficulty. However, unlike the boy, Grake was expressing his difficulties with his whole body. For Gray, who was born as a nobleman, this was the first simple labor he did in his life. Therefore, unlike a boy who was skilled, his entire body was covered in sweat. My face is distorted and my body is so tired that it almost kills me. Grake was exhausted and asked the boy next to him, "Isn't it hard? Are you all right? Rather, you are the son of a high-ranking family, right? There's even an escort." The boy said, looking at Howie, who was standing quietly behind Gray. "Well, that's true. Can you get out of the way?" That's exactly what I wanted to dig up. The girl found the bamboo shoots at Gray's feet and shouted. "Oh yeah." Grake, startled, stepped aside. In this place, he is rather an embarrassment. That hurt my pride a little. Still, I didn't show it and started imitating the girl's actions with the intention of doing a little better. I will definitely give my mother a gift, with my own strength, without anyone else's help. The boy left the girl and Grace behind and continued to crawl through the forest, muttering nonstop, looking for bamboo shoots. It was a tremendous force of action. Greek let out an exclamation again. What was it like at other restaurants before coming here? Grake, who was suddenly curious about this, asked the girl in front of him who was digging for bamboo shoots while holding a tool with her small fern hands. I got kicked out of the door. They don't even listen to my story. I see. Greek nodded. Then he cut the bamboo shoot with his mouth closed. It was difficult, but the last bit of pride Gray had was not to let the situation spread to a girl younger than him who could not rest. Quite a lot, huh? I also collected a lot of eggs. Okay, I passed. When we returned in the evening, the hands of the three people were all covered in dirt. It took quite a long time since I was asked to work starting from lunch. Thanks to this, I didn't have to come to Lemon Forest to pick up eggs for a while. It is beautiful to see people working hard to achieve something, because I lived like that too. I wasn't strong from the beginning. I rolled and rolled on the floor. I almost died and tried to die. I have crossed the threshold of death countless times. I survived only because of my persistence, because all I had was hard work. So, if they just pretended to work, they wouldn't have given anything. But the dirt on their hands is well worth it. Then will you wash your hands and call your mother? As promised, I will prepare a dish for the whole family to eat. Really? Of course. When I emphasized it again, the boy shouted with great excitement. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ren, let's go quickly. Yes, brother. The boy went down the hill without letting go of his sister's hand, fearing that he might lose her. Greek looked at it and opened his mouth. It was a somewhat embarrassing day, because I didn't do as much work as that girl, but I also worked. For the first time, well done, the next lord. Greek had a blank expression on his face. Maybe it was because it was difficult, but it didn't seem like that. It looks like he's thinking about something. I left the boy, picked up the basket, and returned to the restaurant. I don't know their true value in this world, but both eggs and bamboo shoots were worth a lot of money. So strictly speaking, I am not doing free labor right now. I have no intention of working for free. Aren't you the next Lord, Baron? When my family comes, will we eat together? I will pay you for the amount of work you do. Yes, that's right, I get it. I want to eat too. I'm going to eat it all because I earned it with my own efforts. I smiled at Gray, who nodded vigorously and entered the kitchen to prepare dishes. As soon as I did that, the boy and girl came back, with a woman with a shabby appearance. As soon as the lady saw me, she lowered her head and opened her mouth with an embarrassed look on her face. Oh, I am sorry. I heard that my kids were causing trouble, but what are they cooking? Sorry. As soon as the boy's mother arrived, she didn't even think about straightening her back and just repeatedly said she was sorry. No. I think I was trying to save up money I didn't have and give you a gift. I don't think that's something to be sorry about, but if you really think that way, I think it would be worse. But I know better than anyone else that it's only a small amount of money. How can you cook food that even the kids can eat with that kind of money? The kids there were talking about meat dishes and all. You're right. It's a dinner party. You don't have to worry about that part. I appreciate his filial piety, but I can't give it to him for free, so I let him help with something. Oh, it wasn't anything strange, so don't worry. Among the ingredients needed for the store, there are some that grow in the lemon forest, and I just asked them to help me dig them up. Isn't it worse to reject a gift you give to your mother with legitimately earned money? Look at the children's faces. I almost whispered at the end. Then the woman looked at the children. The face of a boy and a girl mixed with worry and anticipation. When she saw her children, the woman pursed her mouth as if trying to hold back something. And he nodded. Is that so? Then please give me just that much. I will be indebted to you. Don't worry about that, just sit at this table. After giving directions, I started heating the iron plate. It's a meat dish. It'll show you a proper course meal. The first dish to be served was chicken soup. The chicken itself is not used. I just use chicken broth. Although Palanque cuisine itself is prohibited, eggs and Palanque broth are excellent ingredients that are used in various dishes to give them a deep flavor. First, dice various vegetables and fry them. The point is to provide green onion oil. The more vegetables, the better. That way, that woman will also feel less burdened by money. The chicken broth made by boiling Palanque has a deep flavor with mutton mushroom powder, pepper, and salt. Add this broth to the stir-fried vegetables and simmer. This is the completion of a simple vegetable soup. The highlight is the taste of vegetables. This is not the main dish. This soup will whet your appetite. Taste it slowly. Wow, Mom, I guess the dish comes out multiple times. The girl stamps her feet. I look divine. The woman just nods while looking at her daughter. The girl's eyes also lit up as she lifted the spoon. Grake was already gulping down the soup. I immediately prepared the second dish. Bamboo shoots dug up by children. There is no other healthy food like this. As soon as I return from the forest, I peel the raw bamboo shoots that I boiled and cut them diagonally. Then, cut some beef and raw mutton mushrooms diagonally and stir-fry them together. Season with soy sauce. Then wash and boil the green vegetables and season with salt. Bamboo shoots infused with meat seasoning and the taste of seasoned mutton mushrooms. It's nothing special, but it's very nutritious. The dishes we had shared were handed out again. This is the bamboo shoot dish I picked up earlier. Each of you worked hard to find it, so don't leave anything behind and eat it all. It's a very healthy dish. Oh my goodness. The woman let out an exclamation. As expected, this time, Gray took the bamboo shoot to his mouth first. This is crunchy. Something crunchy and a clean taste spreads through it. Isn't it better to eat it with the mushrooms and meat below? I shout out while appraising myself. Boy and girl. And my mother ate bamboo shoots nonstop. I am satisfied to see that. I return to the kitchen again, a meat dish for Gray, who had already eaten hamburgers with the boy's mother, and I plan to serve hamburgers to the boy and girl. This is the main dish. First, place a thick piece of Rurin meat on an iron plate. Rurin, a monster with strong vitality, was eaten raw among mercenaries. It is famous for being parasite-free. The Rurin meat began to cook from the outside. Cheek, sizzling, the smell and sound of cooking meat makes you feel the gaze of the table outside. Rurin meat that is completely cooked on the outside, but the inside is still red. It's like when you cook beef, the center is red. Yes, this is the point. Rurin meat is delicious only when eaten in this condition. The undercooked center of Rurin meat. Cut out only the center, so put it on 2 plates. The sauce is based on chicken broth, flavored with red wine chambertin. then added and simmered with Montan mushrooms. The hamburger sauce is demi-glace sauce, but this Belluin meat is based on chicken broth. Pour the sauce on top of the meat to complete the Belluin steak, and then I quickly make 2 hamburgers. The boy and girl's eyes widened. Wow, there are loud exclamations of exclamation. I've never eaten such luxurious cuisine before. What's the price over there? The lady gave me a look filled with concern. I shook my head. It's Belluin meat. I cooked it because I had to eat it by today. Otherwise, I have to throw it away. This is a lie. Still, it is necessary to provide peace of mind depending on the customer's situation. Belluin meat is, of course, the highest quality meat caught yesterday. Still, it's better to say this than to make them behave. Oh, this is amazing. I put it in my mouth and it melted together with the sauce. This is my first time doing something like this. Greek continued to let out exclamations. The boy's mother also cut the Belluin meat with a knife. And chew. The boy and girl looked at the hamburger in front of them without even touching it. It looked like he wanted to eat it very much, but he stopped his action, probably because he wanted his mother to enjoy it. A face that wants to see a reaction. A face full of anticipation. Their mother, noticing their gaze, eventually burst into tears. Hey guys, this is my mom's first time cooking like this in her life. Thank you, it's really delicious. Mom, are you okay? Delicious. Yours also looks delicious, so go ahead and eat them. When the woman started eating meat again, the boy and girl also took a bite of the hamburger. Wow, the girl's happy face was extremely cute. The meal ended with dessert. The boy and girl, led by the lady, kept nodding their heads and left the restaurant. If I succeed, I will definitely come back again. The boy shouted like that. Okay, thank you for coming back. After seeing that, Gray asked me, no matter how you look at it, isn't it more expensive than the level of work done? I've never tried cooking like this at home. It can't be. Cooking at our house isn't that expensive, because it's my iron rule. And actually, the price of the bamboo shoots that the kids dug up is worth that much. Heh, I don't see any loss. That's the man I am. Still, I think there was a lot to learn. This and that, you are like a teacher. If you are grateful, you will exempt me from taxes later when you become a lord, right? I don't think that will work. I heard a good lord doesn't give preferential treatment. Haha, you learn quickly. Instead, I will come more often. You are on my side, right? Maybe so. Are you on my side? This is a line I've heard a lot somewhere. Anyway, after hearing my answer, Grake left the restaurant with a very satisfied face. The money I earned was 500 runes. For the time being, you don't have to go out to get eggs and bamboo shoots, so you get your money's worth. I went up to the 2nd floor. Lulin didn't wake me up on purpose. I thought there would be a commotion. But what doesn't really happen if you don't wake it up? If you leave it as is, it will last for 100 years. This dragon. I shook my head and went up to the 2nd floor. Still, I have to feed them. Chapter 15, Relaxation and Cocktails. Wake up, dragon. A day like any other begins. An ordinary afternoon. Wake up the dragon that is still infestation. This too is everyday life. A black-haired dragon that wakes up unsteadily, rubbing its eyes. I am carefully organizing the dragon's messy hair as if it were a habit. It's the same routine every day. Daily, Lulin said. He said his hair was like the fur he had when he was in his dragon state. So I ran around saying that I could never allow a human being to touch it. There is no rejection now. No, in fact, they are asking for it to be made softer. Lulin's hair is like silk. So honestly, combing is rewarding. After I roughly wash and dress him and drag him out to the 1st floor, he comes to his senses and looks at me. Of course, the first word is always decided. Give me food. Rice, hungry. Rice. It is very similar to the first words my father said to my mother upon returning home from work when I was young. Of course, my father didn't run wild and cute like this damn dragon. A dragon jumping around me, raising both hands and asking for food. Of course, the cheeks are very swollen. It's a sign that you're hungry. Okay, please sit here. Dragon, okay, give it to me quickly. I nod confidently and sit down at the bar table. Of course, what Lulin eats is meat dishes. I don't really like vegetables. It's even funnier that dragons like vegetables. That doesn't mean you don't eat it at all. If it's with meat, I just eat it. It's funny to feed vegetables to dragons, wondering if they're nutritious, so I don't force it that much. Rurin, let's take a bath today. Hurry up and eat and get ready. You mean a bath. The dragon stood up with its eyes shining. Has it already happened? I was sore, but it worked out well. Why are you talking like an old man? The strongest race has a weak body. Among dragons, what about the little one? He lived longer than any human, but even among dragons. So cocky. I grabbed Rulin's lips with my hand and pulled them tight. Then he shakes his head left and right with his lips drawn out. Woo-woo, there is a public bathhouse in Grey City as well. In modern times, it is a public bathhouse similar to the Roman Empire. However, if you push this damn dragon into the bathhouse alone, the building will blow up. Rurin can't do anything alone. As a human being, I would say it's a piece of cake. It's Yuga's first time following me, so it can be said that she knows nothing about the human world and humans, so it's something that can't be helped. Lulin is a dragon who just sleeps in the rare that his mother gave him. In any case, there is a reason that Rurin cannot be sent to the women's bath alone, and there is also a reason that a clean hot spring made by herself is better than a bathhouse used by many people, so she makes and uses it herself, usually a light shower, and my rule is to use the bathroom once a month. Since we live according to a certain pattern, Rurin is automatically included in that rule. Lulin didn't particularly dislike bathing itself. No, like the current reaction, I actually like it. This is a dragon that likes hot water. So I put up a temporary closure sign and took Rurin by the hand and went up the hill. Let's make this today. Here. Yes, according to what I experienced last time, this is the underground water vein. The groundwater of this era is clean. It cannot even be compared to modern groundwater. There are no chemical pollutants in this world. Moreover, the groundwater here is the outlet of the water vein of the well used by the people of Grey City. In other words, it is groundwater that has been verified as drinking water. Last time I was digging in the wrong place and magma almost popped out. The dragon gave me too much strength. Now, cheer up, dragon. I pointed the direction and urged Rurin. I mean here, leave it to me. Rurin answered proudly and immediately opened her mouth. Breath comes out from its mouth. Compared to the dragon's body, its power is less than half, but it is perfect for creating hot springs. If you use large magic incorrectly, instead of creating a hot spring, the hill will be completely destroyed. Therefore, the current breath, which allows for fine control, is optimal. Lulin first cut the center of the hill into a circle, and I continued to use the breath in the center. The dragon's breath penetrates the entire hill and penetrates beneath the surface of the earth. The groundwater, pushed by the force of the breath, throbs and gushes out. Because the center of the convex hill face has been carved and polished in a round shape, water flows out and fills up due to the pressure of the breath. The point is to block the hole with a magic shield as soon as it reaches a certain level. Hee, my mouth hurts. Lulin closed his mouth and frowned. Also, the human body grumbles that it is uncomfortable. Even though it's hard, I can't rest yet. I put a protection spell on the hole I made so the water will drain out like this. I already did it. What are you looking at me for? Haha. You are a sewer, did you? Good job. Thanks to the high temperature of the dragon's breath, the water temperature is very hot. No, it's not so hot that it's bubbling. If you go straight in, it's perfect to see Huangshengil. I froze one side of the water with ice magic, just until the water reaches the right temperature. The appropriate temperature for taking a bath is around 30 to 40 degrees. If you wait a little while circulating the water, it will reach the right temperature. This is the birth of a hot spring of just the right temperature and size. Of course, it is artificially warmed using dragon breath, so strictly speaking, it is not a hot spring. Hot spring refers to water naturally heated by something like magma. But for us, it's a hot spring. Like lava or dragon breath or something, it's the same nature. Can I come in now? Rurin secretly checks the temperature of the water. Then he took off his clothes. It's her naked body that I wake up every day, clean and even dress. Although it is not new, take a towel. Exposed dragon. Humans are really, really annoying. Huyu. The thrown towel lands on Lulin's head. Lulin jumped into the hot spring without even touching the towel and leaned on the edge, showing the satisfaction of an old man. Hee, this is good. I want to do it every day, but the downside is that it's a hassle. What are you doing when you're not coming in? Go. I also took off my clothes. Then, wrap the important area with a large towel and dip into hot water. Oh, it's just the right temperature. Feeling relieved from fatigue. This hotness. I leaned on the other side of Rurin and supported myself. Rurin continues her voice without even thinking about removing the towel on her head. Honey. Eventually, it started to flow. Hot steam rises to the sky. The sun began to set over Grey Mountain, beyond Grey City. It is the ultimate scenery. Okay, since it feels good, I'll give you a gift. Huh, you mean a gift? What is that? When the dragon reacts to the words gift, it finally picks up the towel on its head and hops toward me. I open the bag placed on the edge of the hot spring. Maybe it's a cocktail? What is a cocktail? It's similar to alcohol. Oh, you're drinking in a place like this. Stars are slowly starting to appear in the sky, and they also appear in Rurin's eyes. I motioned for him to remain still and took out my secret weapon. Chocolate liqueur. Especially chocolate cream liqueur. Mazar o chocolate liqueur. To put it simply, you can think of it as chocolate alcohol. I would say it's a taste that Rurin would exactly like. An object that was accidentally summoned while trying to summon chocolate. This is something I only heard about when I was in culinary school, so I don't know much about the taste. I poured chocolate liqueur into a glass. Should I describe it as a syrup-like drink made with chocolate cream? Mix milk here. This Mazar o chocolate liqueur that I wrote is characterized by the fact that the chocolate stands out even more. Simply mix it with a spoon to complete the cocktail. What on earth is this? Is the color strange? Is it really going to taste weird? Try it. I passed the glass to her, and I took a sip too. Phew haha, it's delicious too. The sweetness of chocolate spreads throughout your mouth. Meanwhile, the alcohol mixed with chocolate assaults the brain. That bitter yet satisfying feeling. A slightly luxurious almond chocolate-like flavor followed by a bitter alcohol taste. In particular, the milk neutralizes the alcohol as a whole, making it incredibly soft and sweet. Chocolate alcohol over hot water. How extravagant this is. Even the hot springs were made by hand, which is also luxurious. And the surrounding scenery also gives the feeling of paradise on earth. Blue sky and the foot of a mountain in the distance. And first of all, the dragon in front of me is a beautiful woman. Huh, this is sweet. The dragon, who tasted the sweetness instead of savoring the taste, just took one shot. Then he passes the glass over. One more drink? Hey, eat something while savoring it. Joy, too much, you are shameful. I can't believe they've finally released such a sweet and delicious drink. Because I like sweets. Heh. Yes, it is also a drink that women like, because it's chocolate. Rurin took the glass I gave her again with a melting expression. Then my eyes start spinning. Hey, my mayor, you too, eat it. And then it attacks me. I was literally pounced on. He piles his body on top of me, and with the force of it, my forehead and Lulin's forehead headbutt. HMPH. Then this damn dragon opened my mouth with his hand and started pouring the chocolate liquor from his mouth. The sweet taste of chocolate spreads into Rurin's mouth. No, that's not the problem. Is this insectivorous dragon crazy? You can't even imagine what you're doing right now. What the? I barely managed to separate the dragon's lips. Hehehe. Mei-chai, why are you wearing armor? At the same time, Lulin drank the remaining chocolate liquor. This is the perfect reaction to drinking soju and getting drunk. Wait for a sec. Feeling uncomfortable, I turned around and looked at the bottle of chocolate liqueur. Alcohol content 17 degrees. A phrase that scared people appeared in front of me. Wait a minute, Rurin. Stop eating. Stop, dragon. For some reason, he did something ridiculous that he would never normally do. Is there a dragon in the world that sticks together when he gets drunk? No, it's here. It was my first time drinking alcohol, so I made a mistake not checking the alcohol content. The problem was that I didn't know it was 17 degrees because I mixed it with milk. Pick it up, Maida Merida. In the end, Rurin emptied the entire glass and clung to me again. Haha, do you know him? Your former colleague was like that. Steal your lips, then say you can't do anything. Give it to me, don't be funny, you drunkard dragon. I take back what I said earlier. It means that you don't know what you are doing. Surprisingly, this dragon had at least a vague understanding of the meaning of lips touching. That damn former colleague. However, I have zero desire to be attacked by a drunk dragon. I stopped bathing, rolled my eyes, picked up the limp dragon, carried it, and returned home. Even after I wiped its entire body and laid it down on the bed, it desperately clung to me and didn't want to let go. A story about having no choice but to stay together until late at night. Of course, the hot springs were immediately filled the next day. Dig and use only when necessary, because that's the principle. Chapter 16, Elders Visit It's Raining. Heavy rain fell all over Gray City. The rain that had been falling since lunchtime became heavier as time went by. Even though it is still afternoon, the sky is as dark as midnight. Dark clouds completely covered Gray City. It was difficult weather to expect guests. No one goes up the hill in this weather, unless you're a regular. Who knows, if you really want to eat my cooking, you might come up. When I woke up Rurin, She said that the bed was damp and she didn't like the weather, so she got up and came down to the first floor. He sips his beer while looking at the rain, but soon puts his head down on the bar table and just blinks. It's whether I don't want to do anything. Isn't that right? I know I can't refute it. The weather is somewhat depressing. But in a world like this, rain is more important. You can control the weather with dragon magic, but it is not a good idea to go against the laws of nature unless your life is at stake. So you can't stop the rain just because you don't like being wet. This rain plays a big role in seawater. In the midst of such heavy rain, an untimely guest arrived. A handsome man with a slightly imposing appearance. The man comes into the restaurant and starts complaining. They say I always feel bad when I come to the city of humans. A city of humans. I feel angry, but he looks more handsome than me. Damn, he's so handsome that he doesn't even look human. No, the more I looked at it, the more it felt like it wasn't human. First of all, the man's hair is black. The handsome man had dark black hair flowing. Of course, it is unreasonable to think of everyone who has black hair as a black dragon. However, this man was just openly spraying dragon fear, so honestly, it was confirmed to be a dragon without any further thought. Aren't you an elder? Lulin was startled and jumped up from the bar table and ran towards me. A black dragon elder is definitely someone you know. I just didn't recognize the polymorph state because it was my first time seeing it. Isn't it clear that the name is Metadonna? Unlike Lulin, it is an ancient dragon that has lived for over 30 years. So, he is an elder. It is not a name that should be called by humans or anything like that. A dragon that says the same thing as the words spoken by Rurin when they first met each other. Since they are called the strongest race, it is natural to be proud, but maybe they are all the same. Despite this rain, the black dragon elder was not hit by a single drop of rain. Here, elder refers to the head of each dragon clan. He has only one purpose for coming here. Of course it's because of Lulin. I've never heard of an ancient dragon over 30 years old having fun. What's going on now? I don't think anyone can refute my decision to bring Rurin. Among the Black Dragon group, there were some who thought Lulin was captured by humans or me. But of course they lost to me. So I can't openly oppose it. You are the greatest of all dragons. Even if you ate the heart of the Dragon Lord, the King of Dragons, you are still only a human. How dare you stand on equal footing with the dragon? The rising dragon fear began to surround Metadonna's entire body and revolve around it. It's an incredible life. An ordinary human being without any abilities would have already died dozens of times. Of course, it doesn't work for me. The fact that you lost to me, because that fact is the only truth. When I spoke calmly, the dragon immediately started asking questions. You definitely have the power to take on several of our dragons. But can you win against the entire Black Dragon clan at the same time? Metadonna glared at me and discussed daggiery. Since that doesn't work, are you going to attack in groups? Rather, it is a line that evokes feelings of resistance. We deal with it. So much. If you want to break your promise and take Rurin with you. Elder, I am on El's side. We will fight together. What are you trying to say about a topic you once abandoned? At Metadonna's words, Rurin took a step forward. Now that I think about it, this guy has become firmly on my side at some point. Enough to turn your back on your clan. I already know this, but I suddenly find the dragon in front of me cute. Hey, who threw it away? It was just late. You are one of the few black dragons among us. Well, that's enough of the story. The story that their family tried to abandon Rurin because of something related to her parents is definitely not a lie. However, that is what the elder wants to say now. Dragons cannot lay eggs if they are over 20 years old. Black Dragon society was already very aging, so dragons under 10 years old like Rurin were very rare. Of course, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist at all. This means that it is relatively insufficient. Anyway, this body didn't come here to force you. I have no intention of breaking my promise. Then why on earth did you come today? Human bastard. Your treatment of guests is a mess. How dare you set aside this Black Dragon elder and talk back to him? I ran out of things to say. That is correct. If a person is over 30 years old, he or she is over 70 years old. It's true that you can't just face it. If you didn't come here to fight, you should treat them well first. Although I feel like sprinkling salt on it. Rurin, it doesn't look like you came here to fight, so stop staring at me and let me sit at the table. At my words, Rurin looks at me and Metadonna alternately. Then he approached Elder Tabak with an expression that said he had no choice. Did you come alone? Who are you bringing again? Are you saying you're going to fight because you came alone? This guy, I say this again and again. Stop nagging and come here. Rurin shook her head and pointed in front of the bar table. Then the elder looks around the restaurant and starts an argument. It's so nice to be living in such a small building. Isn't there any inconvenience? Huh. Lulin nodded without hesitation. There was something in the elder's eyes that seemed to genuinely care about Rurin. Something. Of course, it is true that your parents committed great sins against the clan and that others committed great crimes, but that is all in the past. Hey, Mommy didn't commit a crime. Rurin shook her head several times at the elder's words. Metadonna looked at that and immediately sighed. Done. That's not what I came here to talk about. Anyway, what are you planning to serve to guests who have come a long way? If you put out something clumsy, you have to be prepared to be laughed at. Then it's alcohol. The Black Dragon clan was unusually fond of alcohol. Lulin doesn't drink beer for nothing. However, in Lulin's case, he was weak against alcohol itself, compared to liking alcohol. However, that is Lulin's unique personality, and it is an established belief that most black dragons are strong against alcohol. Wow, it's alcohol. The only thing I like about human culture is alcohol. But will it be okay? This body has high eyes. How many times do you think I've taken pleasure in the human world? Metadonna provoked me with a look that seemed like she was going to test something. You must have done a lot of things. If you can't provide a satisfactory drink, I will take Rurin away. I'm not going, Lulin shouted loudly. Puhahaha, I just did it. You can't break a promise like that. Not like that. The elder smiled meaningfully and looked at me again. I don't know what your intention is, but since you've come all the way here, I'll treat you to a surprising drink. To the point where I realized that I had only been drinking strange alcohol until now. Oh, you human, are you so confident? Isn't this the imperial palace of some kind of empire? For your information, I once became the emperor of humans. During these restaurant entertainment days, I didn't even pay attention to it. Indeed, the emperor, you enjoyed a variety of entertainment. Since you are provoking me, I have no choice but to accept the provocation. I don't know what the ultimate purpose of coming to see me and Rurin is, but it doesn't seem like good intentions, and if that's the case, I wanted to dampen their spirits before getting into the main topic. Of course, I am confident. The alcohol in this world is distilled liquor and fermented liquor. Well, it's the same story whether in this world or the modern times I live in. Among them, a drink that would satisfy a dragon. The alcohol of this world has one great weakness. That means there is no ripening. The technology for maturing distilled alcohol was not developed at all. So, no matter how much he reigned as emperor, he would never have tasted aged liquor. Even dragons can't use dimension-shifting magic. Although the store sells diluted soju that is cheap and can be enjoyed in large quantities, summoned one box at a time, there is a weapon worth serving separately at special occasions. Due to the limitations of summoning magic, the quantity is small, so it cannot be sold openly in stores, but it is a summoning item that can be offered in the current situation. Even for Rurin, who rolled her eyes anxiously. I said, taking out my favorite drink, Rurin, come this way. I get it. Rurin runs back to the kitchen. Look at me in that state. Perhaps he felt the same way as me, but there was an intense look in his eyes telling me to do something. Let's see, the alcohol I will serve is aged distilled liquor. Among distilled spirits, single malt whiskey. Since you say out loud that you are confident in your drinking ability, it is unlikely that you will get drunk easily. A characteristic of distilled spirits is that the longer the maturation period, the deeper the taste. In the case of wine, a representative fermented beverage, it is clear that the older it is, the better it becomes. It matures to a certain point, but if it goes beyond that point, it becomes corrupted. But distilled spirits are different. The taste changes as long as it is aged in oak barrels. This is because distilled spirits that are naturally high in alcohol do not spoil over time. In this world, there is no aging method using oak barrels like this, because no one tried. They say that the taste of whiskey is determined by the oak barrel. The brown color of the whiskey is also a product of the whiskey oozing out during maturation in oak barrels. Of course, there is no alcohol like this in this world. I took out a whiskey called the Mikel Oim, thinking of increasing the maturation year little by little so that it doesn't make any noise. The first choice was the Mikel O whiskey, an 18-year-old whiskey made from sherry oak casks made from Spanish oak. I poured the whiskey I took out straight and handed it to Metadonna. Then Metadonna raised his glass with a look in his eyes, asking if he could satisfy himself, who had lived for 30 years as a human subject, and drink alcohol. The elder's shocked face is a sight to behold. In fact, if it is natural, it is natural. It's been 18 years. It is true that once aged for about 18 years, it cannot even be compared with other distilled spirits that have not been aged. Human, what on earth did you do with alcohol? What are you doing? This is a drink I am proud of. I can't offer just any alcohol to the Black Dragon Elder. That whiskey glass is also a first-class glass crafted by a dwarf. It serves to double the taste of alcohol. The academic opinion is that the glass in which this type of aged liquor is served also affects its taste. Of course, only those who can detect even the slightest difference in taste can feel it. Such a scent and rich density. I've never eaten it even in the Imperial Palace, so how could it be? I ignored the confused dragon and prepared my next drink. This time, we are offering a 30-year-old whiskey. Here, 30 years does not mean that 30 years have passed since the whiskey was bottled. This means it was aged in oak barrels for 30 years. A rich oak barrel-aged liquor with a subtle fruity aroma and refreshing taste. This time, I confidently held out the glass in front of Metadonna. Chapter 17, Elders Visit. This time it's the same but different alcohol. I wonder if you can feel the difference. As expected, by provoking me. Then Metadonna took the drink in her hand, with an expression that asked what the hell that meant. He then pours the whiskey into his mouth with an expression as if he is possessed. The elder's face changes every moment. What can I say about this face? It's a face that I don't want to admit, but I can't help but admit it. The face looks like it's going to die because the taste of alcohol is so amazing. It is a face that mixes two beliefs. Rurin saw this and gently put his hand on the whiskey bottle. It is the black dragon's instinct to crave alcohol. I mercilessly slapped the back of his hand away. Sick. I looked at him with an unfair face and started threatening him. This is not possible. If you put this in your mouth, it will really kick you out. It's so toxic that it really shouldn't be done, at least not in the current situation. Rurin looked at the bottle with regretful eyes. I guess I'll have to hide it. I can't even imagine what kind of injection I'll get after eating this. I can't show you yelling at me while we're having a serious conversation. Meanwhile, Metadonna savored the taste of the alcohol and emptied the glass. It's a happy face. Every time you pass it down your throat, the delicate scent will spread and you won't be able to overcome it. I took out my last weapon. A whiskey aged for the longest period of time in the best oak barrels in the whiskey industry. Yes, it is an item that has a maturation period of over 70 years. Of course, the price is expensive. Very expensive. It is an item that exceeds the price of a normal car. Of course, when you summon an item in modern times, you don't get it for free. Should we call it the law of equivalent exchange? There is a price to pay. At the same time as summoning, a gold nugget worth the amount is pushed in. It's a gold bar in my treasure. The gold far exceeds the price of the item, so it would be sufficient compensation. This is the last time. I poured whiskey into a new glass again. That brown color is so beautiful. The brown beauty that oozes out of the oak barrel cannot be compared to that of a 30-year-old barrel. Compared to this liquor, 30-year-old liquor is nothing. The last thing is more than that drink just now. Metadonna looked at me with an expression of disbelief. My voice was trembling. The voice of a 30-year-old ancient dragon is trembling. I guess I won the pride battle. Metadonna understood the meaning of my expression, but she put her hand to the glass with a flushed face, as if she couldn't stop eating. The liquor that flows into the dragon's mouth slowly flows down its throat. After taking a sip, the dragon lost consciousness for a moment. I fell silent as I savored the drink, rolling it around in my mouth. There was a moment of silence, and the dragon poured whiskey down his throat as if it was a waste and muttered. This is like a spring breeze with the scent of flowers. Yet soft it's rich, yet refreshing good. The spirit, which has become mild after being aged for a long time, will spread a fruity scent like a spring breeze every time you pass it down your throat, leaving a very deep chocolate-like flavor and lingering scent. The dragon didn't say anything after its muttering. I just stare blankly at my glass. Then, after a while, he hit himself hard on the cheek. But this is a summon item. An item that is so rare that it cannot be summoned in large quantities. One of my small wishes is to make my own aged liquor in this world. Anyway, distilled alcohol exists, so it's not that difficult of a problem. It's just a matter of maturation. The prerequisite is to find trees that surpass oak and make oak barrels. New oak barrels, not oak, because there is no tree of the same type as the oak tree in this world. The black dragon in front of you now confirms that aged distilled spirits can survive in this world. So, a tree similar to or superior to an oak tree, and all you need is magic. I can now spread aged liquor with my own hands. If successful, a lot of money will come in. That's the end of that drink. Even if I want to give you more, I can't. It's okay today, but next time you come, we'll give you a deeper taste. How about putting off the added fun until later and just heading home? It means I hope you don't play pranks on Rurin. At my words, Blade Dragon raised his eyes and said, "There is a better alcohol than this." Human being, how on earth was this alcohol made? Well, it's about ripening, but it's my own secret, so I can't explain it any further. It's ripening because it's ripe, ha 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 ha. I have to admit it. This drink was definitely the best I've ever had. The dragon smiled widely and then came out again and looked around at Lurin. But this and the purpose of my coming here are separate things. I knew it would happen. These damn dragons are always so self-centered. Although he was surprised by the taste of the alcohol, he didn't seem to have forgotten his purpose. However, it was true that the momentum had calmed down a bit. Should I be satisfied with just that? What is the purpose? I treated you well, so now you can tell me, right? At my words, Metadonna withdrew her smile and opened her mouth with a serious face. The expression on his face is that the joke ends here. I clearly remember the promise I made to entrust Rurin to you. At that time, I had no choice because I was pushed by your threats. But, there is a problem. A promise is a promise, so there is nothing you can do about it. But there are rules of the Dragon Clan that can offset that promise. Breaking this rule means dealing with the entire Black Dragon Clan. If it's a black dragon, no one can avoid it. It looks like he found an excuse to break his promise to me and take Rurin away. What kind of rule is that? Even Lulin tilts his head as if he has no idea. The age at which a dragon is recognized as an adult is 800 years old. However, if you do not have a dragon lair even by the year you turn 800, you cannot be recognized as an independent being, because it means nothing has been done for 800 years. Lurin was using her dead mother's rare, but that rare was probably destroyed by the Red Dragon guys in the last war. Until you are recognized as an independent entity, according to the rules, you will have to stay in Bloon as a member of the clan. Bloon refers to a place deep in the world where black dragons who are approaching death leave the rare and live together. It is like a sacred place. Are you planning to drag Rurin to that place now? They do whatever they want. I'll say it again, the rules of the Dragon Clan must be followed as long as you are born as a black dragon. This means that if you want to be with Lurin as we promised, you must have a rare. So, unless you have a rare item, you should send it back immediately. Or will you choose war with our Black Dragon Clan? This is a ridiculous rule. The elder lightly ignored my expression, which was probably rotting, and opened his mouth to Lurin. Lurin, you've probably heard it too, right? So you can't say anything right now and your hands are shaking. Elder, but this is my rare. Are you going to call a place rare where a dragon's body doesn't even fit? Lulin looked at me with a puzzled face. I shake my head vigorously. It meant I didn't want to go. She had a habit of saying that she never wanted to return to her clan again. The conclusion that always came at the end was that I wanted to live with myself. It is her habit to say that she will stay with me until I die. She said she was severely bullied because of her parents' work. In many ways, I have no intention of letting go of Lulin. I can't stand Lurin disappearing, because she has become a part of my life. But this damn Black Dragon Clan, how can you shamelessly bring up old rules? Whenever they ask me for help and promise to give anything. Anyway, it's funny that humans aren't the only ones whose attitude completely changes between before and after going to the bathroom. What should we do, human? Are you going to fight us, or not? The elder looked at me with a sly face. In the end, there is only one answer. Well, that's good. Isn't it enough to make it rare? The elder smiled strangely at my words. You want to make it rare? Yes, there is still time before Rurin becomes an adult. Yes, of course. It's 1 year. Are you really going to make a rare in just 1 year? Because I took over the Dragon Lord's treasure. There are enough treasures to fill the rares. Who? The elder looks interested. I don't want to repay that interest. I have no intention of leaving here, but I can't leave here. So I plan to make the bottom of this hill rare. Are you really making it rare? Rurin looked at me with a blank face. Yes, if I leave you to make it alone, it may take hundreds of years to collect the treasure from the beginning. There's nothing you can do to avoid being dragged away, right? It might be something that wasn't planned. Really? Really? Lulin's face, which had been dying at the thought of being dragged away, began to bloom. If a dragon rare contains no treasure, it is not recognized as a rare, because the dragon's love for treasure began from there. Yes, I make it. My wealth and connections. And we'll use all of our magic to dig up the entire hill below where the restaurant is located and create a rare enough space to fit your original body. I am thinking of making the house a little bigger. If we compare the hill where the restaurant is to a pancake, the inside of that bun, the idea is to dig out all the red bean parts, protect them from collapsing with a magic barrier, and then make them rare. Because the hill where the restaurant is located is of that size. Can you really make it in 1 year? My magic and Lurin's magic. And if you have treasure, there's nothing you can't do. The promise I made to the elder is a promise, but the promise I made to Rurin is also important, so I cannot return it. Such a situation is none of my business, but rules are rules. It's true that according to the rules, there is definitely a year to spare. If I am going to make it, it has to be a rare item that I approve of, responsible for causing the death of Rurin's mother. Since I couldn't even protect the rare she left behind, I'll have to make it again. And once the rare is completed, I will declare this area as Lurin's territory. The elder said that and jumped up from his seat. The way he stood up looked exactly like Lulin. I'll taste that drink again a year later when I come back to check for rare. The elder left only those words and disappeared through teleportation without giving anyone time to respond. As I looked at that scene, a sense of discomfort exploded. I feel a contradiction. Obviously, the elder said, we'll have to make it again. Is this it? I feel sorry for Lulin who doesn't have any rares. So I need to make it rare, but it's a hassle to do it myself. So what if you showed up to take advantage of me and my treasure? By mentioning the rules. Was he attacked by a 30-year-old snake? No, it's not a serpent, it's a dragon that evolved from a serpent. It seemed like I was hooked. I saw Lulin. What is so exciting is making me laugh out loud. No, it would be exciting. If I build a lair under this land, will you also be living in my lair? Judging by what he said, it was a solo crime committed by the elder. But no matter what, the important thing is the restaurant. When I have free time, I can just dig a tunnel as a pastime and move my treasure to a rare place. Still, my mouth was open. Equation. Chapter 18 Doctor's Evening. There is a unique clinic in Gray City. What made the clinic unique was that the doctors were not human. The doctor at the clinic is an elf. Elena, an elf, came to the human world with the intention of practicing medicine and opened a clinic in Great City. Lane, your burns are severe? Elena, the elf doctor from Gray City, distorted her expression. This would have been accompanied by considerable pain. Elena was heartbroken by the severe burn marks. Right? I made a little mistake. Riani spoke calmly, but her facial expression was very distorted, as if she was enduring pain. Don't worry. I will make you better. Elena immediately used healing magic heal on the back of Rain's hand. With the bright light, the burned area gradually recovers. In the case of trauma, unless it is a large wound, it can be treated with the healing magic heal. So don't worry, there probably won't be any scars. Internal injuries and major injuries cannot be treated with heals. At that time, you can practice medicine. Elena was skilled not only in healing magic, but also in medicine. But she recently felt skeptical about the work itself. Wouldn't it be better to just go back to the elf village? I was thinking about that. The reason is because of human attitudes. Treatment itself is rewarding. However, few of the men who came to the clinic wanted to receive treatment. Most men are just thirsty for courtship. It was disappointing to her that people were more interested in herself as a biological female than in herself as a doctor. That doesn't happen among elves. Elena found it strange that people were only obsessed with her own face. With the thought of helping humans, I had a hard time leaving the forest and settling down. Thank you. I think Elena's magic is really amazing, but my face doesn't look good these days. What's going on? Rain looked at the back of her recovered hand and opened her mouth. Yes, I haven't been able to sleep well these days. Sleep. Do you have any concerns? Riani held onto Elena's hands with her characteristic mischievousness. He looks like he's willing to give advice on anything. No. What about meals? With vegetables I bought at your market. Elena has not been able to eat meat since she was born. There is a popular belief that elves do not eat meat, but that does not mean they cannot eat it. I just don't enjoy it. However, in her case, she was born unable to properly digest meat. Would you say it has the digestive system of a herbivore? Because I always eat raw vegetables like that, I actually feel less energetic. Riani shook her head and suddenly clapped her hands. Because a good idea occurred to me. It's a little far, but would you like to go to the restaurant on the hill after the treatment? At a restaurant. You can make delicious dishes with just vegetables. If URL, yes, human restaurants were very obvious. It's not that there are no vegetable dishes, but the focus is on salads. So I didn't feel any difference from eating raw vegetables. However, Elena had no particular complaints about the taste of the food. The problem is the concentration of humans. Still, since coming to this city, I haven't been able to make a single close friend. I realized that it is quite difficult to become close to humans. I thought I couldn't understand why many elves in their homeland, the elven forest, were angry at humans. Men gather together, and women look at themselves with jealous eyes. Elena couldn't figure out why she was looking at her like that. Perhaps because of that jealousy, almost no women came to the clinic. In the meantime, the only person who treated me well was Lane. Elena thought he was a good person. If all humans were like Lane, we wouldn't have to worry about this. This is Elena's thoughts, because she didn't really understand human nature. It's been quite a while since I've had something delicious. Since Lane recommended it, I will definitely go. Is it so? I don't know what your worries are, but eat something delicious and cheer up. Elena nodded quietly, but had no expectations that there would be anything special in the first place. After all, it is a restaurant run by humans. He thought that there would be no food that would suit his taste as an elf. However, I couldn't refuse the recommendation, since it was Riani who thought of me. With that thought in mind, Elena left the city and climbed the hill after the clinic hours were over. As I was walking, thinking that the sunset as the sun was setting was pretty everywhere. Whether in the human city or the elf forest, a cute restaurant near the top of the hill caught my eye. When Elena saw that, she thought it was a very strange position. Still, the view is nice. Looking at the scenery made Elena miss the nature of her hometown. The noble beliefs were disappearing little by little. The idea of closing the clinic and returning to my hometown becomes a little more certain. Hello. When I entered the store, there were no other customers. The owner was also nowhere to be seen. Is not it? Is the woman in front of me the owner? Elena thought that way, because it was stretched out on the table. I don't think there will be any guests lined up at the table for a meal. Of course, the person Elena referred to as the woman in front of her was, of course, Rurin. Rurin was sprawled out on the table as always. However, since he was not asleep, he slowly rubbed his eyes and opened his mouth. Huh, are you a guest? Yes, I came here because Lane recommended it. Are you the owner? No, but aren't you an elf? Rurin stood up on the table as if in amazement, then jumped and came down to the floor. And then he got right in front of Elena. Elena was slightly embarrassed and took a step back. Yes. This is my first time seeing a female elf. In the past, there was a male elf among Els companions. You are a female elf, that is correct. A male elf, whom all elves are beautiful. How dare you? Dare. Elena tilted her head. The woman in front of me had a beauty that was not inferior to that of the elves. To be honest, Elena was by far the first human to see such a beautiful woman. But unlike Elena, no man approaches Rurin. Although she does not emit her peers on purpose, her body is always surrounded by tiny, impenetrable peers. So even when human men see Rurin's beauty, they do not think much of her intimidation. So it was correct to say that there was no human who could handle Rurin. Except El. You are truly beautiful. Is this body beautiful? Haha. But I am not human. Doesn't the elf know that too? That useless male elf who was El's companion wasn't even a fuss. Elena, who heard those words, was startled and looked straight into Rurin's eyes. Elena, who looked deeply into those eyes, was scared and fell down on the spot. Oh, great being, please forgive my rudeness. Elena began to tremble. It's a natural reaction. A dragon is the highest-ranking creature that one cannot even dare to speak of. Elena couldn't understand why there was a dragon in a place like this. Did I come out for entertainment? Well, it doesn't make sense if it's entertainment. Elves are born with an aesthetic sense that can detect lies. It was because of that ability that Rurin asked Elena why she didn't even know about it. If an elf makes up his mind and looks deeply into the other person's eyes, he can see through the essence of things. I don't like humans, and I don't particularly like elves. And I don't like dragons that bother me, so I hate everyone. Looking down at the trembling elf, Rurin told a strange story. It was no different from saying that they hated elves, so Alina should have felt serious fear. I know a little bit about humans too, so I have no choice but to just agree. That's the best Alina can do. But I soon realized that it was not the time to agree. Dragons that hate humans brought great disaster to the continent, historically speaking. There are many dragons that have destroyed kingdoms, ruined empires, and caused great danger. Alina had to feel tremendous fear because the way Lulin spoke created just such a feeling of fear. If that happens, even the Forest of the Elves, their hometown, will suffer damage. As a peace-loving elf, Alina mustered up all her courage and dared to ask, believing that such a thing should not happen. But great being, if you don't like humans, why are you in a place like this? May I ask if you are having fun? Lulin shook his head violently at Alina. I hate humans, but it was wrong to say that everyone disliked it. Hi, L is different. Since I have L, anything else I dislike doesn't matter. Do you understand, by the way, elf? Did you know of my existence? L said I shouldn't reveal my identity. That's it. No, the elves have never once interfered with the games of a great being. I know full well what disaster it would bring if I did that. I will never reveal it, great being, now have mercy. Alina was surprised and lowered her head. I didn't say I was going to kill him. Well then, elf, be my subordinate, because I don't have any subordinates. Then I'll save you. I praised this body, so it's appreciated. But at that very moment, Lulin was grabbed by the back of his head. What the hell? What is it? Why are you scaring the guests? The person who caught the back of my head was Elle, who appeared from the basement. Elle grabbed Lulin's back and pulled her into his arms. The back of Lurin's head touches Elle's chest. Elle had no idea what was going on right now. However, Rurin got scared and started acting like a fool. When did you come? I do not know, because this elf fell down first. Of course, it is true that Alina fell down first, although that is true. Elf, yes. Lulin waved his hand and laughed. Elle, who only looked at Alina after hearing that she was an elf, nodded when she saw the ears. If it were an elf, its identity would have already been discovered. Don't be funny, take turns. Go down and dig the ground. I hope you realize that you are having a hard time building your own house right now. Get down quickly. Is it my turn already? It seems like you went down not long ago. When Elle glared, Rurin dropped her shoulders and slowly walked to the back of the restaurant, muttering, I understand. Can't you just do it? Alina slowly raised her head and looked at the scene. The man in front of me is not a dragon. No matter how you look at it, he was human. There was no trace of polymorph at all. How can humans treat dragons like that? Faced with a reality she could not understand, Alina fell into confusion. Grabbing the back of a dragon and cutting it off was a huge culture shock for Alina, but seeing a dragon listen to a human's words and move on does not only feel like a culture shock, but also brings about the destruction of one's values. Chapter 19, Doctor's Evening. Do you want to get up first? When I saw the long ears, the woman lying down was an elf. Come to think of it, I think I've heard of it before, that there were elves in Great City. Anyway, if she is an elf, the situation is clear at a glance. Lurin's identity must have been revealed because of the elf's eyes that could see through lies. Who the hell are you? If you do that to a great being. If. No, I know very well that she is a dragon. Our relationship is a bit special, so it's a bit difficult to explain. A special relationship? The elf blinked in disbelief. There was still fear in his eyes. More than that, Mr. Elf. You know that it's a secret that there are dragons in Great City, right? Yes. I have no intention of destroying the clan. What kind of elf would go around talking about dragons' pastimes? This is obvious. If you reveal the dragon's secret, you will be severely punished. Then get up. Anyway, it's better not to think too much about my relationship with the dragon. Is that also the secret of the great being? Yes. You are this human, right? No, he's definitely human. Humans are correct. It's definitely human. Don't be so scared. But I used to be a bit of a wizard, but now I am a retired restaurant owner. Since he was tired of fighting and chose to retire, would you say he has something in common with the elves? The flying wizard. In the world, he was also called the Great Wizard. Would you understand if I told you that I was a colleague of Beden, the hero of the elves? Is that true? The elf stared at me with a very surprised face. It's a face of complete disbelief because everything is so surprising. However, noble elves do not know how to lie and have the ability to detect even other people's lies, so if they had looked into my eyes, they would have realized that it was the truth. I guess I am serious. With that, Bethan. Yeah, so I am not a bad person. But since this is a secret related to dragons, can you just skip it? This may be considered a threat, but rest assured that the dragon will not run amok or anything like that. This is also true. I looked straight into the elf's eyes. You probably knew it wasn't a lie. Only then did the elf become cautious. I got up very carefully. I think everything you said is true. If so, I'll pretend not to know. I don't want to get too involved with dragons. It's also an unwritten rule. Yes. So forget about the dragon. What is your name, Mr. Elf? Giannalina. The first letter is the same as mine. I am L.O. Yes. I heard it from Lane. The elf who introduced herself as Alina nodded. He then looked around, and his expression became ambiguous. It's scary to keep setting foot in a place where dragons live, and it's also rude to just leave after entering the restaurant, so what should I do? The type of person whose thoughts are clearly visible on their face. You probably won't even be able to lie. Don't be so nervous. This is an ordinary restaurant. That dragon's name is Rurin, and he's not that bad. You can rest assured that no harm will come to you as long as you are with me. By the way, you came here to eat, right? If so, please sit down. I am sorry for surprising you, so I'll treat you to something delicious. Let me clear some doubts. I am not a bad person. That it seems like it's true, but... Alina still seemed to hesitate, but eventually sat in front of the bar table I pointed to. Kwang, meanwhile, below the restaurant. In other words, there was a loud sound of construction going on at the bottom of the hill. They told me to do it as gently as possible, but I'm just destroying things as much as I can. What about this? The elf, who reacted sensitively to the sound, began to notice. It's no big deal. The ground just shakes a little. What kind of dish would you like to eat instead? Oh, I can only eat vegetables. But Lady Rain told me to go, saying she would cook delicious dishes with just vegetables, so I came. Is it possible? Alina mutters in a very unsure tone. He is completely depressed because of Rurin. Honestly, her reaction is the correct attitude toward dragons. A being that needs to be tense, and in awe, because it's a dragon. Well, that's not important right now, it's a vegetable dish. Of course it is possible. There are a variety of foods made with only vegetables, so there is nothing difficult about it. Do not worry, we will prepare delicious dishes made with vegetables. Ah, but how far can it not go? This part is important. To what extent can a vegetarian eat something? If you are a true vegetarian, you can only eat grass. Otherwise, there is a wide range of choices. Meat. As long as it's not animal flesh, it's okay. Ah, can you eat anything but lean meat? Yes, it's because I am not a vegetarian and lean meat is a part of my body that doesn't eat it. It was a fortunate story. If so, the scope is not that narrow. All right. Then I'll cook you a delicious dish without using lean meat. Really? I've tried a lot of dishes without meat, but honestly, I often feel that raw vegetables are better in terms of taste. The moment the elf nodded with anticipation. Oh, why are there so many guests today? Ha ha ha. A loud voice was heard. It was a very familiar voice. The person who came striding into the restaurant was none other than Mr. Knoll. Strangely enough, the person who came with me was not Mr. Lane. It was a young man I had never seen before. My nephew came to me because he said he had something to discuss. So, give me Yuva's belly fat. Mr. Knoll, who had become a complete fan of Yuva's belly fat, spoke loudly and sat down at a table for 4 with the young man who came with him. Alina looked at the two for a moment as if she didn't know that Knoll was Rain's husband, but then quickly lost interest. Okay, just wait a moment. I headed straight to the material warehouse. First, I planned to cook Alina's dish. It's only natural since I ordered it first. When you think of vegetable dishes, a variety of things come to mind, but if all you want is lean meat, pasta seems perfect. Strictly speaking, pasta is a noodle dish. Anyway, it's delicious even without meat. If the tomatoes themselves taste good, everything is okay. If you bring out the flavor of the tomatoes sufficiently, you can create a deep flavor even without adding meat. There are tomatoes in this world too. Plus, it's very delicious. Maybe it's because the climate of this town is similar to the Andes, where tomatoes originate, but you can even taste the refreshing sweetness of apples in the tomatoes themselves. First, I put olive oil in the pan. Olive oil, the strongest vegetable oil on earth. It's perfect for her who can't eat meat. The olive oil I use is extra virgin, which is considered the highest quality. The highest quality oil in which the pulp of olive fruits floats. Here, finely chop the onion and garlic and fry them. The point is to write quickly and well. Chiyik. When you fry chopped onion and garlic in a pan heated with olive oil, an indescribable smell spreads. Especially when you fry the onions until they turn brown, The really delicious smell stimulates your appetite. Once the garlic flavor is added, you will be full from this alone. Tomatoes here. Crush and boil crazy fresh tomatoes, season with pepper, and then boil the pasta. The thing to note here is that pasta noodles must be boiled in hard water. Even in modern times, soft water is used in Oriental cuisine, especially soup-based dishes, while hard water is used in ordinary Western cuisine. This is a pretty big difference. The representative hard water is the underground bedrock water that flows underground in this hill. The groundwater here is rich in calcium and light proteins. This hard water has the property of hardening noodles such as pasta. It is a natural rule to use hard water to boil pasta to the optimal texture and firmness. Other than that, of course you have to use training. Soft water refers to ordinary water, and since the drinking water in the restaurant is filled with my spray magic, this water is soft water. Hard water and soft water are determined based on the ingredients they contain. Anyway, fresh ingredients and adequate water. And if you mix in Montan mushrooms, a truly delicious pasta is completed. Alina, who was watching this silently, let out an exclamation as if she had finally gotten over the fear of dragons. Oh my, the color is pretty. It's red full of sunlight. This is my first time seeing a dish like this. I placed the finished dish in front of her. Alina carefully lifted the noodles with a fork. The face of an elf filled with curiosity. He looks like he is deeply interested in my cooking. It was clear that there had been a big change in my desire to quickly eat whatever food I had and get away from the dragon. So, leaving her focused on cooking, I moved to my seat and started grilling uva belly meat to serve to Mr. Knoll. Wow, my belly fat has come out. Oh yes, Nellen, try this, because it's so delicious. Mr. Knoll looks at Yuva's belly and gestures for soju. Alina is slurping pasta in an unexpected way. The sound is thick. Hold the fork firmly and immediately suck up the noodles. Every time I did that, my hair would fall down, which was uncomfortable, but I didn't even care about the tomato sauce splattering on my blonde hair and continued to fork frantically. Since it's her first time seeing pasta, she probably can't even think about the technique of rolling it up on a spoon and eating it. How does it taste? When I asked, Alina, who had her nose in her plate, looked up and smiled. You look pretty when you smile. Since I was trained by Rurin, I am not particularly impressed. It is delicious. This is the first time in my life that I have eaten a dish cooked so deliciously with only vegetables. So this is called cooking. I always ate only raw vegetables. The response is so strong that it is very rewarding. The elves have no concept of cooking. My fellow elf Beden had the same reaction. While I was satisfied with the response, I heard a conversation between Mr. Knoll and his nephew. Anyway, the voice is loud. Even considering that the store is small. Is your arm okay? Yes, but I think I'll have to take a break from mine work for a while until my wound heals. I had night work today as well, so I had no choice but to leave early. But I felt uncomfortable going home. Are you saying this guy's house is uncomfortable? What do you mean? Did you know that my mother is not my biological mother? How did you do that? I know everything, so don't try to lie. I knew her as my biological mother for 20 years, but she wasn't my biological mother. Everything is so confusing and I don't know what to do. So what happened? What did you do to Mr. May? I don't know. I've been deceived for 20 years. What's the point? I just called her mom. What dude? Given the content of the conversation, I glanced at Mr. Knoll and saw that he looked very embarrassed. It is a worthy situation. Also, Alina must have heard, too, as she mumbled something while wiping her mouth with a napkin. The dishes are clean. Yes, it seems like there is something lacking in humans. If you raised her for 20 years, wouldn't you already have a love that left your mother? I run a clinic in the city and take care of people, but every time I do that, I feel disappointed in people. I guess you could say I don't really know. As a result, I don't have any close friends. Alina whispered very softly, while shaking my head. Then, as he slowly started to get up, I stopped him. Wait a minute, Alina. Yes, there was sauce on that hair. Yes. The elf was very embarrassed and hurriedly took the towel I held out. Meanwhile, the conversation between Mr. Knoll and the young man continued. Chapter 20, Doctor's Evening, is it because you don't know how Mr. May raised you? Even though I feed and clothe you with only good things in a difficult life, I don't do anything. Besides, your father died at a young age, so he raised you as a complete stranger. I know that, but the young man lowered his head. Man, I am so confused. My mom wasn't my mom. Mom is not a mother, but she is a mother if she has raised you for over 20 years. This bastard is real. Mr. Knoll starts to get angry. The young man was scared and flinched. And I couldn't even say anything. As if turning a horse around, he picked up the yuba belly fat that I had put out. This is delicious. I didn't eat breakfast and skipped lunch because of my injury. If you're hurt, you should go home quickly. It's a consultation or something. You just eat that and go back to Mr. May right away. But the atmosphere in the house is shit. It's so uncomfortable. You bastard. I still vividly remember May getting frostbite while going to the doctor to tell her you were sick. From what I could see, this young man's mother seemed to be a very warm person, if what Mr. Knoll says is true, so even I felt frustrated with the young man. Honey. In the meantime, Miss Lane ran into the restaurant and looked for her husband. My forehead was covered in sweat. Honey, you're in big trouble. Are you with Nelline? Yeah, it's here. Hello, Mom. Nelline looked at Mr. Rain, got up from the chair and nodded. But Mr. Lane's face says that greetings are not important right now. It seemed very urgent. So much so that I didn't even know Alina existed. This is not the time. Mr. May was seriously injured in the mine? Yes. I guess Mr. May didn't know that you left school early because you were hurt. There was a landslide in the mine, and I guess I got caught up in it. What is that? Why? I think he went to bring a packed lunch for you who works at night. Madam, no, Mom. The young man looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Come down quickly. Okay, Mr. Knoll winks at me. I nodded. Because I don't think it's time to eat right now. This probably means that you will calculate it later. The three people quickly ran down the hill. A quiet restaurant. I saw an elf. She was staring blankly at the three people who had disappeared. You said you were running a clinic, right? Before that, since you are an elf, you will be able to use healing magic. Yes, that's right. You said earlier that you only end up disappointed because you don't know people well. Alina quietly nodded. Before I knew it, the sauce on my head had been wiped off. Please think differently. That young man's mother has raised a child she never gave birth to on her own for decades. If his father also passed away at an early age, what do you think of the heart of a person who wanders around looking for medicine, even though his feet are suffering from frostbite, even though he is literally a stranger? He's not my biological child. That. Alina blinked her big eyes. Flash. The blinking continues for a long time. You may have been disappointed because you were only looking at the surface. So why don't you come down together? No matter how much you hate humans, you haven't forgotten your belief in saving lives, right? Healing magic. It is a type of magic that is completely different from offensive or defensive magic. Even Rurin can't use it properly. The use of healing magic is said to be imbued with divine power, or elves who love nature and peace, because the entities that can be used are limited. Elle is right. Sorry. I guess I felt strange for a moment. I'd like to go down first. Life has to be saved first. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll help. I chased after Noel with Alina, who nodded. They are north of the city. I ran to the side of the road leading to the mines of Great Mountain. There is a city at the bottom of the hill, and beyond the city is Mount Grey to the north, so it's quite a distance away. In front of him, many injured people were being moved from the mine. There were many corpses and many patients. Mr. Knoll was also seen. A person who appears to be the young man's mother is being carried on a stretcher. As we got closer, Mr. Lane pretended to know. Elsie, did you follow me here? Yes, Alina was eating, so I brought her here. Alina, God Rain, the two people nod their heads. However, the joy was short-lived, and Mr. Lane immediately shook his head. I feel so sorry. Mr. May, it seems that he was worried that his son might be starving because he didn't bring a lunchbox with him, so he brought a lunchbox with him to eat while working at night and went to the mine. But then there was a rockfall accident moreover, in the letter. Mr. Lane burst into tears. There was a letter in her hand. The young man must have already read the letter, kneeling down towards the motionless woman and crying for his mother. The content of the letter was simple. Nellin. Anyway, there's no way you can go without eating, right? Since you don't seem to want to talk to me for a while, I'll leave your lunchbox and letter with your colleague. Still, won't you call me Mom again someday? Someday. Because Mom doesn't have any strength these days. You know that? Mom is your mom. Even if you don't acknowledge it, I am your mother. The people who were brought in on the stretcher were hit on the head with large stones, so it would probably be difficult for them to survive. I've been through a lot of hardships all my life, so how could something like this happen? Mr. Lane continued to sob, and the young man continued to cry out for his mother. Now, how are you going to live the rest of your life if your mother leaves like that, calling you an old woman? Alina, who read the letter with me, nodded with a big decision on her face. Even though the young man didn't like it, he seemed to feel sorry for the woman lying down as I said, "Would you like to get out of the way? I will take a look." "Yes, that's right. Nellin Alina is a skilled healer. Stay out of the way just in case." Mr. Lane, who was sobbing, joined in and grabbed Nellin's shoulder. Alina quietly looked at the woman. "There is nothing I can do about a person's life, no matter how much mana they have. I'm going to use the competition uniform. I don't know if my mana will keep up." Alina grabbed the woman and shouted that. He seemed to hesitate in the restaurant, but at this moment, he was back to being an elf who sacrificed his life. A bright light shines from Alina's hand. Soon sweat formed on Alina's forehead. Luckily, the woman regained consciousness by the time the sweat stopped dripping. That was a miracle. Great clothing is the highest level of healing magic that elves have, so its very existence is a miracle. "Mom, Mom," then the young man rushed over. The woman lying down seemed to have barely come to her senses and stretched out her hand toward her son. "Nellin, again, are you calling me Mom?" After saying just one word, the woman smiled and dropped the hand she was reaching for her son. "Mom, Mom," even I was surprised. "I wonder if he just died. Are you okay? You just lost your mind and you've passed the crisis." Fortunately, Alina reassured the young man that it was okay. She stumbled as she got up, probably because she had used up most of her mana. I quickly helped her up. Mr. Rain held the woman with a happy face and cried with the young man. Mr. Knoll was beside him and patted Mr. Rini on the back. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I am okay." Alina also nodded. It didn't look very good, though. Still, she instinctively looked at the other injured people around her. "I think there are many people who can stop the bleeding if they can use heals mana. I used up all my mana." And then he trembled his eyebrows with a sad expression. "But I think I was thinking something wrong. As Elle said, I think I was only looking at the surface too much. I would like to stay here a little longer. Then, I thought, I might be able to find other aspects of humans. Of course, I don't know yet." Alina said that and tried to move unsteadily. But no matter how you look at it, caring for other patients is impossible. I can't help it. "Hold on a moment, Alina." "Yes. I can't use healing magic, but I think I can replenish your depleted mana. Would you like to leave it to me?" "4. At the same time Alina made a puzzled face, I touched her forehead, and some of the mana flowed to her. "This is a skill called mana transfer." Are you okay? "This is a secret art learned from Beden, an elf, so it won't harm the elves. Alina, the elf, will know better than ever that what I say is true." After a while, I took my hand off my forehead and said, "It may be difficult to wear competition clothes, but simple healing magic can now be used. Please help people. Then find what you are looking for." Alina looked at me with a curious face. "Elle, you are so amazing that ill come back to see you all again. Please tell me about Beden's story someday. If someone doesn't do it to the great being above. It's a little scary, but..." Alina muttered that and ran towards the patients. Perhaps because my mana had recovered, I didn't stumble any further. "I am going to help you, so move your hands." Her face was smiling as she examined the patient. There is nothing left for me to do. More and more soldiers were flocking in, and more doctors would also be added. I turned around and started walking towards the hill, to go back. Then I got kicked in the chest. I was knocked to the ground by the sudden surprise attack. You. When I dug out the ground and came out, there was no one there. Do you know how surprised I was? I've never disappeared on a night like this before. A stranger jumped into my body and grabbed me by the collar. Needless to say, it is our family's dragon. The dragon had a scruffy appearance, its entire body completely covered in dirt, as if it had used teleportation as soon as it found no one in the restaurant while digging. It's such a shame that you can't see it. My pretty face is covered in dirt. Oh sorry, I forgot to tell you. It's too much, girl. Are you scared and came here in a hurry because no one was there? When I ask a question with a sigh, the dragon takes his hand off the collar and jumps up. Don't be ridiculous. Why would this body do such a thing? Okay, let's go back and wash you. It was definitely a bit too much to leave without saying anything. Is that so? What's going on? Are you fully acknowledging it? Then it includes kook. K kookdo, I thought about it and said, but does this insectivore kick because of that? I do not know, I never did that. Lulin pulled away and got out of the way from me. Thanks to this, my clothes are also covered in dirt, but something felt better. In the old days, I never even thought about caring for life. Would you say that you are just tired of fighting? It feels a bit different to be helping save lives when I used to only fight and destroy. Rurin, who heard what I said, tilted her head as if asking what I meant. I don't know what it is, but didn't you save me before? Who says they just destroyed it? Bring it. I will rip it to shreds and give you breath. So I saved your life? Hee hee, you look so stupid today. I know, I nodded. Then I started walking toward the restaurant, holding the hand of the dragon who tilted his head once again, perhaps surprised by me nodding his head obediently. Chapter 21 worked to make the entire hill of the doctor's table empty. When Inferno, a Class 8 magic that burns at a temperature higher than magma, melts the soil, at that moment Rurin covers the ceiling with a barrier containing Class 9 mana. By repeating this process, the earthen ceiling is maintained without collapsing. It is a 9-class barrier. Even if a giant monster sits on top of a hill, it is unlikely to collapse unless its weight or presence exceeds Lulin's mana. Of course, it is difficult to build a building on a hill, because there is no way the ground can be dug. You must be embarrassed because the ground can't be dug because of the barrier. But since all the land on the hill near here has been purchased, that doesn't happen. Even if there is, just block it and that's it. This is the rare one I decided to make. I was thinking of using this opportunity to make a luxurious rare. Would you say it's a huge underground palace? There is a restaurant on the hill, and at the bottom of the hill is an underground palace. The so-called underground palace rare. Lurin's ambitions are rising to build not only a huge room where he can stay even when his polymorph is released, but also various luxurious facilities, as well as a large food warehouse, a storage warehouse for summoned items, and a liquor warehouse that he has long wanted to build. There was even a bathroom near the underground water vein. Since we couldn't just dig up the ground and leave it alone, we had to tip it over after enjoying the hot springs, but there's no need to do that if you build it in the hill. So this rare was not only for Rurin, but also for me. I plan to use the strongest magic that Rurin can use in the food storage and summoning warehouse. By using the Class 10 magic, Time Stop, you can make the expiration date eternal. It is possible to create a space where everything stops. Of course, if that happens, Lulin will be needed to get to the warehouse. That's the only drawback, but the advantages are greater, so I can't help it. Due to the influence of Dragon Heart, his attack magic overwhelms Lulin and other dragons, but as a human, that's his limit. Normal attack magic is up to Class 9. If you already have level 9 attack magic, you can drop a meteorite or even destroy a city if you want. Trampling a dragon is also a 9th class magic. On the other hand, Class 10 magic usually refers to magic that involves the manipulation of mind and time. In this world's magic system, you can think of magic of Class 10 or higher as mental magic, and level 10 magic is too much for humans. Would you say that the human brain cannot handle it? So no matter how much mana I have, the power of Class 9 attack magic will only become stronger. It will not make me a Class 10. Our dragon was still young, so he couldn't use a variety of mental magic, but he was still able to use it clumsily. I am the one who wants to use god-level magic to store food, but what a useless luxury this is. But right now it's just the basic steps. Whether it's Time Stop, a warehouse, or a palace, it's still a long way off. Right now it's just the planning stage. The priority is to focus on creating space by quickly melting the soil. You cannot hire dwarves at this stage, because melting the inside of a hill and building a barrier are things dwarves cannot do. This level of barrier must be able to use Class 9 auxiliary magic, so it's just Lurin's job. In fact, creating a rare in an unusual location was an unavoidable labor. Once you create a space, you can hire dwarves to build the palace. So, the story goes that all you have to do is dig a hill and your troubles will be over. Sweat flows down my forehead. I worked so hard that I was so tired that I was close to dying. Just a high earthen ceiling. In the future, there is a pile of dirt that has not yet been drilled. An empty space was created at the back. When I looked at Lulin to take a break, he looked very messed up. I'm not talking about being covered in dirt. Rurin was standing there looking at me even more than that. You, why are you so wet? Water over there. You. Do not come, arg, you idiot. Where are you coming from, covered in mud? Wow. The mud dragon ran up and pushed me. It's frustrating. Mud splatters on my clothes and face. Rurin smiled and started rubbing mud on my body. Very deliberate. Yumma, I made it clear before that you and I are one. That was because I was hired to help out at the restaurant. Okay, get off, just get off. Get away now. Eku, hey, why on my face? Lurin's spit splatters all over my face. A dragon's spit. I can't live. The dragon didn't even think about getting out of the way and trembled. Cold. Dragon is cold because it's this wet. It's not a dragon's body, but a human body, so metabolism can't be helped. So cold is cold. I guess I don't like the cold. I understand, so please stop clinging to me. Arg, my clothes, I am not a stove. Dragon. Since I was going to be rolling around in the dirt like this, I had no choice but to grab Rurin and lift her up. Oh, you carried me. This is good in its own way. When I hugged the princess, she let out an odd sentiment. I shook my head and made her sit on the floor. Stop laughing and sit here. You don't have to wipe it. I sighed, unzipped the backpack on my back and took out a towel. How on earth did your head get wet? Rurin pointed again as I asked while rubbing my head with a towel. Suddenly the water poured out of there. And it came out. When I looked at the place Rurin had pointed out, there was already standing water. That seems to be an underground water vein. The water seemed to have stopped flowing, as the surface of the water was quiet without any ripples. So, did you slightly touch the underground water vein? In that case, we can say that this is the site of the public bathhouse. Since it is a place where water gushes out, construction will turn it into a silent bathhouse. Of course, I am not making it now, so ill pass. These days, the dragon throws away its clothes every time it comes to climb a hill. Still, is there anything else? After taking off her clothes, I cleaned her and even changed her clothes. You are more hungry than that. Give them food and make them work. Rurin looked up at me, ready to use teleportation at any moment. An eye attack full of hunger. It's a moment when I am confused as to whether what's in my arms is a cat or a dragon. Okay. Make me work. What you want to build now is your house. On the other hand, dragon, you have to feed me, right? Is it? That's right. But there is no food to give, because I can't cook. You are confident, be confident. I messed up the dragon's long black hair. Do not do that. Ignore the screaming dragon. Still, it's true that I am hungry, so I have to eat. I can't help it, because I have to eat. Really? After all, we are one body. Heh. I want to eat something delicious. How much? I left the stubborn dragon behind and rummaged through my backpack again. The backpack contained emergency food. Emergency food I packed just in case. And a cooking set called Capel. A pot and a bag of ramen are lined up in front of me. Emergency food is prepared just for times like these. It's good to teleport back, but eating ramen while taking a break from work is even more special, right? After using the fireball on the floor like a bonfire, I picked up a pot and poured some water into it. Gurgling. Ramen water fills the pot. I lifted the pot over the burning fireball. The flame reaches the bottom of the pot. My arm hurts for a while because I didn't have something to put the pot on. What is that? It's a warm dish. My dragon is cold, so I'm going to warm him up. Warm food? That sounds good. Rurin nods. As the water began to boil, I held out the pot handle to Rurin. If you use fireball directly in water, it will boil quickly, but more will evaporate. Boiling like this is the most stable for cooking purposes. I am holding it. It'll just take a moment. This? You mean like this? Rurin holds the pot handle with both hands and tilts her body. Okay, just stay there. I put the noodles in the pot and added the soup. Flakes, of course. But when Rurin saw that, she got scared and almost lost the pot. I am glad they caught it right away, but a major disaster would have occurred. It was a disaster that would make me go back to the restaurant without moving. You isn't that the food that hurts your mouth? I hate that. That hurts so much. It felt like Red's breath was better. Rurin stands up and tries to run away. It seemed like the fear of spicy chicken noodle had overtaken her. Hello, dragon slayers. To catch the dragon, take the Baldakbaki O noodles. Wouldn't it definitely be effective? A thought suddenly occurred to me. A dragon running away from spicy food is so unique, isn't it? Moreover, Lulin was so shocked by the taste of the fire chicken that he ate at that time that his eyes watered and he grinned. I don't want to eat that. No, it's different from back then. Something else? Okay, this isn't spicy. It's a lie. Did you see me lying? At that time, I clearly warned you not to eat it, but you ate it. Is that really true? Doesn't this hurt? It's not painful, but it's delicious. Don't ask for it again, because I am gaining weight. As I spoke firmly, Rurin hesitantly came around to me again. Soon the smell of ramen began to spread. The scent of ramen automatically stimulates the appetite. The dragon must have been attracted by the scent, too, and came back next to me and sat down, hugging my knees. It smells different. The contents seemed to be similar, but there was no soup back then. Okay, ruler, fork. When I put a fork in her hand, Rurin picked up the noodles with her eyes shining. Before eating, he looked at me, so I nodded and started slurping the noodles. This is so different. It doesn't hurt. It's good. Yes, try the soup too. Soup. Right now we are eating 2 bags of ramen by the pot. It is difficult to eat if you put your face in it at the same time, so I tried to persuade Rurin with a spoon. Slurp. Then the sound of soup being eaten is heard. At this point, I picked up the noodles and ate them. Rurin drinks the soup and looks touched. A dragon in love with ramen. Seeing that makes the ramen taste even better. We quickly emptied the pot. In a little while, it will be time to head back for dinner. Gorororlong, Puhanya. But for some reason, I couldn't move my body. This is because Rurin fell asleep with her head on my thigh and a fork in one hand. The dragon's breathing can be heard. You go to sleep right after eating. It is truly a creature that is faithful to its instincts. There's no way you can gain weight, right? I shook my head. I tried to wake him up by squeezing him, but I couldn't because he was sleeping with such a satisfied expression on his face. I can't help it. Should I rest a little longer? The sight of him curled up and sleeping comfortably with a satisfied face made me feel sleepy, and that's what I thought. Okay, let's rest. Let's take a rest first. Chapter 22, Cheese, it's been a while. A familiar person entered the restaurant at sunset. This is Milton, a mercenary. The same young man who gifted Mr. Ment with fried chicken noodles. Long time no see. They welcomed me warmly, but for some reason, their expressions were lost. That's one reason why he's been gone for so long. After the dinner party that day, a group of mercenaries went out to protect the top. You haven't seen me for a while and you're back now? Yes, that's right. This man sighs loudly when he returns home from work. Milton pulled out a chair at the bar table, sat down, and looked at me with longing eyes. Can you give me that drink then? What was it? Was it soju? Cheap and easy to drink. There is no alcohol that matches that like soju. Whiskeys like the Mikel O that were presented to Old Man Black Dragon are rare and are not always served. What about snacks? No snacks, it doesn't matter anything. I just feel like getting drunk. The young man took the soju bottle and sighed again. I don't know why, but if you want to get drunk rather than fill your stomach, there is no better snack than clam stew. Although it had a little bit of my taste in it. Spicy soup with soju? I took out the shellfish I had thrown into the magic refrigerator. This is an item that I obtained by using magic to turn over mud near the sea. The angle of view is also perfect. However, I don't know the name here. Since refrigeration technology is not developed and it is impossible to use it in areas far from the sea, it may not have a name at all. Judging by its appearance, it is a shellfish of the lily family, very similar to clams. The soup tastes similar, so I am thinking it's probably the same type. Add stem vegetables, which have an equally refreshing taste, to the cool clam stew. And bean sprouts and vegetables are also essential. When I smelled it while it was boiling, a magic occurred that made even me crave soju. The true value of clam stew is revealed when eaten with soju. Now, don't just drink soju, let's try this dish together. I don't know what the story is, but wouldn't it be better to get drunk when you want to get drunk? I strongly agree with that. Thank you. Are you just spoon-feeding it? You're right. Mr. Mercenary. I nodded and the young man slowly ate the clam stew with a spoon. Soon his face brightens and he opens his mouth. Key, it's good. Is it spicy? It doesn't seem spicy, but it's spicy. It goes really well with this drink. I felt like I wanted to drink this drink right away. I am not satisfied with beer. Milton takes a shot of soju while drinking soup. This was like a street food stall. A faint memory comes to mind. Did you have an accident? The ground will collapse. The reason for creating a bar table was to communicate with guests. If you don't want to be interrupted, sit at a table for 4. Psychologically speaking. Plus, I usually become more honest when I drink soju. I guess I started fluttering my mouth needlessly. The young man looked up at me, ate clam soup, drank again, and lowered his head in tears. Actually, my senior is my senior. You were seriously injured because of me. Because of me? Are you a senior? The only person he politely calls his senior is Mr. Ment. If so, it means that Mr. Ment was injured. Are you Mr. Ment? When asked in surprise, Milton nodded slowly. When I came across your group of bandits, you tried to help me. A young man who speaks up to that point and then glosses over it. Did you get hit with a knife instead? Is Mr. Ment okay? What on earth is going on? When I asked out of curiosity, Milton shook his head and opened his mouth. That's not it. I fell off a cliff and suffered serious injuries all over my body. The whole body. This is not an ordinary thing, because a major wound to the entire body means an injury that could lead to death. The doctor said I would still be limp even after recovery, so I should retire from mercenary work, but my senior, It's not my fault, so don't worry about it. What a pathetic guy. Why are you blocking my senior's view? You idiot. Die. Miltane blames himself by slapping himself. It was definitely surprising. I had no idea about that either. Mr. Knoll didn't say anything either. That's because I came back today. Of course, given Mr. Ment's personality, it wasn't that surprising that he got hurt while caring for his beloved junior. It's unfortunate that the injury is such that he has to retire, but there's no way around it. I wish I had received help from Great Clothing, a high-level elf healing spell, right after I got injured, but it was already too late now. Even recovery magic is useless for the aftereffects. The recovery magic itself is mainly effective for trauma that causes blood to ooze and skin torn. There is no significant effect on internal injuries. I see. I guess I have to go visit the hospital. It's not like we don't even know each other. Yes, perhaps by tomorrow the rumor will spread and people will come from all over, because you are that kind of person. Someone like that I should have dropped out because the seats had changed. One bottle, give me another bottle. Miltine started cracking open the soju again. You should drink it, to ease my self-blame even just tonight. Okay, drink. I think it would be best to drink it. I brought him a few more bottles of soju. However, after pouring down 2 bottles of soju, Miltine rolled over and started sleeping. It's as if he couldn't hold on to his drinking capacity. It's a service that doesn't exist in the first place. I had no choice but to sleep under the bed in my room on the 2nd floor. The smell of soju is everywhere. And the next day, the young man stood up with a look on his face. It was much later than me, holding my head and expressing my hangover with my whole body. This place. It's on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Did you get drunk and sleep quietly? Well, if the governor is sleeping, I am glad he's so calm. It is very difficult if the injection sticks and gnaws like our dragon. What is this human? It's already lunchtime. I woke up Rurin to feed her. Rurin looked at Miltine and looked quite displeased. But why are you upset? He fell asleep after drinking at the store, so I put him to sleep here. Normally, I would have kicked him out before he got drunk, but that's the circumstances. Customer, why are guests sleeping in my area? You decided to die. And your room is mine only. I said while pressing Lurin's temples with both hands. Why is my room yours? There is such a thing. Rurin grabs my hand that is pressing down on her head with both hands and gives me a look of protest. If you move to the basement, it won't matter anyway, right? So let's keep your area down. I whispered clearly into the dragon's ear, then turned my head and opened my mouth to Miltane. Anyway, it's already lunchtime, so come to your senses, right? Miltane nodded, frowning as if he had a headache. There are 2 Lurin. When I move to Rare, I hope you and I can share the same room. Lurin immediately lost interest in Miltane and wandered around shouting out blueprints for the future. I ignored Rurin and hurried to prepare to visit Mr. Ment. Since I am a regular customer, I have to visit. Lurin, come here and stretch this for me. Since we couldn't go empty-handed, we prepared special food all morning. What is this? It's increasing, right? Oh, hey, how far are we going? I tried to surprise him, but Rurin acted like a fool. Lurin pulled out the heated mozzarella cheese and walked to the entrance of the restaurant. Anyway, the food I prepared is pizza. It is a very common food on Earth and enjoyed by people all over the world, but it does not exist in this world. It's been a while since I started the fire pit. Then I took out the dough that had been fermented in the morning. The tomatoes in this neighborhood taste amazing, so the pizza must be delicious too. Italian pizza with a tomato base and only mozzarella cheese. And a Korean-style pizza topped with everything delicious, including Montan mushrooms and top-quality yuca sirloin steak, potatoes, and bacon. Rurin lay down on the table and started playing with the expanding mozzarella cheese while I concentrated on making pizza. By the way, Mr. Ment, why didn't you get married? When I asked Miltine for directions, he shook his head. Well, since I rarely work as a mercenary at home, I am not popular as a marriage partner, and I don't think my senior had any particular thoughts about it. I've been dumped by women more than once because of that. Is it so? Is it the sorrow of a mercenary? In fact, there is no way that an occupation that is rarely found at home would be popular as a marriage partner. In the case of Mr. Knoll and Mr. Riani, both were mercenaries. When I visited Mr. Ment's house, Mr. Knoll and Mr. Rain were already there, and for some reason, the elf Alina was there. Lulin is currently under construction. Maybe it's because he has the reputation of being rare, but even though he complains, he's enthusiastic. The bottom of the hill is now almost completely clear. Now all that remains is the finish. Hello, how are you all gathered here? Mr. Ment had a bandage wrapped around his leg, sitting on the bed with only the upper body raised. Are you here? Mr. Knoll, who was right next to Mr. Ment, glanced at me and said hello as if he was passing by. Elsie, are you here? Mr. Lane puts his hands together and approaches me with a happy face. A.L., Alina reacts strangely and stutters, in such a shabby place. Finally, Mr. Ment nodded. Different reactions. I am a senior. Miltane was in tears and ran to Ment and hugged him. Get away from me, you bastard. This guy told me not to worry about it and just do my work. The bickering between the two began. The person who came up to me was Mr. Rurin. I thought it went well, so I whispered carefully so that Mr. Ment could not hear. I heard it can save your legs for life. Is that true? Yes, unfortunately, but just in case, I asked Alina to come with me, but she said it was too late. Alina sneakily approaches here and snoops around. Long ears aren't there for nothing. He must have heard our story, so he quietly stands behind Mr. Lane and whispers, "That's right. It's already too late." He said it had been several days since he was injured. The trauma had already fully recovered, but the nerve tissue had already been compressed and stuck, so I couldn't do anything about it. Sorry. I don't know if I was there at that time. It's not something you should be sorry about, Alina. I looked at Alina. Her eyes and mine meet directly. When our eyes meet, he turns his head and hides behind Mr. Lane. What's this? Right. Elle, thanks to you, Elle, my thoughts have changed a lot. Alina's voice heard from behind Rurin. Mr. Lane looks at it and smiles strangely. Yes, oh no, one has a strange laugh, and another one waves his arms. What? I left the two very strange people behind and approached Mr. Ment. Thank you for your hard work. Please recover quickly and stop by the restaurant. Without Mr. Ment, sales won't increase. Oh yes, I have to go, cancer. This person also reacts in a strange way. Mr. Ment looks at me strangely. Why do you have strange eyes? Why are everyone here like this today? Then let's go and have some soju. Mr. Knoll patting my back, it was fortunate. Everyone was strange, but Mr. Knoll was fine. Chapter 23, Cheese It Hurts. Mr. Knoll. I frowned at Mr. Knoll's attack and thought it was time to take out the pizza I had brought. I came here empty-handed, so I cooked some food. Would you all like to try it? It has cooled down a bit, but the cheese is still alive. It was just when it was delicious. What is this? First time seeing Are You Hungry? Mr. Ment was the first to take a slice of pizza. Bread in a round shape, is it? What is this white thing? Mr. Knoll, who was right next to me, also had an interesting face. The two women behind them also approached. Miltane holds a pizza in his hand and looks at Mr. Ment. Senior, you have to eat first so I can eat too. Come on. Miltane whined again, you're right. The main character has to eat. It's not your favorite spicy food, but it's still delicious. If you recover and come to the restaurant, we can make it spicy for you. Haha. Oh, is that so? I am looking forward to it. Mr. Ment put down his worried expression for a moment and brought the pizza to his mouth. What's this? What is this increasing thing? Mr. Knoll shouted with a surprised face. Miltane also began to fuss. Ooh, what's this? He holds a pizza in his mouth and shakes it back and forth, letting the cheese hang down. Oh, this is delicious. The texture of the bread and the red sauce go really well together, and the meat. And what is this white, stretchy thing? It's savory and salty, and it feels like a harmonious combination of all the ingredients on the bread. Mr. Ment calmly expressed his impressions. The only one who is calm is Mr. Ment. People eating my pizza as if they were possessed. Of course, it's a happy reaction. However, there is one woman who cannot enjoy it in the meantime. Obviously, pizza has meat in it. However, other types have a similar composition to pasta. Pizza made with only dough, cheese, and tomato sauce. If the pasta was good, this would be good too, because she said the only thing she couldn't eat was lean meat. Alina, please try this. I handed out the Italian-style oven pizza to Alina. As I was just watching everyone enjoy their food, Alina seemed to get a little interested and took the pizza to her mouth. With a pale face, he hesitated and took a very small bite of the end of the pizza. Then the cheese stretches. The blonde elf and cheese somehow look good together. The elf immediately flushed his cheeks. It is delicious. How do you cook so well without using meat? Can you teach me a lesson too? He shouted to himself and then turned his back, probably because he was embarrassed. I am sorry. No, there is nothing to be sorry about. If it's a simple dish, there's nothing I can't teach you. But can you come? At a restaurant? When I asked with a slight smile, the elf fell backwards. That I don't know. The dragon seemed scary. His face became very worried. Anyway, Mr. Mint ate the pizza with satisfaction. I don't know if I have the energy, but from now on, I have to overcome it on my own. I hope they get over it quickly because they can't lose their regular customers. After the pizza party ended, people dispersed. I also returned to the restaurant. Rurin seemed to like the pizza so much that she ate 2 by herself. The entire bag of mozzarella cheese was thrown away, and only empty bags were left lying around in the kitchen. Cheese is obviously a processed product, so it can be summoned and used, but it is very inconvenient. There are many advantages to using various cheeses, including mozzarella, but the amount that can be summoned is very limited. A bottle of liquor, a bag of cheese, a box of soju. It's packaged in a box. You can call it a box, but that's only limited to the weight you can handle. Summoned items always have limitations. Now that I know that cheese and pizza go well with the tastes of people here, I suddenly have a desire to make cheese myself. Having a cheese factory on top of Dragon Lair can also be a gimmick. Of course, the average person wouldn't even think that there would be a rare hidden at the bottom of the hill. If you're an ordinary person. Anyway, you need cheese. Mozzarella cheese was apparently made from buffalo milk. I remember taking theoretical training at culinary school. So, shall we make a ranch out of this seaweed? Creating a secluded ranch is another dream come true. It's one of my bucket list. Speaking of water buffalo, I've definitely seen one. In fact, the basic ecosystem of this world is very similar to Earth. As I was talking, I suddenly wanted to eat cheese, starting with gratin and even ramen. Homemade cheese. My motivation surges. Maybe you have a passion for cooking. Rare has now reached a stage where it can be left to the dwarves. All that remains is negotiation with the dwarves. There is no problem with turning your attention to cheese. Ranching is not that difficult. All you have to do is catch a water buffalo, confine it on a hill, make a waterway and a pen for it, and then ask Rurin to make it quiet and raise it. If you tame the buffaloes that are born from the beginning, they will become calm. All you have to do is select the person to manage through an interview. As long as you establish a system, mozzarella cheese will continue to come into your hands. He also told me to remove the ox horn as soon as possible. I ran to the basement and caught Rurin. When did you come back? What's so urgent? Let's go somewhere. Where? Rurin tilts her head and asks a question. To catch the treasure. Lulin's eyes began to shine at my words. My instinct stirs at the word treasure, because dragons can't use their own will when it comes to treasure. Just look at the fact that she is wearing the gold bracelet I gave her on her 799th birthday without ever taking it off her body. Oh, treasure? I unfolded the map and began to describe the place. The place you need to go is quite far from Great City. 10 years ago, when the monster war was in full swing. At that time, I didn't even know about Lulin's existence. A story about the time when I was literally a snotty wizard. The lower reaches of the Burint River, on the southeastern outskirts of the empire. I remembered seeing something similar to a water buffalo in the area where the sea and river meet. I have vivid memories of the nobles who made bows out of those horns at the time. Buffalo. The gnome, called Berneric, had tasteless meat, but its horns were very popular among nobles. Just as if you make an unused bow into a buffalo horn, it becomes a symbol of strength. Great City is in the southwest of the empire, so it's a very long way. Of course, it's only one shot if you use teleportation. Otherwise, it would take another year to catch the buffalo. But if you have a dragon, it's easy. Restaurant and ranch. A restaurant with a ranch. There are many simple yucca ranches in the Grey Mountains, so I put up with them, but water buffalo are unique and can make money. My own ranch, what a good sound. We are downstream of the Burint River, arrived in front of the vast sea of the empire. The blue waters of the Burint River flow into this sea. If you go up the Burint River, you will come across a habitat for water buffaloes. The reason I couldn't go to that habitat right away was because of the limitations of teleportation. It is impossible to teleport to Rurin unless you have been there in person or seen it with your own eyes. I had no choice but to find the magic power of the dragon lair in the southeast and teleport there. And then I had to walk all the way to the southern sea, where the lower reaches of the Burint River meet. From here, you can go up the Burint River again and find the water buffalo. It took a while to get there, but once you find the water buffalo, the game is over, because going back is simple. Of course, Lulin was exhausted and sobbing. Still, seeing the sea for the first time in a while made me feel a bit more at ease. Horizon toward the river. Horizon toward the sea. I led Rurin and stood on the shore, and then I looked at the sea. The smell of the sea fills my nose. This is where the vast sky looks even bluer. Why is this river so big? Is it a lake? Yes. What did you say, dragon? Why are you like that? Lulin casts Luridungjial. His face looks like he doesn't know what's wrong with what he said. Doesn't the dragon, the most intelligent being, know the sea? No, the sea knows. I heard it, you idiot. So this is the sea. 800 years of time. The central part of the continent. Black Dragon's sacred place. She lived nearby. As proof of the years of sleeping and being caught up in monster wars, I don't think I've ever flown all the way to the sea. Because it's a dragon that has never even played games. Wow, is this the sea? Was it not a river? Somehow they said it was too big for a river. Hi. The way he smiles and accepts it seems so brilliant. The sky is brilliant too. The sea is also brilliant. The dragon in front is also brilliant. The weather is nice too. Shoot. The sound of the waves pleasantly hits my ears. The desire to play at the ranch or something arose. A dazzling emerald sea. Coral reef in transparent sea. A beach with no one around. The same goes for my life, where I have never had a vacation. The same goes for Rurin, who is visiting the sea for the first time. It's too unfortunate to just pass by, so I hugged Lulin. Hugged the princess, although she is a dragon and not a princess. Sprint. I ran wild and splashed into the seawater. And then he threw Lurin away. Poo puddle. The dragon fell into the seawater and immediately got up and glared at me. It's just deep enough to reach her thighs. Why is it so salty? Sea water is naturally salty. Why did you suddenly come into the water? I started spraying a lot of seawater on Lulin's face as she opened her mouth. This is how humans usually play. Rurin, whose face was filled with sea water, shook her head and looked at me, shaking off her hair. The eyes are shining. It's a fighting instinct. Is that so? Then this body cannot lose. Lulin started using magic. A tsunami was created against the waves. This cannot happen through the laws of nature. Hey dude, what are you doing? Puhahaha, take it. It's revenge. A tsunami as tall as me washed over me. Fortunately, it is not a class 9 magic, as there is a concept of prank. If Lulin or I want to, we can create a large-scale tsunami. I dived into the small tsunami and hid myself, and then swam deeper into the sea. Did it just fly away like this? You can't be that weak. Because this body tried to kill me, but I couldn't. When are we talking about enemies? I hid and swam to a far distance, then came out to the surface and summoned a falling rock in front of Lulin's body. It's a counterattack. Counterattack. Foo-woo-woo-woo-woo. When the stone falls, a storm of seawater rushes through Lulin's body. A lot of seawater splashed on Lulin's face again. Salty, cold. Rurin sensed mana, found me, and started swimming towards me. Chapter 24, Cheese, do you know how to swim? Of course. Lurin smiles in remorse, with only her neck literally floating above the seawater. You stay still. Next is my turn. I will attack you with a splash attack. Hey! Lulin seemed so excited that he laughed and started creating a tornado in the water. It's like a dragon that doesn't know what's appropriate. Hey, wait a minute. You stupid dragon, do it in moderation. A strong whirlwind appears in the water. Even Lulin and I were caught up in the whirlwind and spinning around in a huge circle. It feels like I am on an amusement ride. Where does this end? Is it the nether? Will you stop? You're too far from the beach. It's fun, why are you doing that? No, this is too obea, stop it. You're not giving me food. The rotation gradually gained momentum, and even his voice became thinner like cheese. Fortunately, the threat of not providing food seemed to have worked, as the effect of the magic soon subsided, and the sea became quiet as if it had never been that way. As a mop, I floated on the sea and looked at Lurin. Anyway, the sea is amazing. This fish is so big. Lurin lifted the huge fish floating in the sea with both hands. The fish was stunned with its huge teeth wide open. Looking at its abnormally sharp teeth, I thought it was some kind of monster, but it looked very familiar. The only thing unfamiliar is the teeth. No matter how you look at it, it looks very similar to a bluefin tuna. No, it doesn't look alike, no matter how you look at it, it's a tuna. What kind of tuna are there on a coast like this? It's an incomprehensible ocean current. Is it the effect of a tornado? Or do tuna monsters originally live on the coast in this world? I guess the second hypothesis has to be correct. It could be a fish or a monster. Rurin, let's take that and go back to the beach. When I saw fresh tuna, my eyes rolled back. So, I chose to retreat to the coast. When they arrived at the shore, Lulin was still standing holding the bluefin tuna with both hands. It is a standing posture. That looks delicious, so hold on to it for a little while longer. Is this delicious? I hate fish. It's fishy and not tasty. Wait, wouldn't that be a little different? Besides, you've never eaten such a big fish, have you? Yes, but while Lulin was standing with his hands up, I cut down a nearby tree and joined it together. Because you can't put it down on the sand. It is a makeshift plate made of wood. Now, put it down here. When I pointed to the wooden board, Rurin became curious, nodded, and put down the bluefin tuna. Tuna refers to various species of tuna, and if this fish that looks like a bluefin tuna is a species similar to a real bluefin tuna, you can think of it as the most representative tuna sashimi ingredient. Just because it looks similar doesn't guarantee it will taste the same. First, I used magic. Blade Onic is a magic that cuts through anything. I started using the magic blade to fillet the tuna. Remove the blood first. Then use Class 2 splash magic to rinse. Because it uses magic, it is easier than using a knife, but cutting tuna is still very cumbersome and difficult. After sweating and doing basic cleaning, I first cut out the large belly part of the tuna. Anyway, the belly fat can be said to be the flour of tuna. Of course, you have to taste it first. When the belly fat was cut away, the appearance of tuna reminiscent of beef was revealed. Not only does it look the same on the outside, but it also looks the same on the inside. Lulin squatted down, resting his chin on both hands, and looked at the scene. He looked at my beautiful red belly and asked with a strange expression, "Is this meat? The fish are white." Yes, yes, he looks like uncooked meat. Meat is meat. I ignored Rurin for a moment and this time started knitting the gills of the belly fat. It is a part that boasts a beautiful appearance with a mixture of red and white, resembling the marbling of beef. It is a delicacy that comes in only a very small amount per tuna. I thrust a piece of cut sashimi into Rurin, who was squatting. "Ah, try. Are you just going to eat it? I like your cooking the best. In the past, we always swallowed it raw, but now it's different. No, this is raw fish, but it's best to eat it when it's fresh." Is that so? If you are, then yes. Hi. Rurin nods and opens her mouth wide. I didn't even tell you to make a sound. I put raw fish into his open mouth. Hey, are you even eating my hand? He closes his lips with my fingers and crinkles them. On the side. Why do you suck other people's hands? The heat in Lurin's mouth rushes to my fingers. Should I say it's fortunate that I didn't get bitten? Haha, that's a big deal. Your hands are tasteless. It sounds like this. It was so absurd that I forcibly removed my finger. Only then does he start chewing the raw fish. It melted. What I just put in my mouth melted. He looked so strange that I started to have an appetite. I quickly grabbed a piece of belly fat and ate it. As expected, this guy is a tuna-type monster. Tuna sashimi that melts in your mouth. A storm of savory flavors spreads in your mouth. I can say that this melting texture is amazing. Rurin is a gourmet. The taste is very refined. If Rurin is delicious, it's really delicious. I think I am probably the one who refined Lulin's tastes. Anyway, it was nice to just eat it, but it was kind of boring. I turned over my backpack, which I had left lying on the sand. Although I was on my way to catch a water buffalo, I brought along various seasonings. If I find a strange wild animal, I want to eat it. Salt, soy sauce, and mutton mushroom powder fall out of the backpack. And the pot too. I guess it's a shame that I couldn't bring red pepper paste and wasabi. It reminded me of hot pot. Who would have thought I would find tuna? However, you cannot use teleportation because of wasabi or red pepper paste. If you use teleport too much, Rurin will get tired and droop. Because the magic of teleportation consumes a huge amount of mana. Of course, since it's a dragon, 4 - 5 times is okay, but you need to save it just in case. So if you don't mind, just use soy sauce. Rurin, just a little bit of this is delicious. I poured a little soy sauce into the pot and started cooking a simple dish. Salt-grilled, lightly cooked, salt-grilled belly meat is created by adding salt to a large cut-out portion of the belly meat and frying it in a fireball to add a slightly fiery flavor. Eating it on its own is a delicacy, but eating it this way gives you a different experience. At that moment, Rurin, who saw what I was doing, started to travel with the gills that she was holding. He started imitating me. Out of nowhere, he started adding salt to a small piece of raw fish, with no doubt in his eyes that following me is the way to enjoy food more deliciously. Rurin, wait for a sec. It's already late. The raw fish pickled in salt went into Rurin's mouth, and after 2 seconds, food. After chewing, he spits out the tuna in my face. Why is it my face? This dragon, ta-ta-da-da, make. I took out a bottle of water from my backpack and handed it over. He drinks half a bottle of bottled water and shakes his shoulders, with your tongue sticking out. What is this? I did the same thing as you. He grumbled while pointing at the salt-grilled belly meat. Of course, I responded to that foolishness with laughter, with ridicule. Then, he cut off the salt-grilled belly fat and handed it over, and he frowned. I definitely saw salt sprinkled here, so you'd think this would definitely be cut as well. If you don't like it, don't do it. So I ignored it and put it in my mouth. The warmth of the surface of the tuna and the melting softness of the inner flesh. I feel two flavors. The salt brings out the savory taste of tuna one step further. Ah, it tastes happy. Seeing that expression, Rurin opened her mouth. Ah, me too, I guess you've removed your doubts. Ah. I put it in his mouth and he started chewing it. Still, he hesitated a little because of the shock earlier, but his face soon changed to an ecstatic expression as if he could taste the taste. In the end, Rurin and I had a tuna feast on the spot. After tasting it enough, I used wind magic to roughly dry the clothes and spread them out on the sand. It was a meal so delicious that I thought about coming here to catch tuna later. Of course, the current goal is the water buffalo. Let's catch the buffalo first and then do this later. Rurin must have gotten tired from eating and crawled up on top of me, who was lying down. He sits down on my stomach and looks down with a big smile on his face. Hee, you were caught by me. I know, can I get out of the way? Hate, oh dear, there's tuna in my ear. He always tells me that I'm hit with 7 coats of paint. Did you get buried because I wanted to be buried? It's because our dragon squirted what he was eating on my face earlier. I don't remember. That has never happened. But since I am a good boy, I'll clean it for you. Out of nowhere, the dragon slowly moved towards my face, stuck out its tongue, and started licking my ear. Then Rurin's black hair touches the nape of her neck, and the warm feeling of the tongue stimulates the ear. To be exact, it's the act of licking a tuna fish stuck to an ear, but it's a little different. Licking. A tickling feeling stimulates my body. Then the dragon suddenly bit my ear. Hey, why are you sucking your ears? All you have to do is clean up the tuna. I said I would like it if you did this, is it bad? You. It's that girl again. Too much useless knowledge was planted. To a pure dragon, I do not know, it was a secret. Rurin then lay down on my armpit and started laughing. Then I look up. Cute. To be honest, at times like this, my desires as a man show up a little. If you ask me if there is affection, it is definitely there. I have no intention of denying that. Sometimes, when he closes his mouth and falls asleep against me, he is a lovely dragon. There are times when my heart flutters when I just keep my mouth shut. She is so beautiful that even an elf can run away if she stays still. But every time that happens, I think about it. I mean her age. Converted to human years, it is 19 years old. She has less than a year left until she becomes an adult. Of course, his actual age is 799 years old. Even with the concept of a dragon, there is less than a year left until it becomes an adult. There are times when you take everything off and wash it and don't think anything about it. And there are times, like now, when your mind shakes without you even realizing it. And then, before I knew it, I fell asleep, noisy. The speed of falling asleep is the best. I think about this every time. Will something change when she turns 800? Rurin hugs my waist and tastes me. Dear, it seems like he's dreaming something. Then he continues to mutter. A face that looks happy. When I first met her, it was an expression I couldn't even imagine. I also slightly closed my eyes. The sea breeze rustles in the shade of the trees. The buffalo gets up and catches something. Chapter 25, Cheese an earthy river flows. Although it is not very wide, it is a very long river that flows from the central part of the empire to the southeastern coast of here. Water buffalo live right around here. It deserves to be inhabited, but there was no sight of the water buffalo. In the river, the hippo just opens its mouth. As I got closer, a nasty-looking crocodile crawled out. This vicious guy is called Kyaric and can be considered a monster-class animal. What is this lowly creature? The crocodile tried to attack with its sharp teeth, but was trampled by Rurin's feet and fell to the ground. Rurin began to torment the unconscious crocodile by poking it. The water buffalo needs water, so it will appear someday. There is no doubt that this is its habitat. I dragged Rurin with me and entered the forest above the river. The trees in the forest are full of bright red fruits. I don't know the name. Although it boasts a ruby red color, it is clearly not an apple. Very soft. It's as soft as a cherry, but about the size of an apple. I remember satisfying my hunger with this fruit 10 years ago. During the arduous march at the time, this fruit was like an oasis. A fruit with such memories. I wanted to try it after a long time, so I beckoned to Rurin. Go up to Rurin and pick some of that fruit. The height at which the fruit opens is slightly higher. Can't we just cut down the tree? Dragon, there's no need to cut down something that can just be picked, right? That is a symbiotic relationship. I get the fruit and the tree escapes the danger of being cruelly cut down by you. What is that? Weird. Yeah, it's strange, because it's nonsense. It is a tree that is cut down countless times when necessary. Earlier, we cut down a tree to let the tuna lie down. But right now, the tree itself is not the goal. All you have to do is pick the fruit, there is no need to cut it. It's called thirst. Now sit on my shoulder. Rurin tilted her head as if wondering what that meant. Still, he seemed interested in the act of sitting on my shoulder. Oh, I am in control of your face. Rurin suddenly sits on my shoulder. When I lifted my back and stood up straight, they started cheering. Ooh, Rurin then grabbed my hair violently. Sick. Hee hee, you are mine, Mr. Dragon. Would you like to pick some fruit before I throw it away? It hurts when you throw it. Lulin frowned and placed his hand on the fruit. Now that I had my target, I bent down again and lowered her to the ground. Okay, good job. But is this delicious? How long has it been since he ate tuna? He asks with eyes filled with appetite. So I put fruit in the dragon's mouth. Woo! He lost his temper for a moment, but calmed down as the sweet juice went down his throat. I soon fell in love with the fruit. I also bit into some fruit. I would say it feels like a mixture of strawberries and bananas with a lot of water. It is an attractive fruit that combines deep sweetness and freshness. Lulin followed my words like a parrot. What surprised me was that the water buffalo finally appeared. Muddy buffalo heading to the river. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A group of buffalo began to drink water from the river. Found. My voice rises without me realizing it. Buffalo, because my mozzarella cheese appeared. What the hell? Rurin asks with a lot of fruit in her mouth. It's a treasure. It's also an animal called Berneric. Rurin looked at me and the buffalo in turn, asking what kind of treasure that was. I asked Rurin to stun the buffalo, and a large-scale teleportation was carried out. They released 8 water buffaloes on a hill, created a barrier that monsters could not escape, and started cutting down trees to create a fence. It was too much to do alone, so I hired a worker, and he used dragon fear to manipulate the buffalo to prevent it from acting berserk. Rurin was still young and could not use magic to manipulate the human mind. However, animals with small brain capacity were capable of mental manipulation. That is the 10th class mental magic that can be said to be a dragon's specialty. When I become an adult and my power matures, I may one day be able to use class 10 magic that even manipulates the human mind. But even then, it doesn't work on me, as long as the dragon heart is breathing inside me. Anyway, the magic was used to transform it into a docile personality similar to that of cattle raised as livestock, and a separate artificial lake was created. The site where the water buffalo pen will be built is an area where rare construction is not underway. There was no need to dig all the way down to the edge of the hill. Water is supplied through magic. You have to change the water every day to prevent it from rotting. The changed water flows down a steep slope. Then, the water naturally flows into the stream between Gray City and the hill, a lake for water buffaloes. Next is us. We built a cage next to the lake. Hired workers were also deployed here. We don't need such advanced technology as a place to put water buffalo to sleep. A building that can be built quickly. Still, it took about 10 days to get here. It has quite the appearance of a ranch. The buffalo you catch are divided into male and female, so you can increase the population through breeding. As this happens, the amount of mozzarella cheese will increase. Now it was time to find employees to work on the ranch. About 2 strong men to feed the buffaloes and take care of them overall. I also plan to hire at least 1 person with experience working on a ranch. I think there are about 3 people in total. My own ranch and restaurant. Just listening to it makes me feel peaceful. Although now we start with 8 buffalo. I asked Mr. Lane, who has wide feet, to ask for someone with experience. And I asked the gray boy to post a recruitment notice. Jobs are welcome in any era. That is only if they offer a fairly high allowance. Today is the interview day. I asked Rurin not to mix a single word with the humans coming today. All kinds of idiots will come, so it would be difficult to offend Rurin and cause an uproar. Rurin took a nap stretched out on the table like always, and I transformed the second floor into an interview room. The interview is on the second floor. If you stand in line, you will proceed in your turn. While the notice board is being put up, people come into the restaurant. Already, there's still quite a bit of interview time left, right? The person who briefly raised such questions was Mr. Knoll, who had nothing to do with the interview. You're saying you're building a Yama ranch? Do you think the income is good? There aren't many people in the restaurant. I just have a lot of assets accumulated. I saved a lot before I retired, unlike anyone else who has been scammed. Haha. What dude? Holy shit. Mr. Knoll, who was speechless, stamped his feet, and then changed the topic. Whatever. What kind of interview do you do alone? I've met all kinds of people while working as a mercenary, so I'll help you. He's different from the wizard everyone admired. Ha ha ha. Mr. Knoll goes down to the first floor with a sigh, brings a chair, and squeezes in to sit next to me. He is a maverick. What are you doing? Because it might be better than doing it alone. That's true. At that very moment, another person limped up to the second floor. This time, too, it is someone I know. Excuse me. Elena? Yes, yes, hello, an elf greeting you with a bright smile. It's beautiful today, too. But what's going on here? It's not like he's trying to get rid of the doctor and get a job at a ranch. Elena, how did you come here? That's it, above the great John. I quickly put my finger to my mouth, while looking at Mr. Knoll's eyes. Fortunately, Mr. Knoll doesn't seem to have any thoughts. No, I am shaking with excitement at being the interviewer. Ah, sorry. Anyway, he was sleeping. I felt like I would be in trouble if I woke him up, and there was no one in the kitchen, so I was about to go back, but when I saw the sign, I thought he was here, so I sneaked up. A very funny scene flashed through my mind. An elf came into the restaurant. I am looking for me, but I am not there then. When he sees a dragon lying on the table and roaring, he kneels down in surprise, and when he realizes that he is asleep, he crawls over and finds a sign just before leaving the restaurant. This is a slapstick comedy. Well, that aside, did you come to eat? No. With that much determination, I came to learn how to cook as you mentioned before. Oh, I definitely said that when I went to visit Mr. Ment in the hospital. Has your passion for vegetable dishes surpassed your fear of dragons? That's a bit of a problem today. I need to hire some people for the ranch. I guess so, right? Sorry for disturbing you. Then I'll go back now. An elf nodding his head several times as if he was in mourning. I looked at Mr. Knoll and a good idea occurred to me. Elena is 100 times more useful than Knoll, because they are elves who can see through lies. Is there anyone better as an interviewer? Wait a minute, Elena. Can you give me a moment? Yes. Personality is important when selecting people, right? If anyone is lying, please let me know. Are you lying? Great. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best. Elena put her hands together and nodded vigorously. I will do my best, so please trust me. Moreover, he is surprisingly active. He brought a chair and prepared a seat for me, so I sat down. There were 3 interviewers. After a while, real interview candidates finally appeared one by one, and a line was formed. That's how the interview started. No, that guy is the guy who came to the store last time and started an argument. Mr. Knoll said that and declared that he had failed. Bang. He lusted after me. Elena also raised her eyebrows and declared that she failed. There's something wrong with that guy's eyes. That's right, you lusted after me. Failed, bam, is he okay? No, I lied, oh my, these people. It is a series of failures, I couldn't say anything. As soon as they come in, they say thank you for your hard work and send them out, but they all fail. Elena is very proactive, burning with an unexpected sense of duty. That timid personality has gone to the point of being extreme. When I asked Elena, she said it was okay to just show her favor. However, having vulgar imaginations is mentally difficult. Elena expressed that she has a lust for those people. Of course, you are free to imagine whatever you want in your mind. But the person who came to the interview to say he would work is thinking about hanging out with Elena. That of course fails. But there is nothing to do like this. I wanted to ask a question, so I asked the 2 of them gently. I'll make the decision this time, so just stay still. Chapter 26 Cheese. However, the person who came in this time was someone I knew again. Mr. Miltane? Yes. What are mercenaries doing here? Ha ha ha, that is. Miltane scratched the back of his head as if something was odd. A lot of people I know appear, but this time it was a little different. It doesn't matter to Mr. Knoll and Elena, but Miltane was standing in line for an interview. Actually, I am thinking about quitting my mercenary job. Yes. Are you quitting your mercenary job? Are you quitting a decent job? Why do you quit a decent job? That. I want to work with you. I saw it in the recruitment notice. Making new food ingredients is a rewarding job, My senior is very unmotivated these days. I heard that the mercenary group is working as a receptionist and is very frustrated because it is all about sitting still. As soon as I said that, Mr. Knoll, who was next to me, suddenly stood up. He frowns and opens his mouth. Ah, so you've been looking so bad lately? This bastard. You mean you did it without consulting me? He seemed to think he couldn't do it and tried to leave the interview room, so I hurriedly grabbed Mr. Knoll. Mr. Knoll, don't be hasty. First, you have to listen to Milteen's story and make your own decision. It's not too late to visit after that. Isn't that right? Calm down. Calm, is that so? Fortunately, I understand. Mr. Knoll sat down again and looked at Milteen intensely. So, I think you will also regain your energy if you take on a new challenge. So working at a ranch isn't a bad idea after retirement, right? Even though you are limping, you are still strong. He just retired even though his colleagues tried to dissuade him because he didn't want to give away the prejudice that there were cripples in the mercenary group. I have decided to follow such a senior for the rest of my life, so I want to work here with him. It's true. First, I looked at the lie reader. When I turned my head, I made eye contact with Alina. Is everything he said true? When I asked in her ear, Alina shook her head with an ambiguous expression. And then he brings his mouth to my ear again. What I just said is true. It looks like he's hiding something. Are you hiding it? Alina nodded quietly. So, is it true that Mr. Ment is having trouble adapting to his new job after injuring his leg? If he had a personality like Mr. Ment, I would feel safe in entrusting him with anything. As a bonus, this young man. Well, he seems to have good strength, and this young man also has a good mind. If you see him asking for food for his senior, didn't that person have lust? Yes, as far as lust. After exchanging whispers with Alina, I looked at Milteen. Can you tell me everything without hiding anything? I'm guessing there's another reason you haven't made clear. You know that elves can see through lies, right? Yes. Ah, that is. Milteen opened his mouth in surprise. So, as expected, there seems to be something left unsaid. It is up to you to listen to the hidden reasons and then decide. At least this young man, that's it. The pay is high, better than mercenary work, just for that matter. It's a small scale now, but if things get difficult in the future, it won't be that high, right? It's okay. Mercenary work is very unpopular with women. I can't say it's not my fault that your senior got hurt, so I am showing signs of caution. I am dating a woman these days, and she said she would consider getting married if she would stop working as a mercenary, which puts her life at risk. Hehehe, I want to work here. Oh, your story is also true. I wish we could work together on a large ranch. I want to see you smile. As soon as Milteen finished speaking, I asked Alina, how is it? Alina nodded without any hesitation. Really. In the end, money, marriage, and seniority are the reasons. Money and marriage are very important parts of life. That if it were just an ordinary ranch, I wouldn't have thought of this, but Elle has a mysterious charm. I think this ranch will be something special and something great. I also know that Mr. Knoll and I are doing the Palin Q business together. It seemed like he had heard many things and even made some calculations. If so, there is no problem. Mr. Ment and Milteen, since he was a mercenary, some strength is good. They are very suitable when it comes to handling animals. Then I guess I should meet Mr. Ment. I plan to expand this ranch little by little. It won't be boring because you will be faced with many different challenges. My life is not at stake. That's the good thing, Milteen shouted with a very sad expression. If so, there is no problem. After putting Milteen on standby, the interview resumed. Among the other characters, there was no one who passed Alina's strict screening, but there was only one seat left. In other words, an experienced person was needed. Even if you passed the screening, you needed to be an experienced person, but no one met all the requirements. In that case, it means that an experienced person must be sought separately. I asked Mr. Lane to look for experienced people, so now I have no choice but to rely on that. After saying goodbye to Alina, who said she had to go to the clinic, I went to see Ment, accompanied by Knoll and Milteen. Mr. Ment, who was sitting blankly in a corner of the mercenary group, was rather pleased with my suggestion. Mr. Ment explained that it was not easy to find another job due to his limp, but he was tired of just sitting around and was bored with his life. The story progressed quickly, especially since Mr. Ment had already tasted pizza. For this reason, the two people who used their power were confirmed to be Milteen and Mr. Ment. After things like this, I wonder if there was a need for an interview, but I couldn't help it because I didn't know about Mr. Ment's situation. Next, I went to see Mr. Lane. hoping to hear some news about someone with ranch work experience. Hello, Lane, Elsie, and no, who is this? Are you not my husband? Miss Lane nodded to me and pulled her husband away with a cruel smile. Where on earth did you go and have fun while you were on duty? I really can't survive. He helped me with my interview. Yes, that's right. He said he came to work. If there's anything you need to do to help Elle, you always step forward to help. Oh, did you do that? What's going on? Did Lee help you? Mr. Knowles started winking wildly behind me. Yeah, whatever, it probably helped. Maybe, yes, what, haha. Rather, it's someone with ranch work experience. Ah, yes, you know what. In fact, there is one person who quit Yucca Ranch in Great Mountain. I went there often because the ranch and my store were contracting companies, and there was someone who was managing the ranch as a whole. She's a little older than me, and I heard she's been doing this since she was young, but she suddenly disappeared from the ranch. So I asked the ranch, and they said they found a replacement and quit. Is it so? At that level, he is completely experienced. This is the talent I am looking for. Yucca is a cow, so if you worked on a cow ranch, you would be able to handle water buffalo in a somewhat similar way. The question may be why he quit, but it seemed necessary to persuade him. Can you give me some guidance? I'll go to the restaurant for a while and then come back. Of course. It's thanks to someone that we make a living. Ho ho. Mr. Rain nodded and glared at Mr. Knoll. Don't go anywhere, just look at the store. See you when it's gone. Okay, don't worry and go. Mr. Knoll nodded with a prickly expression. I stopped at a restaurant first, made pizza, and then walked back to the outskirts of the city with Mr. Lane. And then I visited the experienced person. When Mr. Lane knocked on the door, a good-looking woman who looked to be in her late 40s appeared. He had a figure that could easily hug an average adult man. Excuse me. Oh my, Lane, what's going on? The lady recognized Mr. Lane and made a happy face. However, his expression did not look good. I heard you're taking a break these days. Mr. Lane came forward and started speaking. Yes, a woman who slurs her words. This person's name is Sarah. L.O.K. Hello, who is this person? A lady who looks confused. Then Mr. Lane opened his mouth to introduce me, but Mr. Serrell interrupts first. Would you like to come in first? Mr. Serrell gestured to me and Mr. Riani. We were shown to a small table. As I sit down in the chair, Mr. Serrell serves tea. So what's going on, Lane? When the seat was ready, Mr. Serrell spoke again. That's right, Elle here built a new ranch and said she needs someone with experience. Mr. Lane began to speak slowly. Hearing that, Mr. Serrell's eyes turned to me. As soon as the story was over, I offered the pizza to Mr. Serrell. Because seeing is worth seeing, you first need to show what you are trying to create. Would you like to see this? What is this? Does it smell good? This is a basic pizza with the freshness of tomatoes. It consists only of tomato sauce and mozzarella cheese. Eat it. Mr. Serrell looks at Mr. Riani. Mr. Lane nodded. Then Mr. Serrell carefully brought the pizza to his mouth and took a bite. When he saw the cheese stretching, his eyes widened in amazement. What kind of food is this? This is my first time seeing it, and it's really delicious. Yes, this savory and chewy feeling goes really well with the bread, and it has a great flavor. This feels a bit like it was made with yucca milk. He tilted his head like an expert and guessed the identity similarly. I was convinced after seeing this. This is a talent that must be captured. That white thing is called cheese. It is made from Berry-Narique's milk, and I am currently growing it at my ranch. What if it's Berry-Narique? It's similar to yucca, but it has horns. Oh, is that so? I've never seen it. It grows in the southeastern region, but we had a hard time introducing it this time. So, would you mind helping me with my work based on your extensive ranching experience? I will pay you enough, much more abundantly than what you were doing before. Once mozzarella is commercialized, payment will not be an issue. Mr. Serrell looked at me intently at my suggestion, but then he shakes his head. It was a clear rejection. The offer is very much appreciated. If the situation were not like this, I would definitely do it, but the reality is that I am not in a situation where I would go out to work. Lane and L. Chapter 27, Cheese. Mr. Serrell sighed and stood up, and he motioned for me to follow him. Open the next door. Lying there was a boy who looked to be in his late teens. Are you my son? A wet towel was placed on the boy's head. Looking at the situation, it seemed like he was sick. I have a high fever. As you know, hyperthermia, which causes fever all over the body, can be cured if you take the right medicine. However, the body does not receive the medicine. I think it's because of my constitution. As soon as I feel like it tastes like medicine, I vomit it up, so I can't go anywhere because of this child. That's why I quit my previous ranch. So I am sorry. Mr. Serral answered as he knelt down and stroked his son's face. If that is the reason, it is true that there is no room for persuasion. But wouldn't this be resolved once my son's illness gets better? Riani, shall we ask Alina for a favor? That's right. It would be a good idea to give it a try. Since he was familiar with Alina's medical skills, Lane immediately agreed. I have a good doctor, so would you like to leave it to me? Is that true? In that case, I'd like to ask you a favor, Lane. And Elle, as long as my son can get better, I don't mind anything. When he heard that I was a skilled doctor, Mr. Serral gave me an earnest look. What mother would refuse to do anything if it could save her son? After leaving Riani behind, I went straight to the clinic and brought Alina back. However, after examining the boy's condition, Alina immediately looked embarrassed. The high fever this person mentioned can be cured by just taking medicine. But not being able to take medicine is a serious problem. Is this similar to me not being able to eat meat? Since it's not a trauma, competition clothes and heels are useless. If that were the case, Alina's expression showed that there was no answer. My constitution has not been corrected either. After hearing that answer, Mr. Serral trembled and trailed off. Also, besides, if you take medicine, you will get better quickly. But if you continue like this and no action is taken, the fever will gradually damage your organs, maybe even your life. Alina wiggled her eyebrows with a sad expression. Then Mr. Serral collapses on the floor with tears in his eyes. I tried mixing it in water, and since I like sweet things, I tried mixing it in fruit juice, but the herbal scent is so strong that I can't drink it. So what then? He is my only son. It's because this mother is bad. It's the mother's fault. Mr. Serral held his son's hand and began to sob. Then the boy, who had been groaning, woke up and held his mother's hand. Because there are no syringes, these medical problems occur. In terms of Earth's history, syringes were developed only in the 1800s. At the level of civilization in this world, the idea of a syringe is out of the question. You can summon the syringe itself, but you never know what problems might arise if you use herbs with a syringe. It penetrates directly into the blood vessels. This is not something you should do without medical knowledge. However, if it is a question of making herbs edible, there is a way. I'm a chef, so in the end, I just have to rely on cooking, unless it can be done through magic. Alina, can you help me? Yes. Mr. Serral, just wait a moment. There might be a way. You said your son likes sweets, right? Yes, I really like things like fruits. Of course, if you feed it with herbs, you'll vomit right away. I nodded to Miss Serral and then looked at Miss Alina. Could you please combine the right herbs for this patient? Yes, but I can't eat it. That's because I have a way to try. Really? I can help you with combining herbs. He nodded and went back to the clinic with her, received some herbs, and said he would meet her at Mr. Serral's house before returning to the restaurant. The smell of the herbs she gave me was not as strong as I thought. This is a world where there is no concept of powdered medicine. Anyway, it's enough to completely erase this taste with a stronger flavor. There are no snacks like that in this world, but modern times are different. The most intense taste among sweets. I took out some chocolate. In the process of melting and remaking the chocolate, the herbs are crushed to extract the juice and then added in small amounts. It didn't completely turn green like green tea chocolate, but the color was a little odd. First, I tried tasting it on my own. Chocolate containing a large amount of cacao has a strong bitter taste, but this is milk chocolate with a strong sugar taste. Because of its strong chemical taste, you can't even taste the herbal medicine. The most important smell is also buried in the added almonds. Wouldn't this be enough? I put the chocolate in the magic refrigerator to harden, and since I had nothing else to do, I waited, looking at Rurin, who was sleeping on her stomach on the table. This guy doesn't wake up. I was sleeping completely soundly. However, he tosses and turns countless times and scratches his stomach. He goes around mumbling and grinning, which is kind of cute. As I observe Rurin, time is erased. I quickly headed to Serral's house with the hardened chocolate. Mr. Serral greeted me with a very nervous face, probably because he had been expecting me to say that there was a possibility. I first offered the non-herbated chocolate. Would you like to try this black one first? It's like a sweet dessert. If you enjoy this, you will find a way, so much so that you can fool your body, so try feeding it first. There is no other way anyway, right? Mr. Serral nodded. His face was very earnest. Honey, would you like to try some of this? What's this? I heard it's sweet food. Try it. Isn't it medicine? I vomited the medicine. No, Mr. Serral cried and shook his head. Then the boy smells chocolate. That's chocolate without herbs. I was a little worried here. If the boy refuses the chocolate itself, it is a failure. Tusk, tusk, tusk. A boy swallowing chocolate. But contrary to his worries, his face soon turned bright red. Mom, put this on. It's so delicious, okay? So, Immediately Mr. Cyril looked at me, with eyes that found a ray of hope. So this time I offered herbal chocolate. This time, try feeding it something containing herbs. Please reassure me that it is the same as before. Yes, let's do it. Mr. Cyril whispered softly and ran towards his son. Even though my toe hit the threshold, I didn't even show any pain. If it tastes good, eat more. This is the food brought by the customers here. Yes, I want to eat more. The boy nodded. Although he seemed weak, it certainly seemed like he liked sweets. Boy eats herbal chocolate. There was tension in everyone's eyes. Mr. Cyril's hands are shaking. If you vomit here, you'll end up with sandfish. Chocolate goes down the boy's throat, and after a while, Mom, I want to eat more. The boy opened his mouth again. There doesn't seem to be any doubt. Mr. Cyril continued to pass chocolate to his son with a very happy face. My hands are still shaking. Alina, me, and Rurin spread our hands. It's like cheering for success. We left the two people alone and went outside for a while. Did you put medicine in this black thing? Alina is holding the chocolate and looking around as if she is curious. Yes, try it. It's plant-based, so there's no problem with Alina eating it. I confirmed that I can drink milk, so it should be okay. Alina and Rurin broke the chocolate in half and chewed it. Then his face melts. It is an expression of ecstasy. What is this melting taste? What? Chocolate with lots of sugar. The darker the cacao, the more bitter it will taste, but what I brought was milk chocolate. As expected, it's amazing. Treating a patient like this. Alina clasped her hands and smiled brightly as she jumped in front of me. Mr. Rain also opened his mouth as if impressed. Soon Mr. Cyril came out. Alina approached Cyril with her hands in the same position and spoke with a bright face. If you take medicine like this for 2-3 days, you will be completely cured. Cyril. Then Mr. Cyril kneels in front of me. Can you tell me how to make this? If it's money, I'll pay. No, Mr. Cyril, have you forgotten the purpose of my coming in the first place? Yes, I will deduct the cost of these chocolates from your first paycheck. So work and pay it back. If you are in your late teens, you are old enough to work in this world. As long as he gets better, there is no need for her to take care of him. In other words, there is no problem with working at the ranch. I am going out. I will go out again 100 times, or even your whole life if you need it. I will definitely repay you. Really? Mr. Cyril bowed his head while shedding tears. I couldn't even lift my face. Grace for my son's life. This will definitely give you an excuse not to betray the ranch. If so, I guess I've met a good person. I nodded as I helped Cyril up. After resolving everything, I returned to the restaurant with a relaxed mind, and before I knew it, Rurin had fallen to the floor and was sleeping. It's a surprise. Hey, wake up. How come you're still sleeping after something fell? Rurin opens her eyes with a fuss. Why am I at the bottom? Are you asking me that? I helped him up and started organizing the kitchen. Rurin stumbles and sniffles, just like a puppy. It smells something delicious. It seems that the dragon's nose detected the smell of chocolate. However, all the summoned chocolate was used up. You can no longer be summoned today. There is nothing for a dragon that only sleeps. No way. It looks like the sky is falling. Now that I think about it, there was gum next to the bag of chocolate. It is chocolate-flavored gum. For some reason, this item was summoned together. I can't do that, just eat this. I ripped off the gum and put it in Lulin's mouth. And to demonstrate, I chewed it too. By the way, you should never swallow this. Why, you swallowed it. I looked at the dragon who swallowed the gum at the speed of light. If it were her stomach, there wouldn't be any problem. Oh my, look, it's like this. When you chew it, sweet water comes out. Then, when the sweet water runs out, you can play like this. When I blew up a balloon with gum, Rurin made a very surprised face and opened her mouth. That's amazing. Me too, me too. Is there anything you can do when they keep urging you on? I put the gum back in. Then it starts chewing and blowing. I was more focused on the balloons than on the food. A balloon rising from Rurin's cute lips. But excessive greed led to disaster. The bubble gum explodes in Lulin's face. It attacked me. The face of the dragon spitting out absurd lines is covered with gum. I really can't stop you. Strangely enough, the day ended with gum. A dragon trying to fight gum is a bonus. Chapter 28, Gray City's feast 1 month since the ranch was built. The ranch itself is very smooth. Aunt Cyril's experience was very helpful. Then one afternoon, at the request of Grey Boy, I visited Yeonju Castle for the first time in a long time. The Grey Boy came to the restaurant in person whenever he could, but this was the first time he sent someone to come here. As I was waiting for a moment, Grey came running into the living room. When he sees me, he smiles with joy. Master, thank you for coming. What has changed the most so far is this title. From some point on, the boy naturally referred to me as his teacher. Honestly, it's a shameful title. Didn't you say that you can't handle the title Master? I am not someone great enough to be called Master. From the moment I realized that I was a high-class wizard, my tone of voice became more respectful. Of course, you probably know it as Class 6. Then he said, isn't it? I am in Class 9. There is no need to come out in such a useless way. It's not like that. Master, do you know how much I have learned from you? Besides, I recently had a birthday and I am a year older, so I want to be more dignified. To become a good lord? The boy grew considerably taller in the meantime. It's not like that much time has passed since we first met. This is understandable, as the boy's age group is at the center of rapid growth. However, the way he speaks is a mixture of that of a boy and that of an adult. This proves that it is a complex age group. The Grey Boy, who is gradually growing both externally and internally, always came to me for advice when he had any concerns. It seems like he truly is a teacher of life. The starting point is the day when a boy born as a nobleman got his hands dirty for the first time with dirt that would otherwise never be buried in his life, and received food in return. Well, by the way, is your uncle quiet these days? Yes. I don't know what you're thinking these days, but maybe that's why you're quieter. I think the biggest problem this boy needs to solve is his little wife. I am responding to the consultation with the thought that if I help him solve his minor wife problems on his own, he will be able to grow to the next level and be able to fully fulfill his role as a lord. What about counseling as a foundation for growth? Since I always buy food, it's not even free consultation. Originally, the bar table itself was a place for people who wanted to talk about something. More than that, as you said, the number of nobles visiting me has increased these days. Among my father's vassals, so it's all thanks to Master. That's thanks to the Baron himself for being so cruel. I stroked the Grey Boy's head and shook my head. By the way, why did you call me today? When asked to get to the point, Grake looked worried and started fussing. Actually, recently, His Highness the Crown Prince has been inspecting the Empire's territory and is said to be heading towards Grey City. Oh no, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. I heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince intervened in the inspection of His Royal Highness the Duke of Tamurin. Anyway, what is their purpose? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Duke? Yes, Grey City is not a territory with any special features. It's just an ordinary city. The visit of 2 Royal Highnesses to such a territory. It may have been under the pretext of stopping by while inspecting the surrounding territory, but it was clearly intended to gain something from Grey City. That's probably what the Grey Boy is worried about. It doesn't seem like something out of the ordinary, but, however, the only duty of the Lord is to send taxes to the center. Other than that, don't you know that independence is guaranteed? Yes, it's just as the teacher said, but I am frustrated because I don't know what the purpose is. Little Master, while we were talking, the living room door opened. With a very impatient look on his face, the butler bowed his head in front of Grake. What's going on? When the Grey Boy asked, the butler hurriedly opened his mouth. His Royal Highness the Prince and the Duke have already entered Great City. What? So quickly? The Grey Boy seemed a bit dignified in front of the butler, but he was so surprised that he jumped up from his seat like a spring and looked at the butler. There is no longer any dignity in his facial expression. Prepare to greet His Highness? I will leave immediately too. I will accept it. Little Lord. As the butler hurriedly left, the Grey Boy looked up at me with a very urgent look on his face. But there is no way I would know their purpose. Master, how on earth should I deal with this incident? When times are difficult, you only need to think about one thing. Think of the people of the territory. The people? But isn't that quite obvious? I have never forgotten it. Then wouldn't it be okay to respond according to that principle? There is nothing to be afraid of. All you have to do is act proudly as the person who will be the owner of this territory. Of course, while being courteous to superiors. Is that enough? We will provide as much consultation as possible. So if you see something, send someone right away. I will help what I can. I can't let anger befall this great city. I am also a citizen of Grey. If your Highness is going to do something strange, it is natural to take measures. Okay, I will do as you say. We will contact you as soon as we find out anything. Master. The gray boy nodded and rushed out to greet the crown prince who was just around the corner. It's extremely urgent. Even in that respect, he still has a boyish streak. I am the only one left in the room where the owner has disappeared. Yeonju Castle itself was very quiet. There is nothing left to do. I slowly left Yeonju Castle. Whether it was because of the rumors about a grand visitor or because of the huge procession of visitors, Great City was quite noisy. It's usually a very quiet city. Actually, I haven't told the boy yet, but there is one thing that needs to be improved urgently. Grake has too little information. The fact that the report was received only after the crown prince entered the city shows that there is a big problem. Extreme lack of information. Since the count had been bedridden with illness for a long time, communication with the central government seemed to have been completely cut off. So the story goes that no news came from anywhere, and the gray boy received the report only after they entered his territory. At this level, it is safe to say that there is no information power at all. In order to solve the lack of information, we must actually place our feet appropriately in the center. That is political power. As long as he is a noble of the country, he cannot be a good lord if he is isolated. I walked down thinking that I would tell you about that later. But as it was a procession carrying the crown prince, the central street of Gray City was almost completely blocked. There are so many people gathered on both sides that it makes you wonder if this many people ever lived in Great City. And little by little, the grand procession got closer to Yeonju Castle. At the front of the procession, you can see some familiar armor. Armor engraved with the rough emblem of the First Knights. As long as the crown prince is on the list of visitors, the appearance of the First Knights is not unusual. Protecting the imperial family is also the mission of the First Knights. Over 50 knights. It is said that the number of knights alone is over 50. If you include the troops behind it, it is at the level of a tolerable conquest army. As I looked at the grand procession, an old thought came to mind. I had a brief connection with the knights. After looking at the pattern for a moment and thinking about old times, I quickly exited through the back road. When I think about it, I forgot an important fact. It's Lulin's food. You wouldn't know it if she was sleeping, but Rurin is awake right now. If it's any later, there'll be trouble. As soon as we climbed up the hill, a restaurant came into view. Rurin is sitting on the railing in front of the restaurant, holding a broom, shaking her feet back and forth. As soon as his eyes met mine, he jumped forward like a spring, just like the gray boy did earlier. He gave Rurin a mission, saying that he would definitely go to the Lord's castle. The mission name was Clean Up the Front of the Restaurant. It was a simple mission, but honestly I had zero expectations, but for some reason the front of the restaurant was clean. The sun will rise in the west. Why did you do all the work? Are we Rurin? When I asked Rurin, who was right in front of me, patting her head, she started spinning around and laughing. Heh, then stroke it more. Did our dragon pick up something wrong? It's not. I always fed him only good things, so it's surprising. It was no big deal. It created a whirlwind and sent everyone down the hill. The dragon shrugs his shoulders and speaks proudly. Oh, did you say that? Well then. I took her hand away from her head. Then he waves his hands above his head and expresses his dissatisfaction. Why are you doing that? Isn't the result the same anyway? Then why are you holding a broom? It's form. Hi. Oh, I understand. Anyway, I kept my promise, so I'll cook you some food. Yes, I am hungry. I grabbed Lulin's hand and squeezed it. I feel warmth. Is it okay for a dragon's hands to be this warm? He came into the kitchen and started frying her favorite meat. Meat fried rice. This is one of Rurin's favorite menu items. Meanwhile, it's a little noisy outside. An uninvited guest suddenly enters the restaurant. Moreover, their behavior did not make them look like guests at all. Several men who suddenly walked into the restaurant were all holding swords. The armor they wear looks very familiar. Is this the armor I saw a while ago? They were wearing the armor of the First Knights. Among them, the driver at the front asks me a question, even pointing a sword at it. Are you the owner of the restaurant? Yes, but what's all the fuss about? He answered while placing the cooked fried rice in front of Rurin. Rurin looked very irritated when so many people came in. Still, I am hungry, so I eat fried rice first. He filled his mouth and looked up at me again. Isn't it an ode Sony? Can I do that, Lord? First, after putting rice in the mouth, following the instinct to satisfy hunger, the next desire, the fighting spirit, is activated. I turned Rurin's face to face straight ahead. I'll take care of it so you can eat whatever you want. Don't stop. But what's wrong? Chew all the rice in your mouth. Eat, eat, eat. I'll handle it. It's okay. A dragon who has no doubts about my skills. And on the other hand, knights who have no idea about my skills. There are 2 knights blocking the entrance. And there was 1 driver holding a knife to my neck and 2 waiting outside the restaurant. There were over 50 knights I saw at the march. There are 5 of them. If it's small, it's small. To be honest, I have no idea what the purpose is. You shameless bastard, kneel down now. As one knight shouted, another knight tried to touch my body, and then another character appears. As he entered the restaurant, the knights all bowed their heads. Vice Captain, is this the man? The knights called him Vice Captain, but it looks a little familiar. Oh, I guess you wouldn't have asked me to do that. It would be troublesome if he suddenly disappeared like before, so I just told him to stop it. In any case, there is an issue that cannot be resolved with that person. As soon as he said the word Yunwan, the knights glared at me even harsher. Hearing your voice brings back vague memories. Yes, this is definitely a man I know. Chapter 29, Grey Cities Feast. 6 years ago, the Northern Front was where many lives were lost in the war against monsters. Dariant was a member of the Knights Templar and was the leader of the vanguard unit of the 3rd Infantry Corps of the Conquest Army. The Conquest Army was a temporary unit organized to fight monsters, as a joint unit made up of various soldiers ranging from draft soldiers from each territory, the Central Army, and the Knights. Dariant, who advanced into the enemy camp as the leader of the vanguard unit belonging to the Conquest Army, made a big mistake. Due to wrong judgment, he made the mistake of being surrounded by monsters. Mistakes were painful. Surrounded by monsters on all sides, north, south, east, and west, there was no opening to survive. There was only a dirty-looking monster snorting in front and behind, narrowing the gap. At this moment, Dariant thought everything was over. He is a knight of the order who lives and dies with honor, a mistake that warrants suicide even if you survive. The ogre's sharp nails graze my forearm. Blood oozed out. The problem is that if the vanguard is treated like this, the anger will spread to the supply unit. If that happens, the 3rd Infantry unit will suffer a huge blow. Even the worst-case scenario of annihilation if done incorrectly. Darian gritted his teeth and cut off the head of the ogre that attacked him. However, the only one struggling was Dariant, and the besieged men met meaningless deaths everywhere and shed blood. The screams coming from all directions were filled with a deep sense of death. Die. Darian's only thought was to kill at least one more monster and die. It was a bit disappointing to die without seeing his wife and unborn child waiting for him in the capital, but there was no way, because I already gave up everything. But at that very moment, a powerful spell struck the center of the ogre horde. As the fire spread to the center, the ogre group fell into confusion. Moreover, the monsters in the front row began to burn en masse due to the secondary magic. A retreat created thanks to the wide-range magic that attacked the ogre group. The wizard who suddenly appeared asked Darian, "Are you the leader of the vanguard?" "That's right. But who are you? What is the identity of the person who turned the tide of the war with a single magic spell?" In response to Dariant's question, the wizard opened his mouth so calmly that it seemed as if he had no emotions. "I am Elysian, who has just been appointed as a staff member for the 3rd Infantry Division of the Conquest Army." At this time, El had not yet swallowed the dragon heart. Of course, this was before he met Lulin, and before he became a leading player in the monster war. The staff position of the 3rd Infantry was the position immediately following that of the infantry commander. So, to Dariant, the white commander of the 3rd Infantry, he is his immediate superior. That's why Dariant immediately knelt down. "Thank you for your help, but it was my fault that I was under siege. My subordinates are not guilty." Derivant began to judge right and wrong rather than the fight in front of him. But El didn't answer there. Rather, I asked a different question. "Do you care about such trivial matters now, ancient? Ogres are coming from behind. For now, just cut down one more, because that is war." It was a very natural command. Dariant, who came to his senses for a moment, nodded, grabbed his sword, and ran towards the ogre group. If he had been wrong, the 3rd Infantry could have been annihilated because of him. As if in atonement, Dariant threw his life away and fought. As a result, due to El's participation in the war, the siege of monsters was lifted and the tide of the war turned. Fortunately, the vanguard unit of the 3rd Infantry was able to maintain the front line and organize a garrison at the front line. The next day, Dariant came to El's barracks and knelt down. "Chief of Staff, I am a sinner and a knight who has lost his honor. Why is the reward even being given to me?" a sinner among sinners who almost destroyed the unit. There was no such thing as a reward. The fact is that a knight lives by honor and dies by honor. Derivant thought only of that and asked to be punished. You clearly made a mistake. But after that, the number of monsters you cut down becomes a mountain. Because they went ahead of anyone else, the morale of the soldiers also increased. Mistakes and merits cancel each other out. Doesn't punishing such a general mean that the number of monsters to kill in the future will decrease? No matter how much you come from a knight who lives and dies by honor, shouldn't you have a chance to regain that honor? You got that opportunity because you captured the hearts of your men. Yesterday's battle was ultimately a victory. Your subordinates all say that if you don't accept the reward, they won't accept it either. So, why don't you get a reward too? That. Or are you going to trouble your subordinates twice because of that honor? If I punish you, my subordinates will also suffer defeat. Everyone will be punished, right? Do you want that? Choose. Will you save your men and get a chance, or will you die with them? Derivant couldn't say anything. But that doesn't mean he can't cause trouble to his subordinates, whose only crime is following him. It was clearly more important than fame. Derivant had no choice but to nod. I decided to forget about restoring my honor. However, because he had forgotten the honor of a knight, Derivant fought, with gritted teeth, even more from that day on. While L was in the 3rd Infantry Division for about 3 months, he achieved repeated victories through appropriate operations, and at the center of all this was always the Dariant's Vanguard unit. The reward money accrued as a result. Derivant steadfastly refused the reward. L heard from his colleagues that his wife was pregnant, so whenever this happened, he gave his wife a reward behind her back. It is difficult to eat properly in a war situation. No matter how safe the city is, unless you are a noble. It was only after the war that Dariant learned that his wife was able to give birth safely thanks to the bounty. After that, El leaves the battlefield for a while and gets caught up in a bigger war, but Dariant didn't know about it. However, he believed that it was only because of El that he was able to regain his lost honor and that his wife and daughter were safe. After the war, Dariant, who was recognized for his achievements, continued to be promoted within the Knights, and before he knew it, he had risen to the position of vice-captain of the First Knights. Derivant briefly spoke about what he had experienced. Then this person is not the vice-captain's enemy, are you afraid? Far from being an enemy, you are a benefactor. Although I am angry at the fact that the favor I received disappeared without even being given a chance to repay it. That can't be resentment. Calling them, Yunwan was just a way to make you move a little faster. Dariant looked around and shouted loudly again. Put the knife in now. The knights, who were blankly looking back and forth between their superiors and me, were startled and hastily put away their swords. And Dariant knelt in front of me. It's been 5 years. Although the time I spent with my staff was short, I have never forgotten it for a moment. Do you know how surprised I was today? After sending off my subordinate first, I quickly received permission from His Majesty and rushed over. Do you know how desperately I have been looking for you all this time? It seems that he spotted me at the very moment he was watching the procession. I know, a long time. I was rolling around on the battlefield even before I gained absolute power. That was life after being summoned to this world. While wandering around the battlefield, he achieved everything from the bottom to becoming a high-class wizard on his own. Of course, this also extends to areas that humans can achieve. It was only after he gained talent that he began to transcend human power. I didn't become a transcendent from the beginning. Rather, the period of fighting the fear of death was longer. A battlefield like a sheet of thin ice. Derivant is a subordinate I met on the battlefield when I only had human powers. Of course, whether it is human power or transcendental power, it is now just a memory that does not matter. I stood up and opened my mouth. Will you forget me back then? Now I am just a retired restaurant owner who's tired of fighting. So that's why I couldn't find it. I never dreamed you were in a place like this. But Chief of Staff, isn't the war over now? I don't have to get tired of fighting anymore, so I just need to be treated the same way. Derivant only knows me back when I had human powers. I don't know what happened after that, because his eyes are not filled with awe, but just joy for his comrades. What do you use the treatment for? Just getting caught up in another battlefield. I just like the freedom of being in peace. I am satisfied with nice people and nice scenery. That. Dariant trailed off as if he was at a loss for words. However, he is not a man who cannot understand that each person's ideal is different. As evidence, Derivant quietly shook his head. Rather than that, since we're here, why don't we at least have a meal? Derivant immediately shook his head at my words. No, I came here briefly with permission during official duties, so I will come back after I finish official duties. I am satisfied knowing you are here, so I will bring my wife and daughter. Even now, my wife always talks about the reward money she sent back then. Haha, Dariant scratched the back of his head. Is that good? It's a heartwarming story just to hear. Aren't you suddenly disappearing again? That won't happen. Just as you have a home, this is also my home now. There is even a dragon lair at the bottom of the hill, so now this is my home that I cannot leave or leave. When I spoke strongly, Darian nodded as if relieved. And then he left the restaurant with his subordinates. It seems he found me by chance on the street and came to me in a hurry. Since I have to carry out my nightly duties, it goes without saying that I can't stay for long. Thanks to this, it felt like a storm had swept over me. They are arrogant people. I do not like it. It's a guy I used to know. If you weren't eating, I would have killed everyone. Lulin raised his eyebrows. Take off the rice and tell me. But since I kneel to you, I accept. If you are a person who shows respect to me, I will not treat you poorly either. Thank you for that. As I spoke while removing the rice paste, Rurin started laughing. Then he put his finger in the rice paste I had removed and put it into his mouth. Hi, still smiling. That was all good, but this dragon suddenly started biting my finger. That too. Hey, don't bite. When I screamed, Rurin declared loudly and spit out her finger. Your fingers are mine now. Fingers with clear teeth marks. Then the dragon ran straight to the second floor. Then of course I have to chase after it. Chapter 30 Grace City's feast in the study of the Lord's castle, Duke Timurin, the Crown Prince, and Grace sat side by side. Behind him stood a wizard who could be said to be the Duke's bodyguard. Standing motionless, she reminds me of a tombstone. Is the Count still the same? Yes, unfortunately, the gray boy answered with a gloomy face. Of course, I know very well that this question is just a pretense. But still, when I think of my father, I always feel frustrated and depressed. He was a healthier and more caring father than anyone else. The gray boy couldn't hide his gloomy face, but even then, his eyes were rolling as he looked at the Duke and the Crown Prince. Well, by the way, this is your territory. Ah, isn't this your territory yet? Of course, that part is still my father's territory. It is true that I am acting on behalf of the Lord. That's annoying. Isn't it obvious to anyone that it will soon become your territory? So, I will just call it your territory. The Duke said that and gazed intently at Gray. The Crown Prince was just sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed. The handsome man with long blonde hair seemed completely uninterested in the conversation between the Duke and the Gray boy. More than that, Count Gray was definitely under the Marquis of Sarin, right? Maybe so. But communication has been cut off for a long time. I've never even met him. Is it? In that case, I guess I should take this opportunity to change the master I serve. It is especially difficult for a territory like this to run properly without help from the central government. Duke Timurin finally got to the point. His tone was so firm that even the gray boy could understand the hidden meaning. Are you asking me to come under you? But is that all? The gray boy tilted his head and asked himself a question. What do you mean? Are you oblivious or are you doing this on purpose? Do I have to speak clearly for you to understand? Tusk, I am telling you to come under me. In that case, this territory will be firmly protected, and you should not be satisfied with just this territory, but move up to the center, right? That I've never thought about it. The Duke frowned at Grace's answer, because I didn't like the answer at all. It was very annoying for the young guy to talk back, so he immediately resumed his threats. But you will have to make a choice. Marquis Sarin has also been sick and has been bedridden for a long time. Is that so? This was also my first time hearing it. Although this was all new to the gray boy, who had very little information. Well, that's it, there's another story. Yes, the Duke changed his crossed legs, and then he opened his mouth in a slightly lower voice. There's a lot of work involved in the civil war in the kingdom, next to the large-scale flood control project. Greek City will also have to pay more taxes. It's so straightforward. The gray boy was astonished to discover the true intention of the Duke's visit. Do you want to participate in flood control construction or civil war? It has nothing to do with the territory. This was a demand for increased taxes disguised as a justification. Literally tyranny. This was like a declaration that they would start squeezing out territory that had not been managed so far. For their own pockets. Is that the official position of the central government? Gray asked, swallowing hard. Then the Duke begins to laugh. It can't be like that, right? It is up to the Lord to tame the people. That means it is a tax that cannot be disclosed publicly. This is the part where the purpose of the inspection initiated by the Duke appears. A declaration of war to begin in earnest to squeeze out each territory that had been neglected for a while after the war against monsters. There was also the idea of increasing the size of the nobles under him by even a little. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Duke to tour the county in person. Even the Crown Prince accompanied him. Well, the prince said he wanted to have fun and came along. Anyway, the Duke didn't like the way the little guy tried to hold on without immediately lowering his tail. I don't think it's something I can answer right away. The Duke lost his temper. You're giving a cheeky answer again. To the gray boy, these words were barely uttered while his whole body was covered in cold sweat, but to the Duke, they were just annoying words. What's wrong? The Duke, who was so dumbfounded that he was silent for a moment, finally raised his eyebrows and shouted, and the gray boy stamped his foot and shook his head. What should I do? What should I do? Feeling like my head is spinning. If the Duke's words were true, the citizens of Gray would have to pay several times the amount of taxes they were currently paying. It must absolutely be stopped. But how? This kind of tyranny always comes back to nobles who get in line wrong. And that burden falls entirely on the citizens. The gray boy had not yet realized that law, but I knew that I had to stop it, so I jumped up and shouted at the Duke. "I'll prepare a feast for dinner. I will answer you on the spot. This is the maximum that Gray can do." When the moment became urgent, the only thing that came to Greek's mind was L. When L came to mind, my teacher's cooking naturally came to mind, so as a last resort I ate dinner. The intention was to somehow pass the time, but the Duke only frowned more. Feast. How can you eat anything better than the Imperial Palace's cuisine in a remote area like this? I think I'm just losing my appetite. Strangely, the Crown Prince, who had been quiet until then, reacted to the word dinner and joined the conversation between the Duke and the gray boy. "Majesty, no, I will prepare the best dish for you." The gray boy didn't know what was going on, but he thought it was an opportunity and quickly shouted at the prince. "What if you don't like it?" "Yes. What do I do if I don't like cooking?" The Crown Prince touched his beautiful eyebrows and said, but the gray boy couldn't give any particular answer. "I don't think that's possible. We have some pretty good chefs." I had no choice but to give a general answer, but the Crown Prince was not satisfied. "Are you saying you are that confident? I am so sick of it. The Imperial Palace is a boring daily life. I followed the Duke to many other estates, but none of them could ease my boredom. Cooking is also the same every day. Anything presented as a delicacy of the mountains and seas is met with snorts. So, if you are truly confident that you can satisfy me, why not make a bet with me? What kind of bet are you talking about?" Greek wondered what the prince wanted to say, but asked without showing it as best as he could. Then the Crown Prince thought for a moment, then touched his palms and opened his mouth. Yeah. How about the loser take off his clothes and take a walk around Gray City? If I lose, I will take my clothes off too. How is it? Isn't that a fair bet? No matter how you look at it, there is not even the slightest hint of seriousness. Take off your clothes and walk around town. What on earth is that? The gray boy felt like shaking his head. Since I couldn't do that, I clicked my tongue and thought about what to say in response. Anyway, I am confident in cooking. Confidence in the cooking skills of a teacher. That's why I nodded my head. In any case, it was a situation where it was necessary to take time to think of a way to escape the Duke's clutches. "If you say that, what can I do?" "I will do so." When the gray boy answered suddenly, the Duke grew angry. Sprinkling ashes on cooked rice was because there was no such ashes. The Duke looked at the Crown Prince with an expression asking why he was interfering and making things complicated. But first of all, he is his superior. I had no choice but to open my mouth to Gray. "Well, that's good. Would you wait for a good answer at the dinner party? Oh, and that's it. Just know that if you reject my offer, Great City will be isolated. You know what will happen if the logistics don't work out right? The Duke said this while crossing his arms. "Your Highness, what kind of bet are you making? What are you going to do if you lose? There's no way something like that could happen, right? If you say it's a dish from a territory like this, that's it. Besides, even if you satisfy me just by chance, it's okay if I don't acknowledge it." "That's true, but..." The Duke looked at the Crown Prince and shook his head inwardly. A prince who only likes playing. Well, the better it is because it is easier to control. Still, it was true that I didn't like it. Of course, the Crown Prince had other thoughts, as he always did. I did not like the idea of threatening even the central imperial authority at all. His real purpose in pretending to be a playful prince was something else. The real reason I followed him on inspection tour of numerous counties, including Gray City, was because he wanted to have fun. Rather than that, just tell me about that time. Was that story fun? What story are you talking about? The Duke looked at the Crown Prince with a look in his eyes, as if he was wondering what he should talk about this time. The wizard that even Obama couldn't move. This is something that should never be said in the Imperial Palace. Majesty. Isn't this the Imperial Palace? The Crown Prince smiled and opened his mouth. The Duke was troubled as to what this guy was thinking of bringing up that story again. The more this happened, the more the Crown Prince looked at the Duke as if he was laughing at him. He didn't stop there, but asked the wizard who was still standing like a tombstone behind the Duke. Yes, you explain. I heard you once operated with that wizard. The Duke's chief wizard. Medrine, one of the best magicians in the Empire who achieved the 7th class magic and was given the title of Count, slowly opened her mouth. I don't dare speak ill of him. Even His Majesty is troubled. Majesty. In a way, it was a remark that was both insulting to both the Emperor and the Duke, but the Duke did not respond at all. No, I couldn't. Has the Duke ever seen him? I don't have any. The Duke was in a foreign country when the wizard was active, for the multinational conference due to the monster war. So I never saw his face. However, it was clear why he couldn't complain about his direct subordinate keeping quiet about the wizard. Because I learned too much about that absolute power. The Duke's subordinates seem to respect him very much, don't you think? Well, you can't stop a feeling like that. Moreover, the other person is a person who cannot be said to be in the category of human beings. The Crown Prince smiled while subtly belittling the Duke. However, perhaps because of the Crown Prince's usual behavior, the Duke just shook his head, thinking that he was interested in something useless. Chapter 31 Gray City's Dinner. You mean the dinner? As soon as I heard the Gray Boy's story, I frowned. The purpose of the operation is obvious at a glance. This is a proposal to provide political funds, also known as kickbacks. This is a common occurrence in powerless territories. In fact, a good lord must also be able to use the art of living properly. The political arena is where being too rigid can actually lead to losses. In any country, central politics is complex and entangled, opening the mouth of a predator. It's a scary world where if you step out, you'll become prey, and if you get too carried away, you'll become a victim of power. The Count of Gray has no political power at all to prevent such a storm. Gray City took root in seclusion. I don't want the quiet city I've barely decided to become noisy. Although all of this is something that the Gray Boy must overcome on his own, it is clearly too much for him to do alone. Because Grake is just a growing sprout, not a fully fledged talent. In that case, there is nothing we can do but help to prevent the sprouts from being trampled, because the peace of Gray City is also my well-being. Master, is there any way? I just don't know what to do. My father doesn't have the spirit to give me the right advice. How should I overcome this situation? The only person I can trust is Master. The Gray Boy shouted with a dying look on his face. Although Gray was shaking with a helpless expression on his face, he also had something worth praising. Buying time by using his wits was the best choice he could make. It's really a good thing you gain time. By the way, His Royal Highness suddenly intervened. Yes, the Duke just wanted to press on, but I think he was able to buy some time thanks to the Crown Prince's reaction. What kind of person is the Crown Prince? You made an absurd bet. It's a bit hard to say this, but he seemed like a very light-hearted person. Be light. The Gray Boy seemed to have seen it that way, but as I listened to the story, I had some doubts. The Duke must have wanted to hear a definite answer right then and there. It was the Crown Prince who stopped the Duke from taking such actions. While placing a bet, the Duke was prevented from interfering. Is this just an act of fun? Or intentional action? If it's the latter, the Crown Prince is a very interesting man. If it is the former, it is a result of chance. Master, Baron, would you please calm down a little? If you are so embarrassed by a crisis of this magnitude, how can you be a good lord in the future? But isn't the situation so bad? As it is. The Gray Boy was in a panic, holding his head. No matter how much advice I give, it won't do anything if the person who is supposed to take the lead is like this. First, I needed to come to my senses. That's right. It can't go on like this. So would you like to follow me? Good thoughts don't come to mind when you wrap your head around it. Let's take our time and think about it while gathering the ingredients for the dinner. But I can afford that. Your Excellency, Baron Gray. I raised my voice but quietly shouted out the name and title of the Great Boy, and I stared quietly. Then Grake was startled by my actions and quickly nodded with a frightened look on his face. All right, I am a teacher. The gray boy slumped his shoulders like an emperor who had lost his country and began to follow me. As I left the reception room and went down to the first floor, I saw a handsome man with flowing blonde hair. A person who looked like the crown prince at a glance spotted Grake and approached him. Where are you going? Majesty, I am on my way out because I want to find ingredients for a dinner party with the chef. Ingredients for dinner. The crown prince crossed his arms with a look of boredom on his face and asked indifferently, If you're with a chef, is this person the chef? He is both a chef and a teacher in my life. There is no need to say the word teacher. I am still embarrassed to be called teacher. But perhaps thanks to that, the crown prince's face changed from a look of indifference to a slightly curious expression, and he began looking at me from top to bottom. It is a look that evaluates people. However, he soon seemed to have lost interest and turned his attention back to the gray boy. It was already boring, but it went well. I will follow you too. It's not a question of whether I can follow you, but rather, I will follow you. An order asserting the authority of the crown prince. Of course, Grake has neither the authority nor the power to reject the crown prince. They just give me a troubled look. I can't help but nod. All right, but I don't think it would be any fun if you followed along. Although Greek seemed troubled, it was actually a good thing for me. If the crown prince had intervened in the conversation between the duke and the Grake with careful calculation and proposed a bet, he might have been growing a snake inside. This was the perfect place to understand the intention. So the First Knights and the Crown Prince join the party. What the First Knights protect is the Crown Prince, not the Duke. The Duke is protected by the Knights of the Dukedom. Of course, there was also Dariant in the group. Derivant looked surprised for a moment when he saw me, but didn't show anything, as if he remembered that he was on official business. Of course, Dariant doesn't know my real identity. Just a 7th-class wizard and a member of the staff of the monster-conquering army. I am free because I only know that much. At the end of the Monster War, he was at the forefront of the Northern Front. After obtaining the Dragon Heart, I played an active role in the capital of the Empire, which became a battlefield for dragons. Dragon, Imperial Palace, and Dragon Slayer. Only the Empire's high-ranking nobles and important figures, including the Emperor, know its true identity. Grey's soldiers. And the Crown Prince. Order. The place where we led the large group was near the halfway point of Grey Mountain. This is an area where wild Yuva often appears. Wild Yuva has a different taste from domesticated Yuva. The foot of the mountain is also a perfect place to get some fresh air. What are you doing here? In response to Grake's question, I pointed to a wild Yuva that was angry because its territory had been invaded. I am here to catch that guy. It's a food ingredient. Would you like us to move our soldiers to attack? The gray boy nodded at the word food ingredients. Following the order of the next lord, the soldiers jumped into the wild Yuva. Wild Yuva was soon surrounded. However, the wild Yuva began to struggle even more, breathing heavily. A wild Yuva is cut by a sword. Still, the guy rushed at me. Even though he was bleeding, his strength did not seem to diminish. The angry wild Yuva has the characteristic of fiercely resisting until it runs out of breath or becomes paralyzed. The guy was resisting right in front of us, just like his temperament. It may not be as strong as a monster, but it has a tenacity that goes beyond that. Even if you pierce a spear, it hits the soldier. I asked Gray while watching that scene, "How is it?" "Yes." The gray boy tilted his head as if wondering what he was talking about. "What do you think when you see that guy? He is very weak compared to the soldiers surrounding him. But he resists until the end. Even though he's dying, he doesn't lose his momentum at all." That. The gray boy turned his gaze towards the wild Yuva. Even when dying, it does not retreat backwards, only forward. A wild Yuva that rushes towards the enemy in front and finally falls. Even tiny creatures like that are running wild trying to survive. But I'm just holding my head, is that what you mean? If you know what I want to say, it means you have insight. Grake continued to look at the writhing wild Yuva. I added one thing in case there was any misunderstanding. Of course, anyone can struggle. But it shouldn't be an ingredient like wild Yuva. Be the person who struggles but overcomes it. It's about not becoming food for peacocks. If the boy is eaten by the Duke, Grake's people will only become material for his suffering. Grake finally walked slowly towards the wild Yuba, little by little closer. Even after the wild Yuba fell, it wriggled its body. "Are you having fun?" Then, the crown prince who was watching from behind tapped my shoulder, then walked up to Gray and opened his mouth. It doesn't matter whether the small creatures struggle, but is this delicious? I think it's delicious. No, it's delicious. Haha, really? Well, that's good. If you've come to your senses, I'll reward you. I will change the content of the bed a little. Yes. Greek looked like he was wondering what he was talking about again. Sometimes you need to know how to hide your facial expressions. The boy has a long way to go. If I win, take off all your clothes and go around Grace City. It's the same up to here. I will change the betting conditions when you win. If you beat me, I'll tell you the conditions. It's very fun, so make sure to win. Ha ha ha. The crown prince began to laugh cheerfully. Grake just stared at the prince's back as he went down the mountain with a chewed-up face. The way he continued to smile while going down the mountain made him look like he had lost his mind. At least that's how Gray feels. But is that really the case? I was just convinced by the prince's attitude. After all, that guy is a smart snake. Master, do you understand what His Highness is saying? I never. Well, if I can help you with this matter, how about you go to the center? To become a bigger vessel. A vessel large enough to understand the intentions of His Majesty, the Crown Prince. Go to the center and strengthen your political power. Of course, this does not mean that you should go under the Duke. There are many other ways. So then, is there a way to overcome this crisis? The gray boy blinked at me, probably reacting to the offer of help. Eyes like a baby bird looking for food. A method has emerged. I guess it could be said that it just occurred to me while looking at the Crown Prince. How to overcome the crisis. You can do that by using the Crown Prince. That is, if the Crown Prince is really a sly snake. As far as I know, the current emperor was into luxury and pleasure. Therefore, the central imperial authority was weakened by being caught up in the power struggles of several dukes. If the crown prince is moving for the purpose of correcting the checks on the dukes in the future and increasing the imperial power, that is, if the purpose is to check the duke's power from growing, knowingly or unknowingly, then an interesting fact can be inferred. The crown prince probably thinks he is the main character of this game. If you plan to help Grake under the pretense of a bet at the end, and protect the duke's power from growing even a little. In this world, there are those who fly above those who run. In the current situation, the win or loss of the bet between the crown prince and Grake is determined by whether Grake can move the prince's heart or not. In other words, the duke is rather a bridesmaid. If we take advantage of the power struggle between the duke and the prince, we will be able to escape the crisis in Gray City. But it's no fun just being dragged around by the crown prince. If my prediction is correct, it is the crown prince who is currently in charge. That initiative. What kind of expression would they make if I took it away from them? Chapter 32 Grace City's dinner. If the crown prince hadn't suddenly intervened, we could have cornered him on the spot. The duke occupied the study and grumbled to himself. Spending time on a powerless territory like this is itself a waste. I felt bad because I wasted so much time thanks to the prince. A powerless territory can only serve as its foundation. Talking about self-esteem and independence is useless. What does a dinner party mean? I can't believe we have to match the pranks of those kids. Even a banquet at the imperial palace is not enough. More than that, Medrine. How about this Greek? It's also a good territory to intercept. If you like it, I will give you this Grace Sea. The title of Count is awarded to Class 7 wizards, but it is an honorary position after all. Territory is not given. But she wanted territory. They are two people who fell in love because they wanted something from each other. That was the reason why Medrine swore allegiance to the dukedom. The duke gains great power as a 7th-class wizard, and Medrine gains territory. The crown prince just needs to keep playing around like that. Increase the nobility of my faction. If everything goes well, I can give you as much territory as this. Duke Timurin smiled wryly at Medrine. Medrine didn't think it was funny, but she wanted to gain the territory, so she nodded quietly. Dinner time. All the nobles were gathered at the long table in the lord's castle. Everyone except Count Grey, who is deathly ill. At the head table is the crown prince, and on either side were the Duke of Tamurin and Baron Grey. And next to the duke sat the Count of Medrine. It's a dinner party where you have to take off your clothes. Isn't it fun, when I think of you walking around naked? Heh. The crown prince continued to chuckle and scold Grake. The more the gray boy said, the more he could not believe Elle's words. There's a different meaning in there. If that's really the case, it means that you really live in a world inside a well. When Greek felt that way, his worries accelerated. The center and the wide world. In that world, this incident completely shook young Grake's values, a man like a prince, a peacock-like bundle of ambition, the path you must take within it. If advancing to the center was the way to develop the strength to overcome it all, Greek thought he would like to experience it once. Of course, the priority now is to avoid this situation. As Master said, Greek began to look at the expressions of the crown prince and the duke while squeezing their hands. The duke has a sour expression. He was probably more interested in Grace's answer than in the dinner. By the time everyone at the table was thinking about something else, the butler appeared from the kitchen with the first dish. Elle was cooking in the kitchen. The first course is water. A glass of water was placed in front of each person. The crown prince and the duke looked at the water glass with puzzled expressions. Unlike ordinary water glasses, this is a thin and long water glass. But what it contains is just water. "This is it cooking?" the puzzled prince asked Gray. The duke, who had been annoyed, narrowed his eyebrows and sneered. "It's not cooking. However, it is not water from a well or a river, but rather refreshing water drawn from bedrock water deep underground. And the flower listed above is a unique species that grows on Mount Gray and is characterized by its sweet scent. You can think of it as first washing your mouth with fragrant water." The Gray boy finished explaining exactly what he heard from Elle, and then he sat down and drank some water. Then the water flowed down my throat, spreading coolness deep inside my body. Such cool water. I feel refreshed to the core. Plus, the flower scent was very subtle. The crown prince had the same sentiment as Gray. The crown prince's eyebrows twitched wildly. "Is this fun?" "Fun." The crown prince's frivolous laughter spread across the table along with his exclamation. Thanks to this, Greek gained a little confidence. The second dish was wild upasum. Should I call it an appetizer with vegetables? Wild uva made Greek think that he did not want to live a life of becoming material. It was him. There are not many soft parts in wild uva. It is a dish where parts such as belly and cheek meat are sliced thinly, grilled, wrapped with lettuce-like vegetables, and seasoned with samjang and garlic. Due to the nature of wild uva, it is light, and because it is sliced very thinly, the taste of samjang is a little stronger, which serves to stimulate the appetite. It looks like a vegetable dish at first glance because it is wrapped in lettuce and tied with a fruit stem at the top. However, it is a dish where the harmony of flavors occurs within. After tasting it, the Duke just kept putting ubasam into his mouth. In fact, the Duke had no interest in the two people's bet. I was just trying to laugh at the dish, but the dish that came out unexpectedly was amazing and delicious, so I just ate it without saying a word. The Crown Prince also looked satisfied. However, he showed an expression that it was not enough. This was delicious too. But isn't it still not enough to defeat me? It's definitely delicious, but nothing definitive, so look forward to the next dish. Haha, the Crown Prince laughs with excitement, mentioning the bet. The Duke looked at the Crown Prince and shook his head as if he was pitiful. Medrine said nothing. To her, as a wizard, this position itself has almost no meaning. Just eat your food quietly. The next dish is. When the third dish appeared, the Grey boy stood up again. I will explain the next dish myself, but Grake sat down immediately, because it was the chef himself who brought the third dish. The Crown Prince and the Duke just looked like they were thinking about something to cook this time. However, there was one person who reacted strongly. Medrine knocked over the glass of water she was holding. More than half of the remaining water spills onto and under the table, but Medrine couldn't even think of avoiding the water. Elle also recognized her right away. I wondered why this wizard was here, but a question is just a question. Elle approached Medrine with a calm expression. The ordinary act of taking a towel and wiping up spilled water, but Medrine had an expression that took my breath away. My face is frowning and my legs are shaking. For Elle, Medrine was different from Dariant. Because Medrine was the highest-class wizard in the Empire at the time, she participated in the capital defense battle led by Elle. Therefore, he is a person who knows Elle's true identity. However, Elle never thought of Medrine as a colleague. He is simply a wizard put forward by the Imperial Palace, and is completely different from his colleagues who have overcome the dragon war together from the beginning. Why are you spilling your glass of water? You have to be careful. That. Stay still. Stay still. From what I heard, he was telling me to stay still because I would clean the table, but the meaning that Medrine took was different. Of course, that is exactly what Elle intended. It means to stay still and not say anything about your identity. Medin just kept his mouth shut. What on earth can he do when even dragons are torn to death? I kept shaking my legs, but the good news was that no one was interested in the view under the table. El calmly returned to his seat, and finally I brought out the main dish. When I opened the lid, an unidentifiable stone appeared. Then everyone's eyes except Medrine turned to El. Among the people who turned their gaze, except for Gray, there were faces asking what was going on. El calmly explained to them, "This is a stone block made of baked clay. Mud. Are you telling me to eat mud now?" The Crown Prince's expression distorted. I wondered if they had served some dishonest food to make a bet. "Is this your answer?" The Duke also jumped up with a look of satisfaction on his face. Now that they have caught the pod, their expressions show that they are excited to attack it. "Could you please wait a moment?" El started smashing the round lump of clay with a hammer. The lump of mud breaks and green leaves reveal themselves. Not only the Crown Prince and the Duke, but also the Gray boy looked surprised when something unexpected emerged from the mud, which was nothing more than a boulder. As you can see, the outside is nothing but clay. But even if it looks like clay on the outside, it can be hiding something else inside. As soon as the Crown Prince heard those words, he looked at El with a slight frown. This dish uses mud and leaves to double and triple conceal itself. Behind the insignificant and rough mud, this delicate leaf deceives people once more, and within it, El peeled off all the leaves. Inside, a beautifully ripe palanquin appeared, the smell of chicken. The smell of chicken coated in mud and grilled over an open fire spread throughout the table. The unique rich aroma of chicken stimulates the appetite. The inside of the yellow, darkly ripe palanquin contained various medicinal ingredients. Palanquin is said to be one of the most rare foods in the world. Not only that, but there are also medicinal herbs that are good for your body hidden in palanquin. This medicine is something special. You need to treat it well to make palanquin taste good. If you use it too strongly, it will ruin the taste of palanquin. That's palanquin? Are you talking about that palanquin that is so difficult to catch that it is legendary? The Duke reacted violently, as if intoxicated by the smell of chicken, and held out his hand. The smell of palanquin baked in mud was unbearable. El first tore the palanquin leg to the Crown Prince and placed it on a bowl, and another leg for the Duke. And then he tore the body part and handed it over to Gray. The Duke, who held the chicken leg in his hand before the Crown Prince, let out an enthusiastic exclamation. "Oh, is this delicious? A feast of soft chicken legs with a chewy texture." The taste of chicken with its rich flavor is enough to make even a peacock make a fuss. The fact that it was a legendary monster that had never been eaten before was also a seasoning that piqued the Duke's interest. However, the Crown Prince silently glared at palanquin like a mute, then looked at El again. Where does the noble being who lives embrace the people in his arms? In harmony, like this palanquin. At El's words, the prince dropped the chicken leg he was holding. "Why are you so embarrassed? This is a story about cooking. And if you really have a good mask on, it shouldn't come off when you pound it like the clay in this dish." Chapter 33, Grace City's Feast. I spoke in a whisper so as not to be heard by the Duke, and the Crown Prince glared at El with an embarrassed face. Then he quickly looked at the Duke. But the Duke was obsessed with eating palanquin. After confirming this, the Crown Prince looked at the dish again with a serious face, then looked at Gray and then turned his gaze back to El. The Crown Prince, who was curious about who this man was, began to panic. A man who realizes his true intentions and even advises him to go one step further and take care of his people. My expression was rotting inside as I wondered what all these people were like. However, the position is still poor. At this point, if the Duke discovered his true intentions, he could have been dethroned from his position as Crown Prince. Anything that interferes with work is natural, as if it were play. If this man uses his mouth incorrectly, everything will be in vain, so you have no choice but to be embarrassed, regardless of the man's identity or status. But I couldn't continue to look embarrassed. The Crown Prince forcefully brought palanquin to his mouth, and I forced a smile, because it's in front of the Duke. Ha 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 ha. The Crown Prince started laughing and began to eat the palanquin greedily, as if he was acting. Looking at that, the Duke just thinks it's as shallow as before. Although it looked like he was eating ravenously, the Crown Prince was actually so surprised that he couldn't even taste the taste of palanquin. I had a great ambition in my heart to correct the imperial power of the empire that was being played by a few nobles. However, it is still as weak as a leaf. Besides, honestly, I never thought about the people. But anyway, I like this clay, because there are infinite possibilities. If peace is maintained in the city, I will continue to like mud. As I continue to watch the man's gaze while eating, a line that shakes me comes out again. The Crown Prince started laughing at this point. What are you thinking about right now? I feel like I'm naked. The first bet he made was to get naked and walk through Grace City. This is tantamount to defeat. No, it was already a losing situation. It wasn't until the very end that I tried to keep the Duke in check by helping Grake out of kindness. The Crown Prince began to laugh. The concept was to smile from the beginning, but for the first time in his life, the Crown Prince was smiling sincerely. Who is the main character of this edition? Peacock? No, he is the most thoughtless being. Great? No. However, he was not the Crown Prince himself. The commander commanding the current battlefield is this man in front of me. I can't help it. The Crown Prince thought so. Now I had to avoid this situation myself. It's not like you can stop his mouth by killing the Duke in front of him and Medrine who is guarding him. Okay, great. I lost this bet. I admit it honestly. How can I say I won when I ate such delicious food? Ha 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 ha. Then the Duke, who had been quiet, intervened, frowning as if he had been hit in the back of the head. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Even if you lose, such a bet cannot stand. Your Majesty is walking around naked. No, the Duke responded to the Crown Prince's words with a puzzled expression. Yes, the terms of that bet have changed. What is that? I promised that if I lost, I would leave Grake straight away without making any demands. But this is legendary meat. It's delicious, right? It's a legend, so what should I do to admit it? Because legends are great things. It's a fun dinner. It's funny, so didn't I lose? So I am sorry, Duke. Don't be too sad. But how much tax does a fiefdom like this cost? It was definitely delicious. But Your Majesty, cooking and politics are two different things. I don't know anything about politics. But the important thing is that I have already said with my mouth that I will bet, so I cannot go back. I am the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince laughed, got up from the table, and left the banquet hall. Then the Duke ran after the Crown Prince without hiding his red face with anger. Majesty, I didn't hear it. Master, I will follow Your Majesty too. Grake also disappeared after chasing the prince. As a result, Elle and Medrine were left behind. There were only two. I asked you if you were coming, but you are disturbing me. $1,000 boiled inside the Duke. However, it is true that it was no longer possible to put pressure on Grake openly. Thanks to the Crown Prince's capricious bet, Ure disturbing me for the trivial reason of fun. If they had not planned to make him a puppet emperor, they would have toppled him from his position as prince long ago. There were many other princes aiming for the Crown Prince position. However, since he was the Crown Prince, his declaration had absolute effect. It is impossible to reach out to this great city right now. Moreover, because the Crown Prince was leaving immediately, it became impossible to even try anything else. Because I have to follow the Crown Prince, there are eyes to see the world. Even if he is in power, the Crown Prince has a high ranking. It cannot be ignored. Hello, where is Medrine? The Duke, who thought it would be no fun unless he used Medrine's magic to do something for Great City, called her. Did you find it? Medrine was called and trudged into the study occupied by the Duke. Very slowly. Slowly. So much so that the Duke was completely upset. Moreover, the one who came in with me was the cook I didn't like from earlier. In the end, the plan went awry because of that damn chef. The first place is the Crown Prince, and second place is this chef. The Duke thought so and glared at Elle. Yes, you bastard. How dare you know where this is? The Duke was shaking, but Elle calmly entered the study, looked around, and spoke. Your Royal Highness, Duke Rurin. Nice to meet you. Elle went to the study window and stopped, and opened the window. The wind comes in. Medrine, get that guy on his knees right now. The Duke's brutality made the veins in his neck stand up and he screamed loudly. I'm already so pissed off. How could a mere chef have such an attitude towards himself as a Duke? This is something that cannot happen. However, Medrine opened her mouth as if such an attitude was natural. I am sorry, Your Majesty. That can't be possible. What? That person is a dragon slayer. He is someone who doesn't even dare to mess with dragons. How can a human being kneel down to such a being? The Duke looked back and forth at Elle's back and at Medrine. A dragon slayer. There was only one person in this world called by that title. What does that mean? That's literally it. Oh, by the way, didn't we talk about it yesterday too? What? The Duke uttered a short word. And then I looked at Elle's back again. Medrine was kneeling and trembling. Medrine actually committed a sin against Elle in the last war, so it was never a comfortable relationship. But it's not something that can be done by running away. It was also impossible to escape safely from Elle. So I'm just shaking. She is the best wizard in the empire. He is a high-ranking magician that even the most nobles have no choice but to give up. In fact, he has been shown to say whatever he wants to the Duke. Seeing her unilaterally shaking, the Duke began to get goosebumps, because I thought about what kind of being she was talking about. Majesty. First, let me tell you one thing. I am retired. Whether it's the center, power, or civil war, it has nothing to do with me. Whatever you and your majesty do. But if you disturb my lair in Great City, you will see dragons rampaging through the capital again. And then don't think I can do anything to help you. If you don't want to lose that little bit of power you've worked so hard to maintain your whole life, you should behave yourself. I hope you erase the word Gracie from your brain, including the memory of meeting me here. That, Elle quietly looked at the Duke, and freed Mana. Soon the study was enveloped in darkness. Black darkness. At the end of it, a huge fireball swirls. The road to hell is close. Majesty, keep that in mind. Elle left those words and disappeared into the darkness. After the 9th class magic disappears, Elle disappeared. All that is visible is Medrine, who is still kneeling. What kind of darkness did you see? Medrine realized that fact, and even her teeth chattered. The Duke stood blankly and blinked. Cold sweat continued to flow. Peace is important. The Duke will face hell if he tries to destroy my well-being, because I came to show you the end of hell. For some reason, I felt like he wouldn't give up and bother me, so I had no choice but to threaten him, but I really didn't like the process. The Crown Prince was scared with his cooking, but Medrine's presence was the problem. I retired because I hated this dirty and miserable life. If I hadn't declared that I would build a rare here, I might have just left. When I returned to the restaurant with such confusion, the night was getting deeper. I didn't wake him up, but Lulin was still rolling around on the bed and whining. He could have woken up and come looking for me. Rather, it is fortunate. As I approached and sat down on the bed, Rurin wriggled as if she felt someone I was looking at. How long do you plan to sleep, our dragon? Is it you? Then he stuck his face out from under the blanket, with half-closed eyes. You. Why is your expression like that? Then he suddenly raised his upper body. Thanks to this, the blanket rises into the sky, flutters, and then falls to the floor. In that state, Lurin crawled over and grabbed my arm. I can't believe you're quick-witted in times like this. It's an amazing dragon. I just happen to be a little tired. Tiring work? What kind of person made you tired? This body cannot tolerate such a thing. I know, it's unacceptable. I also felt like I felt a little better when I stroked Rurin's head. Lurin suddenly got up from the bed as if she remembered something and grabbed my shoulder. Now that I think about it, the woman told the man who came in tired that she should give him a massage. Thinking of my colleague, Lurin began to rub her shoulders. It is a wrought iron rather than a cast iron. Something felt good. It feels like forgetting something that made you tired. How are you? Yeah, that's good, is it? Hee hee, if you like it, I like it too. Lurin started laughing as she said that. Why is this dragon touching my sensibilities so much today? I suddenly feel like I want to hug him. But I am hungry. Lurin puffing out her cheeks. That line barely brought me to my senses. Fortunately. Chapter 34 Dwarf Village Dwarves are needed to complete the lair. Now that you have prepared the site by digging the hill, all you have to do is hire the best experts and do the interior work. Cutting and carving the highest quality marble, creating multiple rooms and providing facilities. When it comes to experts, there is no one better than the dwarves. Rather, it is impossible unless you are a dwarf. So a dwarf was definitely needed. The current location is the western frontier of the empire. There is a dwarven village in the Millirek Mountains where there is a huge mine. It was clearly stated that way in the literature. The dwarf who made the restaurant's kitchen utensils is one of the friends I made a long time ago, but he regretfully left the empire. There is no way to know where you are now. Mana is also weak, so you can't find it unless it appears first. So the only option is to find a dwarf village and leave the job to another dwarf. The Millirek Mountains, where the dwarven village is located, is a place Lurin has never been to. For that reason, the same method had to be used as in the case of the buffalo. An attempt was made to teleport near the western region where Millirek is located, using the dragon's mana as a detection medium. So there must be an unknown dragon's lair near the valley that spreads out in front of us. I can't see any dwarves. If it were you, would you think a dwarf would live near a dragon lair? If it were me, I would forcefully capture dwarves and make them work. So, the dragon who owns this place. Forcing people to reduce their efficiency is not a good idea. All you have to do is just formally request it. Forcing it is nonsense. I pressed Lurin's temples with both hands. In anything, you have to be motivated to produce good work. If you try to use violence first, will you use it? Anyway, things like dragons. Dwarves are also afraid of dragons anyway. So, you may be scared of the dragon, but if you inject a little motivation into it, fear and motivation will combine, creating a synergy effect in construction. Sick. I grabbed Lulin's uplifted hand and started walking toward the outside of the valley. Obviously, this is the west. The dwarven village must pass through this mountain and walk to the Millirek Mountains for about a day. Perhaps the dwarves were offering tribute to the owner of this mountain. A tribute to safety and peace. That is the dragon's territory. The fact that Black Dragon's elder recognizes Grey as Lulin's territory, as long as it is rare, also has this meaning. It becomes an area where surrounding monsters must show respect and send their sincerity. Depending on the dragon, there are cases where it attacks humans. Of course, that doesn't happen that often. Normally, they don't release their breath into human countries for no reason, although it sometimes happens if you don't pay tribute. The only danger of the Empire's destruction was being caught up in a war between dragons. This did not happen because tribute was not paid. Rurin, why are you doing that? Rurin held my hand even tighter and looked up at me as I stopped walking. Can't you feel it? I feel it. Your hands are warm. Hi. No, it's not that, you idiot. I'm not stupid. Another thing is that you can feel the energy of your own people. But this is near rare, so isn't it natural? Usually dragons sleep for a very long time. Whether it's a tribute or something else, you will be free for hundreds of years while the dragon sleeps. The owner of the dragon lair, which I had used as an intermediary when I went to catch water buffalo last time, was sleeping soundly. But the owner of this rare seems to be a little different. You are very warmly welcomed. A red dragon appeared in the air, flapping its wings in its original form. There is a hint of determination to punish intruders. The feeling of the earth shaking as the wind created by the dragon's flapping wings blows everywhere. That's fucking red. Lulin glared at the dragon and opened his mouth. Red dragon and black dragon do not get along well. The main cause of the last war was the feud between red dragon and black dragon. A human subject is trespassing on my territory without permission. There is only death. The dragon that landed on the ground showed off its huge body and radiated fear. A normal human being would die instantly just by the fire emitted from the dragon's body. But that doesn't work for me and Rurin at all. Judging by its body size, it was a mid-sized dragon that had already reached adulthood a long time ago. Stupid red law. Does this body look like an insignificant human being? As Rurin confronted him with his peer, the red dragon began to howl even more harshly. Guo, something like black, dare. The dragon immediately opened its mouth, letting out a cry that sounded like a mountain floating away. And the breath, which could be said to be a collection of energy, was released. Quang. It is difficult for Rurin in human form to block the breath used in dragon form. I don't know if Lulin released the polymorph, but he didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. I just glare at the red dragon. Well, there is no way breath would attack Lulin, because I have it. I fed the dragon's breath the class 9 magic, Plasma Break. Plasma Break is a magic that absorbs enormous energy and returns it to the opponent. The plasma mass that absorbed the breath began to attack the dragon. As breath is a mass of energy, the plasma break has also become considerably larger. Foo-woo! When the plasma break and the dragon come into contact, a large light sound occurs. However, dragons don't die like this. Among the 9 classes, they are the ones that need the ultimate magic to be torn apart. In particular, the dragon race is full of pride and does not enjoy conversation. This is something you can clearly see when you see him blowing his breath all the time. I hate seeing Rurin get hurt. I don't know why, but I don't like seeing it. It is especially unforgivable if her black hair is damaged. What's unusual is Lulin, who doesn't release his polymorph even when this compatriot appears. This isn't just now. I don't know why, but Rurin was very reluctant to release the polymorph in front of me. She always remains human. However, no matter how much a dragon is, it is dangerous if it is hit by another dragon's breath while polymorphed into a human. Of course, my Dragon Slayer title wasn't just there, and she didn't have to be a dragon. I used Plasma Break against the dragon once more. Quang, the burning body of a dragon. As the red dragon's body burns, it turns even brighter red. The red dragon groaned and used ice-type magic to barely extinguish the flames before glaring at me. 9th class, you human. No way. No, now wait a minute. When he tried to use plasma break once again, Red Dragon shouted in a hurry, and soon his entire body was engulfed in light. I tried polymorph. What appeared was a woman with fluttering red hair. Unlike Rurin, she is a woman who exudes lust. If she was having fun, I would think she would have attracted many men with her sensuality. Well, compared to our Lulin, who has no idea about such things, the Red Dragon's back was burning and smoke was still rising. This is the part that burned with my magic. Cheeky red guy. Lurin, who was still holding my hand tightly, sneered at Red Dragon. Wow, it's funny. Get rid of black. Rather, you are a human being. I clearly remembered it. Are you the person who massacred your own people in the last war? It was clearly said that he was the person who ate Lord's heart. That's right. It's clear. This body's memory is the strongest. Okay. Is that correct? When I coolly admitted it, Red Dragon seemed surprised and took a step back. Seeing that it was sweating coldly, it was clearly a dragon that participated in that war. Why are you here? Even with black, who cares? Elle is mine, that's why we're together. Do you understand? You stupid bitch. Who is yours, this dragon? When Lulin spouted nonsense, Red Dragon opened his mouth with a curious look, as if he believed it. Is that human yours? Hey, how did you bake it? Isn't it perfect to have him as a subordinate? These. Even Lulin started to grow more excited. Hee, it's mine so it's mine. He said he would stay by my side. Forever. Lulin now shrugs his head a hum as if bragging, so I pressed my temple again. Look, who's yours? And what do you roast and boil? Ong, didn't you say it hurts? And you said you would definitely be by my side. Well, this is true. That's what I said when I first convinced her. A lonely dragon. To her, who was hurt by being bullied by her own people and went on a rampage. That's true, but why do you put yours and mine in there? Besides, that Red Dragon is also a funny guy. Who do you have as your subordinate? If it's not pathetic blacks, how about it be mine? I know humans well. I've already had a lot of fun. Making a human man melt is my special move, so why not try it? Hee, what on earth does that kid over there know what to do? The Red Dragon approached me and made a tempting pose. Of course it's true that it's sexy, but you have to do something that works. Moreover, thanks to this, Lulin unleashed a tremendous amount of murder. A spark that made you wonder if it could take on the form of a dragon was flowing out. To calm the situation, I glared at these two ridiculous dragons and shouted, "Mr. Red Dragon? Stop talking nonsense and get out." I thought it wouldn't work, so I showed him the intra-breaking technique that killed the ultimate 9th-class magic dragon that was used during the war, and the Red Dragon ran away with a face that said he had seen it before. GGGGGGGG, this is the magic that killed our people. I just did it. Sorry, wrong, no, I don't want to die. The dragon, seeing the powerful magic in its memory, was so scared that it didn't know what to do and crouched down, holding its head with both hands. Hee, did you see it? There is no comparison between me and you. Isn't that right, you? Rurin looked at me with a cheerful smile. Fortunately, life was over. Okay, there you are, Red Dragon. We were just passing by, so why don't you stop asking and answering these ridiculous questions and get out of the way? Do whatever you want. Black aside, I don't want to deal with you, because I don't want to be torn apart. I still want to play more and sleep more. That's a good thing. Are you watching? Red like that deserves to be killed. Unless you want to start a war again, don't laugh and calm down. You want hold my hand? I don't like that. Lulin immediately turned his back, growling, and came next to me. The attitude that my hands are more important than the Red Dragon. But can I ask one question? This is the direction to the Millirek Mountains, right? For confirmation, I pointed to the direction and asked, and Red Dragon nodded. That's right. But why are you there? Because I came to find the dwarf village. After hearing what I said, Red Dragon slightly tilted his head while standing at a distance. Dwarves were wiped out during the last war, so no tributes come in. It's fun, it's fun. What? Chapter 35 Dwarf Village. The dragon race is a group of creatures united by pride and arrogance, but they do not lie. There is no need to do it. Of course, if you need to do it, you can do it. Like Lurin. Anyway, if what that dragon said is true, it would be difficult. Peace in the restaurant is maintained only when a rare dish sufficient to satisfy the elders is produced within a year. My pride does not allow me to send Lurin away. However, going to war with the entire Black Dragon clan is overkill. Of course, there's nothing you can't do if you are willing to die. However, there is no need to take risks when you just need to make it rare. So the help of dwarves is essential and indispensable. I looked at Red Dragon with a puzzled face and asked a question. You didn't annihilate them directly? No. Why would this body lie? Not really. Don't look at me like that. Are you really saying no? This body really hates that magic. I will enjoy all my life and die as if I were sleeping. So I hate you humans. Looking at the reaction, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Are they really all dead, though? There will be survivors, right? Since we have come this far, we need to check the situation with our own eyes. To do that, you must first go directly to the Millirek Mountains. Is that so? Okay, so will you please get out of the way? It will pass peacefully. Ah, and if anyone gets in your way, you won't leave them alone. I clearly warned you. That's right. Am I crazy? I think it would be nice to have him as a subordinate. But what can you do against an opponent you can't beat? So hurry up and go away. You are a human being outside these standards. And get rid of that stupid black too. Red Dragon points to Rurin. Rurin's personality is such that she can't just sit back and listen to provocations, so naturally a second war of words breaks out. What? What kind of nonsense is this on the old red theme? Be thankful that you're alive. What? I am still young. It's a bright blue baby that has grown nothing but down. Red and black. Rurin and Red Dragon look into each other's eyes and sparks fly. If you let me, I will fight all day. Red Dragon, I want to disappear. Or do you want to fight again? I was going to go, but he started a fight first. Okay. It's disgusting. 2 people. Wow, so? Ooh. The Red Dragon sensed my magic and ran towards Lair, crying. If 2 dragons are fighting because their arms are bent inwards, Lulin still comes first. Even if there are 3 dragons fighting, Lulin comes first. Even if there are hordes of dragons, of course Lulin comes first. Stupid red guy. Haha. Then, as if she was in a good mood, Rurin clung to me, rubbing her cheek against my forearm just below my shoulder. Be patient, too. How can you do that? I do not know, because red is the enemy, you never know, every day. Anyway, that's not the point, let's get down from here. Follow me, I understand that. After walking hard, we escaped from the dragon's realm and found an ordinary forest. As I continued walking through the forest disappeared and an area with an open view appeared. There is a plain below the mountain, and the western end of the plain is the Millirek Mountains, your destination. If you can see the mountain range, your hard work is over. Lurin, let's teleport to the front peak of the mountain range visible over there. Lurin can teleport to places she has seen with her own eyes. That's Lurin's teleportation. In other words, this is a characteristic of the teleportation used by dragons. You mean over there? The place where Rurin pointed his finger. When I nod, Lurin also nods along. The story is that anything is possible. Then he spread his arms. Heh. He looks at me while smiling like some kind of lewd old man. I can't help it. It entered her open arms. Teleportation is tiring, but it also has its good points. Hi. As soon as Lulin speaks, darkness fills my vision. In the pitch-black darkness, the only thing I can feel is the softness of Rurin's embrace. When I came to, we were standing on a rock. Mountain peaks on all sides bring a sense of reality to the view. Let's see. Various documents say that there is a dwarven mine near this peak. Why are those damn bastards so hard to find? Wouldn't it be more difficult to say that we were wiped out? This is for your rare. Hurry up and take the lead. After crossing the ridge of the mountain peak, there is a well-paved mountain road to the north. And then a basin appeared in the distance. You can tell just by looking at the well-paved mountain path itself that it is the work of a dwarf. However, as Red Dragon said, there seemed to be no living dwarves. A mine was visible at the end of the basin, the entrance to which was covered by a large pile of stones. I thought that the boulders were the ends of the mountain peaks that were cut in various places. Could it be that the dwarves are on the verge of annihilation because the peaks were destroyed and rocks poured into the basin and mines? As Red Dragon said, the destruction of the mountain peak seems to be the aftermath of the Dragon War. Not only the mine, but also all over the basin is full of rocks. The village still has its shape, but it is a miserable sight as it has been crushed by rocks. It looked as if he had been hit by dozens of meteor bullets. Isn't this really difficult? Why isn't there one, dwarf? Lulin was also in tears. Aren't you hiding in the mine? Will all the rocks in front of the mine be melted? This is one shot with my breath. Of course, I am hungry right now and I don't have any strength. Even though dwarves are an earth race, there is no way they would hide in a mine with a blocked entrance. It's perfect for starving to death, because food supply is impossible. So then, was it truly wiped out? That's difficult. It's true that I am hungry, so let's eat for now. Come on. First, I sat down on a nearby stone. I then tapped the side, but Rurin came in front of me, turned her back, and sat down between my legs. And he leaned the back of his head against my chest. The position became as if I was giving Rurin a back hug. Why are you in this strange posture when I ask you to sit next to me, dragon? Hee, you are my backrest. Stay still. What? If you sit in a position perfect for rolling your temples and say something like that, it's an immediate attack. Sick. Lulin immediately began to cry and toss and turn, yet it doesn't escape from my embrace. Tell me again, who has the back? It's not a backrest. It's better to just stick with it. That's why it is like that. Bad. You. Rurin turns her lowered head to look at me from below and puffs out her cheeks. Pissing off. I poked the beef jerky I brought for times like this into Lulin's cheek, which was swollen like a balloon. What is this? It smells like meat. Yes, it's your favorite meat. Meat. When I put it in his open mouth, he reflexively started chewing. Beef jerky is perfect for emergency food. I give one to Rurin, I eat one too, and the repeat begins. Oh, dried meat is delicious. I wish there was beer too. Anyway, it's amazing that a dragon can taste beer. He happily chews the beef jerky and continues to hold out his palm. It is a pose asking for more. When you automatically place it in your hand, you bring it straight to your mouth and chew it. After a while, he seriously asks why his rare is so precious. But what if there are no dwarves? Don't worry. Even if there are no dwarves, we will make rares somehow. I'm not worried, because you made all my wishes come true. Lulin muttered while holding the chewed beef jerky in his hand. Turn your head back to the front and lean back against the back of your head. Okay. He answered quietly and stroked her black hair. This black hair is very precious. Would you say it's like a tranquilizer that stimulates nostalgia for one's hometown? Ah. At the moment of enjoying peace, Lurin's eyebrows twitched. Because of the screams, please save me. The person who appeared before my eyes was a dwarf. A body that spreads out to the side with short legs. This is the dwarf I've been looking for so long. However, the dwarf who appeared had a sad face and both hands were chained. What can I say? It's exactly the look of a fugitive. That too was the behavior of an escaped convict. As if that wasn't enough, an army of orcs appeared around the dwarf. It's not like he's acting like an escaped convict, but like he's a real prisoner. Dwarf, human. Why are humans here? When I talk to the dwarf, he opens his mouth with a suspicious look on his face, with a very urgent expression. Weren't the dwarves of Millirek wiped out? Thanks to that conversation, the orc army began to surround not only the dwarves, but also us. But in fact, it was a death sentence for the orcs. The dwarf and orc armies that appeared from the upper part of the basin had interrupted Lulin's meal. Okay, we dwarves are in a big crisis, but there were also dwarves who survived. Is that true? Yes, our dwarf survived. However, all surviving dwarves were captured. Because we didn't have enough numbers, we ended up losing to the orcs. Anyway, run away, human. The destruction of a mountain range due to a dragon war rife with breath. A crack in the mountain peak like a disaster. In other words, does this mean that not only was the village destroyed and his people killed as it collapsed, but he was also caught by the fleeing orcs in a human versus monster war that was separate from the dragon war? But why do orcs keep dwarves instead of killing them? Orcs were usually a stupid race, but they still had a knack for forming armies and fighting. In addition, sometimes among orcs, more intelligent orcs dominate the colony. Come to think of it, the orcs' armor and weapons were quite sophisticated. This is absolutely not a weapon that an orc could make. If they are imprisoning a small number of dwarves and having them make weapons somewhere in these mountains, it means that there are enough people alive to request the construction of a lair, so it is good news for me. Red Dragon is a dwarf offering tribute. Let's take a closer look. After just a cursory glance, the village has been devastated and is completely annihilated. You just claimed that. I don't know why dragons are so annoying to everything. Is it because they live for a long time? Anyway, the orcs formed a perfect siege from the east, west, south, and north and howled. The dwarf tried to run away with all his might, but when there was no hole to escape, he sat down on the ground in frustration. Chweik, what are you saying, Lurin? Running away only leads to death. What are you talking about? Right, yes, it's insignificant. Lulin answered with his eyebrows raised, as if he was annoyed by the orc's appearance, while chewing on beef jerky. Chapter 36, Dwarf Village Chweik. The orcs surrounded the surrounding area and were whining. It may seem like meaningless wailing, but it is clearly the language of the orcs. To me, it just sounds like profit. In this case, it's Rurin. There is no language that dragons cannot understand. Lurin, what are they saying? No, don't kill me. Catch it, I said so. At my request, Lurin began to simultaneously interpret the orc's conversation. Chwiek. The orc is talking again, so I also saw Rurin. Is that so? They say. Those guys are stupid. Rurin laughs as she interprets it. Chwiek, but what are those humans? Now the Lulin interpreter starts automatically. It's comfortable. Chwiek. It's an intruder. Let's catch and kill him. Chwiek. Ong, it's bothering, interpret. I am going to kill you anyway. The interpreter malfunctioned and exploded. The performance is good, but it is an interpreter with no patience. And honestly, that's true. Orcs are the enemies of humans. The number of people killed by the orc army in the last war is countless. Isn't the dwarves still being captured and oppressed? Okay, do whatever you want. When I said yes, Lurin raised her hands high in the sky. Kwaang. The orcs in front of Lulin are caught up in powerful mana, and their bodies explode. With magic that boils and explodes the energy of living things, the orcs began to burn as if they were self-igniting. Kwang. Explosions and heat waves. Soon the orcs are roasted and fall down. Chwiek. The orcs behind me were surprised and ran towards me with their weapons drawn, but I fired a barrage of flame and burned them as expected. What is rising is smoke. The dead ones are orcs. The dwarf looked at us with his mouth open with a frightened look on his face. The tall dwarf is exactly half my height. It looks a little funny when you sit down. Amazing, humans are strong. I went straight to the point, facing the admiring dwarf. Would you please guide me to where the other dwarves are being held? I have a favor to ask the dwarves, so let me help you. You mean a request. But the number of orcs is quite large. I think the number is around 100. But did you run away alone? If so, isn't he a very dishonest dwarf? Dwarves are a race with an especially strong sense of kinship. There are some parts where you shouldn't think like a human. I am a dwarf. I didn't run away alone. I tried to run away and somehow find other dwarven compatriots to ask for help, because I can't be held captive by the orcs forever. If the orcs hadn't been holding the young dwarves hostage, I would have died fighting. Oh, was it something like that? Then, Mr. Dwarf, what's your name? I am Veranum, Gion, Itzel. Right, I am grateful for the help of humans. But it is also unreasonable in terms of numbers. Unless a human army comes, so I will go find my people. No, it's not difficult. You want to beat 100 orcs with 2 humans? I am not a dwarf fool. It's okay. Could you please guide me first? But if you do that, you too will die. The dwarf stuttered, still looking disbelieving. Lurin then looks at the dwarf, probably feeling frustrated, the act of just glaring because it's too bothersome to talk. But the dwarf, who looked into Lulin's eyes without thinking, froze. Dragon fear rises from Lulin's body, proof of a higher dimensional being that cannot come from a human body. Usually, if the peer is strong, weak monsters or humans will die instantly. But that's Peer in his dragon state. In the polymorph state, instant death does not occur. However, Lulin was emitting energy that was enough to cause fainting. In any case, Rurin's identity must be revealed, because what is entrusted to the dwarves is none other than the construction of rares, so there is no need to stop it. The great being above 20 Oklok. The dwarf was so surprised that he shouted in a twisted pronunciation and fell to the floor. Elves and dwarves. These 2 races worship dragons as great beings. For that reason, Alina fell down as soon as she saw Lurin. Great one. He just looks like a human. Don't be too scared, Lurin. We need to form an employment relationship, but if you scare us like that, our efficiency won't increase. But I can't stand being rude to you. Okay, stop it. If you knock him out, things will only get more complicated. When I patted her head and calmed her down, Lurin, who had been showing anger, nodded and took a step back. The dwarf made a painful face, but when the pressure from the pier disappeared, he barely took a breath and opened his mouth. Anyway, I don't know about our dwarves. How can a human being reach such a great being? The dwarf, who was expressing doubts, stiffened when Lulin glared at him again and spoke. El is greater than humans, to the same extent as me. If I don't guide you quickly, the dragon will explode. Like that? Oh, I see. This is this way for now. This way. At my words, the dwarf broke into a cold sweat and began to pant forward. Perhaps because there was a being in front of me that could not even be compared to an orc, my body was shaking with tension and fear. As you cross the mine, leave the basin, and move deeper into the mountain, a place that looks like an underground bunker appears. The orcs built an underground fortress here. We, the dwarves, made it. We are trapped here. A dwarf whose speaking style became strange because he used honorifics. The entrance to the basement he pointed to was empty. Could you please wait here? I will rescue the other dwarves. Thank you. If you save our dwarves, I won't forget your kindness. The dwarf said that to me and then bowed his head again to Rurin. I invaded the underground fortress with Rurin. There was no one at the entrance, but as soon as I went in, it was swarming with orcs. Quang, he started using wide-range magic on the group to fry the orcs. The smell of burning fills the underground passage. After instantly killing the group of orcs gathered, a huge space was created underground. Orcs' home and prison, a blacksmith shop where dwarves work. The structure is reminiscent of an anthill. The ones who built this fortress must have been none other than dwarves. This type of construction technology is also desperately needed for rare construction. Let's beat up the Rurin orcs. Hee, I am excited. Rurin unleashes the dragon's attacking instinct and releases mana with an excited expression. Chuyik, Chwick, human intruders, die, he said. You're so cocky. Okay? Even though I didn't order it, the interpreter restarted. At the same time, Lulin's mana storm poured out, and the orcs exploded and fell here and there. I also killed every orc I could see. A pile of ashes here, a pile of ashes there. After using explosion magic, the basement shakes and dirt falls down. This is not very desirable. Chwick, the orc kept jumping out, probably because it realized it was under attack. This number is almost like an army. What we have now advanced into is the square-like part of an anthill. It seems like all the orcs have flocked to this square. Around the round square, there is a dwarf prison and a blacksmith shop where orc weapons are forcibly smelted. The dwarves look at me and Rurin with surprised rabbit eyes. If the basement collapses, Lulin and I will be crushed to death, and the dwarves will be completely wiped out, so I stopped using explosion magic and started spraying ice-type magic. The orcs start to freeze. A strong chill swept through the floor of the square. Chwiik, the orcs howled louder, perhaps sensing that it was high-ranking magic. Chwiik, noisy, stop making a profit. Perhaps because of this, the interpreter malfunctioned and exploded again. It radiated dragon fear and scared the orcs behind who had not yet been hit by the ice magic. Cuckoo. The basement shakes once again. Dragon fear's strong presence struck the underground fortress. Chuyik, Chwiik, the orcs who realized what the pier meant began to run away like crazy. Because they were all frozen by my ice-type magic, only a small number survived and escaped. After recognizing Lulin as a dragon, the orcs already gave up their will to fight. A creature facing a dragon's pier usually has two options: bow down or run away. Sometimes you get killed by a dragon regardless of your choices, and there are people like me who choose fighting as the third option. Anyway, the orcs were on the run. They were annoying guys. The only thing that was annoying was having to translate. Rurin sprayed mana at the fleeing orcs and began swiping their foreheads. Of course, I didn't shed a single drop of sweat. The freed dwarves also already sensed fear. However, if the orcs are the ones running away, the dwarves are the ones who bow down and watch. All the dwarves rushed over and bowed before Rurin. Utopia exists for living creatures. For me, it's the peace of a restaurant, but for dwarves, it's the desire to improve their technical skills. The obsession with technology, which began with iron smelting, has continued for a long time. Right now, at this moment, at the very site where the mountain peak collapsed and struck the basin, destroying the village. The moment he gathered the dwarves here and presented them with a blueprint to explain what would happen next. The dwarves, who seemed to have no energy perhaps because of the collapsed village, looked at the blueprint I gave them and their eyes began to shine. I plan to install the highest quality marble here, differentiate between floors, create numerous rooms, and of course, the most important thing is the space of the dragon body. The magic of the dragon and the technological power of the dwarves will come together. The best dragon rare ever. I think it will be possible if this plan is followed. Ooh, oh, all of the gathered dwarves expressed interest. The chief who was at the very center asked me a question on behalf of him. Are you saying they created a space like this under the ground? That's right. The dwarves began to exclaim exclamations to each other. Rurin is currently sitting on top of a pile of stones that the dwarves improvised. As soon as the dwarves came out of the underground and returned to the destroyed village, they piled up stones around them at an incredible speed and advised Rurin to rest in peace. Rurin suddenly settled down there, and all the dwarves bowed down there as if they were worshipping a god. Lulin became a god. Great one. The dwarves bowed down in front of Rurin and could not move. Then Rurin said this to the dwarves. Yes, I am great. Hi, right you? It was good to look down on the dwarves with dignity, but the dialogue was a mess. Why are you laughing at me? The dignity it had created disappeared in an instant. In about 1 second, of course within me. Dwarves are still in awe. The dwarves seemed curious about the relationship between Rurin and me, a human, but there wasn't much to explain. I can only explain that I am her companion. Although the explanation is somewhat ambiguous, there is no clear answer about my relationship with her. However, perhaps because they had seen my magic, the dwarves no longer expressed any doubts and called me Elnam. Chapter 37, Dwarf Village. It's a large site that can rival the size of most mines. It will be fun. I see. A young dwarf who was looking at the blueprints with me actively asked me a question. Are you saying we can pour everything we can into this without worrying about money? The chieftain's speaking style was natural, but the young dwarves often had a bit of slurred speech. Is this something that can't be helped since it is spoken in human language rather than dwarven language? Again, I have no intention of saving money. When I nodded, the dwarves let out exclamations once again. The extravagant offer of being able to use anything seems to have been very attractive to them, who were struggling with money, no matter how much they wanted to make. This is a story about construction costs. The dwarves themselves are poor, so frugality is the norm when making their own goods. It is rare for a client to set a construction cost this generously, even when asked for it. There is no client as big as me. So have you decided? Of course, if a great being tells you to do something, you have to risk your life to do it, but you put such a condition on it. You have to do it with a happy heart. Isn't it better to force it? That's true, but... And Lulin isn't that violent. As long as it doesn't offend you. I think there will be no problem if we just continue to treat it the way it is now. Then I'm glad. And anyway, since the village was devastated, all the surviving dwarves moved to the site, right? There is enough space for 30 people. As I said before, if a rare is created within 6 months, we will provide enough reconstruction funds so that you can find another mine and settle down. When I explained the amount, the dwarves started to get excited again. Thank you. It's hard to survive right now, but this is such a great offer. But is it really? A great being. The dwarf chief trailed off. His face was still dark. The fear of beings called dragons seems to be greater than expected. In that case, there is no choice but to stimulate the dwarf's desire to improve and overcome his fear. Apart from the cost of rebuilding the village, if the most magnificent dragon lair I pursue is created, I will also give you this as a success reward. Yes. I carefully placed the opened luxury mechanical watch on the elder's hand. A collection of technologies where beautiful gears interlock to form a single world. In the mental world of dwarves, this is something that would make them drool and lose their senses. Although mechanical watches last forever, maintenance is more complicated than quartz watches. If the dwarves can make something like this, they will be able to manage it themselves. In fact, rather than expecting the dwarves to reproduce the clock, we hope that they will drool over the unimaginable artistic structure of a mechanical clock. Plus this planet. I don't know if it's another parallel world of Earth, but from what I checked, the time structure was 24 hours, exactly the same as modern times. What on earth is this? The dwarves began to show reactions that did not deviate from my expectations. Both the young dwarf and the older chieftain dwarf were mesmerized by the splendor of the wind-up parts in front of them. You can think of it as art that expresses time in units of 1 hour. It is the culmination of advanced technology. This is a summon item made with technology that does not yet exist in this world. If you are interested, succeed in building the rare. I will give you this work of art as compensation. As soon as I finished speaking, the dwarves collectively opened their mouths wide, and everyone fell silent. The dwarves became quiet. He seemed to be mesmerized by the technology he was seeing for the first time. As I take the watch back, the dwarves' eyes follow my hand. How are you? I'll give it to you when I'm done, when everything is over. Ah, that can't be possible. Sighs come from everywhere. Then do you want to move? The dwarf chief looked around at the other dwarves. Reconstruction cost and success fee. The difference of opinion has already disappeared. Moreover, since it is a dragon's order, there is no right to veto it. All right, we, the dwarves of the Millirek Mountains, will all follow the great being. Well thought out. Lulin. I called out to Rurin, who was comfortably lounging on the throne of the god that the dwarves had improvised. Is the story over? It's my rare. You have to make it pretty. Pretty. Hi. Lulin began preparing for teleportation while inflating his expectations for his rare. Moving as many as 30 people at the same time consumes a significant amount of mana. Now everyone, please gather around and hug each other. The chief hugs me, and I hugged Lulin. The dwarf chieftain hugs my back. I felt a little strange. Still, I don't want a dwarf's hand touching Rurin. I just don't like it. Lulin probably hates it too. Behind me, the dwarves hugged each other and it became like a train game, and soon the world was engulfed in darkness. After a while, the world became brighter. No, it's not even bright. The open construction site at the bottom of the hill was only illuminated in the darkness by magic. Is this where we work? You're right. When they nodded, the dwarves opened their mouths, overwhelmed by the scale. Soon, they started showing seriousness by gathering among themselves, pointing here and there, and talking while looking at the blueprint I gave them. Organize temporary shelter. We will provide you with the food ingredients from now on. And if you just tell us, we will get you all the construction materials you need. For a rare of this scale, we have to make it the best among the rares used by truly great beings. The chief nodded. Please work hard for 6 months. Would it be possible? The dwarf chief once again bows grandly to me and Lurin. I made a suggestion to him. And should we have a party today? Starting tomorrow, you will have to make it yourself, but today I will make it for you. I will also explain about this neighborhood. Of course, I hope you will refrain from leaving the premises if possible. A party? That is, I guess you haven't been able to eat proper food since you've been locked up for so long. Ooh, do you want to cook? I want to have beer. That's right. Dwarves react to the word food. It feels like I've been eating dog food quality food given by orcs. We are the race of the earth. They are a race that originally specialized in living underground, such as mines. Don't worry about that. The dwarf chief nodded willingly. As a result, everyone becomes busy with their own work. The dwarves started organizing their lodgings and discussing the direction of construction, while I focused on cooking. When I think of dwarves, the image that comes to mind is sausages, especially since dwarves actually like beer very much. Since the beer takes away the greasy taste of the sausage, the compatibility between the two can be said to be excellent. Of course, there is the issue of calories, but dwarves don't care about calories. I asked Rurin to create large protective shields in various places. It's like a round ball. The protective shield created by Rurin is a substitute for cooking utensils. Sleepy. I used up too much mana, and Rurin started yawning while holding my arm while rubbing her eyes. But I still have to eat and sleep. Just wait a moment. I get it, because I am hungry too. Rurin continued to rub her eyes and crouched down next to me to watch the cooking process. There doesn't seem to be any interest in the dwarves who will build the rare. That's Lurin's style. If I don't like it later, I'll go and make a fuss. I went back to focusing on making sausages. The sausage I will make is not yucca of the highest quality, soda. I asked Mr. Knoll and obtained a high-quality yucca that had just been shipped from the farm. Various parts of yucca are crushed with magic. Chop. It crushes yucca meat faster than most machines. It's no fun if you just add yucca. I chopped the fresh Montan mushrooms very finely. In modern times, pine mushrooms or shiitake mushrooms are considered the most expensive in Europe, but here, it is definitely the Montan mushrooms. Although it is not as good as the scent of mushrooms called truffles, the taste is amazing. The taste of shiitake mushrooms and pine mushrooms is also mixed. Add Montan mushrooms to add umami and pepper for a spicy taste. The peppers here are not that spicy, but it is rather suitable. The meat that is all mixed and pounded is put into the tripe of the cow that Mr. Knoll had been asked to prepare. Since it will be grilled and eaten right away, there is no need for a huge casing. No, isn't lamb tripe grand enough? Repeat this. There are as many as 30 people. Lulin watched the repetition of the tedious task and began to doze off. I nod my head mercilessly. Saliva is flowing out. It is a mystery why this unkempt appearance is so cute. While watching this, repeat adding meat to the lamb tripe. Slightly thick sausages that were completed like that. Now put this on the protective film and bake it all at once. Fireballs are scattered under the shield. I immediately used my magic. Cheek, cheek. Soon, the sausage made from beef began to cook, making a dazzling sound. The smell of cooking sausages wakes up even sleeping dragons. No, really. What the hell? It smells delicious. Lurin jumped up, looked around, found a ripe sausage, and opened her mouth with an ecstatic look on her face. It needs to cook a little more. The slit sausage opens and twists as it cooks. Perhaps because of the smell, dwarves also began to gather. That's how the party began, the savory taste of lamb tripe, and chewy, and the softness of the sausage. Amazing meat taste. And beer, now let's eat. It doesn't taste good when it cools down. Of course, I think the great being should eat it first. When I pointed at Rurin, the dwarves retreated all at once, wiping their saliva. Okay. I will eat first. Hi. From here on out, this place is mine. Rurin slurped the sausage with a fork, and take it to your mouth. Ah, the mouth opens. Rurin puts a mouthful of sausage in her mouth and mumbles it. Saliva eventually dripped from the dwarves' mouths. Caw! I took a sip of beer and let out an exclamation while simultaneously nodding to the chief. With that signal, the dwarves rushed in. I am first. Don't be funny, you little bastard. The beer and sausage war breaks out. The dragon ate up his declared share. As the party was getting warmer, the dwarf chief came up next to me and opened his mouth. Thank you. Somehow, as I ate the dish, my worries disappeared. If you were going to use and kill our dwarves, you wouldn't treat us like this. Of course, I hope you don't worry about that part. How could 6 months be enough? We are dwarves, a race of the earth. It's also a dwarf from Millirek. Be sure to complete it. Certainly. The chief nodded vigorously. I hope that there will be a day when I repay the kindness of El, who saved me, provided me with temporary shelter, and provided me with a way to live after that. With the honor of our dwarves at stake, please pour all your rewards into building rares. The very moment I answered the dwarf chieftain, Rurin kicked me in the face from behind. Naya, Gororong, Puha. I guess I ate a lot and fell asleep before I knew it. I was dozing off before, so it was a scene I expected. I'll hug you if that's what you want. Hi. Why are you making funny noises and talking in your sleep? It's unimaginable that a great being would follow me like this. El is a great human being. The chief muttered that to Rurin and me, and Rurin was not to be outdone and muttered in her sleep. Let's stay together at my rare, you. Rurin holds on to my clothes tightly. I don't plan on waking him up because he's probably tired from the teleportation, but I don't like him talking in his sleep. So I patted his head. Chapter 38. A day like that I am here. Do you still do it? The store was about to close because there were no customers. A middle-aged man came into the store. A man who looked to be in his mid-50s cautiously approached the bar table. Yes, of course. Sit. I didn't know there was a restaurant on the hill. I was surprised while walking without thinking. Oh, do you have any alcohol? The man asked while sighing. It's a worried face. Of course you have alcohol. Because the basis of our restaurant is alcohol. Have you eaten yet? Just then, Lulin came stomping into the restaurant. My father did exactly that when he got home from work. A faint memory comes to mind. Wait a minute. Customer. Yes, it's okay. An appetite dragon with a lot of dust on its head. It looks like it ended up like this after wandering around an underground construction site. Yama's head is full of dust. Dust. Rurin suddenly sticks her head towards me. It means to shake it off. By the way, what about rice? As soon as you shake off your hair, it's time to eat rice. Her hair was a mess, so I started combing it, and she leaned the back of her head towards me and caressed her stomach in a comfortable position. Hungry? I will give it to you. You said earlier that you would feed me delicious food. I guess it's a little different. I told him to do whatever he wanted to eat, though, so I came here telling everyone to make my room pretty. So it's work, right? Hurry up and give me food. As soon as she appeared, the dwarves must have been busy bowing down to her. Rather, isn't it like interfering with the dwarves' work? Did that work? It's right. No, that's right, you strange man. Rurin moved her head back and forth, saying she didn't understand. It interferes with combing your hair. I barely managed to straighten my hair and then spoke to her. Of course, I have no intention of starving. Anyway, why don't you change your clothes? Is it too dirty? But this is what I am going to wear today. No clothes, what? My brain stuttered at Lurin's words. She probably has 5 sets of clothes in total. OMG. If you think about it, the clothes you are wearing now are quite worn out. Would you say it's a shocking fact or something that I haven't thought much about? This. Now that you understand, hold off on changing your clothes. Anyway, just wait a moment. I'll feed you soon, I get it. I am hungry, so I hope you give it to me quickly. As soon as Rurin sat down at the table, she picked up her fork, in both hands, equipped with twin forks. I shook my head and returned to the kitchen and opened my mouth to the customer. Sorry. We ended up talking about alcohol, right? Is that woman your wife? Sesame seeds are pouring out. Yes. A man who asks strange questions. At that moment, I felt like the ears of the dragon sitting far away were perking up for some reason. That's not it. Thud, thud, thud. When Lulin firmly denied it, he started hitting the table with his fork. It's not your wife. That damn dragon, you look happy, I am jealous. The man looked at me with faint eyes. This man and Lurin, did you make it? Come on, me? Yes. I heard that woman's face changed when she entered the restaurant. Is that possible? The color of my face naturally changes easily. After denying it, he pretended to be indifferent and took out some meat to give to Rurin. He offered soju to the man. I wish I could have a drink. This is an alcoholic beverage sold only at our restaurant, so try it. Oh, thank you. After handing over the alcohol in glasses, I started sorting the yucca meat. This is the leftover part from making sausages the day before yesterday. This part, which is deliberately left a little, is considered a delicacy when grilled. Is that meat? Yes. Is this food for sale? Now that I think about it, I feel hungry. Oh, that's right. Of course I have to give it to you. An order from a man who was sipping soju and drinking it again and again as if it suited his taste. I nodded and went to the refrigerator to get some sauce. Add the beef bones and boil them to make the broth. Then grind the Baluran meat to add flavor. Add red wine to add flavor. Season with soy sauce and pepper. And add the all-purpose Muntin mushroom powder to create delicious grilled beef that can be eaten as a dip or sprinkled on top. A dedicated source is provided. He immediately poured the sauce to Rurin and the guests and placed the meat on the iron plate, area left behind. The first part is the insole, the part that could be called the beef of beef. It is the flesh around the intestines of the cow and is slightly dark red, but the dark red is better. This color is full of strange charm. Are you going to bake it right away? Yes, it's the part that surrounds yucca's internal organs. If you try it, you will realize that it is different from other parts. I explained and started grilling the inner bars. Cheek, a devilish sound rings out. It's a sound that makes both humans and dragons drool. I handed out the grilled meat, which had been properly cooked on an iron plate, to the man and Rurin. Oh, juicy. It's juicier than other meats. It's good. Yes, I don't eat meat often, but this is my first time eating something like this. The man also nodded without hesitation. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I ate yucca. Was it about 10 years ago? I remember hearing an interesting rumor about yucca when I was in the military. Were you in the military? Well, isn't everyone subject to conscription at least once? Especially now, we've completely driven the monsters to the northern land. But back then, even if we drove them out, they kept appearing again right away, right? That's right. When I was summoned, it was the time when monsters were most active on this continent. Thanks to this, fights with monsters broke out everywhere. As it happened, the place I was summoned to was a battlefield, so I naturally ended up taking the path of becoming a soldier. Anyway, it's such an interesting rumor that it's been 10 years, do you remember? Ah, I heard this from someone who was in the unit once. Strangely, it stayed in my memory for a long time. The man took a sip of soju, put the inner bar in his mouth again, and started talking. This is a story about an isolated unit escaping danger with just one yucca. I heard you defeated an orc with yucca. It was fascinating. Oh, is that so? The story of the desperate survival of a unit stranded in the 4 Rurin belts. Just listening to it gave me strength. The man sighed and drank again. I just smiled and placed a different part on the iron plate this time. The second part is the beef tongue. That is, cow tongue. That part that people who have tried it keep coming back for. When you bake it, it looks cute and round. It is also an essential part of the grilled beef that I recommend. It's a completely different part this time. Chiik, the grilled beef tongue is starting to cook. Isolation of the Rurin belt 10 years ago. Actually, that's my story. I remember that rumors spread quite a bit about the survival of an isolated unit that had almost been abandoned by the military. Hearing this from the man in front of me again, I wonder what to say. Would you say it brings back memories? 10 years ago, of course, we didn't even know about Lurin's existence. It wasn't the strongest, and 10 years ago it was only level 5. It's a story about a time when I was struggling to survive. The man began to tell the story over and over again, as if he was lost in memories. Well, in detail, the story is that victory was achieved by luring the orcs by roasting a delicious yucca, and the soldiers achieved victory by eating the tasteless orc meat. Yes, orc meat was really tasteless. This guy has no taste. It's just tough and feels like chewing rubber. But that was a time when you had to eat orc meat to survive. However, the one being roasted now boasts a completely different taste from oak. I placed freshly cooked beef tongue on each person's plate. It's chewy. I wonder if meat can be this chewy, but it's completely different from the one before. This is delicious too. Lulin immediately let out an exclamation. If our dragon says it's delicious, it must be really delicious. The man also began to enjoy the beef tongue with a curious look on his face. The deep flavor of this sauce is exquisite. Thank you. By the way, what part of yuca do you think you just ate? When I ask, the man looks like he doesn't know. Actually, this is a delicacy called yuca's tongue. Yes. The man widened his eyes in surprise. Lulin, who was busy eating, also reacted. He heard the sound of tongue and brought his finger to his mouth. In that state, he sticks out his tongue and shouts, although the pronunciation is leaking. Tongue child. Next, my Naya, yes, that tongue. When he gave the positive answer, Rurin began a performance where he pulled out his tongue and compared it to the remaining beef tongue. He held up the beef tongue and said, "Ooh, I am amazed." The man also had a surprised look on his face, but then muttered as if he was blaming himself. Tongue. Okay, tongue. It's like me. Yes, I was teasing myself by using my tongue incorrectly. I lost my daughter. A man whose face becomes vague again. Since he brought up a topic that was too heavy to just ignore, I asked the man a question. You lost your daughter? Actually, 15 years have already passed since your wife ran away with your daughter. 15 years? 15 years? Have you not looked for it all this time? Because he disappeared to another city. I think I ran away because I met another guy. If that's the case, I'll have to leave my daughter behind. I don't even feel resentful anymore. I just wish I could meet my daughter. Is that such a difficult wish? It's not a difficult wish. Was this the reason why I was looking for alcohol as soon as I first came in? Because of work. Oh, I work as a bricklayer. When I was young, there were many times when I couldn't go to work properly because I was busy with work. I didn't know it would lead to this result. I just want to earn more. It's all for the family. The man let out a deep sigh, then looked at Lulin again and continued speaking. That's why I am so glad to see a woman of similar age to my daughter, like the lady over there. It's like seeing my daughter. The energy that Rurin gives off makes it impossible for ordinary men to even approach her. Although he didn't openly display dragon fear, there was an aura that prevented him from being friendly. However, the man surprisingly looked directly at Rurin, as if it were not possible to convey the emotion of looking at his daughter. While Rurin was eating the thin marbled meat I cooked, she looked this way as if she felt my gaze. What? I tilted my head as if I was confused. But as if the meat came first, he turned his head again and opened his mouth. The man also ate all the meat and the meal came to an end. Well, won't we meet someday? After offering consolation, which was not comfort, I started making alcohol. A drink worth giving to a tired man. Mix honey and lemon with the old whiskey given to the elder. Then cool the boiling water. If you pour water of the appropriate temperature and mix it, it becomes hot whiskey. I think if we have a relationship, we will definitely meet. So try this. It is an aftermeal drink. Drink this, warm yourself up, and then go back and get a good night's sleep. Is it alcohol? Alcohol. The man looked at the steaming glass of alcohol for a while and then brought it to his mouth. Then he opened his mouth as if muttering softly. Okay, it's hot. Yes. The man began to savor his drink for a moment. I walked up to Rurin after she finished eating and wiped her mouth. As we were wiping the corners of Lurin's mouth as she came to care for us, the man spoke to us. Hot, refreshing, and deep flavor. No, it's warm rather than hot. Well, the soldiers who were isolated along with Yuka eventually survived, so I will be able to meet my daughter someday, right? The man began to continue sipping his drink, little by little. And the man who left. Because it was late at night, I started cleaning up the restaurant. Rurin slowly moves towards the beer. He sneaked towards the refrigerator and quickly took out a can and held it in his hand. And then our eyes meet. And then I walked straight to the second floor. He held a beer can in both hands and put one in his mouth. Are you planning on drinking 3 cans? He says he wants to eat it, but what can I do? Anyway, I was about to close the restaurant when a woman ran into the restaurant. Then he shouted at me. Hey, yes, the man who came earlier. Is he a regular at this restaurant? Chapter 39, a day like that, why are you curious about this sudden intrusion? That is, the woman was an ordinary girl with a bit of cuteness. Is the restaurant still open? There's nothing you can't do. Because it's a free job. I first guided the woman to the table. The woman nodded, pulled out a chair, and sat down. I want to know what that guy likes. And then he mutters in an uncertain tone. I looked at her intently, as if it was intentionally more suspicious. You can't just say things like that to others. Then, perhaps because she thought it would not work, the woman quickly declared surrender. Actually, it's my daughter, of that person. Don't you know what your daughter likes about her father? That is therefore, are you sure you know something about him? Is he a regular here? I can't say the word father easily and keep saying it's him. Why is this woman chasing her father? Earlier, the man said that he had no idea how his daughter lived. Actually, this woman's mother knows the man's occupation and where he lives. If so, the current situation is rather natural. I can feel the passage of time in the way he calls his father that person instead of father. Actually, I haven't seen you in a long time, because of my mother's stubbornness. Still, I believed in the promise that I would tell you when I became an adult, and finally. But soon she lowered her head. Although he found it, he looks worried. I roughly knew the story of the two people. I heard the story from my father. Is that so, really? The woman lowered her head again and clasped her hands tightly. First, I offered her some warm milk tea. This woman needs to calm down a bit. What's this? Does it smell good? It's a service, so don't worry about money. I am giving it to you because you're the daughter of a regular customer. Thank you. Of course, the man came for the first time today, but it feels like it'll be a regular, so whatever. The woman takes a sip of warm milk tea and sighs. As I see you sighing, I get the feeling that you and the man from earlier have a father-daughter relationship. The sad face looked very similar to that of a man. I am saying this because I know a little bit about the situation, but have you ever blamed your father? That used to be. There have been times when I resented something when I didn't know anything about it. As I grew older and learned the truth, rather than resenting him, I had a strong desire to meet him once. Oh yeah, yes. So what do you like? Where do you often go? What foods do you often eat? Can you tell me? I heard you're a regular. Actually, I ran into one while I was chasing after him. While I was snooping around the construction site to watch him work, I got into an argument with some other men, and he immediately helped me. Since he has a daughter, he said he couldn't stand to see his daughter's daughter in trouble. Did you? Yes, you haven't forgotten me, but you say something like that in front of your real daughter. Should I say something funny or strange? But still, the way he worked hard seemed to shine. But I couldn't get the timing right and ended up not being able to reveal that she was my daughter. Wouldn't it be better to reveal it now? Yes, you came all the way here from another city because you wanted to find your father. That's right. My father cried after eating this. I held out the glass of alcohol he had been drinking next to the milk tea. Why, this? Why are you crying? Now I can't even eat that much. You said you wanted to meet your daughter before dying. What do you mean by that? She lost the glass of milk tea she was holding and made a shocked face. Oh, it's a secret. I pretended to keep my mouth shut as if I had made a mistake. The only thing I can say is that you should treat your parents well while they are still alive and can meet them. It's useless once you leave. I couldn't do anything for my parents. Nothing really. Nothing. As I was talking, I actually started crying at myself. Only child. So, is my mother, who lost me, well? It's a different world where there's no way to even spread the news. There are people who are blocked by a huge wall, but it makes no sense to want to meet each other but not be able to because they are blocked by a wall of only 15 years. That's rather extravagant. That can't be. It was my mother who left first. And even though I couldn't choose, it's true that I left too. Why is my father always talking about me like that? I want to go. Thanked. The woman moved as I intended. My father must have thought he was sick or something, so he ran out straight away. This was the first customer I saw today, but he seemed healthy. You won't die. I looked at my daughter who ran out. The hill road is long. If you run and follow, you will be able to meet many people. In the center of Gray City, the Yeonju Castle sits proudly. It is divided into commercial and residential districts based on Yeonju Castle, and beyond that is agricultural land. I sell my cheese here and there in the commercial district. To be exact, cheese from a farm on a hill. People's reaction to the new food was significant. We sell cheese. We have cheese just brought from a hill farm, cheese that is delicious with bread. Everyone at the stores selling food ingredients was promoting cheese. This is proof that there are so many people looking for it. It's not just cheese. Large restaurants sell paelink dishes that they have developed. It is said that it is so popular that I can't eat it because I don't have it. I obtained paelin Q. Special cuisine begins. A large promotional message is hung in front of the store to attract customers. It is said that people come from far away to taste paelink. Let's say we created one of Gray City's specialties. Of course, all royalties are my property. The restaurant is just the way I like it. The materials are high quality and the price is cheap. It's a business where the belly button is bigger than the stomach, but that's the principle of my own restaurant. A restaurant where I sell my food to people I like. Palink and cheese were making up for the restaurant's lack of profit. My treasure. The treasure of the Dragon Lord who handed over the dragon heart to me. The treasures that have been collected so far will be placed in Dragon Lair. Palink and cheese gave him enough pocket money to not have to touch the Dragon Lord's treasure. The exclusive rights to cheese and Palink have been officially recognized by Grey Boy, so they are legally my property. Let's scrape off all of Rurin's clothes. Really? Really. I declared to Rurin in front of the largest clothing store in the business district of Grey City. To be honest, I was a little shocked to hear her say that she didn't have any clothes to wear the other day. I feel like I haven't been paying too much attention so far. To make an excuse, is it only recently that Rurin started paying attention to clothes? Can I really buy everything? At first, I didn't understand why people bothered to wear clothes, but these days, I think pretty clothes are good. This cry probably represents Rurin's feelings. Our dragon smiles excitedly. Welcome. When the owner lowered his head, Lulin shrugged his shoulders. Okay, hi, how did know? I don't know how to do it, but that kind of attitude is correct for customers. You learn something too. Is that so? Somehow, there's no way a human could do that. What kind of clothes are you buying instead? In the beginning, I had the mindset to kill and loot all these clothing stores, but recently, perhaps thanks to my training, I have adapted to the human world. Would you say that the concept of money was created? The purpose of the dragon's play itself is to hide its identity as a dragon and assimilate into the human world. I can't play around like this anymore. When Rurin tilted her head as if wondering what that meant, I said to the clerk, "Can you give her all the clothes that fit her?" "Yes." The owner looked at me with wide eyes. I showed the gold nugget in my hand. "Are you serious?" "Now just wait a moment." The owner reacted violently and started running. And Rurin is also talking nonsense. "Ooh, entire. Are we rich? These days, there's a way to make money that I never thought of. And I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to create a clothing room in Rare. Since I haven't paid attention to it all this time, I need to resolve it once and for all." Lulin's eyes began to sparkle. "Why should I buy clothes to wear even when I am a dragon? What is that? Where can I find clothes that big? Our dragons are a majestic race. You can't cover up black fur." "Then why do you wear it in your human state? You should wear it. You should wear that. It's time to wear it. And I said I shouldn't show my naked body unless it's in front of you." That woman again? An old colleague of mine who comes up whenever I forget. My resolve to take revenge when we meet again becomes stronger. And what about when you're a dragon? Isn't being naked in human state and wearing nothing in dragon state the same thing? I kill all humans who see my dragon form. What? Don't worry, you are excluded, and there is no need to turn into a dragon. Because I live with you, I want to be the same as you. I looked at her in a bit of surprise because Lulin secretly brought up what was on her mind. I didn't know why he never turned into a dragon after following me out of the dragon clan's clutches. Rurin, completely unaware of the waves in my heart caused by her remarks, just looked at me while holding a mountain of clothes in her arms. "Are you stupid? How can you walk?" I shook my head and asked the owner for some clothes. "I'll pay the delivery fee, so could you send it by cart to the restaurant on the hill?" "Oh, do you want to?" "Since the quantity is large, we will provide delivery service." The store owner couldn't stop smiling at the thought of having a huge customer. After finishing shopping, I walked out of the commercial district with Rurin. When you walk out of the commercial district, there is a square in front of Yeonju Castle. This is Great Square. There is a statue of the Grey family and a bench in the square. Birds similar to pigeons fly around. A peaceful sight. Although it was a dragon that was far from peace, it was now contributing to peace. The sight of him sitting in front of the statue while sucking on a lollipop made from a fruit called murushu sold in front of a clothing store is even beautiful. It's a sight I want to capture in a photo. It's like a picture. What are you doing standing there? Sit here. He taps the pedestal of the statue where he is sitting with a bright smile. He seemed to be in a very good mood, perhaps because he had a closet. Rather than that, why don't you come here and eat something? Rice. At the sound of food, Rurin jumps up and runs towards me. Before I knew it, the candy I was sucking on had disappeared into my mouth without a trace. "So are you going back?" "No, let's go eat while we're out. Sometimes I want to eat food cooked by other people." I like the food you cooked." Rurin began to tremble wildly while circling around me. Hate, the food you cooked. Meat. It was running around dizzyingly, so I grabbed it and opened its mouth, and a strange sound came out. Isn't it good sometimes to try dishes unique to this town? You damn dragon. Then if it doesn't taste good, can I throw it away? Don't spill it. Rurin looks at me while pretending to overturn the table. The bad habits she knows about in the human world were learned from my colleagues who once acted with her. You could say they're a fucking colleagues. It's more about the pleasure of eating food prepared by someone than the taste. I always eat food prepared by someone. Are you just bragging? Punishment for the dragon who talks nonsense. I started pressing Lulin's temples. Jigsy, squeeze, screams are added naturally. Ong, it hurts. How many times do I tell you that this hurts? Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Go together. As I left it alone and started walking, Rurin came running towards me. Chapter 40, the northern forest, chestnut trees, and the high, blue autumn sky. The weather was especially nice today. The advantage of Gray City is that it has 4 distinct seasons, just like my hometown. The green leaves have changed color, and our dragon is still sleeping a lot. On days like this, roasted chestnuts come to mind. Autumn is the season of night, the sweetness of chestnuts embracing autumn. In particular, when used in various dishes, it can be a great supporting or leading ingredient. If it's fall, chestnuts must be included in the dish to be tasteful. Although chestnuts are a common food ingredient in the fall season in other regions, it was surprisingly difficult to find them in Gray City. In this world, chestnuts called bonin were not distributed in Gray City. When merchants brought chestnuts from other regions, they were sold at Gray Market, but the distribution cycle was very irregular. It is also impossible to summon the night itself. As I have said several times, problems arise with unprocessed food ingredients due to dimensional gaps. In that case, we should focus on the fundamental problem. There is one reason why chestnuts are not distributed in Gray City. This is because Gray Mountain, where the chestnut tree is located, is the private land of the Gray family. Of course, the Count of Gray opened Mt. Gray. However, access to the northern forest, where chestnut trees spread widely, has been strictly prohibited for generations. But rather, the solution is simple. The current leader of the Gray family is Gray Boy. I visited the Great Boy and obtained permission to enter the forest. He also asked why the forest was controlled, but Gray did not know the exact reason. Is it a will that has been passed down from generation to prohibit entry except for those involved? There's no way they restricted access just because of the chestnut tree, so there may be a reason, but that has nothing to do with me. For me now, the night is just important, so I set foot in the forest north of Great Mountain. It's uncomfortable to walk here. That's right. Lulin and I complained at the same time. The piled-up fallen leaves are like mud flats, entangling your legs, but chestnuts are delicious, so it's worth the effort. I like meat. You like sweets too, right? How many fruit-based candies did you just eat? Is this chestnut as sweet as candy? Okay. Who? Lulin finally looked a little expectantly. Meat and sweets are this appetite dragon's favorite menu items. As I went deeper into the forest with Rurin, there were chestnut trees everywhere. Night here and night there. Chestnut trees are scattered all over the chestnut trees and on the ground. I pointed to the chestnuts on the floor and said to Rurin, "This is the night I was looking for. The thing that surrounds the chestnuts is called chestnut pine in my hometown. Is this sweet? It looks strange." Rurin squatted down on a fallen chestnut and started blowing it around to roll it around. Then, I failed to control my mana and a chestnut blossom touched my finger. Lulin suddenly started roaring. He poured out his breath while tears were stinging his eyes. A chestnut that disappears from a powerful attack without leaving a trace. In addition, craters were created on the ground due to the breath, as if a meteorite had fallen. The chestnut tree is damaged and the land is damaged, and the dragon looks triumphant, saying he has won. It attacked me. Suddenly, the last chewing gum incident comes to mind. However, the difference this time is that the attack was launched at the target. Anyway, I can't stop it. Plus, breath. The problem is that I first expressed my curiosity by using magic to roll the chestnut around. Because the chestnut that was rolled with mana had quite a bit of speed, blood was trickling from Rurin's fingers. "Come here and see." I grabbed Rurin's arm and pulled her. Rurin, who was helplessly dragged in front of me, looked up at me with doubt in her eyes. In that state, without saying a word, I grabbed Lulin's wrist and squeezed it. Then he lowered his head, put her bloody index finger into his mouth, and sucked the blood. Rurin's soft index finger touches my tongue. The taste of blood spread on my tongue. Later, since it was a minor stab wound, the bleeding stopped quickly. When I took my finger out of my mouth, it was drenched in a bit of my saliva. Rurin looks up at me blankly. Then he looked at his index finger. And then I look at my lips again. Uncharacteristically, I couldn't say anything, but when our eyes met, I lowered my head. Ears are red. This is the first time I've seen Rurin's ears turn red. Why are you reacting like that? No, what? Lulin just turned around. Are you really shy? You put your finger in your mouth? It looks so unexpected. It wasn't like Lulin. Lulin turned around and stayed still for a while, then suddenly squatted down again. And then I started picking up the chestnuts again with my hands. Hey, what are you doing? When I pull the back of his neck, he falls on the floor, hitting his butt. He threw away the chestnut he had picked up as if it was unnecessary and crawled in front of me again, holding out his finger. The finger was bleeding again. Here, what are you doing, dragon? Why are you suddenly hurting yourself? I must have squeezed harder than before, so the amount of blood flowing is twice as much. First of all, the blood was flowing, so I had no choice but to put my finger back in my mouth. Then, when I sucked the drop of blood from the side, Rurin let out a strange moan again. Yuwa, fingers that taste salty along with the taste of blood. The expression the dragon looks at me is unusual. You. So I bit the bottom of my finger to come to my senses. Ah, why are you biting me? Fortunately, the grumbling figure is the original Rurin. You hurt me on purpose. If I do that again, I won't give you food. I never did that on purpose. That guy attacked me. It hurt. As soon as he removed his finger from his mouth, Lulin ran away, crouched down with his back turned, and did not move. I can't see what he's doing in that state. Why are you like that? How can the criminal know what the dragon is thinking? I let go of the dragon that had lost its appetite and used my 2 feet to crush open the chestnuts that were rolling on the floor. Then a thick chestnut appears within it. It looks plump. Is that night? Huh, when did you come? Just now? Hi. Fortunately, the dragon recovered and clung to my back with its signature smile. He's a funny guy, wearing all his armor while eating. But it was good armor. You ate my finger. What? What do you eat? You ate my blood. Doesn't my blood flow inside you now? I looked at Lulin in surprise. Well, there's no way this ruthless dragon would be embarrassed just by licking his finger, because he usually comes into my bed and hugs me all the time. What was strange was the blood. Well, it flows. I think I'm happy. Haha. Rurin begins to smile brightly. It was so bright that I couldn't say anything. So I just started picking chestnuts. Don't touch the brilliant dragon. I ignored Rurin and repeated the process of crushing the chestnuts, taking them out, and putting them in the basket. Then the dragon in happy mode starts following me. But is this really delicious? It doesn't look tasty. Well, that's a shell too. You have to peel it and eat it. Raw chestnuts have their own charm, but boiled or grilled chestnuts are truly delicious. We need to collect a little more to make roasted chestnuts, so you can peel the chestnuts and put them in the basket like I did. I get it. With the dragon obediently listening to me, I continued to pick up chestnuts. It was only after what felt like a considerable amount of time had passed that the basket was filled with chestnuts. Well, I think that's enough. Shall we bake it? Among chestnut dishes, I prefer roasted chestnuts the most. So I plan to make roasted chestnuts. Coincidentally, the crater that Rurin had made seemed useful for making roasted chestnuts. Immediately, an appropriate amount of chestnuts were thrown into the crater, and dry tree branches. You don't want the Rurin fire to spread, so put up a shield around here. Lulin nodded and immediately used mana. An invisible protective shield would have spread around us. After pausing for a moment, I placed a chestnut on a tree branch and used a fireball on it. A fireball blooms in a pile of chestnuts and tree branches, but after a while, the chestnuts that had begun to be roasted in the fireball suddenly began to explode. Pow, 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 above the fireball, chestnuts bounced in all directions. It's like fireworks. Ooh, Rurin exclaimed in admiration as she looked at it. But this is an obvious mistake. Even the chestnuts that stick out hit the protective shield and change direction. In an instant, the knights began to dance and fly around inside the narrow protective shield between me and Rurin. Hey, what kind of protective shield did you put up so narrowly? Release it first. Haha, why? It's fun. Rurin, who was playing while avoiding the flying chestnuts, managed to get her shield removed by my shout. I forgot. When roasting roasted chestnuts, it is best to make a cut at the bottom and soak it in water a little. It's the same as if you hit a frying pan without a knife in it to roast a chestnut, it will explode. This is something to keep in mind when making roasted chestnuts. When you cut a knife, the chestnut shell opens and cooks properly. If it had been a restaurant, there would have been a bigger uproar. What did you just do, girl? It was fun flying everywhere. That's a mistake. I ran out of things to say. Still, there is still night left. That's the good news. After pouring water into the basket, I added chestnuts and started soaking them, and insert the sheath. This work is very important. I managed to follow the proper procedures and started baking roasted chestnuts again in the crater that Rurin had made. What is that? He's a black guy, but it's an undignified black color. What Lulin pointed to was a bear. Bear. It seems that a nearby bear came over after hearing the sound just now. A large bear 4 times the size of a human. It is the size of an average ogre. It crawled towards us with its eyes wide open. Well, it's probably not classy compared to the dragon's fur. I also answered harshly. In this world, the name of the bear is Murank. It is a fairly strong axis among animals. CRRRRRRRRRR. Perhaps because it recognized us as prey, it attempted to attack Lulin with its front paws who were nearby. Rurin grabbed that front paw and threw it away. KRRR. A bear sensed something strange. The crying sound changed strangely. If you look closely, it's even less classy. KRRR. Rurin grabbed the bear's front paw and started shaking it, imitating the bear's cry. The bear, whose pride was hurt, tried to struggle, but Lulin put his hand on the bear's head and spoke calmly. Chapter 41, Northern Forest and Chestnut Sit Down. What kind of dog is a bear? However, there is no beast that can reject the words of Rurin, who has begun to emit dragon fear. The bear, which was trying to struggle and growl on its own, was pressed against the pier and stood there, then sat down. Wake up. Obey the next command as well. I left Rurin, who had started playing with the bear, and focused on the roasted chestnuts again. As the chestnut skin ripened, black, yellow, and brown ripe roasted chestnuts appeared. I quickly extinguished the fireball and looked at the roasted chestnuts. It was cooked just right. I opened the chestnut shell wide enough to take out a roasted chestnut and brought it to my mouth. Well, the sweetness is just right, and the unique texture spreads in your mouth every time you chew. Should I say it's sweet with a umami flavor? Should I say that it is a taste that makes me want to keep eating it? Iced coffee. I peeled some roasted chestnuts and put them in the mouth of the dragon who was staring at me from the side. Oh, it's good. Then Rurin also lets out an exclamation. Yes. If Rurin, a meat lover, is satisfied, there is no need to say anything else. Hi, my clothes got dirty because of that guy, but it's okay since you bought me a lot. Lulin patted the bear and laid it down, then sat down next to me and started to eat the night away. After snack time, I cleaned up the tree branches and thought about it for a while. How can this crater be restored? Should I hide it with fallen leaves? At that time, Rurin called out to me, looking at the dog or bear that was running wild in the center of the crater, exactly where I had made the fire. It's strange here. Something shines. It shines. When I got closer, there was definitely something shining. It wasn't gold or silver. It sparkles like a jewel. Is it a vein of ore? There was already an iron mine on Mount Gray. The last mining accident occurred at the Gray Mountain Iron Mine. Of course, these northern forests are completely opposite to the iron mines. To be clear, the iron mine is located on the southern side facing Gray City, and the northern forest is on the opposite side. If you pass through the northern forest and go down Gray Mountain, you will leave Gray City. So, it is not surprising that there are other mineral veins. First, I lightly dug into the shiny part. Then, a buried shining being reveals itself. Its identity was a deep red ruby, a red gem with a round shape. In modern times, it is considered one of the 2 major gems along with diamonds. Naturally, its value as a gem is very high in this world. It is one of the luxuries that nobles cannot afford. However, because of this ruby, one thing became clear that the area below this crater could never be a gem mine. From what vein do perfectly crafted gems come from? This cannot happen, but the ruby in my hand was perfectly crafted. It is also a gem that has undergone considerable craftsmanship, so it is far from a mineral vein. So why are gems buried in places like this? How did someone spill a jewel and end up buried for so many years? Or someone's treasure trove? The word treasure stimulates my curiosity. Rurin is also a dragon who is obsessed with treasure. Her eyes lit up when she saw the sparkling ruby in my hand. That's pretty. Yes, the workmanship is unusual. No matter how you look at it, it's the work of a dwarven craftsman. Jaramontangs, why is something like that buried in the ground? I know. I looked again at the crater Rurin had made with fresh eyes. I started digging a little more into the center of the area I had just dug. Then something caught on my fingertips. They keep coming out the way they sell. It feels like half dirt and half gem. Moreover, the thing hanging on my fingertips was a diamond. Diamond, i.e. diamonds. It's not just a diamond either. It was a diamond ring. Transparent diamonds emit an enchanting shine, a fascinating light that seems to absorb the viewer. The dragon, who was obsessed with rubies, secretly held a diamond ring in his hand. It seemed like there was something secret in this northern forest. You can tell just by looking at the control of access. If so, it must be a secret related to an ancestor of the Grey family. However, if the treasure was simply hidden, the question remains as to why it was not passed on to future generations. Moreover, if treasure is hidden, it is not usually excavated from the dirt like this, but buried in a treasure chest or at least a coffin. It is a rare sight to see something just buried in the dirt. It also becomes very difficult to find. That made me very curious. Secrets must be solved. I have magic for that. I got out of the hollow crater and retreated to the back. Then Rurin, who had chased away the bear, moves after me. Would you like to stay still? There's something I'd like to check. Is that so? I get it. Rurin squats in the back, rests her chin on both hands, and looks at me. She basically doesn't question anything I do, just look at it. Then, when you ask for help, they complain and say it's a hassle. But in the end, this dragon is the one who follows my words. Moreover, the grumbling has decreased a bit recently. Anyway, I left Rurin behind and started using mana. The magic to be used is called Earthquake Blane, which corresponds to Class 9. As I chanted the incantation, the earth began to shake. Kuwu, Quasijijic, a powerful magic earthquake occurred centered around the crater created by Rurin. The land around the crater splits in all directions, making a loud sound. The inside of the crater splits in half and a cross-section of the stratum is revealed underneath. When an earthquake of 8 or higher on the Richter scale occurs, the land mass is split and strata are exposed. Earthquake Blane can be used to detect earthquakes greater than 7 on the Richter scale at the desired range and intensity. It's not a 9th class magic for nothing. Moreover, there is no damage at all except to the targeted area. Even now, the land has split in front of my eyes, but only to the extent I wanted. The rest of the area was calm, as if nothing had happened. Why are you suddenly splitting the ground? Basically, I don't send questions, but when curiosity arises, questions naturally come first. That's Lulin. Rurin, who was staring at me, tilted her head and grabbed my arm. It's nothing special, but I thought there was some secret under this land, so I looked into it. Secret? Huh. I went down to the cracked ground. The depth between cracked ground is at an appropriate level. Since it is an earthquake created by magic, there are bound to be differences from cracks created by a real earthquake. In other words, there was a floor. When I landed on the floor using Lurin's mana and raised it, I found that the rubies, diamonds, and gold and silver nuggets I had discovered earlier were buried throughout the stratum. The amount was significant. It's like a situation where countless treasures are buried like fossils in the ground. Lulin also let out an exclamation as he looked at the treasure layer. But what I am curious about is why the treasure was buried in this stratum. This is clearly a phenomenon caused by some other force. It was never a naturally occurring situation. If so, causality clearly applies. In other words, there must have been a reason why the treasure was buried here. I knew what this was. At that time, Rurin approached, pointing further down than the stratum where the treasure was buried. There was a bone where she pointed. Because the ground was split, part of the bone was exposed and trembled. Do you know what it is? What? This is the dragon's grave. Dragon's tomb? Yes, it is certain that people of this race lived in Great City. It seems like he's been dead for quite a while. And Rurin quietly stared at the bone. Then, mana began to erupt. Due to the dragon's magic, a round bead buried around the bone pops out and floats in front of Rurin. It looked like a pearl, but of course it was not a pearl. A bead shining red. The red was not ruby red or shiny. It shines like a modern neon sign. The dragon's grave refers to a series of actions in which a dragon without an heir returns to the ground with its rare at the end of its life. The path I tried to take after my mother died, so I know it well, because without you, I was alone. Okay? Come to think of it, Grey City and its surroundings were not the territory of other dragons. It was an empty area. Just as humans also have territories, ordinary dragons declare the area where their rares are located as their territory. However, there were no dragons whose territory was Grey City and the surrounding areas. Therefore, the Black Dragon Elder also said that once the rare was created, he would declare this Grey City and its vicinity to the dragon world as Lurin's territory. There used to be an owner, but it was empty. Well, looking at the bones, they are quite rotten, but their size is no joke. There is no doubt that it is a large creature the size of a dragon. What Rurin said is probably correct. So, of course, what is buried on top of the bones is the dragon's treasure buried along with the rare. Then what are those red beads? I don't like it. What don't you like? This is a condensed mass of dragon mana. Dragon's mana. Yes, I heard it from my mom. Our lifespan is usually between 3, 0, and 4, 0 years. 4, 0 years is an incredibly long life. However, I heard that from time to time, ancient dragons that live longer than 5, 0 years rarely appear. This is a condensed mass of the dragon's mana that flows out after the dragon that lived for 5, 0 years dies naturally. A lump of mana from a dragon that lived 5, 0 years? Is it like a relic from the body of a monk? Of course, the concept seems completely different from the original. But if it is an ancient dragon that has lived for 5, 0 years, I don't think it will be strange no matter what happens. He said it was probably ancient Mabel, because my mom also had an ancient dragon bead that she got by chance, but he died because of it. Bad guys, they are bad guys, so this is something that even dragons covet, right? This amplifies mana. There were a total of 5 mana beads in Lurin's hand. There are 5 beads that people covet just by having one. You know, this is something that only works on dragons, because other beings can't handle the orb's mana anyway. But you are okay, so take it all for yourself. Rurin came up to me, opened my palm, and placed all 5 red beads on it. I heard Yurei going through such a secret struggle just to get this one thing, so I don't like that, because it is the bead that killed my mother and left me alone. But it doesn't matter what you write. When you become stronger, I am happy too, because you said you would protect me for the rest of my life. Chapter 42, The North Forest, and Chestnut, her mother. Her mother who handed over her rare to Rurin. But even the mother's rare was destroyed in the Dragon War. Lurin's eyes lit up as if she was thinking of her mother. The reason I had Rurin by my side was because I didn't want to be reminded of the past. 5 beads in my hand, but what good is it to try to become stronger now? It is a useless item in retirement. If it's something you don't like, just destroy it. That hate. I think it's something you need. Didn't you say you wanted to get involved in dimensional travel? This will raise your mana to a higher level, so maybe something can change. Ah, was that there? Why are you so smart at times like this? Of course, dragons are the ones who know things related to mana and magic better than anyone else. So it's definitely as Rurin said. If you increase your mana with this orb, you will have the possibility to use magic that is close to the existence of a god, such as dimensional travel. Moreover, even if that is not the case, there is a possibility that the scope of use of summoning magic, which is essential for restaurants, will expand. And of course, even though it is not necessary, it will certainly be possible to use stronger attack magic than now. For example, even if you can only summon 1 meteorite, that is, a giant meteorite, you can increase the number. I looked at Lulin. There is not an ounce of delusion in her eyes as she looks at me. But how do I use this? You probably don't eat it like a dragon heart. Mom said you should keep it with you and slowly absorb the mana it contains. Just like humans take step by step when learning magic. Okay? Nod. Rurin nodded. But Rurin, you said you didn't like this because it was like an enemy, right? Huh, I think we should use it more. Dimensional movement is movement, but it is actually something you need more. Are you talking about me? But I don't like it. The real enemy is not this bead, right? They are the ones who did something evil because of this. You need beads so you don't end up like your mother. No, y'all need this even more if you want to go one step further and lure out your enemies for revenge. To do that, you have to be strong. You said before that you wanted to remain human, right? Nod. Lulin looked at me with intense eyes this time. It was impossible to find Lurin's enemies. Lurin's mother, who was treated as a disgrace to Black Dragon due to a deep misunderstanding. However, this bead could have opened the way for revenge. It was natural that Lulin's eyes became more intense when the word enemy was mentioned. Then even in polymorph form, you should be able to not lose to the dragon. If you want to take revenge, you must become stronger than you are now. In that sense, let's become stronger as a class. But we use 2 each and save 1 to lure the enemy. Lulin, after you become strong enough to take on other dragons who are your enemies. Okay? Because if you lure her into her current state, something could go wrong. I don't want that. If not, are you going to throw it all away? Is it really possible to take revenge? Are you helping me? Of course that is. I stroked Lulin's head. Then Rurin quietly wrapped her body around me. Lulin's eyes are very red. But she didn't shed any tears. Then I follow you. Because I followed you from the beginning. You are my everything. Lulin still didn't cry, but she hugged my waist very strongly. Of course, I couldn't get rid of her like that. We stayed like that for a while. To be honest, dimensional travel isn't that important anymore. Rather, life here has become more important. Of course, I want to come and see my parents at least once. Still, the most important thing is the present. So, for me, if mana is amplified and summoning magic becomes stronger, that is enough. If Rurin and I become stronger thanks to the beads, we will be able to remove the lump of burden in Rurin's heart that was unable to follow the traces. Besides, I die earlier than Rurin. Since I ate a dragon heart, I will live longer than an ordinary human, but there is a limit. Because I don't want Rurin, who is left alone, to be bullied by the damn dragon clan again. Lulin must also become stronger. Okay. To be more honest, Rurin is more important than dimensional travel. After making an unexpected discovery, Rurin and I cleaned up the northern forest again with magic and returned to the restaurant. The dragon's treasure buried inside is not mine. It belongs to the Grey family, because it's buried in the Grey family's land. The reason the area was kept secret was probably because an ancestor of the Grey family knew the secret of the dragon. Otherwise, I would have already touched the treasure. Maybe he was afraid of the consequences if he touched the dragon's items. The ancestors of the Grey family, the lords of Grey City for generations, would have known about the existence of the dragon that died in the northern forest. But there is no regret. I understand the ancestors' concerns, but this is something that the Grey boy can use, unless the descendants of the dead dragons appear in the northern forest. However, according to Lulin, the fact that he died alone without passing on the rare and that he did not return to the Holy Land until the end proved that he was a very lonely dragon. In that case, there was no way there would be an heir. It was a lone dragon. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Rurin does not have to meet such a lonely end. However, Grey Boy is a young man who could become a good lord. Therefore, for him who is still young, a treasure that is too large can actually be poison. After gaining a lot of experience and gaining a firm belief as a lord, wouldn't it be a good idea to let people know about the existence of the treasure and use it for the benefit of the lord? In that case, it would be better to leave the dragon's treasure buried in the ground until then. If the Grey Boy grows up to be a proper man, it can be a great help to him. And as for the dragon orb, as expected, mana did not increase overnight. When I meditate on my bed, I can feel the mana flowing from the beads. I can feel the mana being absorbed little by little. Rurin and I had been repeating that action every night since we returned to the northern forest. Whoa. However, Rurin could not last an hour and laid her head on my thigh while I was sitting sedentary. It's hard, girl. It must be difficult. Thanks to being a class 9 being from birth, we will never have trained mana like we humans do. Hee, that's right, so it's hard. But since you said we would take revenge together, I will. I'm going to do it, but if it's hard, it's hard. And I think I absorb it faster than you. Hee, this body is a dragon. Rurin declared at great length that she had done everything for today, then placed her forehead against my thigh and rubbed it. Are you going to sleep? I have enough, so I sleep. Well, it's a dragon, so it's as she said. The speed at which the dragon absorbs the dragon's mana is completely different from mine. Lulin didn't even think about getting off my thighs and just covered herself with the blanket. I protect you while you sleep. Hi. It actually helps to stay away, doesn't it? Lulin has no answer. In that state, he wrapped his arms around my waist and started to tease me. Lulin's black hair stuck out from the blanket. I left her alone and continued my training. There was definitely a change. The mana contained in the bead reacted with my heart, which had turned into a dragon's heart and created an image. I have a mental image that makes me feel like I don't know anything. If I overcome this, will I be able to use one level stronger magic? Because I don't have the same talent as the dragon. Just like when I first entered this world, I meditated persistently. The dragon orb was not the only thing brought back from the forest. The original purpose of going to the forest was at night. So of course, there are chestnuts piled up in the kitchen. Now that we've eaten the roasted chestnuts, it's time to make stewed chestnuts. My first favorite chestnut dish is, of course, roasted chestnuts, and the second is stewed chestnuts. To be honest, those sweet stewed chestnuts are an excellent snack and food in this world where there are no modern snacks. Even in modern times where snacks are available, it is a sufficiently competitive food. At least I like it very much. Moreover, if you make stewed chestnuts like this and store them in a glass jar, you can store them and eat them for a long time. Since the quantity is large, I give a bottle to each of the restaurant's regulars, and my dragon and I eat the rest. That was the plan. So the kitchen began a long journey to make large quantities of stewed chestnuts. Of course, it is a bit embarrassing to call it a long journey. I don't think it will be that difficult. First, pour freshly picked chestnuts into warm water and soak them for about half a day. This makes it easy to peel chestnuts. Rurin, why don't you come here and help instead of just holding a broom and pretending to work? I worked, it's a misunderstanding. It's a conspiracy. What did you do? I picked up a broom. You picked up a broom, and I picked up a broom, so didn't I work? Then since I saw you cooking, I guess I don't have to eat. Huh, that's not it. Rurin declared surrender, threw the broom on the front door, and walked into the kitchen. And sits next to me. What are you doing? Look, I am holding a knife and peeling the chestnuts like this. Hold the chestnut tightly with your left hand and insert the sheath into your right hand, as if peeling it off. Is that so? Then a fur-like skin will come out, and there is no need to peel it off. If you peel off the outer skin, or the skin of the chestnut, the yellow chestnuts are revealed, but to make stewed chestnuts, it is better to peel off only the outer skin. No, it should be like that. Otherwise, it will become soft and you won't be able to make stewed chestnuts. What are you doing here? Shall I say this is a snack y'all really like? I don't like it. This guy is covered in fur. Indeed, I am confident y'all like it, right? Shall we make a bet? Bet. Rurin nodded with a confident face at my suggestion. Good night. Then if you lose, y'all be screwed all day long. What? Why are you talking about closing the restaurant all day? Of course, there's no way I'm going to lose, so I'll take it. Then if I win, you have to eat one meal. Okay? What? I don't know how to cook. Eating is my job, so it's a bet. I guess so. I understand. There's no way you can lose. Just say it's not delicious. Hi. You sound like a prince who lives somewhere. Rurin nodded and started peeling chestnuts. Chapter 43, the bet between the northern forest and chestnuts was established. Now is the time to teach this dragon how to cook. I took this as an opportunity. If that's the case, I'll have to finish stewing the chestnuts quickly anyway. One of the most difficult tasks in making stewed chestnuts is peeling them. We concentrated for a while, inflating the bet in our heads. Wow, it's hard. Maybe it was because of his determination to win the bet, but for some reason, our dragon didn't use any tricks and came out to the end and cracked the chestnut shell. Honestly, it's amazing. Are you done? Then shall we try it? If it's about the roasted chestnuts I ate before, I've won. No, that means it's still far away. When you're done, shout like that. The night after I cleaned it, I filled it with water again. This work is an important point. You need to soak it overnight for half a day with the baking soda you created. If this task is neglected, the unique astringent taste of chestnuts will remain in the stewed chestnuts. So, wait for the chestnut stew for now. He said he was having a hard time, left Rurin lying on the restaurant table with a beer, and started business for dinner. And I meditate at night. After a day, start boiling the soaked chestnuts. This is hard work again. If you boil it for 30 to 40 minutes, dark-colored water will seep out, and the chestnut fur will stick out, making it reminiscent of muddy water. The color is darker than muddy water. Boil it and the water will come out. Of course, it doesn't end there. Discard the brown water, add clean water again, and boil. If you repeat this formula 5 times, the water will barely shine with a clear color. It is not a completely clear color, but a slightly brown and purple color. The important thing is that the water must have a sense of transparency. That's the right time. Take out the boiled chestnuts and remove the stem-like parts. If you boil the fur part of the yulpi a few times, it will flow out into the water on its own, and most of it will be removed, so there is no need to touch it. By this point, yulpi will become very smooth. The important thing is that you should not completely remove the yulpi. It's normal if you can't see the yellow inside. At this point, it is almost complete. Add sugar here. The amount of sugar may vary depending on taste, but stewed chestnuts are all about the sweet taste. Add sugar generously for a delicious snack. I think the right amount should fill about half of the pot with chestnuts. The smell of chestnuts wafts through the kitchen, the sweet smell of night. When clearing away the bubbles, you have to use your own know-how from here. In my case, Brandy, it is finished with the highest quality cognac. This is because the scent of cognac adds a deep flavor to stewed chestnuts. Of course, soy sauce and cheap wine. Alternatively, you can use cheap brandy, and there are various methods such as adding honey, but in the end, I use cognac. Add cognac and bring to a boil. It's done when the alcohol evaporates and smoke rises. Sugar and cognac are boiled down into yulpi, creating a sweet chestnut snack with the scent of high-quality liquor. If you store this in a glass bottle for a long time, it will become sweeter and you can eat it as soon as you make it. A world without proper snacks. It's the best gift. Complete by pouring the thick liquid of chestnuts and brandy boiled together in a glass bottle. I immediately called Lulin to settle the bet. Rurin approaches holding a beer can. It's a return after being alone in the enjoyment of beer. Why are you doing that? His eyes are bright as he puts down the beer can and asks. Of course, those eyes will now fall into the abyss of despair. The pit of despair that comes from losing a bet. I held out a glass jar containing stewed chestnuts in front of Rurin, and he put a fork in my hand. Of course, Lulin draws a question mark on her face. Now that the chestnuts that I baked together are finally complete, shall we settle the bet? Oh, is this it? That doesn't look delicious. Hi, I won. Is this the mouth that says such things without even tasting it? As I held Rurin's moist lips with both hands, Rurin shook her head vigorously. Ooh, this cannot be interpreted. There is no way to know what they are saying. Because I grabbed your lips. In that state, I moved Rurin's wrist holding the fork and took pictures of the stewed chestnuts. And when I open my mouth, I immediately scream. Anyway, I won. Then he sniffs the stewed chestnuts on his fork and repeats the sniffing process. This was my first time seeing Rurin observe food so much. After observing for a while, Rurin finally put some stewed chestnuts in her mouth. Chew thoroughly. Chew, come, a response comes. Within seconds, I know Rurin's tastes best. I am the one who tamed that appetite. Oh, yes, just like this. Rurin let out a sound without realizing it. It is an exclamation that it is undoubtedly delicious. The true meaning behind Rurin's face is that I am confident that I can guess it in any situation. Oh, no, not delicious. Rurin's bright face, which had been cheering at the delicious food, suddenly frowned, closed her mouth, and began to use the skill to show a straight face. What? But my hand was already stabbing another chestnut with my fork. Instinct and mouth work separately. Yum, it's not tasty, so I am stuck all day long. It's really delicious, isn't it? Yes. It's sweet and smells good, and the texture is soft and spreads in your mouth. Sweet, but it's not delicious. Yes. Elation. Even though there are contradictions in his words, he is triumphant. One thing you need to know is confidence. Lulin confidently placed his hand on the glass bottle again. I shook my head. Rurin continued to stuff stewed chestnuts into her mouth. The sweetness is luxurious. Hi, yes, it's luxurious and sweet, but it's not delicious, right? Ooh, dea. I nodded vigorously with my mouth full of chestnuts. I smiled at Rurin and issued an ultimatum. I understand, so I am appointing you on duty this evening. You will let starve tonight, dear. Unable to resist my words, Rurin subtly stuck out her tail as if she was being stabbed herself. But the words sticking out their tails are very shocking. Let's starve. I would say this is the first thing I heard after meeting Rurin. This is equivalent to the sun rising in the west. Don't be funny, it'll teach you, so give it a try. Okay. Gather, Rurin shook her head as she filled herself with chestnuts again. No matter who sees it, it is my victory. The V of victory is embroidered in front of Rurin. Rice is just something to eat. The loser just spits out nonsense and grumbles. Then, carrying a glass jar of stewed chestnuts, he trudged over and fell into the corner of the restaurant. Customers arrive and dinner business begins. After letting go of the few regulars, the time has finally come. Lulin was avoiding reality and dozing off after eating all the stewed chestnuts in a glass jar by himself. Rurin, wake up. I need to eat, right? Bar pressure. Is it food? At the sound of food, my eyes widen. However, he soon frowned as if he recognized the reality. Rice, this body isn't doing it, is it? That's right, you're doing it. Come on, this bet is a scam. There's no way your cooking isn't delicious. It was a ridiculous bet. Come now, why not? Rurin was dragged into the kitchen like a death row inmate being dragged to the execution ground. Since I was a novice cook, they gave me an apron. Was a dragon wearing an apron so unique? While holding the apron in his hands, he picked up his partner's legs and twisted his hair. What kind of bad girl are you? To be honest, I don't expect much from my first dish. But at least you have to use a frying pan and fire to be able to say you cooked. Among them, which one is the easiest to cook? I took out paling eggs and tomatoes. I am thinking of making that simple stir-fried egg and tomato. Although it is a very simple side dish, it is rich in nutrients and flavor. Stir-fried eggs and tomatoes are so common in China that they are called the national side dish. It may be somewhat unfamiliar in Korea, but it suits the tastes of Koreans very well. The reason I came up with this dish was because I had leftover tomatoes and paling eggs left in the kitchen. So after putting the ingredients on the cutting board, I called Rurin over and made her stand in front of the frying pan. Before I met you, I just swallowed my food in one mouthful. I don't know how to cook. Okay, now look, you should be able to cook at least one thing, is not it? If you're good at cooking, y'all be loved. To whom? To my husband, to you. Now, first put oil in the pan. I ignored Rurin's words and poured olive oil into the frying pan. Lurin's eyes suddenly lit up and she began glaring at the frying pan. This is where you break the Phelan Q egg and put it in. You mean this guy? Huh. Lurin suddenly showed confidence and held the Phelan Q egg in her hand. Paling eggs are a little larger than eggs, but not so big that you can't hold them in one hand. Kwasik. However, the paling egg in Lulin's hand soon died. It breaks and flows to the ground. It is the result of grasping with force. Oh my, you dragon beginner in cooking. Now look, I'll show you what to do. Watch and follow. Shoot. He nods his head when I say this while wiping Rurin's hand with a splash of water. Always nod your head well. Just head. Now, first heat a frying pan with olive oil and crack the paling eggs with both hands like this. Only an expert can break it with one hand. Tap the corner to create a crack, then place it in a bowl. Then, I added an appropriate amount of salt and started stirring. These paling eggs are called eggs. Once the egg water is made like this, pour it into a heated frying pan. Let's sleep in a circle like this. When I poured the egg water, the egg started to react roughly with the olive oil. Scrambles are simpler than egg rolls or fried eggs. Once it starts to ripen properly, you can just pluck it. Once the scramble is complete, combine tomatoes cut into appropriate sizes, add chopped green onions, and fry again. Ooh, it looks easy. Rurin said she understood and started breaking eggs in a bowl. He is more proficient than when he did not demonstrate. I started breaking the eggs in the bowl with a fork, so I added salt. The liver is very important, so a little help would be nice. The yellow one looks delicious. Yes, now pour it into the frying pan. I get it. Rurin nods and pours egg mixture into the frying pan. It looks like he's doing well right away. Then, just like me, he used a spatula to break up the egg water that was cooking in the frying pan. And it is also important to control the firepower directly with the fireball. Right. Lulin started creating a fireball under the unlit frying pan. But this is where disaster occurs. Kwaya. The frying pan hits the ceiling and falls to the floor. The egg exploded into charcoal soot due to the power of the fireball. Fireball is so needlessly strong. Chapter 44, Northern Forest and Chestnut Rulin. When cooking, the fireball should be used weakly. What is this? The ashes of the scramble sit above my head, even on Lulin's head. He. You're funny, isn't yours funny too? But you're a little strange. Even though it is weakened, it is stronger than usual. Huh. Lulin tilted his head as if it was really strange. So much so that he looked at his own hands using magic right in front of him. You said you were stronger than usual? There is something to be said about becoming stronger. It's a dragon bead. Are the effects of the dragon beads already showing? Since it's a dragon, it absorbs very quickly, right? I guess you've absorbed a lot of mana recently. Is that so? After all, this body is amazing. Okay, it's great, but what are you going to do? This. When I pointed to the kitchen where the chaos was going, Rurin seemed elated even though it was not a situation to be happy about. I didn't know that mana got stronger, so I can't help it. So declared. Stop being funny and get it sorted out. Should I spit on a smiling face? I cleaned out the frying pan. Unfortunately, cooking has been canceled. Just now was the last paling egg I brought from the forest. In the end, it was a failure, but there was still one gain. It means that he imitates cooking very well. Controlling fire is something you can't do because you're not used to the mana that has become stronger on your own. If that's the case, I can't give up my ambition to make Lurin able to cook at least simple dishes. I held out the cup ramen in front of Rurin, thinking that I would teach her more often in the future. Anyway, a bet is a bet, so make this at least. This is a dish that anyone can cook. Is this the one you ate in the basement back then? It's a little different. I'm sure it's not that spicy dish back then, is it? Rurin frowned as she recalled the spicy chicken noodle soup. No, this is the soft one I ate in the basement back then. Okay? Yes, just tear it open like this and pour boiling water up to this line. And just wait a little bit and it's over. Wow, it's simple. Too easy. This is nothing to this body. Rurin confidently started boiling water, then pour water into the cup ramen. Although it looks confident, it is still cautious when pouring water. If you can't even make cup ramen, it's not a real dragon hand, it's a trowel. Water fills the cup ramen. Smoke from boiling water rose. Fortunately, the cup ramen was completed without incident. Thank God. I sat at the table with Rurin and slurped some cup ramen. Cup ramen is also delicious if you eat it occasionally. It's good. But the night before was more delicious. You said it's not delicious. I heard it won't taste good even if I die soon. It wasn't like that. You heard wrong. What dude? You don't want to eat cup ramen. This won't work because I cooked it. Are you saying you don't want to eat? Lulin tried to fight back while drinking cup ramen soup. Of course, punishment for the temple comes soon. Ong, sick. And then the same lines are thrown out. After all, peace is a good thing. Alina came into the restaurant hesitantly. She is always like this. The reason is Lurin. When Lulin is not in the restaurant, her behavior becomes very natural. However, if Lulin is sleeping on the table like now, it feels extremely unnatural. Just looking at this scene makes you feel like you are looking at a very pitiful elf. Hello, El. Welcome. Alina nodded as usual and sat in front of the bar table. Goralong. However, it reacts to every sound of the dragon's breathing and shakes its body. Still, it is a mystery why he keeps coming to the restaurant. If you're that scared, isn't it right to avoid it? Although I am grateful that you liked my cooking so much. Well, our restaurant is the only place where you can eat a variety of vegetable dishes. Still, I wish I could be a little more confident. It's not a dragon that would harm an elf first if you don't fight back. Moreover, if one were to ask the question, our dragon was actually very friendly to the elf. The reason is because Alina is extremely polite to Lurin. I cooked that same vegetable dish again today. Goralong, the sound of Lurin sleeping. The unique breathing sound is Goralong. Rather than snoring, it's like a dragon version of a loud breathing sound. Alina, who had even mentioned the word vegetable dish, was startled by the sound of her breathing and flinched again. I shook my head and placed my order. Okay, just wait a moment. Yes, Alina nods while tingling. Of course, it is a reaction that I would like to correct, but when viewed by a third party, it is a very interesting reaction. He keeps looking at Lurin's eyes, and every time he does that, the elf's long ears perk up. Considering the relationship between elves and dragons, it's something that can't be done right now. She really liked my pasta dish, so I served pasta today too. The reaction while eating is funny. Even though I slurp the noodles, I gulp when Lurin moves. It's a scene that makes me wonder if I leave it like this. The reaction is funny, but it must be a very difficult situation for her to go through. I felt so sorry that I couldn't help it, so I picked up Rurin, went up to the second floor, laid her down on the bed, and came back. Once the cause of the fear is removed, he becomes very bright and eats pasta. First, walk up to the horse. These days, there are fewer men with dark intentions. And thanks to Lane, I am happy that many people who are really sick and need help come here. Fortunately, we have been able to help all patients recover so far without being able to recover. Oh yeah? Yes. Alina smiles happily. Treating the sick is her aptitude and life goal. In the past, the problem was that some men harbored evil intentions toward the beautiful woman in front of them. The fact that there were fewer such thugs in her clinic had something to do with me, but I had no intention of showing it. Yes, and the dressing that goes with the vegetables you told me about last time. It wasn't that difficult, so. Alina, who was in chat mode, screamed in surprise as if she had seen a ghost. Next to her, a dwarf chieftain had come up from the underground, and the cause seemed to be a dwarf. The dwarf chief frowned like a dwarf chief and spoke to Alina. Female of the elf race, what kind of dwarf do you treat as a monster? Why are the dwarves here? It's the exact opposite of when I faced Lulin. I looked at the dwarf not with fear or awe, but with hostility. I would ask why the elves are here, but I have no business with you. The white-haired dwarf ignored Alina and approached me. El, can you share more of the stewed chestnuts you gave me yesterday? The dwarf children really like it. The dwarf chief scratched the back of his head as if the request itself was humiliating. "Ah, yes, I made a lot of stewed chestnuts." Immediately after handing over 2-3 glass bottles, the chief's face brightens. He lifted the glass bottle with his thick, slightly scarred hands and nodded. "I am truly grateful. This is the first time I've seen our dwarven children love something more than beer." Haha. The dwarf chief hurried down to the basement, holding the bottle of stewed chestnuts in his arms. It's a heartwarming scene. Who would have thought that a dwarf would come asking for more stewed chestnuts? It's a very happy thing. "Do dwarves live here?" The ignored elf couldn't keep his mouth shut and asked me when the dwarf disappeared. "These are the people who were deployed to construct the rare below. It has something to do with dragons." "Ah, the great being Yo." "This. So please forget about the benefactors of the dwarves and elves for now." "Yes, I was just surprised. In fact, the relationship between red dragons and black dragons is 100 times worse than the growl between dwarves and elves. These two races started a war that almost led to the destruction of the entire continent." "Oh, Alina, please take a bottle of this too. It is a stew made with bonin. It's sweet and delicious. Take it and eat it. It has nothing to do with meat, so you can eat it with confidence." "Really? Well, since Elle made it, there's no way it wouldn't be delicious. Cancer." "Well, thank you for saying that, but haha, even the dwarves would take it back." Alina's eyes lit up when she heard that it was delicious and had nothing to do with meat. Then he sits down again and starts eating the pasta. After confirming that he had finished eating, I handed him some water and he nodded and drank it. And right then, the dragon that had been moved to the second floor, came down to the restaurant as if jumping and pointed at me. "Pooh wow," and the elf squirted out the water he was trying to drink. "There is no separate sprayer." I was awake. "Why are you moving to the second floor? It's not the right time to sleep." "What are you talking about when you're asleep? Oh, great being above." The elf, who squirted water, got up and knelt in front of Lurin. Alina is the one who freaks out just because Rurin is sleeping. Lurin, who is awake, is an object of worship that cannot move. But even so, he was tightly holding the glass bottle I gave him. "Oh, are you an elf? Hee hee, that's delicious." Then Lurin opens her mouth, pointing to stewed chestnuts. "I think it would have been better if it wasn't as tasty." As if he still had regrets about the bet, he said that and disappeared to get a beer. "Thank you, Elle. It's time for the clinic to open again anyway, so I'll go." Alina still had some immunity while she was sleeping, but she still had no immunity to the awake dragon, so she left the restaurant as if running away. Still, I was hugging the glass jar containing stewed chestnuts as if I didn't want to let go until the end. Alina ran back to the clinic. I was scared. I sat down in the chair, wiping away the cold sweat. To her, dragons are difficult beings no matter how much she deals with them. Ever since she saw that the elves in the village next to her had incurred the dragon's wrath and were wiped out without a trace. Although that was over 100 years ago, long before the Dragon War even occurred. Even after so many years had passed, the fear of dragons was still very vivid to her. Still, because Elle is kind. "I've never met someone like that before." She mumbled something unintelligible to herself and looked at the glass bottle on the desk. The glass bottle is full of bonin, and the bonin was submerged in water. No, it's definitely not water. While thinking like that, Alina opened the lid of the glass bottle. I just finished eating pasta, but I was so distracted that I didn't even know where I went. I carefully took bonin by the hand. Slippery. Plus, it feels kind of sticky. I tilted my head slightly and put the chestnuts in my mouth. Delicious. Alina looked at bonin with a curious face. She only remembered eating these chestnuts raw when she lived in the elven forest. Raw bonin was delicious enough, but this was beyond my imagination. First of all, it's sweet and delicious. Sweets were also true for Alina. The first time I discovered that sweetness was in Elle's cooking. Amazing. This is the first time I've ever felt envious of a great being. Alina mumbled and took another bonin to her mouth. It's a big deal. She thought she might eat it all in one sitting, so I got up from my seat, instinctively sucking on a finger covered in sugar water. Chapter 45, Hidden Face and Dessert. How do you feel, master? The gray boy accepted the prince's offer. If the crown prince becomes emperor, Great City can become a direct territory of the emperor. Of course, it was also a kind of gamble that if the crown prince did not become emperor, he would become a lost nobleman. The gray boy seemed to like the prince's aspirations. Once you have the emperor as the central leader, no one can touch the management of Great City. The prince and the great boy. The battle they must face is whether they can truly achieve what they dream of. It has little to do with me. However, there is one problem that the gray boy must deal with before he can advance to the capital. It's a problem with the boy's uncle. The lord's second wife was deeply involved in the estate until her husband passed away, and Gray Boy decided to act as the lord's representative. They even used a trick to turn the boy into a scarecrow. He is a definite enemy for the Gray Boy and the Gray City. The best way to deal with an enemy is to find flaws, and it's a slap in the back. Looking forward to seeing what kind of expression he would make. The method I taught the Gray Boy is simple. After the count fell, he suggested reviewing all the ledgers of the estate. The Gray Boy, who had been reviewing the ledger day and night, trembled and invited me. The documents handed over to me were the evidence left behind by the enemy. If you look at the ledger, it is clear that taxes were stolen. There are more than 1 or 2 places where the amount is strange. I guess the reason the little lady tried to turn the Baron into a scarecrow was because she had such a powerful interest. I never thought it would really happen like this. This is too much. This much amount? The Gray Boy frowned and his hands began to shake, an expression that mixes anger and disappointment. Still, I still remember you being very kind to me during my childhood. Since when did this happen? It only takes a moment for a person to change. Even though I have memories of being nice to others, they may actually be distorted memories from my childhood. Because he is not my biological son. This result is common in noble families, but I definitely messed with taxes too boldly. The amount embezzled is not at the level of pocket money. During the war, most of the taxes sent to the central government were cut off under the pretext of poor harvest, and after the war, the profits that should have been stored in the count's warehouse were cut by as much as 1/10. Of course, the tax earned by the count family is one. At the time when the count lost his mind, the Gray Boy was young. She is young now, but she was even younger then, so the little lady's boldness was sky-high. The story is that an amount larger than the taxes Duke Tamurin had asked to pay was always being leaked out like this. Recently, he doesn't even try to see me. Because you did something like this, we couldn't meet you. The fact that they have been exploited so blatantly seems like they are trying to attack me, but I don't know what their intention is. Didn't you say it's been very quiet these days? Yes, there is no movement. However, my uncle's biological family is the Count of Dedrin, a neighboring fiefdom. It seems like they believe in that power and do it that way. What should I do? The current Earl of Grey suffered from a type of dementia. It is impossible for the boy to receive help from his father. He has already recruited some of the Grey family's vassals over the years, and if he believes in the military power of the neighboring territory and becomes even more arrogant, it could be a slightly more troublesome story. Of course, after the Grey Boy began to take the lead as the Lord's representative with the title of Earl, many of the vassals who had withdrawn returned. No matter how you look at the fact that it became quieter from that point on, it is clear that they are plotting something. I had already become deeply involved in the Duke's inspection, so I couldn't leave the boy who was staring at me so brightly. I can only help you up to this point. I would like you to meet the little lady once. If you meet that person in person, you will be able to see a little bit of their inner thoughts. That is, but the Gray Boy got up from his chair with a troubled look on his face. Then he scratched his cheek and sighed. Recently, he has been making excuses here and there to not meet me, and I don't know if it would be possible to introduce you to Master in such a situation. It would be better to meet through a route that has nothing to do with the Baron. Could you possibly find out the little lady's interests or hobbies? There was no way he could have a proper conversation with the person the boy introduced in the first place. So you have to approach from the other side and meet them. To do this, the best way is to approach it from the perspective of interests and hobbies. Of course, the easiest way to do everything is to use force to prevent someone from moving. However, if you kill them all just because you don't like them, they are no different from monsters. However, if I just threaten him with force and save him, a secret that will destroy my peace will be leaked somewhere. So it is best to resolve the issue in a natural way. Now that the circumstances of tax evasion have been revealed, there are many ways. Well, I think it would be quicker to ask the butler about that. The boy immediately went outside and called the butler. A moment later, the Count's butler with long white hair entered the study and bowed. "Did you call me? Little master, do you know your uncle's hobbies or interests?" "Yes." "Are you talking about your hobbies?" The butler thought for a moment and trailed off. "The little lady can say that she likes it this much. Is there anything you are interested in at all?" "Oh, there is. From the moment you first came to Great City, you have paid a lot of attention to tea and desserts. I heard that you like desserts more than meals. I don't think there's anything else to it. Tea and dessert. It was a hobby for the upper class. If you are a hobbyist in the cooking field, it is actually nice to see it. I nodded to the gray boy as a sign of acceptance. Then the boy bit the butler. And then he immediately expressed his curiosity. What are you trying to do, master? There is a good way. People tend to get excited when they discover a new world that exceeds their expectations. I think he will probably meet me. The dessert to make is blackberry tart. Personally, I prefer strawberry tart, but strawberries in fall are impossible. The warehouse that will be built using Rurin's time-stop magic is still far from being built. If that magic warehouse is created, you will be able to eat fresh food anytime, anywhere, regardless of the season. Freshly harvested or freshly caught, not frozen. Of course, that's not important now. A dessert that the Lord's wife would love. As the bait, this blackberry tart was the winner. Blackberries are different from blueberries. Blueberries are so difficult to cultivate in the soil that even in modern times, cultivation methods were discovered only in the 1900s. So it is a fruit that is still difficult to find in this world. In contrast, blackberries belong to the rose family, so they have been commonly eaten in Europe since BC, and blackberries are often used in modern tarts. After getting blackberries from the market, I was making cream puffs, which are the key to the tart flavor, when the dragon came straight into the kitchen. What are you doing? Why is our dragon so interested in kitchen work? Did you try it once before and it opened your eyes to cooking? Then what about dinner tonight? No, that's not it. Why don't you stay in the kitchen too long when there are no customers? What? Unlike others who are busy, I am very busy. It's exciting, but is that a dish for me? I will forgive you if it tastes good, seeing the sincerity you put into making it even though there are no customers. Hi. Rurin walked back and forth behind me, showing curiosity about the cooking. So I put cream puffs on my fingers. It's true that our dragon should taste it first. Now, was that white thing something to eat? Iced coffee. Without any hesitation, he bites my finger and sucks up the cream puff. Then his eyes became stars. It's good. Sweet, no, sweet. Your fingers are salty. Rurin added some useless words and attempted to charge with the cream puff. Just taste it. That's not how you eat it. Stop, dragon. I tried to stop it, but there was already a handful of cream puffs in my palm. In an attempt to stop her, she turned around to face me, who was close to her back, and thrust her palm into my face. Hee. It's an attack. Hey, dude. Then he quickly dodges his body, runs out of the kitchen, and starts eating the remaining cream puff in his hand. I can't believe I was completely defeated by the appetite dragon. Of course, you have to take revenge. I walked behind Rurin, wiping the cream puffs off her face with my hands. He started counterattacking the face of the dragon, who was sucking the cream puff from his finger with a happy face, and I rubbed it vigorously. Heh. Kuang. It makes strange noises and glares at me. My face and Rurin's face are covered in cream puffs. How dare you? You look like a child. What dude? Rather, the dragon laughs. Yes, this dragon is crazy. It's crazy. You look like a child. A moment that sends a chill down your spine as you feel like you have lost something. Lulin even jumped at me. Whoa. He suddenly grabbed my waist and charged at me, causing me to fall backwards. I feel like my strength has increased, perhaps thanks to recently absorbing the mana of the dragon orb. This is delicious. So what's on your face is mine too. Rurin dabbed the remaining cream puffs on my face with her hand and started sucking them. She sits down with me lying down and even touches the cream puffs on my nose with her lips. A soft tongue, incomparable to a finger, touches the tip of my nose. Tickle. Sweet. I got hit with a cream puff on my face, being laughed at. I can't even believe I was put down and made fun of by the tongue. This is ridiculous. I can't just suffer like this. I raised my upper body with the strength of my abdominal muscles. Because our faces were so close together, Rurin's forehead and mine inevitably collided. Whoa, sick. Rurin screamed and I also felt pain. I snorted while enduring the pain. It's 100 years too early for you to be playing with me. Dragon, 100 years. 100 years is no big deal. A dragon caressing its forehead and asking a question. Actually, 100 years to a dragon is like half a year to a human. I said something wrong. You just stay still. I gently licked the cream puffs from Rurin's ears. Since the nose was hit, I am the ear. This includes ears to the nose. You. Rurin then showed a reaction for the first time and flinched. It's strange for you, huh? Hee. After licking the cream puff that had gotten into her ear thanks to the bloody battle with me, I looked at her face and Rurin lowered her head with a surprised expression. My ears turn red again. It's the same reaction as when I licked blood in the northern forest. Something is strange with me. Then he stood up, touched his ears, and tilted his head. What's strange? It's strange. I said that, but it was really strange and I dropped my body. Then I took a towel and wiped Lurin's face and then mine. Rurin steps back, covering her face with a towel. Go and wash your face. It'll make you something more delicious. You were really strange. If you do it again, I think you'll understand better. He comes again and looks up at me, so I resolutely open my mouth. From a dragon perspective, 1,000 years is faster than 100 years. Anyway, come bigger. What do you mean I am all grown up? On the subject of humans, on the topic of dragons, I handed the finished blackberry tart into the noisy dragon's mouth. What is this? It's delicious. Right. The dragon forgot his line and began to focus on the blackberry tart. This is the original Rurin. Looking at that scene, my heart sank, because, just for a moment, he looked like a woman. Chapter 46, Hidden Faces and Desserts. Count Grey's second wife, Verna, is the second daughter of Count Dedrin, adjacent to Grey's city. As Count Grey's butler mentioned, she quite liked tea and desserts. However, when it comes to desserts in this world, they are breads filled with dried fruits or sugar. When making bread, bird eggs and farm milk are usually used. However, even if bird eggs are made into bread, a bit of their unique smell remains. People in this world take that for granted and eat it. So real eggs. In other words, it cannot even be compared to bread made with palink eggs. Elle made blackberry tart and visited Yeonju Castle. The name of the blackberry tart here is bearer tart. Berna's eyes widened when she saw the bearer tart the butler brought her after the meal. Oh my, you're so pretty. I heard it's a newly discovered dessert. The butler nodded as he explained. This butler was definitely on the Grey boy's side ever since he began his path to becoming a lord. Okay? That's interesting. Where are you? Verna, who married into the Count's family at the age of 20, is now in her early 30s. She was a woman whose only hobbies in life were tea and drinking desserts. At some point, it became like that. Although it was a type of food she had never seen before, the tart stimulated Verna's appetite without any mercy. Verna immediately started cutting the tart with a knife. There was a round bread underneath, a shape I had never seen before. It was amazing how solid it was, and on top of that is an unidentified white cream. And bearer. Of course, bearer knows. First, Verna hurriedly took a piece of the quartered tart to her mouth, and I was surprised. The sourness of bearer, the sweetness of cream puffs, and the chewy texture of bread. Because the combination of flavors was so amazing. Oh my! Verna let out an exclamation without realizing it and naturally took her fork to the next piece. And I continued to eat. I haven't had an appetite lately, but this tart whetted my appetite without any mercy. In particular, the sweetness of the white cream combined with the sourness of the bearer created a sweet and sour taste that I couldn't help but eat. It was by far the best dessert she had ever tasted in her life. What is the name of this food? It's really delicious. Mom, I heard from the chef who made it that it was called a bearer tart, and he said there are many more delicious desserts. Is that really true? Berna, who quickly devoured the quartered bearer tart, forgot about her culture as an aristocrat and jumped up from the sofa. That's right. I really want to meet you. I can't believe there was a cook like this in Great City. Actually, I am waiting at the Yeonju Castle. Would you like to meet him? Okay? Call me right away. A dessert more delicious than this. Verna came to her senses again and sat down on the sofa again, picking up her teacup. The final taste of the tart went very well with black tea. I will. The butler nodded and immediately brought Elle over. Verna looked at Elle as if she were very curious. Did you make this dish? That's right. Elle thought that Verna might be aware of her existence, as she had been frequently meeting with the Grey boy recently. However, the look in Verna's eyes when she saw herself was like meeting someone she had never seen before. It was really delicious. I heard there are other types of desserts too? Yes, it is. When Elle responded immediately, Verna nodded with a bright face. She even likes it like a child. Elle felt a little suspicious. With a face like this, they were trying to embezzle taxes from behind the scenes and turn Grey boy into a scarecrow. It got to the point where I started to think that even if I really knew, I wouldn't know. Of course, the visible face cannot be everything. What an incredible, two-faced woman. Count Dedrin is visiting? Yes, master. In any case, if it is said that my uncle embezzled taxes, there is no way that it had anything to do with Count Dedrin. The purpose of the visit is, there must be some ulterior motive. That was it. Since the plan to turn the boy into a scarecrow was over, and he had been so quiet since he began to fulfill his duties as a lord, it is natural to think that he is finally up to something. There are still vassals attached to my uncle's side, and those nobles seem to be related to Count Dedrin. Well, it is an obvious picture that they were co-opted by giving them interest and money. It seems that people unrelated to him have gathered again under the acting lord. I think so too. My uncle, I didn't think that would happen. The gray boy trailed off in a choked voice. It seemed like it was because of the memory of being treated well when I was young. It actually went well. I now know clearly what they are planning. Yes. The gray boy tilted his head at my words. I have never had much conversation with Count Dedrin. That person only goes to see his uncle all the time. Perhaps because the boy recognized Count Dedrin as his enemy, he was already omitting honorifics. Well, it's natural. I mean, it worked out better. There is a magic in this world where you can hear conversations happening from afar. Is that so? The gray boy blinks in disbelief. I shrugged my shoulders and said to the boy, "Know the exact date of Count Dedrin's visit. Do you understand?" "Yes, master." The gray boy nodded strongly, showing that even though he did not believe in magic, his belief in my existence was firm. Count Dedrin's visit came just a few days later. It happened in the morning. The gray boy sent someone in a hurry, so I headed to the Lord's castle in the morning with the weak dragon on my back. It's not because she's weak in the morning, but because it's really rare for Rurin to be awake in the morning. If I try to wake him up, I can wake him up, but there is no way this damn Jambo dragon would recognize my touching thought of letting him sleep a little longer. "Master, what? Are you here with your wife? What did you say just now? With that wife? Who is your wife?" "The woman the teacher is carrying." The gray boy looked at me in confusion. Even though I know that he denied it the day we first met, it seems like he was misunderstanding me again. Did it seem that intimate? No, yes. Then this person is... well, it's not a wife, but we share a lifelong relationship with each other, so don't worry about it. This is the person who will use magic. Yes. Is this you? Besides, what exactly is the relationship between sharing Master's life? A face that made me wonder, what kind of relationship is it that we share our lives with even though we are not wives? Of course I couldn't answer, because I don't know the answer either. Isn't that important now? Please guide me quickly. Ah, yes, yes. The gray boy began to lead the way, looking as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. We arrived at the inner room of the 3rd floor of Yeonju Castle. This front room is my uncle's separate room, but it's quite big. Is it really possible? If you're in the back of the room, you can't get this far. I didn't learn it, but there is definitely a magic that allows eavesdropping among auxiliary magic. So the saying that it is magic is not a lie. It's not something that will raise suspicion later. Of course, the dragon's hearing is about 1.0 times more accurate than that auxiliary magic. It's okay. Are you sure it's this room? Yes. Whenever Count Dedrin visited the Lord's castle, he would always talk alone with his uncle in this separate room. Great. Then, once I greet Count Dedrin and go find my uncle, I will also come running this way. When I nodded, the gray boy left the room with a solemn look on his face. First, I laid Rurin down on the sofa. He is sleeping well without any movement. Every time he breathes, his black hair flutters. It's easy to wake up, but it won't wake up. I poked my cheek. Naya, then he turns his body and turns his head, but there is no reaction. When you see that he doesn't wake up even after putting on all his clothes and carrying him all the way here, you can say that there really is no solution. One interesting thing is that if someone other than me touches her while she is sleeping, disaster will occur. It becomes so sensitive that it immediately wakes up and releases its breath. That fact can be clearly seen from past experiences. Lulin, who left the dragon's holy land and followed me, had to stay with my colleagues. Since we were all heading to the capital, our destination was the same, and I didn't necessarily let my colleagues leave first, saying that it would help Lulin develop affinity with humans. Of course, when I think about how the bad habits I secretly learned back then still irritate me sometimes, I sometimes regret that our friendliness wasn't the problem and that we should have gone separately. The woman who Lulin still insists on from time to time said, the whole series was born around this time. Anyway, that's how I ended up traveling with humans, and then one day, when Rurin did not wake up even though it was time to leave, one of her colleagues touched her arm to wake her up. As a result, an uproar broke out. "Don't touch my body, human." Lulin's line, which he jumped up from his sleep and used his breath, was ridiculous. "She's like this, but she doesn't even think about waking up when I touch her." A mystery within a mystery. So I was curious about the reason, so I asked Rurin outright. "How on earth do you distinguish between me and other people when you sleep?" The answer that came back was very clear. "Your cellular composition is imprinted on the brain of this body." It was a somewhat scary answer. Anyway, for that reason, I still don't think it will happen. Usually, I just giggle, but sometimes the corners of my mouth turn up, and I giggle as if I am having a good dream. While I was looking at Lulin, I heard a knocking sound from outside. Yes. When I answered, it was the gray boy who came in. "Master, I just had a brief conversation with the Count." Count Dedrin immediately went to visit his uncle. "Then let's begin. Let's hear what they're planning." I nodded and answered and immediately started waking Lulin up. "Wake up. Rurin, since it doesn't wake up even when you carry it on your back, there isn't much response even if you yell at it on a morning like now. Then there is the trump card. The food is gone, Rurin. My food, my food. Rice." Then I open my eyes. How is the brain structured? Where am I? Lulin looked around with half-closed eyes, and then I found myself. Then he looked relieved and muttered, "It doesn't matter as long as it's you." He opens his arms and hugs me as I get closer, and then I closed my eyes again. Gorlong. He had fallen asleep. "Get up." I gently placed my hand on Lulin's temple. Chapter 47, Hidden Face and Dessert. What happened? Verna. How did my son, who didn't know how to do anything, become so arrogant? But oh, father. The city of Grey definitely belongs to the Earl of Grey. Now stop. What's wrong? Count Dedrin, whose face became red from the unexpected rebellion, lowered his eyes and struck Verna, who barely spoke, on the cheek. Slap. Verna's body collapsed with a violent sound. "I am sorry, but, Count Dedrin glared at his daughter and grabbed her hair. "Isn't this all because you couldn't bear great son? But who is to blame? What now? Are you trampling on your father's long-cherished wish now? You seem incompetent." Verna couldn't even think of looking up at her father's face and just started shaking. What was taking over her body now was the feeling of fear. Although she is the Count's second daughter and the daughter of a noble family, Verna was not treated as a human being from an early age. No, Count Dedrin treated all his daughters as tools. So, to Verna, her father is just a scary being and someone she cannot disobey. Marrying Verna into Count Grey's family was in itself using her as a tool. Although he had lost his wife, the reason he remarried the Earl of Grey, who was 20 years older than him, was to make the Grey family his own in the future. The Count's little wife. Verna is not a concubine. He remarried after his original wife died. A woman named Dedrin Berna became the victim of an arranged marriage. Of course, the current name is Great Berna. Father. The Count tusked and threw Verna's hair to the floor. Then he walked around the room grinning. "I will not forgive useless people, even if they are my daughters." You don't want to be locked in that cell for the rest of your life, do you? When Verna was young, she said she wanted to learn music, but she was locked in a one-pyong cell with no windows for a month. That loneliness and darkness. And fear. Verna's face distorts mercilessly as fear arises. "Ha, you ruined my plan because you failed to give birth to Grake's son, but there is only one reason why I let you go. I told him to take the lead in making my son a scarecrow, but he was also lazy and left all the work to our kids. Do you like the idea of letting go? Don't be funny. It's Berna. Now this is all you have left." Count Dedrin took out a vial from his pocket without losing his anger. "As her own daughter. This is the only thing that proves its value as a tool. If you can't even do this, then it will just be thrown away without mercy. Because I know a lot of useless things." So Count Dedrin decided to give Verna one last chance. "Listen carefully, Verna. Make your son lose his mind by making him drink this. If you can't even do this, you're worse than Monster Bob. Do you understand? This time, I must repay the favor that gave me birth." Count Dedrin truly thought so. He said he should return the favor since he brought her into the world. He thinks that just helping him survive in a world where there are many people starving to death is the reason why he can use her as a tool. Just as an emperor with numerous children cannot love them all. No, rather, it seems like they are going to fight to the death. No, the Count actually thought of his children as insignificant even more than that. He had that kind of personality from the moment he was born. A man who pursues only his own interests and desires without any emotions. That can't be possible. How could a normal child? Now I am finally starting to find my own path. You've already embezzled so much of Gray City's taxes, so what are you going to do if you don't do it? It's the nobles of Gray who joined hands with my father, isn't that what you did? And that much, Verna could not continue speaking, because Count Dedrin trampled on his daughter's head. Berna, that too is no different from what you have already done. Are you going to be stoned to death by the citizens of Great Lake? If your son finds out about the taxes, your life will be over anyway. Do you want to take care of a person who is not your biological mother? Everything is covered up and you die. So give him medicine. It doesn't die. You can't kill it. If you die, you won't be able to control Gracie as you wish. Verna just bit her mouth. I bit my lip so hard that blood oozed out. I'll give you just 1 week. If you can't handle it during this time, you are not my daughter. Verna. After finishing his threat, the Count shook himself off and left the room. Verna wasn't this timid to begin with. However, it was impossible for him to grow into his original personality under Count Dedrin, who thought of everything but himself as a tool. She spent her childhood under the guidance of a count who was not like her father, always having to watch out for others, and naturally her personality became timid. She couldn't remember smiling when she was at her parents' house, because I lived my life without knowing how to smile. It was Count Dedrin's plan from the beginning for her to be married to Gray City. One day, a big fight broke out over the border between Gray City and Dedrin City. As this incident spread to the capital, Count Gray was forced to accept Count Dedrin's demands, and as a result, Count Gray remarried against his will, widowed first wife. In other words, Count Gray, who loved the boy's biological mother, did not even have a concubine, so remarriage was not something he would have thought about. But at Count Dedrin's request, Verna was brought into the Gray family. This is Count Dedrin, who designed everything from the beginning. Verna is just the victim. She got married when she was 20 years old. At that time, Earl Grey was 40 years old and the Grey boy was 4 years old. Age difference of 20 years. Verna thought that his situation in prison would not change, just because his place of stay had changed. I calmly accepted the fact that I would have to live with a husband I had never met instead of a fearful father. I hope my husband is not a scary person like my father. Verna sincerely wished that. However, Count Gray did not ask her to have a relationship with either man or woman. All he does is spend his time in his room. When it was time to eat, the Grey boy and the Count ate with her. I hope so for a week. Count Gray said this to Verna. Don't you know how to smile? Verna had no idea how to answer such a strange question. Yes. This short sentence was the greatest retort Verna could make. Do you love me? Verna had no answer to Count Gray's perplexing questions. If you tell the truth and go back to your parents' house, your father will not leave you alone. Because that is obvious to anyone. But that didn't mean there were any lies. Why are you so nervous? Of course I want love you. We've only known each other for less than a week. Where can love be? That's right. We are married. But I have no intention of doing anything you don't want to do. So why not straighten your face and live freely? I can't shake off what's already happened, but there's no need to feel obligated to someone I don't love. So why not find happiness by doing what you want, even if it's just inside the castle? Oh, that doesn't mean I am going to leave you alone since you're already married. I will also do my duty. So will you take good care of my son? It doesn't matter what you do as long as you do that. Do you really think I want your love? Count Gray laughed as he declared that to Verna. Verna had to think for a while about what that meant. But no matter how much I thought about it, it wasn't a call to go back to my parents' house. Rather, Count Gray made great efforts to make Verna comfortable. Count Gray thought that the reason Verna did not smile was because she had become a victim of an arranged marriage due to her father's greed. That's why I felt sorry for her, and that's why I treated her with the same respect for my daughter. Of course, Verna was a child who didn't know how to smile from the beginning, because that's how I grew up. Although there was a bit of misunderstanding, Verna's very peaceful days continued. Little mother, the Grey boy does not know the existence of his biological mother. The boy's biological mother died while giving birth to the boy. However, the Grey boy followed Verna very well until he was a child. Verna is young, a woman with a pretty face but who doesn't smile. Nevertheless, the Grey boy simply accepted Verna, who became his new mother, with a pure heart. Would you say that not having any memories of your biological mother actually made it easier for you to open your heart? The kindness of Count Gray and the Grey boy was so similar. I picked this to give to my mother. One day, when the Grey boy brought Verna a flower crown from the flower garden to give to her, she felt a rush of emotion for the first time in her life. But it wasn't a bad feeling. the feeling of being alive. I felt the reality of life. The Earl of Grey has not changed over time. He was always friendly. That's why Berna's time here felt like a dream. In particular, tea time in the study with Count Grey after breakfast became her greatest happiness. The Count always smiled at Verna's words, and the more he smiled, the more the tea and dessert felt like honey. Count Dedrin. This place is completely different from my parents' home, which is solemn and full of coercion and violence. I want to learn that instrument, are you okay? 2 years after marriage. It was not until 2 years later that Verna asked the Count for a favor for the first time. It was the only hope he had ever had since he was born. The fear of being dismissed and imprisoned by my father. I felt that the way to escape that fear was to learn a musical instrument. It was Verna's suggestion that she thought about, but Count Grey nodded very calmly. No, on the contrary, he encouraged them by saying that having a hobby is a good thing. After the Grey boy turned 8, he became proficient enough to give musical instrument concerts. An 8-year-old great boy applauding wildly. And the Earl of Grey. Verna laughed for the first time while watching that nothing scene. He finally put a smile on his face, and I cried right away. Anyway, from that incident, Verna learned to be honest about her feelings. And the more she did, the more she admired her husband, Count Grey. But there was still no marital relationship. I was able to show my emotions on my face, express exclamations, cry, and laugh, but I had no idea how to confess my love to my husband. She grew up without knowing love. At this time, she was only 24 years old. Expressing your emotions, admiring and smiling is one thing, but confessing your feelings to the person you love are completely different things. So, at some point, Verna became satisfied with the current situation. Time together. Since Count Grey was busy with the affairs of the estate, the most time they spent together was tea time, and that time was very precious to Verna. She truly loved Count Grey and Boy Grey. As husband and son. Chapter 48, Hidden Face and Dessert, but tragedy struck her again. Happy times are truly fleeting. It all started with a visit from Count Dedrin. It's already been 4 years since we got married, and we still have no heirs. Count Dedrin was furious when he met his daughter alone. Verna returned to her childhood self and secretly despised herself for trembling, but contrary to her feelings, she still could not even raise her face to her father. The fear of my father that was imprinted in me from a young age. The fear of not being able to escape this person was already engraved deep into my body, preventing me from making any sound. All he can do is lower his head and tremble. Count Dedrin issued a threat to her. My patience will soon run out. I'll give you just 1 more year. In the meantime, somehow, see to the heir. After that order, Verna became unable to do either of these things. If she confessed to Count Grey out of fear of her father, she felt that her love for him would be diluted. Another 3 years passed like that. The Grey boy turned 11 years old. He turned 27. Count Dedrin promised to give him 1 more year, but 2 more years have passed since the deadline expired. But it was so quiet. Verna was so anxious about that. At this rate, she can no longer tell Count Grey that she wants to have a baby. Therefore, there was no way an heir could have been created between the Count and Verna, who had no relationship with each other. Meanwhile, a serious accident occurred to the Count. Count Grey, who was healthy, suddenly lost consciousness without any reason. Count Grey was lying down, not recognizing anyone, and just being in a dazed state. When you feed them, they eat, and when you clean them, they just sit there blankly. Verna thought it was all her fault, but that was just the beginning of another despair. From then on, Count Dedrin began to get involved in the city of Grace behind the scenes. At this time, the boy was only 11 years old, so he was at an age where he could not have known or prevented this incident. From this point on, tax exploitation began. Count Dedrin, who began to steal the taxes of Grey City by recruiting Count Grey's vassals one by one using huge profits as bait, said this to his daughter, who was shaking in front of him a few years later. Soon, the age will come when the Earl's son can become a lord. So, make the family members coerce, pressure, and ignore him. It means turning them into weak-minded scarecrows who can't decide anything on their own. Although he was commanded to do so, Verna could not do such a thing. Of course, it was Count Dedrin who controlled Grey Boy's scarecrow operation behind the scenes. From then on, Verna was unable to meet the Grey Boy whom she regarded as her own child, because one by one, he began to realize what his father was doing. Guilt took full control of Verna. That happened when the boy turned 13. From then on, they only saw each other occasionally at meals or at home, and she could not visit the great boy on her own, and even when he came to see her, she refused. Because there was no way I could meet him. The Count Grey family is distorted because of him. It wasn't once or twice that I decided to die. However, she had to give up her feelings because of Count Grey, whom she had fallen in love with for the first time in her life. At the very least, I felt like I had to take care of him, because I thought it was my repayment to Count Grey, who had given me the only happiness. The boy thought that the servants were the ones taking care of Count Grey, who was lying down, but in fact, it was Verna who did all the dirty work. Of course, no one, including Verna herself, could tell the boy that fact. Anyway, she was a weak person who couldn't do anything on her own. I turned away from the boy who was like my son whom I loved so much, shedding tears in front of the Count lying down. A woman whose joy in life is simply continuing the tea time she enjoyed with the Count without him. So, for her, tea and dessert were like memories of Count Grey. But a twist came. It was Verna who had lost her smile again, but the Grey boy overturned Count Dedrin's plan and began to act proudly, taking the lead as the Lord's representative. Verna, who was watching it from behind, was very happy. As my expectations grew that my father would not be able to do anything if the boy grew up like this, my heart began to recover little by little. That's why, when I discovered good tea and desserts, I loved them like a child. Although I was just in a daze, eating the best dessert like that in front of the Count made me feel like I was reliving the past. Because it was visible that the boy whom the boy regarded as a son was slowly reclaiming the Grey family. It was Berna like that. Disaster has struck again. The disaster is just beginning. Count Dedrin has just arrived. It has come to this point. Verna held the medicine bottle in her palm and tightly gripped the carpet. But of course I had no intention of giving this medicine to the Grey boy, even if I had to die. 7 years that made me feel happy in life. Count Grey and the Grey boy who gave us that time. So Verna thought. If it weren't for his existence, his father wouldn't have been so obsessed with Great City, because the connection disappears. A medium that connects Great City and Dedrin City. I should have made the choice a long time ago. If the feeling of not being able to leave Count Grey behind is actually ruining the earldom of Grey, it can no longer be done. She thought so. Only when he dies will his father's ambition end. Ooh, sorry, honey and De'Aaron. Verna began to sob and cry out the names of Count Grey and Grey boy. The boy is rolling his eyes. It is a dragon that has no idea. Lulin came towards me and stuck out his head with a look on his face asking why he was like that. It means petting it because it worked hard. I will meet Count Dedrin immediately. I had to stop the boy from bursting into anger. This is not something you should do without thinking. Hold on for now. Nothing will be solved by running now. In times like this, we need to resolve the matter calmly. First of all, I have to meet the little lady one more time. My uncle refused Count Dedrin's offer. Therefore, as expected, my uncle. First of all, I made an appointment to meet my little wife today with dessert, so would you be patient? There are some things I want to find out more about. A drug that makes you lose your mind. Isn't that the same as Count Grey's condition? From the conversation, it seems like the little lady doesn't know anything either. It seemed like all of this must have started at the hands of Count Dedrin. Human trash. Of course, there is no need to find peace in trash. It is Count Dedrin who must experience real despair. This is because all sins have been revealed one by one. What do you think a person's life is? This task was too much for the young Grey boy to handle. What's so serious? At that moment, the dragon, who is always the first to notice my strange behavior, must have read my uncomfortable expression and grabbed my arm and came closer to me. Today, there is a very gloomy, dark cloud over Yeonju Castle. Even though the sky is clear and the autumn weather is still without a single cloud, Yeonju Castle is covered in darkness and looks like it is in the middle of a long tunnel that one cannot escape from. The Grey boy was filled with anger, because I found out about the evil that killed my father. Such a Grey boy had to hold Count Dedrin back from leaving his territory, and he immediately took action to meet his little wife. A dragon follows from behind. Why are you angry? There is absolutely no need for dragons to notice in the human world. Rurin is far from oblivious when dealing with me. However, she notices my abnormality faster than anyone else and is now watching me. Usually the atmosphere of this world has nothing to do with her. No matter what happens, the human world is just an insignificant human world to her. But on the contrary, I was very sensitive to my changes. I stopped first. The dragon keeps holding onto my arm and doesn't want to let go. Lulin's eyes were filled with the feeling that something was strange about me. I didn't do anything. Even after waking up, I worked hard. Why did you do that earlier? Does it look that strange? I guess I got a little emotional after meeting so much trash for the first time in a long time. I can't believe Rurin would react like this. To be honest, Duke Timurin, who only cares about power, is cute. At least Duke Timurin wouldn't treat his own child like a tool. Even monsters value their children. It's okay to do anything, but it's hard to feel good when you see someone who isn't like this. There is no medicine for trash that goes one step further than child abuse. Yes, I don't like you the way you are now. I don't like you when you're angry either. Because you're scared when you're angry, then you ignored me, as if I didn't exist. I was definitely by your side. Are you okay? I wasn't angry with you then or now. I hugged Lulin from the front. Rurin's body fits comfortably into my arms. The hallways of the Lord's castle were very quiet, with only the autumn breeze blowing outside the window. As I felt Lulin's body temperature, I felt a lot more tender. But he said he wasn't angry and ignored me. At that time, I had only just met you, and there were other circumstances. But it's different now. Don't worry. If you ignore me, I won't know what to do. I really don't like that. During the Dragon War, I was overcome with anger. It was anger against the dragons, but of course Lulin was excluded. However, because he was not good at controlling his emotions, he even caused harm to Rurin. The memories of that time seem to make Rurin anxious, but now and then are completely different, although she doesn't care about anything. Because they are so scared of being ignored by me. Because Lulin is like that, I guess I also don't want to give her back to the elder. I want to ignore it. At that time, I was still immature. Look at this. Are you fine? It's your favorite cocoon. When I gently brushed the back of her head, Rurin became quiet and made no sound. Is it? It's definitely different from back then, because I didn't give a shit back then. Okay, I am okay now. But then who on earth made you like this? Is that the guy from earlier? Lulin looks up at me. The expression turned scary, so much so that the dragon's anger blooms. I ask as if my breath is really coming out. No, don't worry. Unlike before, I will handle it calmly. Coldly. I smiled at Rurin. You just need to stay by my side. Don't disturb me. I'll tell you if I need help, so just stay by my side until then. Okay? I get it. I listen to you. That's funny. It's not funny. Ugh. Chapter 49, Hidden Face and Dessert. I patted Rurin's head vigorously once again, and then took her away from my arms. And then I started walking again. Rurin follows me, holding the hem of my clothes tightly. First of all, the person I was looking for was the deacon. When I came downstairs, I was immediately able to meet the butler. Where is the little lady now? He went to see his master and just returned. That's good. Since your wife personally asked me to come, would you please give me a message? Oh, I see. All right. The butler nodded and took the lead in front of us. The butler arrives in front of the wife's room and carefully knocks on the door. Smart. But there is no answer. The butler tilted his head and opened his mouth. You just came in. I knock on the door again, but it was still quiet. The butler looked at me. I also looked at the butler. This is definitely strange. If the person who just entered does not respond, there is a problem. It is normal to at least be told to go away. A bad feeling suddenly passed through my mind. The Countess is in a position where she can assume the worst possible situation. I urgently shouted to the butler. Could you please bring the Baron to me right away? It's urgent. Explanation later. The deacon, who knew full well that the gray boy was honoring me by calling me teacher, hesitated slightly, but soon began to walk at a brisk pace. After the butler left, I forcibly opened the Countess' room and shut it. Just by looking at a fragment of conversation, you can clearly see how stuck she is in a dead end. How many options are there for her to choose from? I may have made the worst choice out of all of them. I entered the room, looked around, and immediately noticed something strange. A knot in the rope hanging from the ceiling of her room, and there is one person caught in that knot. A thin woman was hanging silently from a rope in the ceiling. I quickly cut the rope and grabbed her. Your face is pale. Chocolate. Fortunately, the color returned to her face. Coughing roughly means that you are safe, the butler had said. I just got in. If so, it would have been dangerous even if it were just a little late. Even if it's a little late. There is always a difference between life and living. Fortunately, she didn't seem destined to die here. Because I came to you as soon as you hanged yourself. Are you okay? Can you see me? Chocolate. The moment she coughed violently, the gray boy entered the room. The butler was standing behind him. I immediately gave instructions to the butler. In times like these, strange rumors should not spread. Hurry and close the door. This matter must never be made public. At my words, the butler seemed to quickly grasp the situation and quickly closed the door, and the gray boy ran to the countess with a startled face and shouted, "Now, little mother? Little mother." The gray boy held the arm of the countess, who was breathing heavily. The boy immediately looked up at me next to him. "Master, what kind of uncle? Why? He hanged himself. I can't disobey Count Dedrin, and I can't touch the Baron either. I feel like I made the worst choice. No way. Even for 1 moment, no, 2 moments, 3 moments. Why on earth is a guy like me who endlessly doubted my uncle alive?" The gray boy asked with his hands shaking, but that's something I can't answer. The countess, who must have come to her senses a little after hearing the boy's cry, stared at the gray boy with red marks remaining on his neck. "Are you Darren? Me you couldn't die? Little mother, let me die. I am a person who does not have the decency to look at you. I am. The count and you a woman who would treat me so kindly because no, don't say that." She grabbed the gray boy's cheek and stroked it. Tears started pouring out of my eyes. "I don't know how long it's been since I stroked your cheek. I was saved by your laughter when I was young. I must die because my existence is ruining you. That's the way for you. Darren, where is that sound? I still have vivid memories of always being in my uncle's arms when I was young. Do you think I don't know the memories of my uncle who stayed with me all night because she was worried about me getting hurt while playing? I've been doubting that kind of little mother endlessly lately, eternally, but I heard it. Count Dedrin told me to give him medicine, and everything has nothing to do with my uncle. That how?" The countess looked very surprised at the boy's words and started shaking her hands. "I got it all. Everything, including my uncle's refusal to do it. So it's all Count Dedrin's fault. I am not my uncle. The count always asked for it. It's okay if you don't love yourself, but I want you to be taken care of until the end." So I stopped talking nonsense. The gray boy also continued to shake his hands. Their hands tremble like aspen trees. And their conversation continues to wander back to the starting point. The time has come to intervene. Both of you, calm down. No one needs to die. The lady and the gray boy turned their gazes to me at the same time. Even the butler, who was quietly listening in the background. That's right. Clearly, Master said there is a way, so it's okay. It'll be okay. Little mother. The gray boy jumped up from his seat and knelt down towards me. At some point, the boy was polite and called me teacher, but since he was still a nobleman, he never bowed down to me. Now is the first moment. "Please, Master." The other day, my teacher reminded me that it was pathetic to complain and hang on like this. He told me to live like a wild yuba, biting others even while dying. But this pathetic bastard can think of nothing better than to get in Count Dedrin's face and argue with him. As Master said, it would be a problem that has no solution. But this is such a big deal. It's okay to call me a pathetic bastard. Please help me this time because I can say it's the last time. Master. The gray boy looked up at me like that with his hands clenched tightly. Although he himself said that he looked pathetic, his eyes still had a strong glow. I liked those eyes. "Wake up. Baron, kneeling is not something you should do casually. Even if I don't, I definitely plan to help. If you help me with this, I will repay this favor for the rest of my life. Throughout that great's life, you don't have to return the favor but keep your word. Afterwards, you should have teeth that can bite your enemies off on your own. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master. I'll try my best. I will try and do my best." I shouted and lifted up the body of the gray boy who was about to hit his forehead on the ground. "The first thing is to take your wife to the bedroom, and the second thing is to listen to her story once she regains her composure. I will tell you how to deal with the count later." I looked at the butler again. This means that all of this must be handled in secret. The count's butler of 20 years, who understood it at a glance, nodded, quietly looked at the situation outside the room, and then led us into the countess' bedroom. The gray boy picked the countess up and gave her a moment to calm down. And a little while later, with only the gray boy, myself, and Rurin left in the room, I opened my mouth to the countess. "Madam, are you truly willing to reject your father and help the Baron? I thought you were a chef. Were you Darren's teacher? Your uncle? You may have seen me kneeling earlier, but this person is also a chef, a retired wizard, and my teacher." So, I was a little surprised earlier. "Yes, perhaps that's why you've shown a stronger side recently." "Yes, that's right. I can't believe you had someone like that. I am really glad. I am really glad." The countess got up from the bed she was lying on and tried to bow her head to me. "Perhaps it is because of the meaning that the word teacher brings to the existence of mother. The gray boy barely had to stop him from doing so. That's enough. Rather, there is something I must tell you. For the sake of future plans, would you please tell me the whole story related to Count Dedrin and his wife? That will be the way to save the great Count family. At my words, the Countess looked back and forth between me and the gray boy. A story about my past? Yes. The wife seemed a little hesitant, but he looked at the gray boy again and nodded after a moment. Telling your own history. Of course, it's not easy. She continued to hesitate and had a hard time, but fortunately she persevered and told the story to the end. Of course, it was a very dark story. Little Mother. The gray boy started crying at some point. As I listened, I felt sorry for the story of her life as a tool of Count Dedrin. Of course, there are many unhappy people in the world. Even now, there must be children starving to death on the streets somewhere. But she was clearly unhappy. She was a woman who seemed to have walked on rails made of misfortune. From my childhood spent locked in a dark room to the present, my life as a tool. The happiness I barely gained is shattered, and the disaster that is my father approaches me at every moment. Perhaps it was because of Count Grake's kindness that she was able to endure until now. She didn't say that much, but it was clear from her words that she truly loved Count Grey. Perhaps that was what the gray boy felt too. And Count Dedrin was truly trash. Among the garbage, non-burnable garbage. In other words, it is the worst of evils. Should we say that it is a difficult-to-treat piece of trash that survives even if you try to burn it? The gray boy knelt before me again. How long has it been since you said a little while ago that you don't kneel carelessly? The gray boy started to recite his title to me, who was trying to impress me. I formally request you, Master, in my capacity as Baron of Great Diran, acting Earl of Great Diran, and acting Lord of the Great Territory. Can you tell me how to deal with Count Dedrin? I will do anything. Master. Before that, let me ask you one thing. Countess no, Verna, can you really decide to fight against your father? In the worst-case scenario, my father could die. Countess. To be honest, she was a woman more suited to being called Mistress Berna than Countess. Well, what does the name matter? What matters is the strength of your resolve. That. And the fact that my father made Count Grey like that, do you know? Madame Verna blinked violently at me, but he soon bowed his head. You probably thought it was strange yourself. Then, from the moment I received the medicine bottle, a tremendous fear came over me, and it may have even led to thoughts of taking my life. My answer is fixed. I am of the Earl of Grey. My name is Great Verna. I would do anything to protect Diran from my father. You can do anything. All right. Then I will teach you how to deal with Count Dedrin. The first thing to do is for Verna to carry out Count Dedrin's orders. Yes, Master. The way I said it made the two people look at me as if they were wondering what I was talking about. Of course, it was a natural reaction. The Baron said he would do anything if he could deal with Count Dedrin, who was his father's enemy and also the enemy of Great City. Yes, you can. So all we have to do is let Count Dedrin do what he wants. The gray boy and Madame Verna are staring at me blankly. I shrugged my shoulders and began to explain. Chapter 50, Hidden Face and Dessert. I don't know much about the stories of humans. After returning to the restaurant, Lulin opened her mouth with a complicated face. Unlike me and the gray boy, his expression showed no empathy at all. Is that why you're angry? All you have to do is kill Count Dedrin. It's a simple thing. Okay, if you say it that way, it's simple, but if you just kill it, it would be too bland. Let everyone in the world know what he did. And I laid Lulin, who was tilting her head on the bed, sat down next to her and opened her mouth. Her eyes were filled with sleep. Perhaps because she had been forced to wake up in the morning when she had never woken up before, but she seemed to be holding it forcibly. And yet, I am still holding on to the hem of my clothes. Are you anxious that you might suddenly disappear like before? I don't know anything else, but that won't happen. That won't happen. And you don't know much about Verna's story? Yes. Imagine that the woman from earlier was you. Why do I have to be such a worthless person? Hate. It's just an assumption. Home. And the Earl of Grey is me. But the dragons used poison on me and turned me into a being who couldn't do anything. I don't recognize you. Just blankly. You can't feed them, you can't coddle them, and you can't punish them if they don't obey you. And I can't even talk like this. Lulin's expression distorted. She may have thought that Verna's story was just a story about an insignificant bug crawling around, but when she thought about it for herself, she seemed to think a little differently. It's you, but isn't it you? Of course. I was poisoned and became unable to do anything. You can't do that. I don't like that. This is ridiculous. Because you are strong, that won't happen, so just in case. The woman from earlier is in that exact situation. So how sad would it be? Is that so? I think I know a little bit. Yes, so don't disturb me and just stay still, because I will get revenge. If it were me, it doesn't sit still like that. Everything will be overturned. I will destroy this world. A world without you, that's stupid. There's no way it'll be like that. You empathize too much this time, right? Go to sleep. I covered myself with the blanket and was about to come out, but Rurin still wouldn't let go of my arm. Your eyes are full of sleep. Why are you holding me? Come on, man, you have to move early tomorrow too. Or were you alone? I am going too. For some reason, I want to see the end of that woman. Rurin expressed interest in someone other than me for the first time. It seems that assigning her work to us was quite effective. So, please sleep. Dragon. The dragon raised its upper body and looked up at me. However, can't you stay with me? I became strange because of you. Today, I am so strange, I can't sleep alone. You, Count Grey's plan for revenge. The first begins with the boy Grey suffering from the same disease as his father and collapsing. Thorough acting is needed here. The story progresses only when the Grey boy, who has always seen his father's condition, replicates it. It's not like I am really taking the medicine, but it's like I really took it. You have to show acting that is worthy of winning the lead actor award in a drama. Because this is a drama script, me and Madame Burnett, and an act in which no one but the Grey boy knows the truth. The butler is skeptical. Our dragon seems to be a little interested, but he's completely on my side anyway, so I am leaving him out. If the Grey boy fell, the stooges who had been recruited by Count Dedrin would naturally report it. Verna doesn't really need to move here. It would be rather uncomfortable for her to contact Count Dedrin directly, so it is best to hear about it from someone else. Through this false performance, I plan to make everyone in Grace City aware of Count Dedrin's evil deeds. That is the first big treat given to Count Dedrin. The Grey boy has been sitting on the bed since yesterday. I was just staring up at the ceiling blankly. Anyone can see that the sight of drool flowing down is not normal. The rumor that the Grey boy had the same disease as his father spread quickly. The nobles of the Earl of Grey faction, who had sworn allegiance to the boy Grey, who volunteered to act as their lord, showed signs of agitation here and there. To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. The feudal lord's castle was in an uproar with the story every day, and all of the count's officials who accepted it wholeheartedly showed shock on their faces. Therefore, the story will be told as it is to Count Dedrin. The acting skills of the handsome Grey boy were outstanding. Master, am I doing well? It's okay. Are you better than you think? Perhaps Count Dedrin has already received the report. You would think that Verna, who was at a dead end, succeeded in giving medicine to the Baron. I went back after threatening him to do that. It's going well. From now on, it's real. And the next day, just as we had planned, Count Dedrin set out for Great City. As soon as I received the report, I summoned all the nobles belonging to the Earl of Grey to announce that the Countess, currently the highest authority in the Earl of Grey, would make an important announcement on behalf of the Earl of Grey and the boy. Since they are nobles of the earldom, they are, of course, viscounts and barons. I conspired with the butler and forced them all into the room next to the bedroom where the Grey boy was lying. The room was converted into a drawing room. Of course, there was an uproar. Count Dedrin will be arriving soon, and His Excellency and Lady Dedrin will make an important announcement there, so I would appreciate it if you could wait a little longer. What's wrong? Why is His Excellency Count Dedrin involved in the affairs of the Count Grake? It's natural. Your Excellency is the father of my little wife. Points are exchanged here and there. However, because of that, it was very easy to distinguish friends from enemies. Of course, even before that, I had already compiled a list of nobles attached to Count Dedrin with Great Lake. We've rounded up as many maids and servants working in the castle as possible, so now all that's left is to explode. And finally, the villain of the drama appeared. The appearance of Count Dedrin himself. From here on, Verna's task was very important. Her acting has to make everything come out of Count Dedrin's mouth. The main character 1 is a Grey boy who acts out of his mind. The main character 2 is Verna herself. The last time I asked her, she answered, "Can you do it?" Scary, but I even tried to die. I believe there is no greater fear in the world than death. Verna said that and stayed next to the Grey boy. I returned to the drawing room again. As soon as Count Dedrin arrived, he went out to visit the Great boy. Anyone can expect that people will come forward to see it with their own eyes. The more people think of others as tools, the less likely they are to accept the situation as truth without seeing it with their own eyes. Baron Diran, what on earth happened to this? Count Dedrin pretended to be innocent and approached Count Grey's side, and then I looked at it carefully. Saliva flows from the Grey boy's mouth. The condition was definitely similar to the symptoms of poison. In the room, his daughter and himself, and only the great boy. If so, I need to check more clearly. Count Dedrin took out a dagger from his chest. A sure way to check whether you have been poisoned is to stab yourself with a knife. Since our eyes are open, it is natural for humans to show that reflex when stabbed. Because I can't let go without my expression becoming distorted. Father, didn't you say you wouldn't kill him? Why? Verna approached me with a very frightened expression. But Count Dedrin only smiled faintly. It's not killing, it's just confirmation. Then he thrust the dagger into the boy's thigh. Phew. Verna was truly surprised. This wasn't acting. Count Dedrin burst into laughter as he looked at that scene. Ha 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 ha. It was a laugh that came from satisfaction. When I pulled out the knife, blood came out. But there was no pain on the boy's face. Such are the characteristics of this poison. It paralyzes the brain's nervous system, making it impossible to feel any pain. If so, you have definitely taken the medicine. The fact that he didn't even twitch his eyebrows after being stabbed by a knife could be explained by nothing other than the efficacy of the poison. At least as far as Count Dedrin knows. However, if you look closely, you will see that even though he was stabbed, there was no blood flowing from the boy's thigh. That's a simple reason. Because Time Stop, a Class 10 spell, has been applied to the Grey boy. The flow of blood has stopped in the thighs of the Grey boy, where time has stopped. However, because of the sense of being clearly stabbed with a knife and the blood on the knife, Count Dedrin withdrew his suspicions and withdrew his gaze from the Grey boy. And I tried to leave the room. Verna felt like she wasn't sure what was going on, but she thought she had to do what had to be done right now. My whole body is still shaking. He decided to die and hung himself. So she had told Elle that there was no fear greater than that, but she felt so funny at herself as she thought that the fear imprinted on her body for the rest of her life could possibly be greater than death. But nothing is solved like this. Since this is the seed you planted, you must step forward. Verna called out to her father in a voice that she had shouted at herself countless times. Is it okay to do this, father? If this happens now, what happens? The work starts now. How much do you think you got back by doing something useless that would have been so easy if you had seen an heir? Count Dedrin, who was about to leave the room when he heard his daughter's call, walked up to Verna and pulled her by the hair, his eyes flashing. Don't be mistaken in thinking that just because you took medicine means you are free. In any case, all the evidence of Grey City's tax evasion points to you. So, if you want to live, just quietly live in this permanent castle. Do you understand? But father, can I ask you just one thing? How dare you ask me a question? Verna still couldn't look the Count straight in the face, and as usual, Count Dedrin threw Verna's hair to the ground. Verna collapsed on the floor and began to cry. I want to know. Father, please let me know. My husband also, father, did you give him medicine? Count Dedrin was about to leave again when he grabbed his daughter by the hair. She lowered her head, shaking all over. The Count grinned and grabbed his daughter's chin with his other hand.